Boom. Boom. Thick smoke and dust rolled across the ground as it collapsed in all directions. One high-rise after another split apart, accompanied by deafening crashes, turning into a field of ruins while panicked screams echoed everywhere. An earthquake. Kiki run. Grandma Qiao and Su Kiki were separated on opposite sides of a massive fissure. Another wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, smashing down onto Grandma Qiao's foot. Grandma Qiao, reach your hand over here. If we leave together. Su Kiki lunged toward the split floor with all her strength, finally managing to grab hold of Grandma Qiao's hand. At that very moment, the house beam collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying the two of them beneath it. It hurts so much. In the final instant of her life, those were the only words Su Kiki managed to cry out. My back feels like it's been broken. It hurts so much. Su Kiki jolted awake from her sleep, fine beads of sweat covering her fair forehead. She grabbed the glass of water on the nightstand and took a long gulp, only then feeling slightly clearer. This room. Su Kiki's eyes widened at once. This was not Grandma Qiao's house. It was the so-called home she had lived in before the apocalypse. In a melodramatic twist of fate, Su Kiki had lived to the age of 23 before being suddenly told that she was not her parents' biological daughter. On that very day, her parents' biological daughter was brought back home. Her mother Yiya said Kiki Lingyu's adoptive parents, who were also your biological parents, passed away when she was very young, so she has suffered a great deal over the years. Now that she has finally come back, you must take good care of her from now on. Her father Su Jianming said, Kiki, don't let this weigh on your mind. Our family is not short of money. We will not cast you aside just because we've learned you are not our own by blood. Su Lingwei said, although we were born on the same day, you were the one who came to this home first, so I will call you elder sister from now on. At the time, Su Kiki foolishly believed that her parents' love would never change and that she had merely gained a well-behaved younger sister. In reality, this so-called well-behaved sister had barely been home a few days before she began stirring up trouble. Elder sister's room is so big, I want to live in this one. Elder sister's clothes are so pretty, I want them all. Elder sister gets a monthly allowance of 5,000 while I grew up in an orphanage fighting other children for lollipops. Boo-hoo. With a wronged little look on her face, Su Lingwei would glance deliberately at her mother Yiya after each sentence. Their hearts ached so much that they practically wanted to pluck the stars from the sky for her. Thus, the more Su Jianming and Yiya felt they owed Su Lingyue, the more resentment crept into their gaze when they looked at Su Kiki as though it were somehow her fault that their biological daughter had suffered. Su Kiki also felt aggrieved, as she had done nothing at all yet somehow became an outsider in this home. Her room was handed over and her monthly allowance shrank from 5,000 to 500. Even then, Su Lingwei was not satisfied. She claimed that since her sister had occupied her place for so many years, how could she still have the nerve to take their parents' allowance? At the time, Su Kiki endured all of this. In order not to put her adoptive parents in a difficult position, she tried her best to yield to Su Lingwei in everything. She swallowed her grievances like this for more than a month. She had only just graduated and her father Su Jianming had already pulled strings to secure her a good job, which ended up being given to Su Lingwei instead. Determined to become independent as soon as possible, Su Kiki kept sending out resumes and searching for work. Then came August 16, 2050. The super typhoon, Masha, repeatedly forecast and warned about made landfall in Huainan province. As the first coastal city of Huainan, Ling City was hit especially hard. At first, no one took it very seriously. So-called super typhoons had always amounted to more thunder than rain. People living in southern coastal cities were long accustomed to the yearly storms. At most, it meant a day or two of power outages. As a result, almost no one stocked up on supplies because of the typhoon. Only some elderly grandparents who found it inconvenient to go out during storms prepared a small reserve of food and daily necessities in advance. If young people stocked up on anything, it was probably snacks. With the typhoon blowing outside and nowhere to go, staying home to binge shows and eat snacks was the most enjoyable thing imaginable. Su Jianming and Yiya also prepared plenty of snacks for Su Lingwei. Naturally, none of it was meant for Su Kiki. No one had expected that this typhoon would roar on for an entire week with no sign of stopping. Families who had not stored grain were reaching their limits, and incidents of looted supermarkets and convenience stores with pried open doors began to appear. By the 10th day, the Su family supplies were also running low. Using the excuse of sending her out to buy supplies, Yiya tricked Su Kiki into stepping outside, then slammed the front door shut behind her. Mom, why did you lock me out? Mom, open the door and let me in. Su Kiki pounded on the door with all her strength. Elder sister, this family has raised you for so many years, and you haven't given anything in return. Now that everyone is short on supplies, how can you still cling shamelessly to our doorstep? Su Jianming and Yiya said nothing. Whether out of guilt or for some other reason, they remained silent. What Tsukiki remembered clearly was that she begged at that doorway for 2 full days. Tsukiki immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to the owner and received the key to room 2004 on the spot. The owner mentioned that he would return next month to handle some matters. Tsukiki, do you have no shame at all? If you must die, then die outside. Stop clinging to our door. After cursing her, Su Lingwei slammed the door shut again. From beginning to end, Su Jianming and Yia did not utter a single word, clearly acquiescing to Su Linggu's actions. Looking back, Tsukiki found it absurd. She had lived with her parents for more than 20 years, even if she was not their flesh and blood, there should have been some affection. Yet merely for the sake of a bite to eat, these so-called family members cast her out into the typhoon and torrential rain. How am I back here again? Wasn't there just an earthquake? In her mind, she could still clearly see herself at Grandma Qiao's home, where the sudden earthquake had buried them beneath a pile of rubble. What is going on now? Rubbing her eyes hard, Tsukiki looked carefully around her. She was indeed in her former room. Have I really died in that earthquake? And then been reborn? Drawing in a sharp breath, Tsukiki grabbed the phone under her pillow and quickly checked the date: 65 a.m. June 25th, 2050. My God. She clamped a hand over her mouth, nearly screaming aloud. She had truly been reborn, and reborn a full month before the apocalypse began. June 25th. The date felt unbearably jarring to her. Lying back down to think carefully, she remembered that June 25th was the very day in her previous life when Su Lingwei had been brought home. No wonder she instinctively rejected this date. In her previous life, 10 days after the apocalypse began, her adoptive parents and so-called younger sister had driven her out of their home. With nowhere to go, she turned to her university friend Qian Siyu for help. At that time, there were still electricity and internet, so Tsukiki sent her a message asking if she could stay at her place for a few days. She waited a long time with no reply. Thinking perhaps the message had been missed, she sent another, only to see that she had been blocked. With no other choice, she finally steeled herself and called her senior Shin Luofei, who had long been pursuing her, telling him she had nowhere to stay and asking if he could put her up for a few days. What came through the receiver were just 3 simple words: it's inconvenient. Then he hung up. Tsukiki had been utterly stunned. It was as if all the goodwill she once enjoyed had vanished the moment Su Lingwei returned. In this life, Tsukiki had to stand on her own 2 feet. Those people who always greeted her with warm smiles might never have been welcoming her as a person at all, but merely the wealthy father standing behind her. At that thought, Tsukiki could no longer lie still. She hurriedly scrambled up from the bed. She remembered that her parents had gone out early this morning, had not come home for lunch, and had only returned with Su Lingwei after 2 in the afternoon. She had to quickly come up with a plan. Once Su Lingwei returned, she definitely could no longer stay in the reborn into a new life. Tsukiki would never again be like she was in the last one, remembering only her parents' kindness, swallowing her anger at home, yielding everything to Su Lingwei, only to be driven out of the house in the end. Since she would have to leave sooner or later, why not take some money and leave on her own while her parents still felt a trace of affection for her? The apocalypse would arrive in a month. What was the most important thing right now? Supplies, of course. But as a freshly graduated university student, how much money could she possibly have on hand? She had truly forgotten this detail. In her previous life, by the time she was thrown out, even if she had money, there was nothing left to buy. This life, however, was different. Tsukiki hastily unlocked her phone to check her bank balance. The account showed 135803. It was all her New Year's money from childhood and the pocket money her parents had given her over the years. Fortunately, she had never been a spendthrift, or she would not have amassed this little private hoard. In ordinary times, this would be a considerable sum. But Tsukiki needed to find a place to live before the apocalypse and to stockpile enough supplies for many years. For that, this amount was far from sufficient. In her previous life, after her family kicked her out, not a single person around her had been willing to take her in. Outside, in a raging storm, she had not eaten for 2 days and collapsed at the entrance of Chonghong residential compound. It was Grandma Qiao who had gone downstairs with a neighbor to search for supplies who rescued her. Later, Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao relied on each other to survive in the apocalypse. They evaded a super typhoon, floods, extreme cold, scorching heat, and acid rain, but they did not escape the earthquake in the 3rd year. In this life, Tsukiki swore that she would hide away with Grandma Qiao properly, and at the very least live longer than in the last life. Then a thought struck her. Should she go and give Grandma Qiao a reminder, first tell her to stockpile more supplies? But they did not know each other at all right now. She could not just run over, knock on Grandma Qiao's door, and announce that the apocalypse would arrive in a month and that she had to hoard supplies. She would probably be treated as mentally ill. Tsukiki quickly shook her head, rejecting that idea. It would be better to first find a way to stockpile more supplies herself and then share them with Grandma Chiao when the time came. Sukiki remembered that the apartment opposite Grandma Chiao's had always been for rent. After the apocalypse began, no one came to view it again, and even up until the earthquake, it had remained empty. She thought that since she was going to rent a place and move out anyway, why not simply rent the flat opposite Grandma Chiao's? That way they could naturally get to know each other in advance. The place could be lived in until the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and before the earthquake arrived she could move with Grandma Chiao to a new home. Now that she possessed foreknowledge, she absolutely could not allow a mere earthquake to take her life again. Since she had decided to rent, she would act at once. After washing up, Sukiki grabbed a piece of bread, gnawed on it, and headed out. There was still more than a month before the apocalypse, but she currently had no cash in hand. Passion without money was useless. Changhong residential compound was not far. Walking there would take about half an hour. It was just past 7 in the morning and the streets were full of early commuters. Hailing a taxi would likely be difficult, and anyway, wasn't it better to save the fare for buying supplies? Sukiki felt she had become truly good at pinching every penny. She had no choice, she was simply too poor. Suddenly she heard a soft cry from the crosswalk ahead, and several apples rolled out of a dropped basket. Her mind had been turning non-stop, searching for a way to earn a large sum of money in a short time. Distracted, she failed to watch her step, and as she took a stride forward, her foot came down on a rolling apple. Car horns blared repeatedly from the line of vehicles waiting at the red light. The one who had fallen was a silver-haired old lady bracing herself against the ground with both hands as she struggled to get up. That elderly woman doesn't seem able to get up. Should we go and help her? A woman in the front passenger seat of one of the cars asked as she hurried to work. You go help her out of kindness, but what if something happens to her and she falsely accuses you? The driver quickly stopped her. There are so many news stories like that. I advise you not to meddle. A small crowd soon formed around the zebra crossing, heads bowed in discussion. Many people whispered among themselves, yet not a single person dared step forward to help. Why is no one helping her? The old lady looks so pitiful, someone in the crowd muttered. If you pity her so much, why don't you help? Someone beside him immediately snapped back. I'm poor. If she tried to extort me. The man lowered his head in embarrassment. True. Unless you're worth tens of millions, you really don't dare to help. The news has scared everyone, another person sighed. Hey, a young girl is going over. A passerby couldn't help but feel nervous on Sukiki's behalf. Yet she herself did not think that far. Only when her foot slipped on the apple and she nearly fell did she notice the elderly woman lying on the crosswalk. Without a second thought, Sukiki rushed over and helped the old lady to her feet. Grandma, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Haha, I'm fine, little girl. Thank you for today. The old lady suddenly seemed much more spirited, her voice full and strong, nothing like the frail, powerless figure who had just been lying on the road. This left Sukiki completely baffled. Did elderly people recover this quickly nowadays? Come, little girl. You have a kind heart. Grandma will give you something good, the old woman said. Seeing Sukiki dazed, the old lady reached into her pocket and pressed a golden glowing capsule into her palm. It looked just like an ordinary small pill or vitamin capsule. Grandma, what is this? Why are you giving me a pill? Sukiki lifted the capsule in her palm closer to her eyes, examining it for a long moment. Where did Grandma go? When Sukiki finally came back to her senses, the bench beside her was empty. The silver-haired old lady was nowhere to be seen. Cars still flowed past on the road as usual, and people on the sidewalk hurried along with breakfast in hand, rushing to work. It was as if the old lady had never appeared at all. The only difference was the golden capsule resting in Sukiki's hand. This can't be an illusion, can it? She murmured to herself. This thing probably isn't of any use anyway. Thinking that, she moved to toss the capsule into a nearby trash bin. Where did it go? The capsule that had just been clutched in her palm had suddenly vanished. Sukiki vaguely saw a flash of golden light in her palm. Good heavens, how did the capsule end up inside my hand? Terrified, her face turned deathly pale. Ignoring the pain, she dug at her right palm with her other hand, scratching until it burned fiercely, yet still could not get the capsule out. Before long, the capsule within her palm grew fainter and fainter in color until it completely merged in. Sukiki let out a breath as if a weight had been lifted. At least it could no longer be seen, and she did not seem to feel any discomfort. It shouldn't be lethal, right? She muttered, staring at her palm and trying to reassure herself. Sukiki felt a wave of dizziness, as if she had been struck by a sudden thunderbolt, standing frozen in place. On the first day of her rebirth, she hadn't done anything yet, and just because she helped a strange old lady, she met her end. Sukikik was particularly indignant. How could rebirth be so frivolous? Not even novels dare to write it this way. Wait. What is happening here? Suddenly a vast space appeared in Sukikik's mind, surrounded by swirling mist with what seemed to be a golden capsule at its center. Isn't this the capsule that just ran into her palm? How did it become so large? It looked as big as a small villa. Driven by curiosity, Sukikik bravely approached the giant capsule. The surface of the capsule was smooth and hard, and she couldn't tell what material it was made of. Sukikik kicked it with her foot, and ouch! A sharp pain shot through her toes. It felt like she had kicked a hard steel plate. Can I go inside? With a thought, Sukikik was surprised to see a glowing handprint appear on the capsule. Without thinking, she instinctively pressed her right hand against it. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly, as if the handprint on the capsule was custom-made for her. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A large door appeared in the capsule. What is there to be afraid of? Such a bizarre rebirth is happening to me. What is there to fear about this broken capsule? Sukikik steadied her nerves and cautiously stepped through the door. The first thing she saw was a spacious living room, which seemed to cover more than 40 square meters. In the middle of the light brown wooden floor lay a seemingly simple oak coffee table beneath, which was a small bohemian-style rug, creating a rather mismatched appearance. The beige technological fabric sofa looked both lazy and stylish, directly facing a 120-inch large-screen LCD television. This TV is bigger than the screens in cinemas. Sukikik exclaimed in astonishment and unconsciously sat down on the sofa, which was surprisingly soft and comfortable. It was even more comfortable than the leather sofa her father Su Jianming had spent a fortune on. After rolling around on the sofa for a while, Sukikik remembered there were still many places she hadn't explored. On the other side of the first floor, to the left of the living room, was a kitchen equipped with all kinds of kitchen utensils. However, Sukikik usually didn't cook at home. She only learned a lot because Grandma Chow loved to cook. Opposite the kitchen was a gym, which had large floor-to-ceiling windows. The room was filled with common gym equipment like treadmills, stationary bikes, dumbbells, barbells, and exercise balls. In her previous life, Sukikik was quite unfit. Even running 500 meters felt like a death sentence. Suddenly she remembered that both the living room and the gym had floor-to-ceiling windows, but she couldn't see what was outside. Sukikik pressed her face against the glass and looked out, only to find that there was another layer of capsule shell outside. How could she open that layer of capsule shell? Sukikik examined the area by the floor-to-ceiling window and indeed found a button below. With a gentle press of her hand, the outer capsule shell slowly began to rise like an electric curtain. Outside the capsule house was still a sea of mist. Even with the outer shell opened, she couldn't see what kind of world lay beyond. Sukikik had no choice but to close the capsule shell again. After exploring the first floor, she went straight to the second floor. The largest room upstairs was an open study. Aside from the windows, the other walls were made into bookshelves. How many books must there be? Even if Grandma Chiao and I read here for decades, we probably wouldn't finish. Sukikik laughed, her brows lifting as if she and Grandma Chiao had already lived there. The other two rooms were bedrooms. Sukikik took a quick glance, and the one with formal decor seemed suitable for Grandma Chiao, while the other was entirely pink with pink curtains and beddings. Surely this cute room wasn't prepared for her, right? Hee hee. Sukikik's lips trembled slightly, indicating that she had never lived in such a lovely room in 2 lifetimes. Next, she went up to the third floor, which also had 2 rooms and a large balcony, especially filled with various flowers and green plants. Each floor had an independent bathroom, but the bathroom on the third floor was the largest and most unique, with a large bathtub and a skylight above. At night, she could lie in the bathtub and gaze at the stars. Sukikik stood on the balcony laughing like a lovesick fool. This was simply the house of her dreams. This giant capsule actually hid such a beautiful small villa. What kind of place is this? She had simply entered with a thought, could this be her consciousness space? This is too unbelievable. Sukikik felt as if she had discovered a new continent, joyfully dancing around in the small garden on the balcony. If only she had such a wonderful place in her last life, she and Grandma Chiao probably wouldn't have perished in the earthquake. Could the wheel of fate begin to turn from here? Sukikik remembered that in her previous life she hadn't gone out. In the afternoon, her parents brought Su Lingwei back home, and after learning that she wasn't their biological child, it seemed she had locked herself in her room and cried half the night. After her rebirth, not only had she gone out, but she also met a strange old lady. Perhaps this was the beginning of her fate turning for the better. Sukikik ran around the capsule house again, and finally discovered that there was even a basement in the capsule. The door to the basement was at the bottom of the stairs. There was a door that required a fingerprint to open. Upon seeing it, Sukakik pressed her hand against it. As expected, when Sukakik placed her hand on it, the door automatically opened to the sides like an elevator door. My hand is the key to the capsule house, Sukakik murmured to herself. Although the imprint of the capsule on her palm was no longer visible, she vaguely felt that the small capsule was still in her palm. The basement turned out to be a large storage room. It looked like a supermarket with rows of neatly arranged shelves that seemed to have been unused for a long time, all empty and devoid of anything. If this is used for stockpiling supplies, it should hold a lot of things. Sukakik's eyes lit up, and she immediately thought of storing things from reality here. When she emerged from her consciousness space, the surroundings were still bustling with activity. She had suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, yet not a single person noticed anything unusual. Sukakik's smile brightened even more as she took out her phone to check the time. It was 7:05 a.m. She had spent so long in the capsule house, yet the time hadn't changed at all. Could it be that time in this space is frozen? Right, I need to test if I can put things from reality into my conscious. Seeing a breakfast shop by the roadside, Sukakik dashed over like the wind and bought a portion of glutinous rice and salty soy milk. Then she hid in a corner where no one was around and said in her mind, "Store the glutinous rice and soy milk I have in my hands into the capsule house." As soon as she finished speaking, the glutinous rice and soy milk in her hands vanished. Still feeling uneasy, Sukakik ran back into the space to take a look, and sure enough, the missing glutinous rice and soy milk were lying lonely on the shelves in the basement. That silver-haired old lady really didn't deceive me. This capsule is truly a wonderful thing, Sukakik shouted joyfully in the basement. However, she immediately realized how much money it would take to fill this place. Her dream shattered at the thought of money. Where could she find a fortune? Soon, Chahong community came into view. Sukakik first approached the security booth to inquire whether there were any houses for rent in this community. She remembered that Grandma Chiao had mentioned that the family living opposite her had been away for a long time, and they entrusted the security team leader with the task of renting out the house. "Young lady, are you looking for a house? You actually asked the right person. There is indeed a house in Building 12 of District D that is available for rent." A security guard around 40 years old and of average height opened the door to the booth and welcomed Sukakik in with a smile. He remembered the team leader saying that whoever rented out the house would receive a 500 yuan commission from the owner. His daily wage as a security guard was only 100 yuan, so that 500 yuan represented 5 days' worth of salary. However, the rent the owner was asking for was not low. Several groups had looked at it before, but had not proceeded due to the high rent. The security guard glanced at the young girl in front of him, and his excitement quickly diminished. "But let me be clear with you first. This house has 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen, covering an area of 102 square meters. It has a balcony, and the monthly rent is 5,000 yuan, which the owner will not negotiate. If you can accept that, I will take you to see it." The security guard spoke very directly, implying that if she could accept the rent, he would take her to see it. If she thought it was too expensive, there was no need for him to show her. He had learned to be smart now and couldn't afford to show someone a house for half a day only to hear them say, "The rent is too expensive," and then leave. Sukakik was taken aback by the rent, which was indeed not cheap. Before coming here, she had consulted some real estate agents, and houses around 100 square meters nearby generally rented for around 4,000 yuan. The owner's initial offer of 5,000 yuan without negotiation was indeed a bit steep. It seemed the owner was not in a hurry to rent out the house, as this price had already filtered out most potential renters. "I can accept the rent. Please take me to see the house, big brother." Sukakik wanted to meet Grandma Chiao in advance, and living directly across from her was the most straightforward way. So after a moment's thought, she accepted the rent. Great. Let me grab the key and I'll take you there." The security guard grinned from ear to ear, thinking that this stroke of luck was unstoppable. He exchanged a word with another guard who had just gone out to buy cigarettes and took Sukakik to District D to view the house. What a hassle. This will probably be another wasted trip. The other guard lit a cigarette with a lighter, sitting down and resting his feet on the side of the desk. "Young lady, what do you think of this house? The owner has hardly lived here and the furniture is all brand new." After taking a tour around room 2004, the security guard asked with a cheerful smile. Sukakik took a cursory look around and the house was indeed decent. The bed, sofa, and other furniture were all covered with dust sheets and looked very new. Since she was already here for this purpose, Sukakik didn't hesitate and said it was acceptable. Through the security guard, she added the owner's WeChat. She successfully negotiated the rent to be paid monthly instead of the usual 3-month advance. The owner agreed to accept 1 month's rent first, considering that a young girl who had just graduated and started working might not earn much. Sukakik immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to the owner and received the key to room 2004 on the spot. The owner mentioned that he would return next month to handle some matters so the rental contract could be signed then. Tsukiki was indifferent to this as the apocalypse was expected next month, making the signing of the rental contract irrelevant. After everything was settled, as Tsukiki waited for the elevator, with the security guard, they happened to run into Grandma Xiao jogging back. "Xiao," Tsukiki nearly blurted out, but fortunately the voice of the security guard next to her covered it. He happened to call out, "Aunt Xiao, out for your run again?" "Yes, I have to go out for a few laps at this time every day." Grandma Xiao smiled as she took off her Bluetooth earphones and walked out of the elevator. "What's this?" Grandma Xiao turned back after walking a few steps and asked. "Oh, this is Xiao Su, who just rented room 2004 across from you. I just took her to see the house. The house across the hall has been rented out." Grandma Xiao glanced at Tsukiki next to the security guard, looking a bit surprised. "Hello, Grandma Xiao. I'm Tsukiki. I hope to be under your care in the future." Tsukiki sweetly smiled, resembling a little girl from the neighborhood. In this life, it seemed that only in front of Grandma Xiao would she reveal such innocent girl-like qualities. "What a beautiful girl," Grandma Xiao said with a smile. "Xiao Su, are you going downstairs?" The security guard held the elevator door open with his hand and spoke to Tsukiki. "Oh, going downstairs. Goodbye, Grandma Xiao." Tsukiki hurriedly bid farewell to Grandma Xiao and exited the elevator. As someone she had just met on the first day, she couldn't appear overly familiar. After leaving Chahong Community, Tsukiki headed to a nearby car rental agency. She had obtained her driver's license during her sophomore year, and her family owned 2 cars that she occasionally drove. Next, she needed to go out and stock up on supplies on a large scale. A small sedan would definitely not be sufficient, so Tsukiki thought of renting a small truck. Although the supplies could directly go into her space, she couldn't just use this black technology in front of everyone, right? In today's law-abiding society, with surveillance everywhere, one careless move could expose her. It's hard to explain the concept of space to others. Who knows if she would end up being treated as a guinea pig by some ill-intentioned people for research. Just thinking about it felt terrifying, so she had to try to keep a low profile. The car rental procedures were quickly completed. After Tsukiki paid the deposit, she drove the small truck to the southern agricultural market for purchasing supplies. Whether she would fare well in the coming apocalypse depended on how much she could stockpile. After browsing around, Tsukiki found a grocery store with a wide variety of goods and bought rice flour, cooking oil, and various seasonings. The rice and flour were in 20-kilogram bags, and she ordered 100 bags of each. She also took the largest cooking oil, 20 liters a barrel, and grabbed 30 barrels. Salt, MSG, sugar, chicken essence, pepper powder, and various other seasonings were also taken in 100 boxes each. Additionally, she ordered 100 bottles each of cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce. The store also had a lot of noodles and spices. She ordered 10 boxes of egg noodles, 10 boxes of handmade knifeut noodles, and 10 boxes each of Sichuan pepper star, anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves. She ordered 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, as they would be the most practical during the apocalypse and could be exchanged for many other supplies later. If it weren't for the fear of running out of money, Tsukiki would have wanted 2,000 boxes. After all, they wouldn't expire in her space. "Young lady, are you joking with me?" The store owner looked at Tsukiki with a face full of suspicion. She held a small notebook in her hand, and as Tsukiki mentioned each item, the owner noted them down. The more Tsukiki ordered, the less reliable it seemed. Was this girl just here to tease her? "Don't worry, owner. I definitely won't come early in the morning just to mess with you. Our family runs a restaurant, a chain one. Actually, my dad used to handle the procurement. Now that I just graduated from college, my dad wants to hand the restaurant over to me. If you could give me a discount, I will definitely come back to purchase from you again." Tsukiki spoke her lies without batting an eye, and what she said didn't seem to have any loopholes. Her father, Su Jianming, indeed owned many chain stores in Lingqing, but they were hardware stores, not restaurants as she claimed. "Oh, I see. With such a large purchase, I will definitely give you the best discount." The owner grinned widely, her calculator clicking away furiously. Tsukiki did not expect that such a small amount of goods would actually cost her nearly 100,000 yuan, and that was with the owner's discount. Sigh. Is money really that easy to spend? Tsukiki sighed as she looked at the remaining balance of 300,000 yuan in her phone. "Madam owner, could you spare me a few packs of this sausage? I've already spent 100,000 yuan in your shop. Surely 2 cartons aren't too much to ask." "My, what a shrewd young lady you are." "Very well, 2 cartons it is. Next time your store places an order, do remember to come straight to me." The shop owner chuckled warmly as her staff carried the 2 cartons of sausage out to Tsukiki's delivery van parked at the market entrance. Judging by her eagerness, this large order must have netted the shop owner a handsome profit. Tsukiki silently regretted not squeezing a bit more from the shop owner's generosity. As for instant noodle stock was limited, Madam Owner asked Tsukiki to wait a moment while her staff fetched more from the warehouse. No problem, I'll just grab a bowl of noodles at the nearby shop. Call me when the goods arrive. Tsukiki left her phone number and stepped out to eat. Just inside the farmer's market, she spotted a small noodle shop beside the entrance, clean and tidy, though she couldn't yet tell whether its pork liver noodles lived up to their reputation. Back in university, a contracted noodle stall in the canteen served an exceptionally delicious pork liver noodle dish. Now that she graduated and with the apocalypse looming, she knew such simple pleasures would soon vanish forever. Hello. What would you like to order? Asked a young man. 1 bowl of pork liver noodles, please. Glancing at the price list posted on the wall, 15 yuan per bowl, she found it comparable to campus prices and hoped the taste would be equally satisfying. Certainly. Please wait a moment. With polite grace, the young man retreated into the inner kitchen to prepare the noodles. Tsukiki chose a table facing the air conditioner. Usually electric fans wouldn't even be unpacked until midsummer, but this year's scorching heat arrived unusually early. Was it perhaps an omen of the coming apocalypse? Outdoor temperatures had hovered around 37 degrees Celsius for days. By noon, the streets stood nearly deserted. Here's your pork liver noodles. Her bowl arrived shortly thereafter. It was a generous portion, tender slices of pork liver piled high garnished with wood ear mushrooms, daylily buds, carrots, onions, and red and green bell peppers, all crowned with a fresh sprinkle of scallions. The aroma alone was intoxicating and the presentation deeply appetizing. Without hesitation, Tsukiki lifted a piece of liver to her lips. The texture was silken, utterly free of gaminess, the noodles springy and resilient, even surpassing those she remembered from university. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she devoured the bowl with unself-conscious gusto. She was the only customer in the shop. Most people in the market wouldn't begin lunch until 11:30 to 12, so she had ample time to herself. This pork liver noodle was simply too exquisite to miss. She'd need to stock up before it vanished forever. Boss, I'd like 30 more bowls of pork liver noodles, 30 seafood noodles, and 30 braised pork rib noodles, all packed to go. She called out toward the kitchen while slurping noisily. Young lady, are you certain you wish to take so many bowls? Noodles lose their texture if left too long. The young owner rushed over to confirm. No worries, I have a large warehouse nearby. These are for my staff. As soon as each batch is ready, I'll send someone to collect it, no risk of sogginess. Tsukiki improvised the excuse smoothly. Excellent. I'll call my father down to help. Wiping his hands, the young owner pulled out his phone and dialed. Just as Tsukiki finished the entire bowl, the shop owner rang. Her instant noodles had arrived already unloaded beside her van. All she needed to do was open the cargo door. She paid immediately 18 yuan per bowl for both seafood and pork rib noodles, plus the one she'd just eaten, totaling 1,545 yuan. Once the staff had loaded the remaining instant noodles into her van, Tsukiki transferred everything inside directly into her spatial storage. She made 3 more trips back and forth before finally stowing every last packed bowl, pork liver, seafood, and pork rib noodles, into her space. Still early, she returned once more to the farmer's market. Posing as the owner of a supermarket, she procured 10 cartons of towels, 50 cartons each of toothpaste and toothbrushes, 500 cartons of napkins, and 300 cartons of sanitary pads in assorted sizes. Only after spending every last cent of her 30,000 yuan balance did Tsukiki drive home, still brimming with quiet satisfaction. Kiki, you're not home. Her mother Yiya called, likely having just brought Su Lingwei back. I went shopping with Siu this morning. I'm on my way home now. Mom, is something urgent? Tsukiki feigned ignorance. Oh, nothing urgent. I'll tell you when you get home, Yiya replied hastily, her tone oddly distant. Mom, is something urgent? Tsukiki feigned ignorance. Oh, nothing urgent. I'll tell you when you get home, Yiya replied hastily, her tone oddly distant. Behavior had escaped her. Over those 6 months their calls grew markedly fewer, though Tsukiki had assumed it was merely due to their overwhelming business commitments. Finding no legal parking spot near her residential complex, Tsukiki paused, then wondered, could this van fit into my space? In an instant both she and the van vanished into her spatial realm, not into the capsule dwelling, but onto the open ground before its entrance, enveloped on all sides by swirling mist. It actually works, she murmured to herself, then chose not to press her palm against the capsule door. Her family awaited her, eager to discuss Su Lingwei. Fortunately, the van's disappearance occurred in an empty corner. Had anyone witnessed it, complications would surely have followed. As Tsukiki unlocked her apartment door, she found her parents and a girl roughly her age chatting animatedly on the living room sofa. Naturally, having been reborn, she recognized the girl instantly as Su Lingwei. This must be my elder sister. Su Lingwei rose gracefully and greeted her sweetly. And who might you be? Kiki, come here, we need to speak with you. Su Jianming and Yiya gently guided her to sit across from them on the sofa. Su Lingwei stood protected between them while Su Kiki sat alone isolated on the opposite side. They broached the subject without preamble, revealing Su Lingwei's true identity and emphasizing with careful reassurance that her adoption would change nothing in how they treated Su Kiki. In her past life, Su Kiki had been naive, unscarred by the world's harshness, and believed every word they spoke. Her sorrow remained hidden, shed only in solitude behind her bedroom door. This life, however. A dry chuckle escaped her. With the apocalypse imminent, who had time for their charade? Dad, Mom, little sister, this news is truly overwhelming. May I retire to my room to gather my thoughts? Her demeanor shifted instantly, calm, composed, unfailingly dutiful. Of course. Rest a while, we'll call you for dinner. Yiya clasped Su Kiki's hand, her face aglow with maternal warmth. Phew, finally freed from performing for them. Su Kiki lay sprawled across her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She needed to borrow money from Su Jianming soon. In just a few days, Su Lingwei would begin her machinations openly. Awaiting any longer would make securing funds far more difficult. Su Kiki has been trying to minimize her presence in this house these past few days. When Su Lingwei wanted her room, Su Kiki immediately agreed. When Su Lingwei said she liked her clothes, Su Kiki didn't even blink and just gave them to her. When Su Lingwei envied her for having more pocket money, Su Kiki directly told Yiya, Mom, from now on I don't want any pocket money anymore. In short, Su Kiki is playing the role of a green tea girl, leaving no room for green tea to maneuver. This series of actions left Su Lingwei bewildered. When did her cheap sister become so obedient? It's only right for an elder sister to spoil her younger sister. I knew Kiki was a sensible child. Su Jianming and Yiya were all smiles. Although Su Kiki is not their biological daughter, they had raised her for over 20 years, so there was some emotional bond. The happiest ones are naturally the parents when these two sisters can get along well. Ever since they brought Su Lingwei home, Su Jianming and Yiya decided to leave all their family assets to her. However, with such a large family fortune, they needed someone trustworthy and obedient to help manage it for Lingwei. Thus, Su Kiki became the most suitable candidate in their eyes. Su Lingwei couldn't find any fault with Su Kiki at home, which made her mood anything but pleasant. She had long wanted her parents to kick Su Kiki out. This cheap sister had enjoyed herself at home for so many years while she had suffered outside for over 20 years. Now that she, the legitimate eldest daughter, had returned, everything in the Su family belonged to her. Su Kiki could forget about getting even a penny from their parents. In the afternoon, while Su Jianming and Yiya took Su Lingwei to buy a car, Su Kiki took out the household registration book from home. She planned to use this book to do something big. Lei Mu, the president of Bola Bank, was a good friend of Su Jianming. Su Kiki fabricated a reason about wanting to start a business, but not wanting her parents to know for now, and when to apply for a startup loan at Lei Mu's bank. Uncle Lei, you know my dad, he insists that girls shouldn't be so ambitious and just have a leisurely job to pass the time. I want to show him that I can create a career for myself. As Su Kiki spoke, she paid close attention to Lei Mu's expression. Deep down, she wasn't sure if she could leverage her dad's connections to get a loan from Bola Bank. But I don't have much money right now. I saw that you have startup loans for recent graduates, so I came to you. Su Kiki spoke sincerely, her big eyes sparkling, making Lei Mu unconsciously believe her words. You child, your dad arranged such a good job for you, and yet you insist on going through all this trouble. Alas. Today's children really are blessed, but don't know how to enjoy it. Lei Mu added some water to Su Kiki's cup, speaking in a tone full of elderly affection. Kiki, it's not that Uncle Lei doesn't want to help you, but our bank's student loan assistance is for impoverished graduates. By that standard, you don't meet the criteria. Lei Mu handed Su Kiki a document regarding the startup loan. Oh, I see. Then I'll think of other. After looking at the document, Su Kiki's mood visibly dropped. This was not an act. She genuinely felt disappointed because she couldn't get any money from here. She truly had no money on hand now, having only stockpiled a little in her space. If she didn't work hard to find funds, she and Grandma Qiao would soon be living on air. In her previous life, she and Grandma Qiao barely survived the early days of the apocalypse by scavenging supplies, foraging wild vegetables, and relying on government relief grain until the earthquake in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Now that she was reborn, she couldn't possibly live so hard with Grandma Qiao again. How about this? Kiki, don't be discouraged. Uncle Lei will lend you 300,000 to start your business. Really? Thank you so much, Uncle Lei. But you mustn't tell my dad about me borrowing money from you. If in a year and a half I still haven't paid you back, you won't need to rush me. I'll just ask my dad for the money. Tsukiki spoke with utmost sincerity and even insisted on giving Lei Mu a copy of her household registration book as collateral, making him feel both amused and exasperated. In fact, Lei Mu wasn't worried about not getting this 300,000 back. Even if Tsukiki squandered the money, Su Jianming would definitely help her pay it back. Su Jianming only had this one precious daughter, would he really let her become a deadbeat? Tsukiki looked at the 300,000 that Lei Mu transferred to her on her phone, her eyes squinting with joy. For now no one else knows that she isn't Su Jianming's biological daughter. Su Lingyu's name hasn't been added to the household registration book yet. Tsukiki thought about how many people she could fool. Before the apocalypse arrives, the key is to borrow money and stock up on supplies. Thus, using the same reason for starting a business, Tsukiki went to Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen, who were very close to Su Jianming, and borrowed 200,000 from each of them. When leaving, she kindly left them a copy of her household registration book. Will her deadbeat dad be furious when he finds out? Ha ha. Tsukiki laughed a little too loudly, causing passers-by on the street to glance at her. She was glad that she could infuriate Su Jianming. As for the uncles and aunts who lent her money, she could only repay them with some supplies when she was capable in the future. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Tsukiki tucked her phone into her pocket and found a secluded spot to take the small truck out from her space. Suddenly, she had an extra 700,000 in her account, and she planned to go to the clothing wholesale market to buy. The clothes here are of good quality and much cheaper than those in the mall. As soon as she entered, several stores at the entrance were having off-season sales with down jackets, half the price compared to winter. Tsukiki immediately ordered 100 assorted down jackets, primarily in black and gray colors that are less prone to dirt, and the sizes were bought according to her and Grandma Qiao's heights and weights. Don't underestimate Grandma Qiao at 60 years old. She exercised regularly and had a balanced diet, so before the apocalypse she looked around 50 and was quite fashionable, enjoying spending time with young people. However, after the apocalypse hit, everyone faced shortages of clothing and food. Grandma Qiao often saved food for Tsukiki, which caused her to become very thin later on. Thinking of Grandma Qiao always warms Tsukiki's heart. She truly cared for Tsukiki as if she were her own granddaughter. In this life, let me take care of you. Tsukiki quietly vowed in her heart. I want 100 pairs of fleece-lined pants, 50 jackets, and 100 sets of thermal underwear. Tsukiki pointed at the clothes in the store and told the attendant. All right. Okay. Ma'am, could you please tell me the sizes you need? I'll go get the goods from the warehouse right away. The salesgirl spoke excitedly, almost stumbling over her words. This big order would probably earn her more commission than she had in the past 6 months. After paying, Tsukiki went to the adjacent shoe store to buy shoes. 50 pairs of snow boots, 50 pairs of marten boots, 50 pairs of casual sneakers, and 20 boxes of thick socks. Summer shoes couldn't be neglected either. 50 pairs of durable sandals and 50 pairs of canvas shoes. This should be enough for her and Grandma Qiao for decades. After buying the winter clothes, Tsukiki immediately switched to another store to continue purchasing summer short-sleeve t-shirts, short denim pants, sun protection clothing, underwear, and especially underwear, where she bought a total of 500 pieces in various colors according to their sizes. The boss saw that Tsukiki was almost buying with her eyes closed, thinking she must be a well-off customer, so he managed to sell her 20 boxes of disposable underwear. Tsukiki had never bought disposable underwear before and didn't know what was different about them, but stocking up wouldn't hurt. Tsukiki glanced at the time. It was almost dinner time. In her previous life, Su Jianming and Yiya had taken Su Lingwei to buy a Porsche worth 1 million, claiming it was a welcome home gift for her. That evening, when the family happily went out for a luxurious buffet, they completely forgot about Tsukiki at home. What infuriated her the most was that when Su Lingwei bragged about it on social media, she specifically tagged her, saying how her sister still didn't have a car while she had her first luxury vehicle, all aimed at belittling Tsukiki. At that time, Tsukiki would just hide in her room and cry, utterly weak and helpless. Su Lingwei made things difficult for her, yet she never considered leaving this home that no longer belonged to her. Looking back now, her past self seemed truly ridiculous. Tsukiki opened WeChat and indeed found Su Lingyu's post showing off her wealth. Upon seeing the same belittling remarks this time, Tsukiki surprisingly felt no sadness at all. Perhaps the emotions she had for her parents had dissipated when they drove her out of the house in her previous life. In this life, she only wanted to live well with Grandma Qiao. The others were not worth her concern. Tsukiki coldly smiled, raised her hand to like Su Lingyu's post, and commented, "Sister's car is really beautiful. Remember to take your sister out next time you go out to play." She even added a cute emoji at the end. Little did she know that Su Lingwei on the other side was so furious that she was stabbing her steak with the fork. Su Lingwei originally posted to infuriate Su Koko, hoping she would retreat and leave this home, but she didn't expect that this shameless sister would have skin thicker than a city wall. After leaving a comment, Su Koko didn't check WeChat again. She didn't care whether Su Lingwei was angry or not. Occasionally pretending to be a green tea could actually make one feel refreshed. While the family went out to enjoy delicious food, she naturally couldn't let herself go hungry. Su Koko found a self-service hot pot restaurant in the clothing wholesale market, the kind with individual pots. Each person only needed to pay 69 yuan, and the ingredients were aliocanate. 69 per person, please pay at the front desk first. A friendly staff member kindly reminded her as Su Koko walked straight in. I'm sorry, this is my first time here. Su Koko quickly went to the front desk to pay. No problem. The staff handed her the payment receipt with both hands, smiling. I didn't expect such good service from this little restaurant. Su Koko mumbled to herself and walked directly into the dining area. It was peak dining time, and there were quite a few customers enjoying their hot pot. Looking around, Su Koko noticed that about 3/4 of the seats were filled. Continuing to search, she finally found a seat by the window. As soon as she sat down, a staff member asked her what broth she wanted. What types of broths do you have here? Su Koko inquired. After the staff member listed a variety of broths, she chose a non-spicy seafood broth. After the stove was lit and the seasoned seafood broth was served, the staff said, "Enjoy your meal," and left. The ingredients were displayed in the ordering area and customers needed to pick their favorites themselves. Su Koko grabbed a tray and rushed toward the ingredient area, having missed the taste of hot pot for 3 years in the apocalypse. She took plates of beef, lamb, various meatballs, kelp nuts, taro slices, vegetable combinations, and fried dough. Especially the fried dough sticks, biting into them was so crispy. After dipping them into the bubbling seafood broth, it was simply delicious. Su Koko quickly finished all the dishes she had just taken. She patted her stomach, feeling that she could still eat more. So she picked up the tray again and rushed back to the ingredient area. Her demeanor was completely different from the young couples at the adjacent tables. Those couples were taking photos of their abundant dishes with their phones and squeezing together on one chair for sweet selfies. Unlike Su Koko, who with her exquisite face ate like a robust man, showing no concern for her image. For someone who had just experienced the horrors of the apocalypse, expecting her to eat delicately was truly... Su Koko spent an hour on this dinner, and when she finally couldn't eat any more, she held her stomach and left the hot pot restaurant. On the way home, she didn't waste any time. She stopped at a pharmacy to buy medicine, getting common medicines such as cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, cough syrup, and stomach medicine, totaling 10 boxes. She also bought 5 boxes of disinfectant, alcohol, iodine, medical gauze, and surgical masks. In the apocalypse, aside from food, medicine was the hardest to come by. At that time, a box of cold medicine could be exchanged for 50 pounds of grain. Therefore, Su Koko decided to continue buying medicine online with a certain app after returning home. She had a good reputation and an available credit limit of 600,000 yuan, which she hadn't used much before, so today she would spend it all. When Su Koko got home, the family that had gone out to buy a car was still not back. This was good, it saved them from an awkward encounter. After returning to her room, Su Koko took a shower. It was such a hot day, and after running around all afternoon, her clothes were soaked with sweat. By the time Su Lingwei and the others returned, Su Koko had already cleaned herself up and was ready to shop online with the air conditioning on. She purposely turned off the lights in her room, making the family outside think she was asleep. That night, Su Koko bought a lot of medicines online. She changed the delivery address to room 2004, building 12, District D, Changhong Community, which she had newly rented. After spending all 600,000 yuan, Su Koko contentedly fell asleep, seemingly returning to the home with Grandma Qiao in her dreams. The next morning, while Su Lingwei was still asleep, Su Koko brought up the matter of borrowing money to buy a house during breakfast with Su Jianming and Yiya. What? You want to buy a house? Both Su Jianming and Yiya were somewhat surprised. Why do you want to buy a house all of a sudden? Isn't there a house for you to live in at home? Su Jianming put down his chopsticks, his face showing some displeasure. Ever since they learned that Su Koko was not their biological child, they seemed to be a bit guarded about money. They didn't know what Su Koko's true purpose for asking for money to buy a house was. In any case, they didn't want to spend a single cent of Lingyu's money on Su Koko. It was already quite good that they hadn't driven her out. Su Koko had long known what these two were thinking. Suddenly she turned on her acting skills, her eyes red and her voice perfectly controlled. Dad. Mom. You should have noticed these days that Lingwei doesn't like seeing me in this house. I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have enjoyed your love from a young age, causing Lingwei to suffer so much. As a loving sister, I can't do much, but I can move out and no longer be an eyesore to her. I think that should be possible. Moreover, I've already found a job these days with a decent salary. I just want to borrow the down payment from you, and I will pay you back as soon as I have the money. With tears in her eyes, Su Keka's words moved Su Jianming and Yiya, after all they had raised her since childhood. All right. I'm glad you're so understanding and considerate of your sister. I'll have the accountant transfer 500,000 yuan to you this afternoon. You can go look for houses in the next few days. Su Jianming didn't mind this 500,000 yuan. Over the past few days, he and Yiya had indeed noticed that Lingwei didn't like Keka, so having Keka move out wasn't a bad idea. They still planned to have Keka help Lingwei maintain the family business in the future. They certainly couldn't let these two sisters' relationship become so strained. After receiving the 500,000 from Su Jianming, Su Kiki set out early the next morning in her small truck to stock up on goods. Today her destination was the vegetable market. Now that she had money, of course, she wanted to stock up on delicious food. Su Kiki made a list of her favorite foods in her phone's notes. The first stop was a meat stall where elderly men and women were already queuing up with their baskets to buy meat. It is said that the meat at this stall is sold in a fixed daily quantity, freshly slaughtered and sold. Once 5 pigs are sold, they close for the day. When it was Su Kiki's turn, she immediately requested to buy up the remaining 2 pigs worth of meat. This displeased several people waiting behind her. They had all been queuing up, so why should she be the only one buying everything? Su Kiki furrowed her brows. She was not one to argue with aunties at the market. With no other choice, Su Kiki had to let the elderly men and women behind her buy first. She then placed a large order with the owner, explaining that she needed 100 pounds of pork for a banquet at home and hoped he could help her out, promising to come back for it the next morning. Of course, the stall owner was eager for the big business, but he was also worried that Su Kiki might skip out on the payment, so he insisted on full payment up front. To his surprise, without hesitation, Su Kiki pulled out her phone and swiftly completed the payment. The meat stall owner was left momentarily stunned. Is this how young people shop these days? After securing the pork, Su Kiki moved on to the stalls selling beef, lamb, and poultry. There were fewer customers at these stalls than at the previous pork stall, allowing Su Kiki to easily purchase 100 pounds of beef. She only bought 80 pounds of lamb, as she herself did not enjoy it. This portion was for Grandma Qiao, who loved to drink lamb soup and sometimes soaked bread in it, claiming it was delicious. For chicken, duck, and goose, she ordered 100 of each. Additionally, she requested 100 boxes of chicken feet, which she particularly loved, whether braised, spicy, or lemon-flavored. She adored chicken feet in any preparation. After purchasing the meat, Su Kiki headed to the seafood stalls. People from coastal cities tend to have a seafood palate, and Su Kiki was no exception. She ordered 200 pounds of hairy crabs and mitten crabs, and despite the 900 yuan price tag per king crab, she gritted her teeth and bought 2. She also ordered 200 pounds each of shellfish and shrimp. For carp base and yellow croaker, she ordered 50 of each. For sea cucumbers, abalone, and squid, she ordered 100 boxes of each. These were all her favorites. If it weren't for needing to save money to buy firearms abroad, Su Kiki would have cleared out the entire seafood stall. After finishing her seafood shopping, Su Kiki's last stop was the fresh vegetable section. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, she and Grandma Qiao had eaten various wild vegetables. Aside from their poor taste and texture, some left a particularly bitter aftertaste. But there was no choice. To fill their stomachs, Su Kiki had to make do with fried cockroaches and grasshoppers, which made her feel nauseous. Only these wild vegetables could barely be eaten. This time she was determined not to eat wild vegetables anymore. The vegetable area was vast, with 2/3 of the market dedicated to vegetable stalls. Common vegetables were available at every stall. Leafy greens, radishes, cauliflower, cabbage, potatoes, eggplants, lotus roots, and green beans were all piled high. Su Kiki claimed to be buying for a company cafeteria and cleared out an entire vegetable stall. This made the owners of other stalls envious. Su Kiki's small truck made 3 trips to transport everything she had purchased. Exiting the market, Su Kiki saw that her account balance had halved down to over 1 million yuan. This afternoon, instead of going home, she drove her truck to the Changhong community. This was her first visit since renting the place. She pulled off the dust covers from the furniture in the house and began cleaning up the space. Having borrowed 500,000 from Su Jianming, it was time for her to prepare to leave that home. Su Lingwei was not someone to take lightly. She kept a close eye on Su Jianming and Yi Ya's money. Sweeping, mopping, and cleaning windows, Su Kiki quickly broke into a sweat. It seemed she needed to hurry to the gym to work on her fitness. In this life, she could not afford to be a slacker in physical fitness. Having a strong body was essential for surviving longer in the apocalypse. Thinking about needing to survive longer, Su Kiki remembered she also needed to buy firearms abroad. Not knowing how to shoot and with only a month left before the apocalypse, she needed to start learning immediately. Tsukiki tossed the cloth she was using into the bucket and began searching online with her phone. After a while, she found a local shooting club where she could learn firearms and archery. However, the tuition was high, 1,000 yuan for just 1 month. Tsukiki bit her lip and decided to enroll. Now was not the time to be concerned about money. Survival in the apocalypse was paramount. Learning to shoot would be a crucial survival skill. After making an appointment for her class tomorrow, Tsukiki began cleaning her bedroom. At first glance, the house appeared clean, but she was surprised to find dust everywhere as she started cleaning. By around 4 p.m., Tsukiki finally finished cleaning her future home. Even with the air conditioning on, it was hot enough to make her sweat profusely. Tsukiki hurried to the bathroom for a shower and changed into short sleeves and shorts she had stocked up on. Fortunately, she had bought plenty of disposable underwear last time, which came in handy now. Feeling refreshed after her shower, Tsukiki planned to grab dinner nearby before heading to the supermarket to buy bedding sets, kitchen knives, cutting boards, and pots and pans. She intended to set up beds in the 2 bedrooms that night so she could move in. Just as Tsukiki stepped out of the Chonghong community gate, she received a call from her mother Yiya saying there was an urgent matter to discuss. Tsukiki knew it must be about Su Lingwei causing trouble again. She told Yiya that she would be home soon, but in reality, she leisurely stopped by a fast food restaurant to have a meal. Finding the fast food tasty, Tsukiki ordered 300 meals to take away. With this action, the employees at the fast food restaurant finished their shift early at 5 p.m. This was probably the earliest these employees had finished their evening shift. Where have you been all day? Not at home. As soon as Tsukiki entered, her father Su Jianming began scolding her with a displeased expression. Tsukiki was about to make up an excuse when Su Lingwei spoke up. She angrily got up from the sofa, pointing at Tsukiki and demanding, "Give back the 5,000 my dad gave you." What? Tsukiki pretended not to understand. Dad. Look at her, still pretending. Why did you give her money for no reason? All the money in the Su family is mine. How can you give it to this outsider? Tsukiki. Su Lingwei pinched her own thigh hard and tears flowed instantly. Seeing their daughter crying like a flower in the rain, both Su Jianming and Yiya felt a pang of guilt, realizing that their promise to give Tsukiki money yesterday might have been too careless. Tsukiki couldn't help but admire Su Linggu's performance. Truly a top-tier green tea queen, she was impressive. Kiki, you see how upset your sister is. Why don't you just return the 5,000 your dad gave you yesterday? Renting a house is just as good. As Yiya comforted Su Lingyu, Su Jianming came over looking troubled and urged Tsukiki to return the money. Dad, it's not that I don't want to return the money, but I already used it to buy a house this morning. Tsukiki had been trying to muster tears for a long time, but couldn't squeeze out even a drop. Forget it. I'm done pretending the money has already been spent. What else could I do to make her pay it back? In just 1 day, you bought a house. Both mother and daughter shot her incredulous looks. That's right. I bought it. In just 1 day, you bought a house. Dad. Mom. Didn't I tell you that Tsukiki is a white-eyed wolf? After you have worked so hard to raise her for so many years, all she knows is how to deceive you for your money. She can't stay in this family any longer. Get her out immediately. Su Lingyue, upon hearing that her parents had let Tsukiki spend 5,000, jumped up in anger, feeling like she was about to go insane. As the biological daughter of her parents, she had only managed to buy 1 car, while Tsukiki, their adopted daughter, had squandered 5,000 in a single day. Is there any justice left in this world? Dad. Mom. Hurry and get her out. Tomorrow we will report her to the police for fraud. Su Lingyu's face twisted in rage as she reached out her hands towards Tsukiki's face. If it weren't for Yiya intervening, Tsukiki might have been hurt today. Seeing Su Lingwei suddenly go mad was quite surprising to Tsukiki. In her previous life, she had been the type to endure everything. After returning home, Su Lingwei had always let her have her way until she was driven out during the apocalypse, never realizing that Su Lingwei had such a terrifying side. When Su Lingwei was in the orphanage, she often mingled with small-time thugs engaging in scams everywhere, as she understood how important money was back then. Now that her biological parents were so wealthy, she finally had the chance to enjoy this immense fortune. If anyone dared to touch her money, she would take that person's life. Kiki, you should leave first. Don't come back for now. When Lingwei is in a better mood, Mom will call you. Look, Yiya said she would call later, not that she would let her come back. But Tsukiki didn't care anymore. After all, they were not her biological parents. No matter how obedient or good she was, it could never compare to a single word from Su Lingwei. Yiya held Su Lingwei while signaling to Su Jianming, indicating that he should hurry and get Tsukiki out. Kiki, you should leave. You saw how triggered Lingwei was just by seeing you, and mom and dad can't do anything. Su Jianming pulled Su Kiki out the door directly, saying, Kiki, you must pay Lingwei back that 500,000. Look how stressed she was over it today. Okay, I understand. I will pay her back as soon as I have the money. Su Kiki said expressionlessly, although she added some polite words. This family would have nothing to do with her from today onwards. After saying that, Su Kiki turned and left. Su Jianming said nothing more in his and Yi Ya's mind. Su Lingwei was the most important. What was there to be sad about when someone who wasn't even biological left? Once she stepped out of the Tengda community where the Su family lived, Su Kiki surprisingly felt a sense of relief wash over her. In this life, it would be best if they never met again, so they wouldn't feel uncomfortable around each other. At 6 p.m. in summer, the sky had not completely darkened, but the temperature had noticeably dropped. Those who had been cooped up at home all day began to come out. Walking on the street, Su Kiki was surrounded by people coming and going. Some just got off work and were on the phone making dinner plans. Others were out looking for food, and some students had just finished their classes. There were all kinds of people. With so many people passing by, Su Kiki didn't think about bringing out a truck from her space. After all, it was only a half-hour walk. It was just a post-meal stroll. The supermarket was crowded at this hour, especially in the vegetable and meat sections, filled with people who had just finished work and were preparing dinner. Su Kiki didn't squeeze into the crowded areas. She went straight to the home textiles section on the second floor. There were far fewer people here, and the various bed linens dazzled Su Kiki. Hello. Are you looking to buy a bedding set? You can take a look over here. The bedding here is made of 100 cotton, skin-friendly, won't pill after a long time, and the price is also reasonable, $399 for a set. Buy 10 sets and get one free. The sales assistant enthusiastically introduced the products. Usually Su Kiki didn't like having a sales assistant following her around recommending things. Mainly because she had never bought bedding before and didn't know what size to buy or what materials were comfortable to sleep on. All of these had been prepared for her by her mother Yiya. Suddenly remembering her adoptive mother made Su Kiki feel somewhat sad. Before Su Lingwei appeared, Yiya and Su Jianming treated her well. Sigh. I don't want to think about this anymore. Su Kiki sighed and bought 20 sets as recommended by the supermarket assistant, and then received 2 additional sets for free. The sales assistant happily led Su Kiki to the checkout to pay. After receiving the shopping receipt, Su Kiki headed to the kitchen supplies section to buy knives, cutting boards, frying pans, rice cookers, plates, bowls, and chopsticks. Su Kiki didn't expect that her casual shopping would fill 2 shopping carts to the brim. After checking out, she stared dumbfounded at her 4 oversized shopping bags, wondering how she would carry them back. Su Kiki had no choice but to drag her 4 large shopping bags to the supermarket restroom, where she discreetly stored everything in her space when no one was around. Little Su, have you moved in? As Su Kiki passed by the security room, the security guard, who had shown her the apartment, greeted her. Yes. I just moved in today. Are you on night duty? Yes. I'm covering the night shift today. Usually I work during the day. The security guard held a teacup, blowing on it as he took a sip while it was still hot. Su Kiki nodded in response and then walked towards Area D. As she reached the entrance of room 2004, she happened to meet Grandma Qiao, who was dressed in sportswear and holding a garbage bag. Going out, Grandma Qiao? Su Kiki asked. Is that you, Su Kiki? You moved in today. I'm going for a run. Do you want to join me? Grandma Qiao greeted her warmly. Oh, can I really join you? Su Kiki was somewhat taken aback. Of course. Young people like you need more exercise. You can join me for a run in the evenings whenever you have time. Then wait for me, Grandma Qiao. I'll go change into a pair of sneakers and come out. Su Kiki hurriedly unlocked the door, her hand trembling with excitement. After Su Kiki changed into her sneakers and went out with Grandma Qiao, she encountered 2 neighbors at the entrance of the community. Living next to Grandma Qiao in room 2002 was a newlywed couple, the man named Meng Yi and the woman named Shi Huan. They worked at the same company. They were usually very affectionate, almost always holding hands while commuting. When Grandma Qiao spoke about them, her face was filled with smiles, as if she had returned to her younger days. Although Grandma Qiao's own marriage was unsatisfactory, she never complained about others. In fact, Su Kiki had known these 2 in her previous life. During the apocalypse, the 3 households on the 20th floor banded together, going out to scavenge for supplies and dealing with the villains who came to rob them at night. Grandma Qiao's running route was to circle around the front Heart Lake twice. After running half a lap, Su Kiki was already out of breath. Grandma Qiao advised her to stop and rest, saying that exercise shouldn't be rushed and should be gradual. Today, Su Kiki's task was to run half a lap and then wait on a bench by the lake for Grandma Qiao, who was still running. At this moment, Su Kiki felt very at ease. Even though the apocalypse was approaching, she wasn't afraid. In this life, she would only live better. At 7 in the morning, Sukiki's alarm clock rang one after another. Knowing her habit of oversleeping, she deliberately set the alarm to ring every 10 minutes. Every day's good mood starts with getting out of bed. Sukiki grabbed her phone to turn off the alarm and climbed out of bed smiling at herself in the mirror, cheering herself on. For the first time sleeping in her newly rented apartment, Sukiki surprisingly felt so at ease, perhaps because Grandma Qiao lived right across from her. Yesterday at the supermarket, she bought kitchenware and pots, but forgot to buy vegetables and fruits, leaving her fridge completely empty. There are all sorts of food in the space, but Sukiki is really reluctant to use the supplies from the space. Those are her and Grandma Qiao's lifeline in the apocalypse. In the morning, she still had to go to the market to pick up the 100 pounds of pork she ordered yesterday. Then she planned to practice shooting at the shooting range. In the afternoon, she wanted to check out the Huangtian area as she had looked up where to buy drinking water in Lingqing online before bed last night. Several respondents mentioned Huangtian, saying there are many drinking water factories there, and buying in bulk is half the price compared to the market, but only if you buy in large quantities. If she only needed 10 barrels, it would be better to buy from a nearby supermarket. The minimum order there is at least 100 barrels. Sukiki looked at the densely packed notes on her phone, feeling that time was not enough, and there were still many things she needed to stock up on. After washing up, Sukiki wore a pure white casual t-shirt and olive green cargo pants. This outfit for practicing shooting gave off a thrilling battlefield vibe. While waiting for the elevator on her floor, Sukiki bumped into the resident of apartment 2003 next door. Grandma Qiao had mentioned this person to her last night, and Sukiki was quite familiar with them. The slightly plump middle-aged man is named Shinda, and the woman next to him, who likes to wear sunglasses, is named Lu Mei. The couple runs a men's clothing store in Mingyu Shopping Mall. They have a son named Chinli, who is only 3 years older than Sukiki. He works and usually stays in the company dormitory, returning home on weekends or holidays. In her previous life, when Sukiki first arrived, it was this Chinli who frequently visited Grandma Qiao's house. "You're the new girl who moved into apartment 2004, right?" Lu Mei took off her sunglasses and looked Sukiki up and down as if assessing a future daughter-in-law. "Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Sukiki. Please take care of me from now on." Sukiki felt a bit uncomfortable under Lu Mei's gaze. Although they were familiar in her past life, this was their first meeting in this life. "Don't stare at the young lady like that, or you might scare her away." Chinda tugged at his wife's sleeve, apologizing to Sukiki. "It's fine. It's fine." Sukiki forced a smile and didn't say much more. At this moment, the elevator finally arrived. The downside of living on a high floor is that waiting for the elevator during peak hours can take several minutes. Although there are 2 elevators, for some reason one of them often breaks down, either under maintenance or waiting for repairs. After successfully retrieving the 100 pounds of pork from the market and placing it in the space, Sukiki took a taxi to the shooting range. Don't ask why she didn't drive a truck. The Minglu shooting range is located in the center of Lingqing, and truck access is restricted. As soon as Sukiki entered the lobby on the first floor, a beautiful receptionist approached and asked if she was Miss Su. After confirming Sukiki's identity, she took her directly to the second floor VIP shooting room. Indeed, the shooting course, costing 10,000 yuan a month, has its own shooting room, and the coaches assigned are among the best in the shooting range. However, what Sukiki valued most was that beginners could use real guns and ammunition in their first class. Some shooting ranges only allow beginners to practice with laser guns. After a brief introduction, the coach began to explain to Sukiki the proper grip for the gun and how to accurately aim at the target. After demonstrating once, he had Sukiki put on shooting goggles and ear protection to shoot 10 rounds to experience the thrill of shooting. "Good. Okay." Sukiki's hands shook slightly as she held the gun. This was her first time using a real gun, and she was incredibly excited. Bang! 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 Following the coach's instructions, Sukiki fired 10 shots. 2 in the 8 ring, 6 in the 9 ring, and 2 in the 10 ring. Not bad. The coach encouraged her and then pointed out some of Sukiki's issues. "Miss Zhang, you can't go in. Coach Lin is conducting a class." It seemed Sukiki heard the receptionist's voice. After her rebirth, she found her hearing was sharper than an average person's. She could even hear the footsteps of 2 people outside the shooting room. Bang! The shooting room door was forcefully pushed open, and Sukiki frowned, wondering who was so rude. "Get out now. I'm conducting a class for my students." Coach Lin's expression darkened upon seeing the woman who barged in, and his voice turned icy. Could there be some story between these two? Sukiki wore a curious expression. "Lin Song, are you divorcing me because of this little vixen?" Hearing this, Sukiki saw the woman pointing at her and thought, what on earth? Is this gossip turning into a personal affair? "Don't cause a scene here, let's discuss our matters after my class." Coach Lin said, impatiently dragging the woman out of the shooting room. Why are you pulling me? Are you afraid I'll go hit that vixen? Everyone come over and judge. This vixen is seducing my husband. Boo! Boo! The woman yelled hysterically as she was dragged away by Coach Lin. Residents from other shooting rooms heard the commotion outside and came out to see what was happening. Miss Zhang, stop shouting. Miss Su is here for her first class today. How could she possibly be the mistress you mentioned? The receptionist explained to the woman while following her. Sukiki felt a bit confused by this explanation. After being disturbed by this unreasonable woman, Sukiki lost her enthusiasm for practicing shooting. Although Coach Lin and the receptionist both apologized to her, Sukiki decided to change coaches. Her time was already limited, and if someone came to cause a scene every day, how could she learn anything? After sorting out the coach change, Sukiki left the Minglu shooting range early. On her way to Huangtian, she noticed a shop selling generators and outdoor equipment. After the apocalypse, internet and electricity would be cut off in just over 10 days, so she really needed to prepare a few generators. She got out of the car and bought 5 diesel generators, 2 human-powered generators, 10 solar panels with maximum output, 10 outdoor gas stoves, and 10 boxes of outdoor gas cans. What surprised Sukiki the most was that they actually sold those small hot pot sets with the stove and pot set costing only 100 yuan. Sukiki directly bought 10 sets. The owner asked Sukiki if she was opening an outdoor club as she was buying so much equipment at once. Yes. Boss, give me a better deal and I'll come back to buy from you next time. Sukiki smiled sincerely and the boss pleased directly gave her 2 boxes of outdoor charcoal. Thank you, boss. Grateful Sukiki expressed her thanks loudly. I'll definitely come back to buy from you next time. The boss and the staff happily loaded the items into Sukiki's car. He made quite a profit that day and his mood improved as he lifted the engine without feeling its weight. There are indeed many drinking water factories in Huangtian. After comparing several, Sukiki chose one that offered reasonable prices and good water quality for her purchase. She bought 500 bottles of 19-liter bottled water. While this type of bottled water usually costs 45 per bottle on the market, the factory manager sold it to Sukiki at a wholesale price of 32 per bottle due to her large order. In fact, there is water in the spatial capsule house and Sukiki's funds are limited, so she didn't buy much drinking water. There is a small street nearby with many stalls. After purchasing the drinking water, Sukiki strolled through the small street. Oh, there are meatballs. Sukiki's face brightened and she asked the stall owner for a bowl. Several disposable bowls and spoons were placed in front of Sukiki with the seasonings already prepared by the Sukiki preferred to add more seaweed to her meatballs, so she added some seaweed, diced pickled vegetables, and a bit of green onion, leaving the rest unchanged. Many people like to add cilantro to their meatballs, but Sukiki never adds any. She generally dislikes anything with a strong flavor or scent. For instance, as mentioned earlier, cilantro, imperial vegetable, celery, durian, and stinky tofu are all things Sukiki cannot eat. When she was at school, she often went to the night market in the university town with Qianxiu to eat. Thinking of Qianxiu, Sukiki felt a dull pain in her chest. They were as close as one person in school, but this bond could only decorate the surface, not provide real support. Forget it. Who doesn't have a few plastic sisters? Sukiki mocked herself. Your meatballs are ready, it's 8 yuan a bowl. Okay. Sukiki scanned the stall owner's payment code with her phone. She didn't rush to leave. Instead, she sat under the stall's awning savoring her meatballs. The crepes at the neighboring stall looked good, and the crispy sausages across the street smelled delicious. It would be a pity if she couldn't enjoy these in the apocalypse. Why not stock up a bit? Sukiki was truly in the habit of gathering supplies wherever she went, never forgetting this daunting task. If she had a few 100 million, she could probably clear out all the resources in Lingqing. Boss, give me 20 more bowls of meatballs to take away, Sukiki said after swallowing her last bite. Sure. These meatballs taste good, right? The owner smiled, his eyes squinting, quickly preparing to cook more meatballs. While waiting for the meatballs, Sukiki explored almost all the stalls along the roadside. 20 crepes, 50 crispy sausages, 50 grilled squid, 50 grilled duck intestines, 30 bowls of various flavored ice powder, 20 cups of freshly squeezed orange juice, 20 cups of lemon passion fruit juice, 30 crispy rice cakes, and 50 salted fried chickens. Sukiki made several trips back and forth to the car with all these items, some of which the stall owner helped deliver. They wondered where this prodigal child came from buying so much food at once. If she were their daughter, she would definitely have to kneel on a keyboard when she got home. However, since they could easily make some money and wrap up early, their attitude towards Sukiki was very good. Looking at her bank card balance of just over 300,000, Sukiki began to worry again. With 20 days until the apocalypse, she decided to take a trip to the beautiful country to acquire some real goods. During the summer of her sophomore year, Su Jianming and Yiya took her there to play for a month. Her passport was issued for 10 years, so now Su Kiki just needed to go to the immigration office to get a new passport. Sitting in the truck enjoying the air conditioning, Su Kiki immediately booked round-trip tickets to the beautiful country on her phone app. The tickets for the next day were all sold out, so she could only buy a ticket for the morning after tomorrow. She planned to stay in the beautiful country for a week to gather more hot weapons that could not be bought domestically. During these 2 days, Su Kiki didn't go anywhere and practiced shooting at the Minglu shooting range. There are direct flights from Linqing to the beautiful country, but the journey takes 8 hours, and when Su Kiki arrived it was almost 6 in the evening back home. However, it was 8 in the morning there. Su Kiki's knowledge of the beautiful country's language was sufficient for daily communication. When the whole family came to play during her sophomore year, she was basically the translator for Su Jianming and Yiya. The hotel booked online offered a complimentary car service to and from the airport for an additional 100 beautiful coins, so Su Kiki opted to pay the extra for convenience. Arriving at the hotel at 9 in the morning, Su Kiki took a hot shower in her room and then directly lay down to sleep. To save money, she bought an economy class ticket, and that long flight exhausted her. When she woke up, the sun was already setting and dusk had arrived. Su Kiki did not have a residence permit there, so she couldn't legally purchase firearms and ammunition. She still needed to contact local intermediaries to help with the purchase. These agencies were generally quite reliable as long as she paid their commission. For this trip to the beautiful country to buy hot weapons, Su Kiki had already searched for a lot of information on this topic domestically and even found a relatively reliable intermediary agency at the shooting range. On the phone, Su Kiki negotiated the price with the intermediary, and early the next morning someone came to the hotel to take her to purchase hot weapons. This intermediary works efficiently. The place Lao Fong recommended is quite reliable. Su Kiki quickly grabbed a piece of bread and took a bite, then got dressed and left the hotel following the 2 people who came to pick her up. The buying process went smoothly and was not as complicated as Su Kiki had imagined. She had the intermediary buy 5 handguns, 5 shotguns, 2 submachine guns, and 1 sniper rifle. There were 2 boxes of ammunition for handguns, shotguns, and submachine guns, and 1 box for the sniper rifle. With these hot weapons and the 5,000 yuan commission for the intermediary, Su Kiki instantly spent 18,000. Adding the round-trip tickets and a week's accommodation, food, and transportation expenses, Su Kiki estimated she would spend around 25,000. Sigh. This trip abroad will leave me broke when I get back. Su Kiki stored all the firearms and ammunition she just bought into her space in the hotel room. She really didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Originally, she was supposed to return in 5 days, but now that the task was completed ahead of schedule, she couldn't just stay in the hotel and sleep all day. That would be such a waste of time. Why not stock up on some food and supplies here? Su Kiki smiled, knowingly realizing she was addicted to gathering supplies. After a busy day, she now lay on the sofa like a salted fish, too lazy to even turn over. However, she was indeed very hungry, having only eaten that piece of bread in the morning. Maybe I should order some takeout. I wonder if the Chinese food here is authentic. Su Kiki crawled off the sofa, opened her computer, and logged into a takeout website. To her surprise, they actually had a wide variety of Chinese food, such as stir-fried rice noodles, dumplings, fried rice, and even spicy hot pot. Su Kiki tried to click on a spicy hot pot page, selecting potato noodles as the main ingredient and adding lotus slices, kelp strips, tofu, skin crab sticks, luncheon meat, and tofu puffs as toppings. Checking the payment page, it converted to 237 yuan in Huaxia currency. At this price, Su Kiki could buy 5 or 6 servings of the same spicy hot pot back home. Forget it, I'll skip this. Su Kiki quickly closed the order and took out a portion of fast food she had stored in her space. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes with white rice. It was still warm. The meat dishes included 2 braised lion's heads and 2 honey-glazed chicken legs, while the vegetable dishes were sautéed mushrooms and stir-fried dried tofu. Wow! So fragrant. Su Kiki took out a pair of disposable chopsticks and dug into the 2 chicken legs first. Delicious. What is it like to eat authentic Huaxia fast food in a hotel abroad? Haha, I'll tell you if I get the chance. At 7 in the morning, Su Kiki was awakened from her comfortable bed by the alarm she set in the beautiful. Today marks the 3rd day of Su Kiki's stay in the beautiful country. Adhering to the principle of saving money while enjoying good food, she decided to have breakfast with the food in her space. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Kiki entered her own space. After unlocking the capsule house with her fingerprint, she discovered something different from before. A transparent display screen had appeared on the background wall of the living room sofa at some unknown time. From a distance, it looked like an electronic clock with a line of blue glowing text. Time available for capsule house use from space 150 hours. What does this mean? Can this capsule house from the space be brought into reality? Wow! Is it that high-tech? Sukakik widened her eyes, reading the text over and over again. I really want to try this magical feature right away. Sukakik muttered to herself, if I take the capsule house out of the space, it would probably collapse the hotel room. Imagining the scene of the capsule house bursting through the hotel, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth saying, I'd better wait until I return to my country and find an empty and spacious place to try it. Otherwise I can't afford this loss. Sukakik lay on the couch in the space laughing like a silly daughter from a landlord's family. She thought that if the capsule house could come out of the space, even if she ran alone into the deep mountains and forests, she would be able to eat well, live well, and enjoy the fresh air. Sukakik quickly calmed her excited heart, got up from the sofa, and headed to the basement. The shelves in the basement were already filled with many items, and Sukakik used her mind to organize the stored supplies on different shelves by category. Now it was very convenient for her to find things. The food area, clothing area, electrical tools area, etc. were all clearly organized, making it easy to know where her desired items were. The food area was the most abundant. Sukakik chose among the many delicacies as if she were an ancient emperor selecting concubines. Ultimately, she grabbed a pancake roll, 2 crispy grilled sausages, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, saying, I actually forgot to stock up on fruits. How frustrating. Sukakik pouted, realizing she would have to wait until she returned home or check out the local supermarket to get some. Even without fruits, this breakfast is quite sumptuous, right? Why not have breakfast here? With this space aside from quickly moving supplies in and out of the capsule house, Sukakik hadn't really spent much time here, let alone eaten. Hehe. My house, my rules. Sukakik smiled mischievously as she took the pancake roll and sausages from the kitchen and arranged them on a 10-inch ceramic plate. The bouquet of sunflowers on the dining table looked as vibrant as ever. Time does not pass here, so if she stays here for a long time, would she not age? My goodness. Sukakik seemed to have discovered a monumental secret, nearly dropping the plate in her hands. Calm down. Calm down. Sukakik placed the plate on the dining table, arranged forks and knives on either side, and transferred the freshly squeezed orange juice from a disposable cup to a cute mug. Sukakik had no idea who provided her with the tableware, but she liked it very much. Exquisite and adorable things, what girl wouldn't love them? I'm going to dig in now, Sukakik said to the air, grabbing her fork and poking at the grilled sausage on the plate. Crunch. The crispy skin of the sausage made a cracking sound as she bit into it. This space truly was a treasure, as the sausage tasted just like it had just been grilled. This flavor. So fragrant. Sukakik praised while eating, behaving as if she were performing a solo act. After finishing her breakfast, Sukakik went up to the pink-themed room on the second floor. This time she had placed her clothes and toiletries in this room in the space. The feeling of not having to carry any luggage when going out was truly wonderful. The temperature here was slightly cooler than back home, but it was still hot. Sukakik changed into short sleeves and shorts before exiting the space. Exiting the hotel around 9 in the morning, pedestrians on the street were walking in small groups, all dressed in casual clothes, chatting and laughing, appearing relaxed and carefree. Hamburger carts were everywhere, and some people who had left home later were buying hamburgers and cola there. Sukakik looked at the advertisement on the cart, noting that a hamburger cost 3 beautiful coins, roughly equivalent to 20-some Chinese coins. A bit expensive. Sukakik murmured, I think I'll wait until I return home to make it myself. I can't let the foreigners take my money. After saying that, she playfully shrugged and continued browsing ahead. Not knowing how many streets she had walked, she discovered a small market where many people were setting up stalls. There were stalls selling bread, fried chicken, hamburgers, necklaces, jewelry, household items, and more. In the early morning, there was quite a bit of foot traffic, with almost every stall having people inquiring or making purchases. Suddenly, Sukakik had a bright idea. Should she set up a game stall here to take advantage of some capitalist gain? Without hesitation, Sukakik ran over to ask a stall owner lady, learning that this was a morning market stall operating daily from 8 a.m. to noon, with a stall fee of 10 beautiful coins paid at the management office. Sukakik planned to use her space to set up a game where people guess which cup the ball is under. All she needed was a simple table, 3 disposable cola cups, and a small ping-pong ball to operate. She bought a ping-pong ball from a nearby supermarket, then borrowed a table and 3 disposable cola cups from the earlier stall owner lady. The stall owner lady sold fried chicken hamburgers, so she had all the necessary props. Sukakik didn't borrow for free. She agreed to give the lady 2 beautiful coins later. After paying 10 beautiful coins at the management office, Sukakik set up her stall. On a small table, she placed 3 cola cups and a ping-pong ball. Using a marker, she quickly wrote the game rules on a small cardboard. 10 beautiful coins to guess once. Guessing correctly rewards 30 beautiful coins. Once everything was ready, Sukikik stood by the table loudly calling for customers to play the game. Emphasizing the highlight, she shouted, "Double your bet if you guess correctly." After her shout, a few people indeed gathered around to check the game rules. Oh, this game seems simple. Someone took out money from their pocket eager to try. "I'll bet 50, I want to guess 5 times straight." A bearded uncle slapped 50 beautiful coins on Sukikik's small table. "Alright. You better keep an eye on it if the game is about to start." Sukikik gave the bearded uncle a mysterious smile and placed a small ping-pong ball under one of the cola cups right in front of him. Then she quickly switched the positions of the 3 cups repeatedly. "Alright. Please guess which cup the ball is under." Sukikik suddenly stopped her movements and asked. The bearded uncle had been staring intently at Sukikik's actions. Now he was particularly confident as he pointed to the middle cup and said proudly, "The ball is under this cup." "Are you sure?" Sukikik asked with a smile. "Of course I'm sure," Uncle Beard said confidently, his eyes fixed on the cup in the middle sparkling with anticipation. "Hurry up and open it." "Come on. Pretty lady, quickly open the cup and take a look," Uncle urged. "I also think it's under this cup. If he guesses right, I want to give it a try too." Around them, onlookers began to discuss amongst themselves. "Alright, I'm opening it now." Sukikik lifted the cup in the middle and there was nothing underneath. "Impossible. I clearly watched very closely." Uncle Beard clutched his bushy beard, replaying the situation in his mind, wondering how he could have misjudged. Didn't guess right. It seems that doubling the money isn't that easy to earn." Some in the crowd began to lose confidence. Sukikik continued to smile, deftly lifting the cups on both sides, revealing the ping-pong ball under the cup on the right. "Oh, so it was in that cup next to it. This uncle was so close, haha. I thought it was in the right cup too. Let's go again. I refuse to believe I can't guess right with just these 3 cups." Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Uncle started the game again. Sukikik remained calm, her expression serene, knowing she could easily control the outcome of the game with her space ability. Here's a hint: anything that Sukikik stores in her space can appear anywhere within a radius of 500 meters. So this small ping-pong ball could appear under whichever cup Sukikik chose. Thus Uncle Beard played 5 rounds in a row without guessing where the ball was. What's more frustrating is that every time Sukikik opened the other cups, the ping-pong ball was always beside the cup he guessed. It was so close, it's infuriating. "Let's go for another 10 rounds. I truly don't believe it." Uncle Beard, infuriated, took out 100 pretty coins from his pocket and slammed them on the table in front of Sukikik. "Alright." Sukikik's smile broadened, feeling thrilled. "I think this uncle has the worst luck. I guessed right several times. Let me try after him. I want to give it a shot too. I had a 90 success rate earlier. I also want to try." "Uncle, your luck is terrible today. Hurry up and let me take a turn." The crowd had surrounded Sukikik's stall, feeling confident they could guess correctly in this simple game. By noon, when the morning market was closing, a few young men who had lost were still lingering around Sukikik's stall, unwilling to leave. "Come back early tomorrow, I won't run away. If you're not convinced, come back to battle again tomorrow." Sukikik smiled as she sent these people away, returning to the hamburger stall to settle the table and disposable cups. She handed the stall owner Auntie 2 pretty coins and agreed to rent her small table again tomorrow. "No problem." The auntie accepted the money, her face beaming with joy. Sukikik calculated her earnings after deducting the stall rental of 10 pretty coins, giving 2 pretty coins to the auntie, spending 1 pretty coin on ping-pong balls, and paying 90 pretty coins to the 3 winners. Her net income was actually 320 pretty coins. As for why 3 people guessed correctly, that was of course Sukikik allowing them to win. If a game with a high reward always had no winners, naturally fewer people would want to spend money to play. Thus occasionally letting 1 or 2 people win was part of Sukikik's strategy. With such a substantial profit, Sukikik was overjoyed and decided not to consume the supplies from her space for lunch. The roasted turkey here is very famous. Last time she went with Su Jianming and Yia to a restaurant and had some. This time she planned to buy a few to store in her space, so she and Grandma Qiao could eat whenever they wanted. Using the money she earned today, Sukikik went to the supermarket and bought 5 roasted chickens, 10 boxes of blueberries, 10 pounds of Fuji apples, 10 pounds of strawberries, and 5 pounds of bananas. Carrying 2 large bags filled to the brim, Sukikik found a deserted spot to store everything in her space. With plenty of time left in the afternoon, she was not in a hurry to return to the hotel. It was said that there was a large square nearby where many people fed pigeons at sunset. Sukikik inquired about the route and strolled over, wearing her hat and sunglasses. The square was empty now, and the midday sun made the ground feel scorching. Sukiki quickly slipped into her space, removed her hat and sunglasses, and lay back on the sofa in the living room. This is so comfortable. The temperature in the space was perfectly moderate. Sukiki switched on the massive television in front of her, and after a few flickers of static, she surprisingly received a signal from the beautiful country. Let's find a show to watch while I have lunch. Sukiki picked up the remote from the coffee table and kept pressing down to change the channel until she found a thrilling horror movie. You're the one. She put down the remote and jogged into the basement. She brought out a roasted turkey, a box of strawberries, and a glass of lemon passion fruit. On the coffee table in the living room, the freshly roasted turkey sat in a roasting pan, and the strawberries had been washed clean in the kitchen. With disposable gloves on both hands, she eagerly tore off a large turkey leg to munch on. Thud, thud, thud. The eerie knocking sound from the television startled her. No fear. A sip of ice-cold lemonade would ease her nerves. Ha ha. Run. There's a mysterious figure behind you. Ugh. Who wrote this terrible script? With the heroine's IQ, she wouldn't last more than 2 episodes in a certain novel. Ha ha. The screenwriters from the beautiful country really are lacking. Sukiki sat in the living room munching on turkey while continuously critiquing the screenwriters from the beautiful country, laughing uproariously. After finishing her lunch, Sukiki chose to exit from a public restroom within 500 meters of the square. This way no one would notice her sudden appearance. In the afternoon, she found a cafe nearby the square, ordered an iced Americano, sipping her coffee while watching the few people walking by outside. The time passed in a leisurely yet dull manner. By evening, the square started to fill with more people. A few women were feeding pigeons with their children. Under the sunset, the well-fed pigeons took flight, flapping their wings as they escaped the pursuit of the little ones. The scene was as beautiful as a fresh brushstroke in an oil painting. Sukiki sat in her chair somewhat dazed, and the woman at a glance resembled Grandma Chiao. In the following 3 days, Sukiki continued her routine of setting up her stall in the morning and shopping with the money she earned in the afternoon. Surprisingly, in just 4 short days of setting up her stall, Sukiki actually made over 1,000 pretty coins. With this money, she found a well-reviewed bakery and stocked up on some locally popular bread. Here, bread served as a staple similar to rice in our Huaxia country. She bought 30 croissants, 20 hot dogs, and 50 sandwiches. Just like that, Sukiki's journey in the beautiful country came to a perfect end. As soon as she returned to her home country, she received a call from the municipal police department. Hello. May I ask if you're Sukiki? The caller ID displayed the city police department. Yes, I am Sukiki. What can I do for you? Sukiki felt a pang of anxiety. Could her secret space have been exposed? Or perhaps her unscrupulous father's friends had discovered she was not his biological child and were coming to demand repayment. While Sukiki was recalling various possibilities, the person on the other end continued. A person named Su Lingwei reported today that you defrauded her father of 500,000. Please come to the city police department immediately. Okay, I'm on my way. Upon hearing that it was Su Lingwei accusing her, Sukiki immediately calmed down. Half an hour later, she arrived at the police station. To her surprise, Su Jianmin and Yiya were also there. Dad. Mom. Sister. What are you doing here? Sukiki tried to appear both understanding and fragile, leaving a good impression on the staff responsible for the inquiries. Sukiki, stop pretending here. You must return the money you took from my father today. Before the person in charge could start questioning, Su Lingwei couldn't help but start yelling, ready to jump in and— Silence. Quiet down. What's all this noise? The female police officer knocked on the table in front of her and glared at Su Lingwei. Lingyue, don't worry. Yiya quickly pulled Su Lingwei to a nearby chair. Now tell us what happened. The person involved, you speak. The female police officer glanced at Su Jianmin, formally inquiring. It's like this, Sukiki is our adopted daughter. About 10 days ago, she defrauded us of 500,000 for buying a house. Originally, I didn't plan to pursue this since we have raised her for so many years and have some feelings for her. But our Lingwei said we cannot let her sister go unchecked like this. If she defrauds others in the future, it would be our fault. Sukiki looked at Su Jianmin, portraying the distress of a father better than any television drama. If she weren't the person involved, she would probably believe Su Jianmin's words wholeheartedly. Tell us how the incident happened. How did you defraud the 500,000? You don't need to mention any irrelevant details. The female police officer, clearly tired of similar family financial disputes, displayed evident displeasure at Su Jianmin's contradictory statements. All right, officer. Then I will detail what happened. Su Jianmin glanced at Sukiki and continued, my adopted daughter Sukiki defrauded us of 500,000 under the pretense of buying a house. Afterward, I had someone investigate, and she didn't buy any house at all. Since she didn't buy a house, I want to get this money back, but Su Kiki refused to repay it, claiming that the money she received was hers. Su Jianmin exaggerated the story about Su Kiki borrowing money when speaking to the female police officer. Yes. Make her repay the money. She should also go to jail. Su Lingwa chimed in again, shouting, making the female police officer taking notes frown. If you keep making noise like this, you will have to leave immediately. After being scolded by the female police officer, Su Lingwei immediately shrank back. Reluctantly, she sat down and feigned intimacy by linking arms with Yi, looking at Su Kiki with a victorious demeanor. Do you have anything to say? The female police officer, after hearing Su Jianmin's account, looked up to ask Su Kiki. Su Kiki took a deep breath, organized her emotions, and slowly replied, "Hello, officer. I did borrow 500,000 from my dad to buy a house. At that time it was agreed that it was a loan, and my dad also agreed that I would repay it once I had the financial ability. I don't understand what they're trying to do today. How did I become a fraud?" Looking at Su Kiki's incredulous expression, the female police officer continued to ask, "You said it was a loan. Do you have any proof?" "I don't have a written agreement. However, I accidentally played the recording on my phone that day, and I just happen to have it now." "Officer, would you like to listen?" Su Kiki cautiously inquired, portraying the anxiety of an adopted daughter vividly. Upon hearing there was a recording, Su Jianmin and Yi Ya's expressions darkened. They were the ones who understood the situation best. There was no fraud at all, and all these statements were coerced by Su Lingwei. "Sure. Play it for us," the female police officer said. After listening to a short segment of the recording, everyone present, Su Jianmin and Yi Ya, felt embarrassed. Had it not been for Lingwei causing trouble at home every day, they wouldn't want to maintain such a hostile relationship with Su Kiki. Su Lingwei didn't think there was anything wrong with the recording. After all, the money belonged to her parents, and it was only right to get it back. She remained silent, fearing that the female police officer might ask her to leave. After hearing the recording, the female police officer realized how difficult life had been for Su Kiki as an adopted daughter in the Su family. Even speaking was timid, and to avoid annoying her sister, she planned to move out alone. Moreover, the recording clearly stated it was a loan for a house down payment, and both Su Jianmin and Yi Ya had explicitly agreed to it. Suddenly, how did this family change their attitude? Su Jianmin was known to her. He was a wealthy man in Lingqing, yet today he acted so thoughtlessly. Su Kiki saw a hint of sympathy in the female police officer's eyes and thought to herself that this matter should be easy to resolve. "Everyone has heard the recording. Your family's financial dispute does not constitute fraud," the female police officer said to Su Jianmin and Yi Ya, who had expressionless faces. "How can it not be fraud?" Su Lingwei couldn't help but retort towards the female police officer again. "Ling Yue, don't speak." Su Jianmin was at his wit's end. He really didn't want to linger here any longer, feeling quite embarrassed. However, if they didn't get the 500,000 back today, Lingwei would surely make a scene at home. No matter how the couple persuaded her at home, it was futile. They even transferred an additional $1 million to her, but Lingwei was stubborn, believing all the money in the family should belong to her and that Su Kiki shouldn't take a penny. "Officer, can we get this money back now?" Yi Ya, calming Su Lingyue, tentatively asked the female police. "The money you lent your daughter, of course you have the right to reclaim it now. However, this is your family matter. Go home and discuss it. Don't waste everyone's time here." After the female police officer finished speaking, she left with the folder in her hand. In the mediation room, only Su Kiki and her family remained, looking at one another in silence. "Su Kiki, you better return the money to me. Otherwise you won't be able to leave this room." Su Lingwei forcefully pulled Yiya's hand and threatened Su Kiki. "Kiki, what happened today is our parents' fault. But you know your sister's character. If you don't return the money, our family won't have a peaceful life." Yiya walked in front of Su Kiki, her face displaying an extremely difficult expression. Seeing Su Kiki not reacting, she reached out to pull her to continue lamenting. "You all don't need to say anything. I truly used that money for the house deposit. I will go refund it now, but the developer also has a refund process. It's not like you can just refund it today and get the money immediately. All I can say is that as soon as I get the money back, I'll return it to you." Su Kiki was quite formidable now. She was so good at lying that her face didn't even turn red. However, she had no choice. She couldn't just say that she hoarded supplies with the 500,000. No one would believe such a statement, and Su Lingwei would certainly continue to pester her. Anyway, since they were the ones who acted unkindly first, she couldn't be blamed for being ungracious. After finishing her statement, Su Kiki walked out directly, not even sparing them a glance. "Mom, look at Su Kiki, she just left like that." Su Lingwei shouted, pointing in the direction Su Kiki had left. "Go home. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Su Jianmin said this and walked away. Only Yiya was still trying to comfort her precious daughter, who was just recently found, persuading her that the money would be reclaimed soon. In the monitoring room, the police officers who had been observing the mediation room exchanged glances, wondering why wealthy people cared so much about money. It seemed that this adopted daughter indeed had a difficult life in this home. Super Typhoon Masha is expected to make landfall on the eastern coast of our province in 3 days. Citizens are advised to take precautionary measures and minimize outings in the coming days. Early in the morning, Sukiki was awakened by the 7 o'clock alarm clock as usual and saw a text message about the typhoon warning on her phone when she turned it off. In her previous life, it seemed that around this time the meteorological station began issuing multiple super typhoon warnings daily. Upon seeing the message, Sukiki lost all desire to sleep. She got up, pulled open the curtains, and saw light rain outside with a gray sky. Despite the rainy weather, the continuous high temperatures in recent days meant that her home felt particularly stuffy without air conditioning. Taking advantage of the current electricity and internet, Sukiki quickly took out her laptop, tablet, and phone, clearing out all the unnecessary images, videos, and files. Opening several commonly used video websites and apps, she realized that even slightly appealing movies or TV shows required a membership to watch. Great! I need to subscribe to a few memberships. Since her rebirth, Sukiki had not logged into these video apps and her previous subscriptions had expired without renewal. Then I'll just get a 7-day subscription. A month would be a waste. Sukiki picked up her phone and quickly navigated through the operations to activate several app memberships. TV dramas, movies, cartoons, variety shows. Sukiki found many options, all waiting to download, especially the cartoons which Grandma Chow loved to watch. In any case, downloading a variety of videos would be a good idea, otherwise she and Grandma Chow would only be able to play chess at home. Sukiki also remembered that in the early days of the last apocalypse, although there was already a power and internet outage, she and Grandma Chow had sufficient supplies, so they weren't as anxious as others. They spent time playing chess to pass the time. Oh right. Sukiki recalled that Grandma Chow had a habit of growing vegetables on the balcony. In her previous life, she hadn't prepared enough seeds and Grandma Chiao's small balcony couldn't sustain the vegetables for long before they were all consumed. With her computer and phone set to download automatically, she needed to make a trip while the wind and rain weren't too severe. She planned to buy a few hard drives to store movies and TV shows. She also needed to buy some vegetable seeds and preferably a few poultry, but she wondered if there was enough space to raise them. After a simple breakfast, Sukiki put on her raincoat and went out. Wearing a raincoat was the most convenient on a typhoon day, using an umbrella could easily lead to being blown away. Little Sue, are you really going out in such heavy rain? The security guard opened a small window and asked with concern. Yes. I need to buy some things. There's nothing to eat at home. The meteorological station said there's a typhoon. You all should prepare more food at home. Sukiki replied. Okay. Be careful on your way. The security guard closed the window and continued playing a card game on his phone. With this little wind, there's really no need to be so tense. This young girl is still too timid. They said it would make landfall in our province in 3 days, but didn't they say the same thing last year? Yet when the time came, there wasn't even a trace of the typhoon. Another security guard casually scrolled through short videos on his phone, not concerned about this minor typhoon. You're right, I remember our captain bought a lot of instant noodles saying they'd be hungry during night shifts. Who would have thought there'd be no wind at all? At most it just rained a bit. Ha ha. I guess it will be similar this year. The two sat side by side, each playing on their phones, occasionally exchanging a few words. It seemed that being a community security guard was quite leisurely. Sukiki drove her small truck to find a digital store, spending over 2,000 yuan to buy 5 1-terabyte hard drives, then went to the rental shop to exchange her small truck for a sturdy off-road vehicle. However, the daily rental price for this off-road vehicle was twice that of the small truck. Previously, Sukiki had haggled with the rental shop owner to get the small truck's rental price down to 100 yuan a day. Now the owner of the off-road vehicle actually wanted 300 yuan a day for rent, as if he were waiting specifically for her. Sukiki felt a pinch at spending so much money in one day. But thinking about the impending apocalypse, the off-road vehicle would indeed be much more practical than the small truck. Resolutely, she paid for 10 days of rental and drove the off-road vehicle away. But the handling of this car is definitely better than that of the small truck. Sukiki played music while humming along. The wind and rain outside grew increasingly intense and many shops along the street began to close. I wonder if the farmer's market will close early in this weather. She suddenly became anxious, quickly turning off the music in the car, pressing down hard on the accelerator, and finally managed to buy various vegetable seeds and 10 chicks before the farmer's market closed. Back in her car, Sukiki stored the hard drive seeds and chicks in her space to avoid the trouble of taking them in and out during the rainy day. Looking at her bank card balance of 200,000 yuan, Sukiki drove to the large supermarket in Changhong community. On a typhoon day, there were very few people in the supermarket and several sales clerks were chatting together. Schools and government agencies are closed today. Oh, why aren't we on leave? You wish. When has there ever been a typhoon where we got a day off? At most we just leave early. Usually we finish work at 10:30 p.m., but today we might get off at 8 p.m. Really? 8 p.m. is fine. With this heavy rain, I still have to squeeze onto the bus after work. If we leave early, there will be fewer people and I might even get a seat. Tsukiki pushed the shopping cart straight to the food section, saying 2,000 yuan, haha. Today I'm going to buy all my favorite snacks. Chocolate M&Ms, various flavors of potato chips, packaged chicken legs, wings, chicken feet, duck tongues, beef jerky, various flavors of yogurt, drinks, ice cream, all went into the shopping cart without a second glance, focusing on spending extravagantly. Self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, compressed vegetable soup, compressed biscuits, egg yolk, pastry, snowflake cake, cranberry biscuits, cookie biscuits. She continued tossing into the shopping cart. Tsukiki wasn't done yet, and the shopping cart was almost overflowing. There was no choice, she could only push the cart to the checkout, inform the cashier, and then take another cart to continue shopping. Beef tripe, chicken gizzards, duck blood, fatty beef, various meatballs, crab sticks, various hot pot bases, steak, frozen dumplings, frozen wontons, pan-fried buns, custard buns, pork and cabbage buns, scallion pancakes, preserved vegetable pancakes, beef patties. All of these were needed. Watermelon, cantaloupe, pineapple, kiwi, grapes, peaches, oranges, and bayberries. She bought over 10 pounds of each. Finally, she moved to the home textile section on the second floor, buying 5 ice silk cooling mats and 15 down comforters. Last time she was too focused on buying 4-piece sets and forgot to buy warm comforters. Now it was hot in the summer, but when the apocalypse arrived it would be extremely cold, which could lead to freezing to death. In her last life, she and Grandma Chiao had survived on just a few down comforters at home. At the checkout, the total came to 19995 yuan. That was close. I almost overspent. Tsukiki let out a sigh of relief. While the cashier was scanning each barcode, she had been staring at the display without blinking. If the payment amount reached 20000, she wouldn't be able to afford the remaining items because she had run out of money. It seemed she was lucky this time, with the supermarket being empty during the typhoon. Many fruits and meats were on special. Tsukiki asked the supermarket security guard to help move the comforters and cooling mats into the trunk of the off-road vehicle. She made 2 trips to carry the snacks and other food, finally getting everything into the car. A dense line of black clouds gathered relentlessly along the horizon. Though it was only noon, the sky had dimmed to the gloom of twilight. Large raindrops slanted sharply from the heavens as Tsukiki steered her SUV through the downpour, the windshield gradually blurring into a hazy veil. Even with the wipers slashing back and forth in frantic rhythm, the road ahead remained shrouded in obscurity. Fortunately, traffic was sparse. Only the occasional vehicle passed, each crawling forward with the same cautious trepidation, terrified of colliding in the deluge. Not a single pedestrian braved the storm. Yet Tsukiki still drove with heart-pounding anxiety, until inevitably her worst fears materialized. That accursed Murphy's Law struck true as a stray cat darted out from a rain-slicked corner. "Watch out!" Tsukiki cried out sharply, her foot slamming instinctively onto the brake pedal. The horn blared in staccato bursts. The cat's sudden lunge across the road sent her pulse soaring. Her very soul seemed to leap from her chest. She usually drove with deliberate slowness and had never before faced such an abrupt, life-startling emergency. A faint trembling mew echoed from the front of the SUV. Mew, mew. Did I hit it? Tsukiki hastily pulled on her raincoat and swung open the door to step outside. Torrential rain crashed heavily upon her head, and the flimsy coat billowed grotesquely in the gale, swelling like a taut wind-filled sack. She staggered forward through the tempest, encumbered like a woman hauling a cumbersome sack, each step a battle against wind and water. There it stood, a stray cat drenched and shivering in the floodwater before the SUV, its fur plastered tightly against its tiny frame. As Tsukiki approached, it lifted its head weakly and let out another soft, plaintive mew, pitiful, helpless, utterly vulnerable. "Kitty, are you all right? Did I hurt you?" She scooped the small creature gently from the puddle and examined it closely. No visible wounds marred its fragile body. "Are you starving?" she asked the cat, half to herself. Its gaunt frame betrayed days of hunger. Cradled in her arms, it felt weightless, as insubstantial as a wisp of cotton. Whether from cold or fear, the cat trembled incessantly in her palms. "Do you have no family either?" Tsukiki hurriedly carried it into the SUV and retrieved a towel from her spatial storage, wrapping the shivering creature snugly within. "Mew." The kitten offered a soft, quiet cry, and slowly its trembling subsided. Outside, the storm raged on without mercy. Tsukiki dared not linger. The hazard lights were flashing, yet she feared a distracted driver might still plow into her stranded vehicle. After blotting the kitten dry and settling it onto the rear seat, she resolved to return swiftly to Chonghong Residential Complex. Venturing beyond shelter in such extreme weather was perilous beyond measure. What then should she do with this stray found mid-journey? To adopt it, yet the apocalypse loomed ever closer. In those coming years of scarcity, when many would starve, would keeping a pet draw unwanted attention? And yet, if she left it behind, how could such a frail creature possibly survive the fury of this tempest? Hesitant Tsukiki glanced back at the little wanderer she'd just rescued. Mew. Two large dewy eyes gazed up at her, soft pleading, whispering, "Without words, don't abandon me." Her resolve shattered. At that tender, beseeching gaze, she glimpsed her former self, haunted, orphaned, adrift. Had Grandma Qiao not taken her in, she would never have survived to the 3rd year of the apocalypse. "Come home with me. Grandma Qiao will love you, I know she will." She stroked the kitten's head, her voice firm with quiet conviction. What harm was there in raising a cat during the apocalypse? So long as she drew breath and kept one morsel for herself, she would ensure the kitten never starved. Still, she now faced a stark reality. Her home held not a single item prepared for feline life. A fresh wave of worry washed over her. Her wallet held no cash, and outside the rain fell in unrelenting sheets. Where then would she find cat food, litter, or any other essentials? She emptied her wallet, flipping through every compartment, until deep within its innermost folds she unearthed a forgotten credit card untouched for years. She recalled acquiring it during her freshman year, issued jointly with classmates, bearing a modest credit limit of 5,000 yuan, long since relegated to oblivion. 5,000 yuan still waiting to be spent. The discovery reignited her spirit. Money meant sustenance for the kitten. A quick mobile search revealed nearby pet stores, all shuttered save one, Yak Pet Grooming Care. She started the engine-activated navigation and eased cautiously toward the shop. 15 minutes later, she finally located the lone open establishment. Cradling the kitten wrapped snugly in its towel and cloaked once more in her raincoat, she dashed human and feline alike through the lashing rain straight to the shop's entrance. The interior glowed warmly under bright lights. Someone was inside. "Hello. Are you still open? I need to buy some cat food." Tsukiki pounded firmly on the glass door and called out. "Who in this weather buys cat food?" Qian Xiaolua, owner of the shop, paused mid-step as she hauled supplies upstairs, startled by the muffled shout echoing from below. She'd kept the shop open only because she lived directly above it, and with typhoon force winds battering the city, she feared the storm's severity. Fortunately, she'd stocked up at the supermarket yesterday, enough provisions to last a full week even if the tempest raged without pause. Yet she dreaded flooding seeping into the ground floor shop, so she was urgently relocating all cat food, litter, and treats upstairs to her living quarters. She'd barely moved 2 boxes when the storefront door thundered again beneath urgent rhythmic pounding. "Coming. Coming." She shouted down from the 2nd floor, her voice ringing clear. "Quick, come in. With winds like these, why on earth did you bring your pet out?" Qian Xiaoluo ushered Tsukiki inside and slammed the heavy door shut behind them. In such weather, even a moment's delay would allow rainwater to stream across the threshold. Tsukiki shrugged off her sodden raincoat and carefully unwrapped the warm, bundled kitten from her arms. "Hello, I'd like to bathe my cat, please, and have it undergo a full physical examination to check for injuries, parasites, or anything else requiring treatment. I've never owned a cat before. This little one is a stray I just adopted today. My home has absolutely nothing prepared. That's why I came here to buy food, litter, treats, everything essential." Tsukiki poured out her needs in rapid succession, unaware of the scope of services required or whether her 5,000 yuan credit limit would stretch far enough. Truly a novice, utterly inexperienced with pets. "Hand him over. Please take a seat here while I conduct a full examination in the clinic. If he's healthy, I'll give him a bath." Qian Xiaoluo accepted the kitten gently into her arms and spoke softly. "Thank you so much." Tsukiki exhaled deeply, at last sinking gratefully onto the sofa and flipping idly through a pet magazine on the coffee table. "Mew." The kitten stretched its head upward from Qian Xiaolua's embrace and called out softly to Tsukiki. "Don't be afraid, Auntie will make you all clean and sweet." Tsukiki smiled, tenderly soothing the anxious creature with gentle reassurance. "Hello. Your cat is basically fine. I've already given it a bath and done the external deworming. I'll prescribe some internal deworming medication for you to take home. Miss Su." When Qian Xiaoluo came out holding the freshly bathed kitten, Tsukiki was actually dozing off on the sofa leaning against a pet magazine. "Oh, sorry, I was a bit dazed." Tsukiki straightened up, put down the magazine, and quickly took her cat back. "Is this really the stray cat I just picked up? It looks so beautiful after the bath. With its big round eyes, although still thin, its fur has fluffed up after being dried. This yellow and white tabby gives off a creamy vibe, incredibly cute. Sukiki couldn't help but reach out to pet its little head. Meow. The kitten softly meowed, rubbing its little head against Sukiki. Who would believe this was their— Excuse me, how much is it? Sukiki asked. Deworming is 80, bathing is 120, 4 boxes of medicine are 200, and I want charge for the checkup. I can see Miss Sue is a cat lover, so make sure to treat it well in the future. Qian Xiaoluo also petted the kitten's head, smiling. Thank you so much. Sukiki was about to scan the code with her phone when she suddenly remembered she hadn't bought cat food and cat litter yet. After a round of recommendations and explanations from Qian Xiaoluo, Sukiki bought 30 bags of 10-pound cat food, 30 bags of 20-pound cat litter, and 10 bags of 2-pound cat snacks. Miss Sue, since this is your first time raising a cat, you don't need to buy so much all at once. You can buy 1 or 2 bags first and come back to buy more when they're used up. It was the first time Qian Xiaoluo had seen a customer come in with a stray cat, then buy a whole bunch of cat food. She was a little worried that Miss Sue might just be having a whim, raising the cat for a few days and then abandoning it. Qian Xiaoluo had seen many such customers and had taken in many abandoned kittens and puppies in her store. No worries. I just love stocking up on things. Sukiki gave Qian Xiaoluo a radiant smile, finished paying, and was about to leave. It's raining heavily outside. Would you like to stay until the rain eases up? Qian Xiaoluo kindly reminded her. No, thank you so much today. Sukiki knew that the rain wouldn't ease up today, and it would only get heavier by evening. She needed to hurry back to Changhong Community. Drive safely on your way. Seeing that Sukiki had no intention of staying to avoid the rain, Qian Xiaoluo quickly opened the store door. Sukiki, holding the cat, ran to the store entrance, wearing a large raincoat where her rented SUV was parked. I'll help you put the cat food in the trunk. Qian Xiaoluo hurriedly chased out with the cat food. Okay, thank you. Sukiki thought to herself that she had been careless and almost forgot to take the cat food. After Sukiki left, when Qian Xiaoluo was drying her hair with a towel, she suddenly shouted, "Oh no, how did I forget to add her on WeChat?" Qian Xiaoluo scolded herself for being careless. Would such a valuable customer be lost without any follow-up? I hope this young lady can come back again. Sukiki returned to Changhong Community at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before entering the community, she stored the SUV in her space. The things she bought and the kitten were all stored inside. Once home, she immediately took the cat out from the space. The pet store owner had even given her a cute cat bed for free. It was a round cat ear bed woven from vines with a winter cushion and pillow inside. Since the weather was hot, Sukiki put away the cushion and pillow first, and the kitten was already playing inside. Sukiki placed the cat food and water next to the cat ear bed, and the little one happily bounced out, burying its little head into the large bowl of cat food. Eat slowly. There will always be more in the future. Sukiki watched from the side like a worried mother, afraid her precious child would choke. Let me give you a name. I can't just keep calling you Cat. That would be too casual. Sukiki pondered what name would be good for it. How about I call you Tangyuan? I will definitely raise you round and plump. Sukiki thought the name Tangyuan was great, round and full. Meow. The kitten seemed quite satisfied with the name Sukiki gave it, and while eating it looked up to respond to her. Ha ha. Tangyuan is so clever. Watching Tangyuan eat happily, Sukiki felt hungry too, as she hadn't eaten lunch yet. How could she not be hungry? At this time, she was too lazy to cook, so she grabbed a takeout and some iced jelly from her space and placed them on the coffee table. Sukiki sat on the living room carpet, enjoying a meal with Tangyuan. Actually, such a simple life is quite good. Sukiki now felt very easily satisfied. As long as she could live, eat well, and sleep soundly, she would be very happy. Newbie and playful, is there anyone playing games? Add me as a friend to team up. Red hot, you young people love to play games. On a typhoon day, it's definitely most comfortable to lie down and watch dramas. Lying down to win those upstairs, add me, let's team up. Mask sister ladies, don't forget to take care of yourselves at home. If you need face masks, find me. Rain or shine, I can deliver right to your door. The resident group of Changhong Community suddenly became lively, which was created by Grandma Qiao to add Sukiki. There were quite a few people inside. According to Grandma Qiao, almost everyone living in Changhong Community had joined. With the typhoon, everyone was on holiday, so the group was bustling. Sukiki had never spoken in the group, but she often lurked to see them chatting about various topics, especially that mask sister who was particularly dedicated, never forgetting that she sold face masks and had to promote them several times a day. Kiki, are you home? Would you like to come over for tea? Just then, Grandma Qiao's WeChat message popped up from the top of her phone. Recently, Sukiki had been running with Grandma Qiao in the evenings, and the two had become quite familiar. Before retiring, Grandma Qiao had her own clothing store. She dressed very fashionably and had modern ideas, easily getting along with young people like Sukiki. After saving enough for her retirement, Grandma Qiao closed the store and now spends her time gardening and exercising morning and evening, looking more spirited than Sukiki. Sukiki tossed the empty takeout container into the trash and quickly replied on her phone, "Okay. I'm on." After eating and drinking enough, Tangyuan began to play in the cat bed. Sukiki had given it a ping-pong ball which it was playing with happily. After finding a bunch of snacks in her space and putting them in a bag, Sukiki just opened her room door when she bumped into Chinli, the son of the family, in 2003 next door coming back. Sukiki had known him well in her past life, but this was their first meeting in this life. "Are you the new one in 2004? Sukiki had known him well in her past life, but this was their first meeting in this life. "Are you the— Do you want me to contact your family to come and get you?" she asked as she supported the old woman to an outdoor bench by the roadside and helped. After greeting each other, Sukiki went to knock on Grandma Qiao's door. "Grandma Qiao, I'm here." Hearing Sukiki's voice, Grandma Qiao hurried over to open the door. Despite being 60 years old, she moved like the wind much faster than Sukiki. "How about we drink pure tea today? In this kind of weather, enjoying tea at home is the most pleasant," Grandma Qiao eagerly said to Sukiki as she opened the door. "I'm fine with anything." Sukiki smiled as she really didn't have much knowledge about tea and felt that all teas tasted quite similar. "You child, I invited you over for tea. Why did you bring so many things? You think only young people like snacks. Even us old folks enjoy them." The large bag Sukiki brought over contained self-heating rice croissants, instant noodles, biscuits, strawberries, apples, packaged chicken feet, chicken legs, and duck tongues. In short, there was a wide variety of items, as if she were going on a picnic with Grandma Qiao. "I went to the supermarket this morning. They had discounts due to the typhoon and I couldn't help but buy too much." Grandma Qiao: "I really only brought a little. There's still plenty at home." Sukiki set down her things and playfully linked her arm with Grandma Qiao. All right. You child, always bringing such strange excuses to send me things." Grandma Qiao laughed happily and pulled Sukiki into the living room. On the tea table, a brown tea tray was already set up and a glass teapot on the electric ceramic stove was boiling water. On a jade-colored porcelain plate, several egg yolk cakes were neatly arranged in the center, with 2 ceramic teacups decorated with orchid patterns placed on either side of the tea table. "Sit down quickly." Grandma Qiao let Sukiki take a seat opposite her, and as soon as she sat down, she began to busy herself. First, she poured the boiling water from the glass teapot into the covered bowl in front of her. Then she covered it, gently swirled the bowl in her hands, and poured out the water inside. "Grandma Qiao, are you washing the cups?" Curious Sukiki, who was a novice in tea ceremony, asked. "Haha, you could say that." Grandma Qiao replied cheerfully, continuing to use a teaspoon to add a small piece of dry tea into the bowl, pouring in the freshly boiled water. After waiting for a moment, Grandma Qiao poured all the tea from the bowl into a glass fairness cup. Only then did she pour the tea from that cup into Sukiki's teacup in front of her. "Kiki, if you're hungry, eat an egg yolk cake before drinking tea. It's best not to drink pure on an empty stomach," Grandma Qiao reminded her. Not hungry. Sukiki quickly waved her hand. "Then let's have a cup first. Drinking more pure is good for beauty." Looking at Sukiki across from her, Grandma Qiao seemed to see her younger self full of youth and vitality. Since her divorce, she had been living alone for over 30 years. Occasionally, she would go out with friends for meals and tea, but young people like Sukiki, aside from being customers in her shop, she hadn't really interacted with them like friends. Recently, she felt that Sukiki resembled a relative from her past life, giving her a particularly close feeling. "Grandma Qiao, come eat some duck tongues. They're so delicious. You eat first. I'll go get some cashews and pistachios, and nuts pair well with tea." The two of them leisurely drank tea in the living room, snacking on treats, watching the heavy rain outside. At 5:30 in the evening, Meng Yi and Shi Huan, who worked at an auto dealership, finally received the typhoon holiday notice. In the service industry, unless it rains iron, they would never take a day off. Even on New Year's Eve and the first day of the Lunar New Year, someone was on duty at the store. Who would come to browse an auto dealership in such a typhoon? The supermarket might have a few people, but no one else would come. The store has to stay open anyway, since the leadership doesn't have to clock in every day. Sigh. We low-level workers have it the hardest. We go out in the wind and rain and barely earn any money. Several salespeople were chatting idly in the sales hall. The logistics and finance offices on the second floor have been off since noon, and we still have to wait until 6 o'clock. That's really unfair. With this horrible weather, do you think anyone would risk their life to buy a car? Would be better off finishing early and saving the company some electricity. Yi quickly pulled Su Lingwei to a nearby chair. "Now tell us what happened. The person involved you speak." The female police officer glanced at Su Jianmin formally. She quickly tidied up the front desk, planning to go to the changing room to change clothes before leaving. Mangi had already changed and was sitting on the showroom sofa waiting to clock out. Let's go buy some groceries at the supermarket. We have nothing but instant noodles and a few cucumbers at home. Shirhuan said. We should buy something. This typhoon looks different from the previous ones. We might have several days off. We should stock up on some good food to treat ourselves. Like buying some beer and snacks. You only think about snacks. Shirhuan playfully hit Meng-Yi's shoulder with her work badge. Hurry and clock out, it's time to go home. As soon as the two stepped out of the company's underground parking lot, heavy rain poured down on the car's windshield. Meng-Yi, while staring, thought about what snacks to buy later. I think we should stock up on practical items like instant noodles, bottled water, and bread in case of a power or water outage tonight with this strong wind and heavy rain. Shirhuan, looking at the torrential rain outside from the passenger seat, thought for a moment and replied, isn't that a bit exaggerated? The typhoon from 2 years ago was pretty strong and we only lost power for a day. Don't be overly anxious. Meng-Yi didn't take this typhoon too seriously, but he was still quite happy about the paid time off. At that moment, quite a few people were braving the heavy rain to go to the supermarket. At the supermarket entrance, various rain gear was displayed and the floor was covered in wet footprints from people entering. The cleaning lady shook her head at the people rushing into the supermarket. She had just mopped the floor. How did it get dirty again? If the on-site manager saw this, she would be in trouble. Attention customers, due to the typhoon, this supermarket will close at 8 p.m. Customers who need to shop, please make your selections quickly. As Meng-Yi and Shirhuan entered the supermarket, they heard this announcement loop playing. Luckily, we left work early. If we had waited until 9, we wouldn't have been able to buy groceries. Shirhuan said, pulling Meng-Yi as they pushed the shopping cart. Let's buy groceries first. Then we can get instant noodles and bottled water. Shirhuan said. Sure. Whatever you say, my lady. Meng-Yi grinned and pushed the cart toward the supermarket's fresh produce section. This area was the most crowded, with a long line at the weighing counter. Each person held fresh vegetables they had just picked out, likely rushing over after work to buy groceries. Jinda and Lu Mei, who owned their shop in 2003, didn't open their store today due to the heavy rain and wind. The benefit of being a boss is this. At noon, they bought a large amount of rice flour, oil, bottled water, and instant noodles at the supermarket. Besides Sukiki, this couple was the most aware of stocking up on supplies on the 20th floor. As soon as there was any sign of wind or trouble outside, they would rush to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. They weren't afraid of hoarding too much, only of not having enough. It was said that Lu Mei had been trapped at home and starved for 2 days due to extreme weather when she was young. In her past life, it was also this habit of hoarding that allowed their family to survive in the apocalypse. Now the three of them were warmly sitting together for dinner. Mom, when did our neighbor Sukiki move? Why do you ask that? Do you like that girl? Son Chinli casually asked while gnawing on a big chicken. Why are you asking this? Are you interested in her? Lu Mei's gossip heart started to stir when her son mentioned Sukiki. Don't say nonsense. I just casually asked when I ran into her this afternoon. Chinli got a bit nervous and quickly buried his head in his food. Oh, old Chin. You better look at your son, he's getting shy over nothing. Who did he take after? Lu Mei asked with a smile. I really don't know, and neither of us are reserved people. Dad. Mom. What are you two talking about? August 16, 2050. This day has indeed arrived. The super typhoon Mocha made landfall in the eastern part of Huainan province at 4 a.m. Sukiki hardly slept that night. Outside, the torrential rain poured down and the wild winds howled through the streets. Trash cans and alleys were swept away by the gales rolling everywhere. The sounds of wind, rain, branches snapping, and ambulance sirens could be clearly heard even from the 20th floor. The ground of the entire city was intermittently filled with the clanking sound of objects colliding, waking many people from their slumber. This typhoon really is huge. I wonder if the flowers on my balcony have been blown away. Tomorrow I don't have to work. How delightful. Most people were not yet aware of the danger posed by the super typhoon. Even the municipal office in Lingqing felt that the situation was under control, believing that the strongest winds would occur at the moment of landfall. In her previous life, the properties in Changhang community could withstand acid rain, and the landlord had claimed that their glass was made of high-quality, impact-resistant material. Therefore, Sukiki was not afraid of the super typhoon, but rather instinctively resisted the coming of the apocalypse. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Sukiki decided to exercise in the space. Inside the capsule room, time seemed to stand still, with the transparent display on the living room wall showing a total of 255 hours. Has the time increased so much again? Sukiki calculated the accumulated time and realized that it had been automatically increasing by 5 hours every day since she acquired this space. Such a powerful function, I actually forgot to find an empty place to test it. Sukiki shook her head in frustration. Let's go for a run today. In her second floor room, Sukiki changed into a set of sportswear. Outside the capsule room, the mist still shrouded everything as she had tried to explore a few times, but found nothing. Due to the thick fog outside, she couldn't see anything with the naked eye, so she had to give up for the time being. Tsukiki ran for half an hour on the treadmill in the first-floor gym, and then watered the flowers on the third-floor balcony. After taking a shower, it was still just past 4 in the morning outside with the wind and rain continuing to lash against the windows. Kiki, are you afraid of the typhoon? Seeing the WeChat message from Grandma Qiao, Tsukiki's brow immediately relaxed. Grandma Qiao, you were also woken up by the typhoon, weren't you? I'm not afraid, just a bit noisy, so I got up, Tsukiki replied truthfully. Grandma Qiao turned on the bedside lamp, leaned against a pillow, and continued typing on her phone. I can't sleep with this wind howling. I haven't encountered such a strong typhoon in many years. I hope the weather will be cooler after this typhoon passes. Yes. Let's hope. Tsukiki knew that the apocalypse had just begun, but hope was always necessary. She chatted with Grandma Qiao on WeChat for more than 2 hours, discussing food, fashion, gardening, books, cartoons, and everything in between. Both Grandma Qiao and Tsukiki loved watching Conan, which gave them common ground, although their conversation veered off topic. Unknowingly, they ended up discussing whether Shinichi and Ran's future child would be handsome and smart given their excellent genes. As dawn slowly brightened outside the living room window, Tsukiki checked the time. It was nearly 7 a.m. The wind had also lessened slightly. Grandma Qiao said she would get up to make breakfast and asked Tsukiki to come over to eat. Am I going to mooch off you again? Tsukiki texted back with a laugh. What mooching? I think of you as my granddaughter. Who dares to say you're mooching when you're eating breakfast at Grandma's? Grandma Qiao typed back, quickly matching Tsukiki's speed. My Grandma Qiao is truly impressive. After sending her message, Tsukiki added a sunglasses emoji, making Grandma Qiao burst into laughter with several ha-ha-ha messages. The wind is really strong at 4 in the morning. I'm afraid our glass will get damaged. The typhoon is really unfriendly to high-rise residents. There isn't even a building to block the wind in front. At 4 in the morning, Huan was also awakened by the noise of the sound of the typhoon howling. Was truly frightening. We have typhoons every year. When have you ever seen one blow down skyscrapers? Stop scaring yourself. It's not so bad now. Go back to sleep and take a nap. It's a rare holiday. After saying this, Meng Yi turned over and continued snoozing. Last night, he had stayed up playing games with friends until 2 in the morning, and when Mocha made landfall at 4, he was fast asleep like a pig, not waking even after several nudges from Huan. Only you could sleep through the banging sounds outside. Huan complained, picking up the remote to turn off the air conditioner. She suddenly felt a bit cold, whether it was due to the typhoon or not. With a rare holiday, Huan was too lazy to get up early to make breakfast. How about I sleep a little longer? On the other side, Lu Mei had already finished making century egg and lean meat porridge, setting 3 bowls on the table to cool. Chinda stood by the window observing the situation downstairs in the community. Although the wind had calmed down a bit, the rain was still heavy. The view outside the window was blurry. Even on tiptoes, he couldn't see what was happening below. Stop looking, the typhoon won't die down anytime soon. Go wake your son for breakfast. Lu Mei stirred the porridge in the bowl, hoping it would cool down faster. Knock, knock, knock. Son. Your mom asked me to call you for breakfast. Chinda called out loudly while standing at his son's door with his hands on his hips. Dad, I want to sleep. I'm not eating breakfast. Chin Li replied groggily from his room. I've already served your breakfast. Hurry up and wash up. Can't you eat first and then go back to sleep? Lu Mei put down her bowl and ran to knock on her son's door. Oh my. I'm so fed up with you. I'm getting up to eat breakfast right now. Stop knocking. Chin Li sat up angrily, his face filled with reluctance. He had watched a drama until dawn and had just fallen asleep when his parents' relentless knocking woke him. Most young people shared Chin Li's sentiments. With a rare holiday to sleep and who would want to get up for breakfast. Tsukiki, however, was not like the young people, as she was happily sitting at Grandma Qiao's dining table enjoying a plate of pan-fried dumplings. Grandma Qiao's cooking skills weren't just flattery, they truly rivaled those of a hotel chef. Just take this plate of pan-fried dumplings, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The juicy filling made Tsukiki unable to stop eating one after another. Grandma Qiao, it would be a shame not to open a restaurant with your skills. Tsukiki praised. Open a restaurant. If you think it's delicious, then come and keep this old lady company for meals every— That sounds good. I'll really come every day from now on. Tsukiki thought this was great. She could justify bringing supplies to Grandma Qiao's house. Due to the impact of the super typhoon, Mocha, our city has been experiencing heavy rain for 7 consecutive days. According to the meteorological stations, forecast this stormy weather will persist for the next few days. Citizens are advised to prepare for typhoon and flooding. Please stay indoors unless necessary. Fortunately, I moved the cat food upstairs. If this heavy rain continues for a few more days, the first floor will definitely flood. Qian Xiaoluo stood by the window on the second floor, holding the stray cat rescued by her pet shop, gazing blink. In front of her pet shop was a wide road, usually bustling with traffic and people during rush hour, and now it was deserted except for large puddles. Sigh. This weather is truly maddening. If I don't open my shop soon, I'll be eating air next month. Qian Xiaoluo's pet shop had only been open for half a year. She had invested a lot initially, basically spending all the money she had earned over the years. Ding ding ding. At that moment her phone rang. Xiaoluo. We have no food at home with the typhoon going on. You're close to the supermarket, hurry and buy some food to bring home. It was her mother Shinsan-mei calling. Mom, didn't I just give you 2,000 yuan a week ago and tell you about the typhoon? I asked you to stock up on food, how could you run out so quickly? Qian Xiaoluo felt a bit annoyed at her mother would only call to say they were out of money or that her brother Qian Jin was getting into trouble again. With such a big typhoon, her mother never worried about her safety or whether she should come home. Of course, how can I spend it all? Your brother will need to marry someday. I told you not to open a pet shop. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to help your brother with a down payment for a house? On the other end of the line, Shinsan-mei began to complain again about Qian Xiaoluo not helping her brother buy a house. Mom, can't we stop discussing this? It was clearly her hard-earned money saved over 10 years. Why should she use it to open a shop? Does being the elder sister mean she has to take on her parents' responsibilities? Qian Xiaoluo was so angry she almost hung up. Her mother loved to nag her, buy your brother a house, find him a wife. What about my own life? Who will take responsibility for that? I'm already 30 and have never eaten well or worn good clothes yet. Every month I must consistently transfer 2,000 yuan for my mother's living expenses. I just asked you to buy some food. Why is your temper getting worse and worse? Shinsan-mei began to scold Qian Xiaoluo again. Is there even a supermarket open now? Find me one and I'll go buy it for you. Qian Xiaoluo was furious. She had repeatedly reminded them to stock up on food due to the typhoon, but they didn't listen. Now where was she supposed to buy food? Xiaoluo, you can't just ignore me and your brother. We're running out of food at home, and we might starve to death. Shinsan-mei continued to lament on the phone, completely disregarding Qian Xiaoluo's difficulties. I got it, stop yelling. I still have some food in the shop, I'll bring it over once the rain eases up. Qian Xiaoluo hung up, fearing she might go crazy if she kept talking to her mother. With family members always dragging her down, she truly wondered when her life would come to an end. I'll pay double for food. Who still has food at home? In this situation outside, those with supplies are probably hoarding them for themselves. Who needs your food? Do you have supplies or something? If not, stop complaining. I'm just stating facts. If you're not convinced. The residents' group chat became lively again. Su-Kiki remained silent, occasionally checking in to pass the time. Today marked the 7th day of the typhoon, and the winds and rain showed no sign of letting up. All businesses and shopping malls had closed. People who had stayed home for a week had gone from initial excitement to anxiety. Food supplies were dwindling, and even with money there was nowhere to buy food. Even if there were places, they didn't dare to go out. The strong winds made even slightly slimmer individuals walk hunched over. A moment's lapse could lead to being dragged along by the wind. Su-Kiki saw several people outside struggling to walk against the powerful gusts. Help! Someone pull me back. I can't hold on much longer. A tall, thin man yelled as he clung to a tree by the roadside, sounding as if he were being slaughtered. I just fell into a puddle and now I'm soaked, feeling a bit heavier. This wind is becoming too tough to handle. Bro, see you in the water. They were all young people who hadn't stocked up on food yet. They could still joke around. Their attitude was quite remarkable. Su-Kiki silently gave them a thumbs up. You two stop arguing, everyone has their difficulties. That young man, come to Andy's place, I still have— Really? Thank you so much, Andy. I'll message you right now. Old wine next door, I'm out of food too, I'll come over to buy some from you. Surfing master, I want to buy some too. Save some for me. Face mask girl, do you want face masks? Buy 10 boxes of masks and get a box of instant noodles free. Surfing master, face mask girl, that's a bit of a scam. Buy 10 boxes and only get 1 box of noodles. Face mask girl, there's a severe shortage of supplies. Being able to give away 1 box of noodles is already great. If you don't buy, there are plenty of others who will. Su-Kiki sat on the sofa, watching Tangwan run around in the living room. Reflecting on her past life, she remembered only having a small piece of bread each day while Su Jianming and Yi hoarded all the supplies in their own room. Back then, she was truly hungry. But now everything was in the past. The supplies she had stored were enough for several years of meals with Grandma Chiao. You have been added to the Unity and Friendship 20th floor chat group by Grandma Chiao. You can start chatting now. Su-Kiki suddenly received this notification on WeChat. Welcome, Kiki. Welcome, Kiki. Everyone was greeting her, making Kiki feel a little Hello, everyone. What is this group for? Kiki asked belatedly, as they hadn't set up a WeChat group in her previous life. I created this group for everyone to chat. If someone on the 20th floor needs supplies, we can help each other out, Lu Mei explained. Oh, got it. Kiki was at a loss for words again. I still have supplies at home. If anyone runs out, come to me first. Grandma Chia was still so eager to help others. We still have some too. Meng Yi and Shirhuan chimed in with Kiki. You all definitely don't have as many supplies as my family. My parents are so resourceful, they can stock up for a month with just one typhoon. Qinli joked while teasing Lu Mei and Qinda. I admit that. Lu Mei laughed. Why don't we all gather at my place for a barbecue tonight? We've never had a gathering on the 20th floor. Lu Mei suggested. This is great. With everyone off work due to the typhoon, we might not have another chance to gather like this soon. Qinda immediately agreed. These two really are a couple. They always resonate with each other in conversation. Kiki couldn't help but laugh, as she hadn't felt the warmth of family in a long time, and a gathering seemed nice. These people who had given her warmth in her past life in this life, Kiki was also willing to give them warmth. Come and play early. Our mahjong table is all set up. Kiki saw Lu Mei sending a message in the group tagging her and Grandma Qiao along with Meng Yi and Shirhuan from 2002. We're on our way. Shirhuan and Meng Yi said in unison. I'll go to the balcony and pick some eggplants to bring over wrapped in foil. Garlic eggplants are delicious when roasted. Grandma Qiao said, all right. I'll wait for you. Lu Mei sent a waiting emoji. Can I bring my... Kiki sent a photo of Tangwan playing with a ball in the group. Wow. What a cute orange cat. Shirhuan flooded the group with several cute emojis, which was the cat she had always wanted to have. Of course. I love cats too. It's just that my mom won't let me keep one. Qinli sent a voice message to the group, busy and unable to type. Son, why are you slacking off on your phone again? Hurry up and skewer this plate of chicken wings. Qinda pointed at the skewers of beef he had prepared. Come on, I did manage to skewer 2 big plates of beef. Qinli threw his phone on the table and earnestly resumed skewering the chicken wings. You two hurry up. Everyone will be here soon and you haven't finished your tasks. Lu Mei moved the electric grill for barbecuing onto the dining table in the living room and took out various seasonings and brushes from the cabinet, along with 2 big plates of shrimp and Chinese cabbage that she had already skewered. Looking at the 2 father and son in the kitchen, they were simply pathetic. It took them forever to skewer some beef and chicken wings. The first to arrive was surprisingly Kiki, who was holding Tangwan in her arms while carrying a big watermelon. Then came Meng Yi and Shirhuan from 2002, carrying a case of canned beer. Grandma Qiao arrived last, bringing a lot of eggplants, small greens, and green peppers she had harvested herself. Aunt Qiao, Shirhuan, Kiki, let's play a few rounds of mahjong first, and let the guys handle the grilling. We can just wait to eat. Lu Mei gave her husband and son a glance and took Kiki and the others to the mahjong table. Aunt Lu, is that okay? Kiki asked with a smile. She hadn't played mahjong in a while back in her previous home. Yia enjoyed it and would sometimes let Kiki fill in when they were short a player. It's absolutely fine. All the men raised their hands, indicating no problem. Who would have thought that while others were desperately buying instant noodles, the residents on the 20th floor were having a barbecue? If that aroma wafted out the window, it would surely make many people salivate. At 7 in the evening, the typhoon finally calmed down a bit. Qian Xiaolua, wearing a thick raincoat, loaded a bag of 20-kilogram rice, a 5-kilogram winter melon, and a case of ham sausages into her 7-seat van. She wanted to take advantage of the lull in the wind to deliver food to her mom and younger brother. Qian Xiaoluo always complained verbally, but deep down she couldn't bear to see her mom and brother go hungry. To facilitate deliveries for her clients, Qian Xiaoluo spent 8,000 yuan on this van, which often had many issues, and after being left out in the rain for a week, she wasn't sure if it would still run. Xiaoluo, have you left yet? We haven't eaten dinner yet. We're just waiting for you. Just as Qian Xiaoluo got in the car, her mom Shinsamei called. The winds and rain in the afternoon were so severe that she couldn't even step outside. If Qian Xiaoluo hadn't turned off her phone, her mom would have surely bombarded her with calls. I'll be driving over soon, so stop calling to rush me. Qian Xiaoluo turned on the headlights. The road was filled with potholes and standing water, and she tried to drive slowly, fearing she might accidentally fall into a big hole. The trip from the pet store to home usually took half an hour, but now it took Qian Xiaoluo over an hour. Once she arrived home, her mom grabbed the rice and went to cook, not a single word of concern for Qian Xiaoluo. Her younger brother was even worse. He came out of his room without even acknowledging her and took the box of sausages Qian Xiaoluo had braved the rain to bring and went back to his room to play video games. In this family, Qian Xiaoluo felt like nothing more than a tool that only made money and no one cared about her happiness or sadness. Mom, I'm leaving now. There was no room for Qian Xiaoluo here. She used to sleep in the living room, but since she started working, she hadn't slept at home again. All right. When the supermarket opens next time, remember to buy more rice flour, oil, and vegetables to bring back. It's inconvenient for us to go out in this rainy weather, and at least you have that old van. Shin Samei continued to nag in the kitchen while Qian Xiaoluo couldn't be bothered to listen and quickly left the old residential building. Hey little Meng, fill it up. Let's drink. Over here Chinda and Meng Yi couldn't wait to start drinking. Kiki, I just finished grilling this chicken wing, you have to try it, it's delicious. Chinli presented the chicken wings he had grilled to Sukiki. Children grow up and no longer listen to their parents. I haven't even had a bite of the chicken wings my son grilled. Lu Mei, getting into the spirit of acting, teased her son. Everyone share. There are 10 skewers. Sukiki distributed all the chicken wings that Chinli had given her to everyone. The garlic eggplants are ready, come and taste my cooking. Grandma Qiao tore open the foil covering the plate, and a strong garlic aroma wafted through the air. Aunt Qiao, this flavor is amazing. It's even better than what they serve in barbecue restaurants. Chinli tasted a couple of bites and immediately gave a thumbs up. Aunt Qiao, you'll have to teach me how to make this later. Lu Mei said while eating, pulling Grandma Qiao to share the secret to making delicious grilled eggplants. Ha ha. If you're not in a hurry to eat, I can teach you how to grill it right now. Grandma Qiao set down her chopsticks and took Lu Mei to grill the eggplants. That's not fair. Let me have a couple more bites first. Lu Mei quickly waved her hands and took 2 more bites of eggplant from her son. Ha ha. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at the scene. Sukiki stayed next door until after 10 before returning. A Tangwan was also round and sleeping on the sofa. In the following days, various supermarkets in Lingqing would begin to experience incidents of people breaking in to seize supplies. Lu Mei and Chinda next door realized the impending crisis. In her previous life, they had mobilized Grandma Qiao and Shi Huan to go out searching for supplies, and it was during that time that they encountered Sukiki, who had fainted at the entrance of the community. Soon there would be power outages and internet disruptions. Sukiki wanted to send an anonymous email to the public service office detailing the natural disasters she had experienced during the 3 years of the apocalypse. In the previous life, floods had submerged government grain depots in many places in Huaxia, and Lingqing was no exception. If they could relocate early this time, it might save many lives in the future. Without hesitation, Sukiki opened her computer and found an email account she had registered long ago. She began writing the email starting from the super typhoon on August 16th and detailing the subsequent floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, acid rain, and earthquakes. Sukiki tried to be as detailed as possible, mentioning the approximate dates and severity of each disaster. After finishing, she sent the email to the public service office's inbox, fearing that they might miss it. Sukiki sent 5 identical emails in a row. Having completed this task, Sukiki felt much lighter inside. Whether the public service office believed it was no longer something she could decide. In any case, these were all she could do and could do. I heard from some groups that this torrential rain will last for days. Many people have already rushed out to stock up on supplies. Should we on the 20th floor act sooner rather than later? What do you all think? Lu Mei sent 3 consecutive voice messages in the Harmony Friendship 20th floor group chat. Is it really that chaotic outside? Won't the government intervene if people start looting? After sending the message, Grandma Qiao added several astonished emojis. We still have a little food stored, but many households are already starving. Desperate people don't hesitate, they seize what they need first. I'm afraid we'll arrive too late and find nothing left. So, what's your decision? Are we going or not? Lu Mei's tone betrayed urgency, as though every moment delayed meant another load of supplies vanishing into someone else's hands. Auntie Lu, we're still nervous. What if after the typhoon passes authorities arrest us for looting? Shi Huan and Meng Yi had only a few packs of instant noodles and bottled water remaining. They longed to gather supplies, but feared future repercussions. Let's go at midnight when no one's around, just collect essentials for survival. There shouldn't be any real risk. Lu Mei and Chenda continued urging the group. Sukiki remained silent. She had lived through an apocalypse before. Once this typhoon passed, catastrophic flooding would follow, and supermarket goods would soon be submerged, rendering any later attempts to stockpile futile. I support Auntie Lu's and Uncle Chen's proposal, Sukiki suddenly declared. The group fell instantly silent. No one had expected the youngest among them to speak with such resolve. I believe this downpour won't ease anytime soon. If we delay gathering supplies now, rising floodwaters will soon drown everything, leaving us with nothing salvageable later. Sukiki quietly typed those words into the group chat. Hearing her reasoning, Lu Mei and Chenda grew even more anxious. Already floodwater in the residential compound had risen nearly a foot. Perhaps just a few more days of rain would submerge the supermarket entirely. Grandma Xiao too found Su Qiqi's analysis persuasive. After deliberation, everyone agreed to venture out that night to scavenge supplies and pledged to reimburse shop owners as soon as the typhoon and floods receded. By 11 p.m., the streets were deserted save for the howling gale and lashing rain. Under such conditions, driving was utterly impossible. Everyone on the 20th floor wore raincoats and masks, their feet clad in sandals. Since the floodwater consisted mostly of rainwater, sandals seemed practical enough. Later, during full-scale flooding, wading barefoot would become perilous. By then, power and water would long have failed, and stagnant waters would carry human waste, rotting garbage, and even corpses. Having run out of funds, Su Qiqi had not stocked up on essential floodtime gear, rubber boots, inflatable rafts, or now a meticulous zero-cost acquisition strategy had taken shape in Su Qiqi's mind. In the earliest days of the apocalypse, before floodwaters swallowed everything, she could still secure vast quantities of unspoiled supplies. In her previous life, the power outage had begun 2 days hence. It was summer. Once electricity failed, perishables in supermarkets and wet markets, fresh vegetables, meats, and seafood would spoil rapidly. Her immediate goal over the next 2 days was to secure these highly perishable foods and store them within her spatial realm. Everything else could wait. She'd reassess conditions and schedule further scavenging accordingly. Let's head first to the supermarket nearest our compound. Before stepping out, Lu Mei handed each person 2 large black bags. These sturdy, capacious bags were normally used by Lu Mei and Chinda for wholesale garment purchases, ideal for hauling supplies. The group slipped discreetly from Building 12, where floodwater already lapped near their knees. Qiqi was right, the water level has risen again. Chinda, holding Lu Mei's arm, remarked as they trudged ahead, each step uncertain in the churning flood. Then we must gather provisions swiftly, otherwise once the flood rises higher we won't even be able to leave our homes. Lu Mei echoed. Su Qiqi and Qinli supported Grandma Qiao on either side, carefully navigating the flooded path, so focused on footing that they missed the conversation ahead. Bringing up the rear were the young couple Meng Yi and Shihuan, walking steadily. Streetlights along the compound had long been destroyed by the typhoon, leaving their small party reliant solely on flashlight beams as they advanced toward the supermarket. Watch your footing, avoid broken glass and fallen branches. Chinda picked aside a large branch blocking the path and called back to the others. Understood. Please watch your own steps, Uncle Chin. Su Qiqi murmured softly, then rolled her pant legs up several more folds. The water here ran deeper than inside the compound. Within minutes, half her trousers were soaked. Sure enough, the supermarket's roller shutter had already been pried open. Chinda merely gave it a gentle push, and it rose slowly on its own. The supermarket's ground floor lay in disarray. They dared not switch on lights. By flashlight alone, the devastation was plain rice and flour spilled across the floor, vegetable leaves crushed beneath countless boots oozing green pulp. Looks like many came here during daylight hours, Grandma Qiao lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the trampled produce. Let's split up and search for food. The store is huge, plenty must remain. Fill your bags then. No sooner had Lu Mei spoken than everyone dispersed with their large bags. Su Qiqi, flashlight in hand, sprinted straight for the frozen meat and seafood section. Though many had come during daylight, the storm and lack of transport had limited how much anyone could carry away. Inside the frozen meat cabinets, pork cuts, trotters, and hams remained 2/3 intact. Bagged chicken thighs, wings, gizzards, and claws were likewise abundant. Boxed beef steaks, offal assorted meatballs, pumpkin dumplings, Odin crab, sticks, chicken strips, and quail eggs were all plentiful. Frozen seafood included bagged tiger prawns, river shrimp, squid, hairtail crayfish, swimming crabs, hairy crabs, jellyfish, scallops, mantis, shrimp, frozen yellow croaker, and mackerel. Su Qiqi swept her flashlight beam across the aisle, too many varieties to count. She filled both of Auntie Lu's large bags with meat and seafood, then swept the rest into her spatial realm. The darkness worked to her advantage. No lights meant no need to conceal her spatial acquisitions. No one could see in the pitch-black interior. After clearing the entire frozen meat aisle, Su Qiqi moved to the opposite aisle, yogurt and ice cream. Daylight looters had ignored these sections entirely. 3 fully stocked freezers overflowed with yogurts, ice creams, and popsicles in every flavor, none of which Su Qiqi hesitated to claim, sweeping them all into her spatial realm without restraint. She never imagined she'd enjoy ice cream freedom in the apocalypse. Indeed, zero-cost acquisition truly was sublime. In order not to keep everyone waiting, Su Qiqi quickly returned to the agreed meeting point after finishing her tasks in the freezer, carrying 2 large bags. To gather more supplies, the group decided that Chinda would take Qinli and Meng Yi to carry the supplies back to Changhong community, while the others continued to gather more. Lu Mei had brought many of these large black bags, clearly prepared for the task. Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao each received 2 bags. I will go with Kiki to gather vegetables while you two get some daily necessities like tissues and toothbrushes. Grandma Qiao said, shining her flashlight and leading Su Kiki towards the vegetable area. Shirhuan also went towards the living area. The supermarket had been closed for several days due to the typhoon. Many leafy vegetables were spoiled, trampled on, and only a few edible ones remained. Grandma Qiao and Su Kiki each carried bags starting to gather radishes, potatoes, and winter melons, which were less perishable. Fortunately, the flashlight didn't shine too far. After filling her bag, Su Kiki began to collect items in the darkness into her space. Green and red peppers, cabbage, potatoes, corn, onions, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, bok choy, taro, pleurotus, eryngiae, lotus root, cauliflower, eggplant, cabbage, king, oyster mushrooms, zucchini, green beans, white radish, cucumber, broccoli, winter melon, small pumpkins, and so on. As long as they weren't spoiled, Su Kiki collected everything into her space. These vegetables would surely spoil if left outside for another 2 days. Collecting them into her space was the best choice. After gathering the vegetables, Su Kiki secretly headed towards the fruit section, collecting bananas, mangoes, dragon fruit, watermelon, cantaloupe, oranges, and pomelos, fruits that were easier to preserve. She found they were still fresh and collected them in the dark. She left 5 crates of eggs, salted eggs, and century eggs outside for Grandma Qiao, while the rest were stored in her space. Having a space is so convenient. Su Kiki sighed inwardly. Just then, she casually reached out and collected a row of hot pot base ingredients hanging on the wall. Seafood flavor, spicy flavor, clear broth, mushroom flavor, all sorts of flavors were there. In the future, when the extreme cold arrives, she could enjoy hot pot freedom at home with Grandma Qiao. Kiki, where did you go? Don't wander off in the dark. Grandma Qiao, who was still gathering vegetables, turned around and noticed Su Kiki was missing and hurriedly called out to her. Grandma Qiao, I didn't run off. The bags are full, I took them to the entrance. Su Kiki was dragging 2 bags full of supplies to the entrance, waiting for Uncle Chin and the others to return. There were still plenty of rice flour and oil in the supermarket, but with only Uncle Chin and his few companions walking back and forth, they couldn't carry much. Su Kiki went over and collected a large portion into her space. Although the supermarket wasn't too far from Changhong community, the road was flooded and one could easily fall. Chinli and Meng Yi, both young men who usually didn't do heavy labor, had already stumbled several times while carrying supplies back and forth today. You two should take a break. You're soaked all over. Luckily it's summer, if it were winter you'd freeze. Chanda carried 2 black bags and continued towards the community. No need to rest, we'll be careful this time. We can't keep falling into the same pit. Chinli and Meng Yi said, simultaneously wiping the sweat from their foreheads. They mimicked Chinda and lifted 2 bags of supplies, trudging through the rain. Every time Su Kiki reached an area, she filled 2 black bags first, then collected the remaining items into her space: shampoo, shower gel, soap, laundry detergent, tissues, sanitary napkins, towels, toothbrushes, face masks, water, lotion, cream, makeup products, and so on. Regardless of the brand, she collected everything. In the apocalypse, who cares about brand quality? As long as it's usable, it's fine. Huh. Did I see it wrong? There was obviously a whole row of shower gel here. How did it suddenly disappear? Shirhuan shone her flashlight for a while, but the shelves ahead were indeed empty. It's probably too dark and you misread it. Su Kiki quickly replied from the other side, thinking that Shirhuan should be leaving the living area after filling 2 large bags. Unexpectedly, Shirhuan dragged the bags to the entrance, grabbed a new bag, and returned. By that time, Su Kiki had already cleared everything from the shelves. In the dead of night, encountering such a supernatural event would frighten anyone. People really shouldn't do anything guilty. Kiki, let's hurry and go. I feel something is off here. Shirhuan pulled Su Kiki towards the entrance. I still want to stock up on some snacks, Su Kiki said as she walked. Snacks aren't necessities. Once the typhoon passes, I'll accompany you back to buy some. Shirhuan, frightened by the sudden disappearance of the shower gel, was determined not to stay and continue gathering supplies. Su Kiki silently blamed herself for being careless. In the future, she must be careful when collecting supplies in her space. She couldn't scare everyone. At the gate, the trio responsible for moving supplies was already exhausted, sitting on the ground to catch their breath. It was hard to tell whether they were wet from sweat or rain. They were completely soaked. Let's call it a day. Everyone is too fatigued, Lumei said, looking at the 3 on the ground. All right. Shirhuan was the first to agree. She really just wanted to go home. Seeing Shirhuan's expression, Su Kiki silently said, I'm sorry. As the group carried the last few large bags of supplies back to the 20th floor, dawn was approaching. All the collected supplies were placed in Lumei's living room, and when Su Kiki entered, she saw that the large and small black bags had already filled the entire room. Let's first separate the items that need to go in the fridge, and everyone can take theirs home to put in the fridge. The rest can wait until we wake up tomorrow, okay? Lu Mei yawned and suggested that Chinda and Qinli take a shower first. Just as you said, we have no problem with that. Grandma Qiao replied on behalf of everyone. Seeing that everyone had no issues, Lu Mei divided the meat and seafood that needed to be refrigerated into 7 portions based on the number of people. Their family of 3 took 3 portions, Meng Yi and Shi Huan took 2 portions, and since Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao were each just 1 person, they each took 1 portion. Although Su Kiki already had plenty of supplies in her space, she didn't refuse the portion she received. If she said she couldn't eat much and only needed a little, Grandma Qiao would surely say the same. In any case, they would take as much as they could first. If they ran out later, she could take some out for them. After returning home, Su Kiki stored the meat and seafood she received directly into her space. After taking a shower, she felt revitalized. Su Kiki entered the basement of her space and organized the supplies she had collected from the supermarket into categories on the shelves. There were already plenty of food supplies here, but there were hardly any practical tools needed for the extreme weather of the apocalypse. Next, Su Kiki planned to stock up on those, and as for food, she could collect it along the way. The municipal office established an emergency command center for typhoon response. Mayor Chen Guodong personally serves as the commander with all 300 troops stationed in the city participating in the disaster relief efforts. So far, they have relocated 500 disaster victims living in low-lying areas with older houses. A temporary assistance point has been set up at the Lingqing Gymnasium, which can normally accommodate 000 people. The rescued individuals are currently residing in temporary tents. It is breakfast time now, and the staff distributed 2 pieces of bread and a box of pure milk to each person. Municipal Building Comprehensive Office. Who is this person? Do they think no one can see their jokes? They sent 5 emails in a row. Assistant Lu Xiao is responsible for answering emergency calls and checking public emails at the office center. What the heck? Who is this elementary school student? Have they been reading too many novels? In off-world disasters, typhoons, and floods. The clerk sitting next to Lu Xiao moved her chair closer and almost burst out laughing at the content of the email Lu Xiao opened. Actually, I've gotten used to it. Since we made this public mailbox available, there have really been very few legitimate reports and serious suggestions. Lu Xiao chuckled, stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth as he continued. Last time there was an email from a little girl saying she had a breakup and her boyfriend didn't want her anymore, asking the government to send her one. Isn't that funny? If that were possible, I wouldn't still be single at 30. Lu Xiao self-mockingly commented. But this typhoon seems to be a bit different from the past. It's as if it's never-ending from the moment it made landfall until now. It's already been more than 10 days, right? When have typhoons had such a long cycle before? With this amount of rainfall, there might really be floods. The clerk thought for a moment and carefully read through the email sent by Su Kiki again. So according to you, is this a prophetic email? What it mentions could really happen. No way. Do you actually believe this? Lu Xiao continued to eat his bread, usually dismissing such anonymous emails with a laugh. Even if there were truly natural disasters, how would the sender know about it? Could it be that a deity has descended to save the people? I just thought about it according to the email's logic and felt that the things this anonymous person mentioned might have a chance of happening. Why don't you report what was mentioned in the email to the mayor? What if it's true? If we prepare early, we can save many people. They sent 5 emails in a row, so they definitely don't want it to just sink without a trace with you. After hearing the clerk say this, Lu Xiao also felt there was some truth to it. Thus he hurriedly called Mayor Chen Guodong to inform him about the anonymous email. Oh, there's this matter too. Forward the email to me, and I'll take a look at the content before we proceed. Chen Guodong arrived at the gym early in the morning and had breakfast with the disaster victims there. This typhoon has been long and destructive. Many old dilapidated houses in the old city have collapsed. Rebuilding and repairing will certainly require a large sum of money. Not long after Lu Xiao's email was forwarded, Chen Guodong quickly opened his laptop, and when he saw the various natural disasters mentioned in the anonymous letter, his first reaction was disbelief. Such apocalyptic disasters are really not just plotlines from novels, right? However, upon closer inspection of the descriptions in the letter, it strangely gave off a very realistic feeling. After reading the anonymous letter, Chen Guodong decided to first relocate the Lingqing government's grain storage to a safe place. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the prolonged heavy rain, river breaches, and rising water levels in the city leading to large-scale floods have scientific basis. Currently, not only coastal cities like Lingqing and Huaxia have faced super typhoons, but many inland cities have also experienced several days of heavy rain. This year's climate is indeed very strange. A summer hasn't even arrived, and it's exceptionally hot with typhoons lasting for over 10 days. After thorough consideration, Chen Guodong decided to forward this anonymous email to the highest national leaders. As for whether those in high positions believe it, that is beyond his capabilities. His most important task right now is to protect Lingjing. After last night's search for supplies, most people on the 20th floor woke up only by noon today. Lu Mei asked in the group if anyone was going out to find supplies tonight. Aunt Lu, we're not going today. The supplies we found yesterday are enough for us to eat for more than 10 days, Shi Huan said. She and Meng Yi both believed that it would definitely be sunny again after 10 days. Grandma Qiao also agreed with their opinion, stating that she didn't plan to go out today either. Then we won't go out either. Maybe the rain will stop tomorrow. Seeing that everyone had no intention of going out, Lu Mei found a way to back down. Sukiki, who had just typed half a message, quietly retracted it. She actually wanted to say, "No problem, I'll go with you." Unexpectedly, Lu Mei ignored her entirely. However, Sukiki wasn't angry. She estimated Aunt Lu was just looking out for her because of her young age, not wanting her to go out and take risks. Meow. Tangyuan called out to Sukiki, who was staring blankly at her phone, and then jumped onto the sofa, rubbing against her with its head. The whole cat looked soft and adorable, as if saying, "Sister Kiki, you still have me. I'm always here with you." Our Tangyuan understands. Sukiki put down her phone, picked up Tangyuan on her lap, and gently patted its little head. This little guy has been eating well and sleeping soundly during this time, gaining quite a bit of weight, making it look increasingly round, just like its name. After playing with Tangyuan for a while, Sukiki self-consciously went to the gym in the space to work out. In the apocalypse, besides having accurate shooting skills, good physical fitness can sometimes be a lifesaver. After more than half a month of training, Sukiki should have no problem running 1,000 meters. Next, she still needs to do strength training. Previously, she downloaded many tutorial videos on how to build muscle and how to punch powerfully. She plans to learn all of them. In the evening, Grandma Qiao called Sukiki over for dinner again. Sukiki took the opportunity to move all the supplies she had divided last night to Grandma Qiao's house. Before Grandma Qiao could refuse, Sukiki preemptively said, "Grandma Qiao, please don't make me move them back. I'm lazy and just want to come here every day for meals." "You child, if you give me all the supplies, what will you eat yourself?" Grandma Qiao said, pinching a piece of freshly cooked chicken leg meat into Sukiki's mouth. "I'll just come here every day for meals. Grandma Qiao's cooking is so good, I'm truly lucky." Sukiki placed the meat and seafood she brought over into Grandma Qiao's refrigerator. The other supplies that didn't need refrigeration were put in the cupboard. If the power goes out tomorrow, she will bring over a diesel generator. Sukiki suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She only thought about buying a generator, but hadn't hoarded any diesel yet. Tomorrow there will be a complete power outage, and the supplies in Grandma Qiao's refrigerator will spoil quickly without a generator. The supplies that the 7 of them struggled to carry back last night must not be allowed to spoil at any cost. Fortunately, I still have 2 human-powered generators in my space, the kind that you pedal like riding a bicycle. One person can generate power for 5 hours with 2 hours of pedaling. However, this type of generator is quite taxing on the legs, and to maintain power for a long time, several people need to take turns pedaling. Besides myself, there are 3 other households on the 20th floor, so these 2 generators are insufficient. I still need to go out and find some diesel. Since the apocalypse has just begun, many supplies have not yet been damaged, making it a good time to stock up. After having dinner at Grandma Qiao's, Sukiki hurriedly returned with an excuse. It was pouring outside, the water on the road was deep, and it was a big problem for her to get to the gas station. While Sukiki was worrying, she suddenly noticed a faint light flickering in the palm of her right hand. Why has this capsule appeared again? Sukiki stared at her palm, where the little capsule given to her by Grandma had reappeared. "Can you take?" curiously, Sukiki asked. Just as she finished her question, the capsule in her palm appeared in the living room, looking exactly like the one in her space, except it seemed much smaller. Is this so magical? This capsule can change its size according to the external environment. Sukiki was so shocked that she could hardly find words to express it. She was particularly eager to find out if the capsule contained that little villa. As she pressed her hand against it, a door immediately opened in the capsule in the living room. Sukiki was correct in her assumption. It truly was that little villa. The transparent display on the wall of the living room showed that the accumulated time had already decreased by 2 minutes. This indicated that the capsule house had been out of space for 2 minutes. "Would you like to enable flight mode?" A mechanical voice emanated from the transparent display on the wall. Startled, Sukiki jumped in place. This capsule house can fly." She stared blankly at the screen on the wall, asking a question that showed her lack of experience. "Yes." "Would you like to enable flight mode?" the mechanical voice continued to ask. "Enable flight mode, can you take me to the gas station?" Sukiki sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the transparent display with great interest. "Yes." After hearing the affirmative response, Sukiki felt a surge of excitement. "Capsule. Immediately enable flight mode and take me to the nearest gas station, Tsukiki said very seriously. Okay. As the mechanical voice concluded, the 120-inch television in front of Tsukiki suddenly turned on by itself, instantly transforming into a gigantic high-definition camera. Tsukiki could see the furnishings in the living room clearly from the sofa of the capsule house. During takeoff, the actual size of the capsule house shrank considerably because it needed to fly out of the 20th floor window. However, this change was completely unnoticeable to Tsukiki inside. The magical part was that even if the external capsule shrank to the size of a sesame seed, the interior space remained the same. As the window slowly opened, Tsukiki's capsule house flew out like a miniature spaceship zipping into the air. Wow! Through the TV screen, Tsukiki could clearly see the capsule house flying out of Chonghong Community, now heading towards the Xian gas station, which was still 50 kilometers away. At around 8 p.m., Ling City was still brightly lit under the rain curtain. Tsukiki gazed at the twinkling stars on the big screen, lamenting that starting tomorrow the nights would be plunged into darkness. Beep beep. The message notification sound on Tsukiki's phone rang one after another. You guys come and see, I captured an alien coming to Earth. In the community owner group, someone posted an especially blurry photo. What are you posting? Isn't that just a balloon floating in the sky? What's there to get worked up about? In such heavy rain you come show me a balloon flying. This is clearly an alien spaceship. This guy must be hallucinating from hunger. Ha ha. Another one gone mad in our community. I think it looks like a plastic bag blown into the sky by the wind. Exactly. I was just about to say. It's just a big plastic bag. Homebuddy girl, did your family give you instant noodles when you bought face masks? No. There hasn't been any for a long time. Now I don't even have enough for myself. Tsukiki glanced at the photo shared in the group and nearly dropped her jaw. Did her capsule house get photographed on its first outing? My luck is too bad. It seems I can't go out so early in the future. Tsukiki sighed. However, upon closer inspection, the photo was so blurry that those who didn't know wouldn't be able to tell what it was from a distance. It really did look like a balloon. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tsukiki couldn't help but burst into laughter. Arrived at the destination, would you like to land in place? The monotonous mechanical voice sounded again, and Tsukiki finally realized that they had arrived at the gas station. I didn't expect the speed to be so fast. Looking around, all the stores were closed, the streets had no streetlights, and even the gas station was pitch. Doesn't the gas station have anyone on duty? Tsukiki wondered. Since there was no one around, she directly had the capsule house stop at the entrance of the gas station. She was fully equipped with long boots, raincoat, and rain pants, hat, and mask. In such an outfit, even if she met someone she knew, they probably wouldn't recognize her as Tsukiki. After getting out, Tsukiki quickly stowed the conspicuous capsule house into her space, then took out the off-road vehicle to fill it with gas. To carry back more gasoline and diesel, she needed to find several large-capacity metal barrels. With a flashlight in hand, Tsukiki searched the gas station for a long time and finally found 5 20-liter small fuel cans in one of the rooms. However, the fuel cans at the gas station were still too small. After filling these 5 cans with gasoline and storing them away, she began to think about where to find several larger fuel barrels. I know where to find them. Tsukiki's eyes lit up. Su Jianming has them. She remembered that Su Jianming owned 2 hardware stores on the street. Both hardware stores sold those 200-liter large metal barrels. Considering the short distance, Tsukiki planned to walk there. After all, with her raincoat, rain pants, and long boots, walking a few steps outside shouldn't be a problem. The wind wasn't very strong now, but the heavy rain continued to pour down with water on the street reaching above Tsukiki's ankles. The water here was lower than in Chonghong Community where Tsukiki lived. Step by step through the puddles, Tsukiki arrived in front of a store called Suji Hardware Chain. The roll-up door of Su's hardware store was tightly closed. After entering the space, Tsukiki took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen. Tsukiki squatted in the rain at the store's entrance, vigorously chopping with a knife until her hands were covered with small nicks, yet the roll-up door remained securely locked. Sigh. It seems that chopping away like this won't work. Tsukiki calmed down, holding the knife and pondering. After entering her space, she could come out anywhere within a radius of 500 meters, right? With this ability, why was she struggling at the store's entrance? She could simply enter the space at the door and then choose to emerge inside the store. Sigh. Tsukiki sighed again, and not even old yet, why is my memory so poor? After a bit of self-mockery, she quickly entered the space, and when she came out was already inside Su Jianming's hardware store. She felt for the light switch and turned on all the lights in the store. After all, there was a roll-up door outside, it wouldn't matter if it was bright inside. Su Jianming opened many hardware stores in Lingqing, especially in recent years, and it was said that the business was particularly good. But no matter how good it was, it had nothing to do with her now. Tsukiki collected her thoughts and prepared to find a gas barrel. The items here were numerous and varied: screwdrivers, wrenches, door locks, door handles, electric saws, iron wires, hoses, faucets, electric wires, and all sorts of screws, nuts, hammers, drills. Everything essential for daily life was available. For larger items, there were security doors, ceiling lights, various energy-saving LED lights, floor tiles, floorboards, flush toilets, wash basins, bathroom mirrors, latex paint, and more. The large-capacity gas barrels Tsukiki was looking for were at the very back, made of metal, each with a capacity of 200 liters. There were a total of 4 stacked, one on top of the other, in the corner. This barrel is indeed much larger than those at the gas station. Tsukiki laughed as she directly stored the gas barrel in her space. Looking back at the hardware accessories, she thought they would definitely come in handy for post-disaster reconstruction. Then I'll reluctantly take all of you. With a thought, Tsukiki made all the items in the hardware store disappear. Achoo. Achoo. Far away in Tongda community, Su Jianming suddenly sneezed several times in succession. Do you think someone is cursing me behind my back? Su Jianming turned in bed and asked, are you talking about Kiki? That girl shouldn't be that bad. Let's not discuss this for now. Lingwei has been making a fuss all day saying she wants to eat chicken. With such heavy rain outside, where can we find her a chicken? Sigh. If we had known this typhoon would last so long, we should have stocked up more food at home. Yi started complaining to Su Jianming. Now that everyone is stuck at home, having plain rice to eat is already quite good. Haven't you heard? Someone almost lost their life downstairs today. 2 siblings fought over a bucket of instant noodles. Su Jianming tossed and turned, growing more restless as he spoke. This damned weather made him feel like he was going to mold away at home. Another Su store wasn't far away. Tsukiki used the same method to enter again and took 5 more gas barrels. After getting the gas barrels, Tsukiki returned to the gas station to continue her endeavor. Who understands the joy of filling barrels with gas without spending a dime? It took Tsukiki over half an hour to fill all 9 gas barrels. 5 of them were filled with gasoline and the other 4 with diesel. This should last her quite a while. At that moment, Tsukiki noticed a car approaching the gas station from a distance. At such a late hour in this heavy rain, who would be driving out? Tsukiki looked suspiciously as the vehicle drew closer. She quickly stored the gas barrels in her space and found a corner to hide. She was curious to see who this person was who, like her, was out at midnight for some gas. As the car drew nearer, Tsukiki could see that it was a modified Mercedes-Benz G-Class. With a high chassis and good performance, it's no wonder it drove so steadily on the waterlogged road. When the car finally came to a stop, a man got out looking about 1.8 meters tall. This man was also fully geared up: raincoat, rain pants, rain boots, and a black mask on his face. His goal was clear. Like Tsukiki, he was also here for gas. He quickly took out several gas barrels from the vehicle and began filling them one after another. The gas barrels he brought were all the small 20-liter ones, similar to those Tsukiki had found at the gas station earlier. After filling his gas barrels, the man drove off in the G-Class. Only after his vehicle had moved far away did Tsukiki come out from her hiding place. Due to this delay, it was already 11 p.m. She had originally planned to head to the northern part of the city later tonight, as there was a large shipyard there. Kayaks, speedboats, and small yachts were all available there. Looking at the time, it seemed a bit late, so Tsukiki thought it would be better to go tomorrow night. On her way back, passing by yesterday's supermarket, Tsukiki couldn't help but go down from the capsule house again. There were still many supplies left that she hadn't collected yesterday. It would be a pity if they got flooded. Vegetables, meat, fruits, and rice had mostly been taken by them yesterday. Today, Tsukiki headed straight for the snack area, but the shelves were empty of biscuits, self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, and luasafen. It seemed that many people had come during the day. With her flashlight in hand, Tsukiki looked around. The snacks that she usually craved were still plentiful. Potato chips, beef jerky, dried plums, seaweed snacks, canned shredded pork, milk powder, soy milk, lotus powder, dried tofu, lemon, chicken feet, duck necks, chocolate, fruit jelly, and konjac products. There were also many drinks such as cola, Sprite, peach, oolong tea, sugar-free black coffee, green tea, and black tea. White wine, red wine, various fruit-flavored wines were all fully stocked on a shelf untouched. Tsukiki was not polite at all and took them all into her space. In an instant, the entire snack area was cleared out by Tsukiki. Being alone in the dark, she felt a bit scared for no reason. Tsukiki quickly steeled her courage and went up to the second floor, which was the clothing and home textile area. Clothes and pants, regardless of size or gender, Tsukiki directly stored them all in her space. Bedsheets, quilts, pillows, straw mats, blankets. Tsukiki didn't miss a single item. As long as there was space left, she would not stop hoarding supplies. After finishing up with these, Tsukiki hurriedly went up to the 3rd floor. In such a large supermarket, she was the only one, and she could clearly hear her own footsteps. To say she wasn't scared would be a lie. Tsukiki was entirely supported by the belief in her zero-cost shop. The third floor was filled with appliances, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, computers, phones, rice cookers, induction cookers, microwaves, ovens, and blenders. In this apocalyptic world, Tsukiki wasn't sure if these appliances would be of any use in the future. However, since her space was large, she decided to take them all. The pots, pans, and dishes in the kitchen were on the first floor. As Tsukiki went downstairs, she also collected many beautiful ceramic bowls and chopsticks, kitchen knives, cups, basins, buckets, mops, and brooms, these daily necessities. After a night out, Tsukiki returned loaded with supplies. Last night, Tsukiki returned home, took a quick shower, and fell heavily onto her bed, drifting into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lingjing began a complete water and power outage. Tsukiki got up, washed up in the space, and had breakfast. She moved a diesel generator from the basement, planning to find an opportunity to deliver it to Grandma Qiao later. At this moment, the internet and mobile signals were still working. Tsukiki remembered that it seemed the network signal was disrupted just a couple of days after the water and power outage. The residents' group chat was already in an uproar, filled with panic complaints and anger at the Lingjing government's inaction. Hong Hong Hua Hua exclaimed, "This water outage is truly life-threatening. There are only a few buckets of drinking water at home, and the toilet has become foul with no water to flush." Hope Tianai added, "Who says otherwise? I've called the property management all morning and no one has answered. They only know how to collect management fees, but they don't send anyone to fix the water and power issues," said Shanren Ziyu Miaoji. "The security guards in the community haven't come to work for days yet. They expect proper management. Now everyone can only rely on their own luck," said Sisher Yi Jiwa. "I live on the first floor and the water has already entered my house. It's so flooded that I have to wade through it at home. Can anyone with spare rooms on higher floors lend them to me for a few days? There are only 2 of us at home and we're not noisy." Upon hearing someone wanted to borrow a room, the group suddenly fell silent. Those who had just been complaining about the property management and government logged off one after another. In this situation, who would still lend their house to a stranger? "We barely have any food left at home. What if someone comes to rob us?" In reality, normal people would have such thoughts. Tsukiki merely watched the lively discussion in the group for a while before deciding to visit Grandma Qiao. She had a thought in her mind to tell Grandma Qiao about her rebirth and the existence of her space. Just as she was about to go out to find Grandma Qiao, Tsukiki saw that in the group chat on the 20th floor, Lu Mei had sent several voice messages in a row. "Comrades, the water and power are out and the residents group has been in chaos this morning. Did you all see? Fortunately, we had the foresight to move several buckets of water the night before yesterday. The power outage is a bit more troublesome. I have a diesel generator at home, but it's low on fuel. I estimate it can still generate electricity for 2 or 3 days. Does anyone need to move their refrigerators to my house? I'm worried that the supplies everyone has stored will spoil without power." "That would be great, Aunt Lu. Meng Yi and I were just worried about what to do with the food in our refrigerator. You've just solved our urgent problem. I'll go and help Meng Yi carry the refrigerator to your house." "Great," said Shirhuan happily. "What do Aunt Qiao and Tsukiki say? Do you want to move your refrigerator over as well?" Lu Mei asked in the group chat. "Aunt Lu, I have a generator. It should be fine for me to use it with Grandma Qiao," Tsukiki hurriedly replied. This child is quite resourceful, as she has a good sense of crisis and has stocked up on a generator. Much better than my silly son who only knows how to eat. Whoever marries you as a wife will surely wake up laughing in their sleep. Lu Mei genuinely liked Tsukiki from the bottom of her heart, lamenting that her own silly son seemed to lack that fortune. Tsukiki was momentarily at a loss for words. She really didn't know how to respond to Aunt Lu's remark. "Kikek, it's great that you have a generator. I'll quickly pack up the food in the refrigerator and take it to your house." Grandma Qiao had just gone downstairs to fetch a bucket of rainwater to flush the toilet. With the power outage, the elevator was unusable, and she had to carry a bucket of water from the first floor to the 20th floor. Under normal circumstances, when the power suddenly goes out in a community, the elevator should have a backup. She didn't know which uncivilized person had pried open the door to the property management's generator room. Now the elevator's backup generator had been stolen, making it difficult for those living on higher floors to even go downstairs. Fortunately, Grandma Qiao had always exercised, otherwise at her age going up just 10 floors would be a limit, let alone carrying a bucket of water up to the 20th floor. Just as she arrived home, Grandma Qiao noticed the phone on the table was making a series of beeping sounds. In the group chat, Tsukiki saw Grandma Qiao speaking. Since she also had something to discuss, she quickly opened the door and went out to find Grandma Qiao. "Grandma Qiao, do you believe in the concept of rebirth?" As soon as Su Kikek arrived at Grandma Chiao's house, she mysteriously asked. There are novels about it. The one I'm currently reading is about a rich young lady who is reborn for revenge. If you have time, you should read it too. The female lead is both beautiful and powerful. It's really fascinating. Grandma Chiao continued to clean out the refrigerator while talking to Su Kikek. Grandma Chiao, please pause for a moment. I have something important to tell you. Su Kikek mustered her courage, pulling Grandma Chiao to the living room sofa and sitting beside her. What is it that's so mysterious? Grandma Chiao asked with a smile. Grandma Chiao, please listen to me. No matter what I say next, don't interrupt me, okay? Okay. Seeing Su Kikek's serious expression, Grandma Chiao unconsciously became anxious. Su Kikek recounted how she was expelled from her adoptive parents' home in her previous life, how she met Grandma Chiao, and how they relied on each other during the apocalypse, ultimately getting buried in the ruins during an earthquake in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Are you saying all of this is true? Grandma Chiao's eyes widened. Having lived to 60, it was her first time hearing about rebirth. Although she had read many novels of this type, encountering such a thing in reality was something she found hard to believe for a moment. Grandma Chiao, I know what I'm saying is very unbelievable, but it's indeed all true. Moreover, after my rebirth, I suddenly gained a personal space where I can store many supplies. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Seeing that Grandma Chiao was still somewhat skeptical, Su Kikek decided to reveal her personal space, as it was the only thing that could serve as convincing evidence. Watch closely. I can store the remote control and tissue box from the coffee table into my space. As soon as Su Kikek's words fell, the remote and tissue box in front of them vanished. No, they're gone. Grandma Chiao's voice trembled in shock. Immediately after, Su Kikek took out the remote and tissue box from her space, and Grandma Chiao watched the whole thing unfold as if it were a magic trick, her mouth agape in astonishment. Su Kikek was not finished. She also took out the generator she intended to give Grandma Chiao. Suddenly, a diesel generator appeared in the living room, making Grandma Chiao fully believe what Su Kikek had said. Kikek, as you say, we are already in the apocalypse. Even if the typhoon and rain stop, the sun won't shine and flooding will follow. So, what should we prepare? This house will collapse in the earthquake 3 years from now. Should we move out immediately? Grandma Chiao asked 2 very important questions for both her and Su Kikek. Grandma Chiao, I have already stockpiled enough supplies for both of us to last 10 years. As for the house, there's no rush. The earthquake will occur in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. As long as we find a safe place to move before the earthquake, we'll be fine. Su Kikek gently patted Grandma Chiao's trembling body, with both hands confidently expressing her thoughts. In this life, they would both live well. Even if they couldn't find a safe place, they still had the capsule house. But she wondered if Grandma Chiao could enter the capsule house. Su Kikek thought she needed to find an opportunity to test it. Grandma Chiao, what I just told you must only be known to the 2 of us. We can't tell Aunt Lu and Sister Sherhuan. Su Kikek urged while holding Grandma Chiao's hand. I know this. Rest assured, Kikek. I won't tell anyone. Grandma Chiao gradually recovered from the panic of the apocalypse and looked at Su Kikek with a firm tone. Grandma Chiao, can I move in and live with you? We can share a generator and save some diesel. Su Kikek playfully linked arms with Grandma Chiao. That would be wonderful. Having you by my side for the rest of my life, I won't be afraid even in the apocalypse. Grandma Chiao said kindly as she patted the hand Su Kikek had wrapped around her. Then hurry back to pack your things and move over. I'll go change the bed sheets in the other bedroom for you now. Grandma Chiao was also an impatient person. Upon hearing Su Kikek wanted to move, and she abandoned tidying the fridge and directly went to the bedroom to prepare the bed for Su Kikek. Su Kikek's happiness at this moment was beyond words. She was no longer alone. Most of her belongings were already in the space, so there wasn't much to pack. She just needed to pack her quilt and pillow from her bed, the frying pan, rice cooker plates, and bowls from the kitchen. Lastly, and most importantly, she had to move Tangyuan and its cat nest over. Meow. Meow. Tangyuan was already in Grandma Chiao's arms, constantly rubbing against her, clearly so happy that it forgot it had an owner. Su Kikek could see that Tangyuan also adored Grandma Chiao. At this moment, the 2 of them, a person and a cat, were so cozy that she felt like a light bulb. Ever since Grandma Chiao learned that Su Kikek had space, she moved all the supplies in the house over, allowing Su Kikek to store them in the space. I think we should still keep some things in the fridge. What if Aunt Lu and the others come over? It wouldn't be right if we have nothing, especially since we just divided the supplies the day before yesterday. That's true. Our Kikek is so thoughtful. Grandma Chiao placed Tangyuan in its cat nest, then picked some meat and vegetables that they would eat in the next few days and put them in the fridge, urging Su Kikek to quickly put away the other supplies. The diesel generator taken out from the space was now in use. After days of typhoon and heavy rain, the temperature had dropped considerably, and both Su Qiqi and Grandma Qiao hadn't turned on the air conditioner for several days. However, with the windows closed and the air in the room stagnant, Su Qiqi felt a bit stuffy. Grandma Qiao set up an electric fan in the living room, adjusting it to oscillate. With the cool breeze blowing through the room, Su Qiqi felt the air instantly became much fresher. "Qiqi, I'll make you something delicious for lunch to celebrate you and Tangwan moving in." Grandma Qiao glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 1130. She had done an hour of indoor yoga that morning, then went downstairs to fetch a bucket of water, and after chatting with Qiqi for a while, time had flown by, and it was almost mealtime. "Grandma Qiao, I have a small villa in my space, and there is water there. I'll bring out a few more buckets for you. You shouldn't go downstairs to fetch rainwater anymore." Su Qiqi picked up the water bucket from home and quickly entered her space. Soon Grandma Qiao saw Su Qiqi emerging with 2 full buckets of water. Got it. I won't go next time." Grandma Qiao took the buckets from Su Qiqi's hands. She thought to herself how magical this space was, like Doraemon, where one could take out anything. "I'll go make lunch in the kitchen, you and Tangwan can play." Grandma Qiao had just been worried about not having water to cook with, using bottled drinking water to wash vegetables was something she really couldn't bear to do. "Okay." Su Qiqi replied and took Tangwan into the space to play. Tangwan had been brought into the space by Su Qiqi many times already. Now it was racing up the stairs as it loved playing on the balcony of the 3rd floor the most. There were many beautiful flowers planted there. Tangwan stood on tiptoe, bringing its chubby head close to sniff. Wow, so fragrant. Su Qiqi followed behind, laughing, and once on the balcony, she sat in a rattan chair like an old mother watching Tangwan play. At that moment, a thought unexpectedly crossed her mind. She wanted to go see the mist. Meow. Tangwan ran over, clutching a rose, and forcefully stuffed it into Su Qiqi's hand, then rubbed its chubby head against her ankle. Su Qiqi didn't know where Tangwan learned this kind of eagerness. It seemed that during this period, all she did was let it watch cartoons, specifically that cat and mouse show. That little guy Tong Yuan hadn't learned how to catch mice at all, but it had become a natural at cheering people up. Su Qiqi casually opened the capsule shell on the balcony, and a golden ray of sunlight slowly poured in. As the mist cleared, Su Qiqi happily ran to the balcony railing to look around. Outside the villa, there were actually large patches of forest. In her excitement, she hurriedly took Tangwan out of the capsule house. Outside, besides the off-road vehicle that had been stored there, was also a piece of land suitable for planting. Walking to the other side, there was a large and clear pond facing the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa gym. Su Qiqi thought about the fish she had stored in the basement, as some of them seemed to still be alive. For instance, the carp bass and yellow croaker. And this large pond was perfect for raising fish. Filled with immense excitement, Su Qiqi walked around the villa. Besides the land and pond, there were only some lush trees surrounding it, resembling a big forest. Judging by sight, another mist covered an area about 50 meters away. Su Qiqi felt that the mist clearing this time had to be related to her summoning the capsule house for use. Perhaps next time she summoned the capsule house, this mist could clear up even more. This forest was a treasure trove of the wild mushrooms, fruits, and even animals could fill their bellies in times of food scarcity. Su Qiqi was as joyful as a foolish daughter of a landlord. Had she never thought that there could be wild beasts in this forest? Who would be the predator and who would be the prey then? At this moment, Su Qiqi couldn't think of these unknown dangers. What she wanted to do most was to bring Grandma Qiao into the space. As soon as this thought emerged, Su Qiqi hurriedly exited the space. She went to the kitchen and saw Grandma Qiao was preparing a chicken wing. Without saying a word, she grabbed Grandma Qiao's hand, and the two of them appeared hand in hand in the living room of the capsule house. Spatial intruder identified. Xiao Mengdia, age 60. Loyalty confirmed at 100. Shall she be granted authorized access? A translucent display embedded in the living room wall suddenly lit up with this message. Xiao Mengdai. Could that be Grandma Qiao's full name? In her previous life, Su Qiqi had always called her Grandma Qiao. Others addressed her as Auntie Qiao, so she had never known her full name until now. Grandma Qiao, can you see the transparent display on the wall? Su Qiqi asked, turning to the elder beside her. Is there a display on the wall? I don't see one. Still dazed from being abruptly pulled into the space, just moments ago she'd been slicing chicken wings in her kitchen, Grandma Qiao blinked wide-eyed, scanning the living room walls for the elusive transparent screen. She still felt as though she were dreaming. 1 second she'd stood in her kitchen, the next she'd materialized inside the space Su Qiqi had spoken of. Clutching the very knife she'd used to cut chicken wings, Grandma Qiao wandered about like a curious guest stepping into an unfamiliar garden. Shall Xiao Mengdai be granted authorized access? If no confirmation is given within 10 seconds, the space will automatically expel her. What? Expulsion for inaction. This space truly has no sense of courtesy. Muttering under her breath, Kiki hurriedly commanded the display grant authorized access. Confirmed. Authorization successfully granted. Thereafter, should Xiaomingdia's loyalty fall below 100, she will be automatically expelled. Kiki hadn't expected the space to be so scrupulous, conducting loyalty assessments no less. Kiki, what did you just say about authorized access? Who are you talking to? Grandma Qiao asked, intrigued by Kiki's seemingly self-directed muttering. And no one in particular. Kiki waved her hands dismissively and swiftly changed the subject. Grandma Qiao, is your full name really Xiaomingdai? Yes. How did you know? Oh, I remember. Of course, I must have told you myself in my past life. She laughed heartily. Doesn't my name sound a bit outdated? Grandma Qiao teased herself with a smile. Not at all. It reminds me of stage names used by celebrities back in the day. Kiki replied. You said back in the day, doesn't that make it outdated? Grandma Qiao retorted, then strode toward the kitchen, still holding the knife. Oh, what a beautiful kitchen. How wonderful it would be to cook here. Grandma Qiao's eyes sparkled with childlike delight as she gazed around, captivated by what she loved. Then, let's cook here from now on. Kiki followed close behind, her own eyes shimmering with quiet joy. This she thought was the life she had long dreamed of. Let the world descend into chaos or not, she and Grandma Qiao possessed supplies and sanctuary. If they played their cards right, life could become deeply fulfilling. Grandma Qiao, let me show you upstairs to the room I've prepared for you. Would you like to see it? Kiki gently took the knife from Grandma Qiao's hand and placed it on the kitchen counter before guiding her up to the second floor. There's even a room for me here. Grandma Qiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She had lived alone for so many years. Of course there is. Where there's me, there must be Grandma Qiao's place too. Kiki beamed with pride like a child eagerly seeking praise from an elder. Grandma Qiao's room sat adjacent to Kiki's rosy-hued bedroom, its decor elegantly traditional. Dark brown solid wood furniture, a wardrobe bed, and writing desk filled the space. A camel-toned leather headboard offered soft support, while a delicate hand-painted ink-and-color lotus scroll adorned the wall above, exuding timeless charm. Warm white curtains swayed gently in the breeze, drawing Grandma Qiao instinctively toward the window. Kiki, come quickly, look outside. The view beyond the glass looks like a painted masterpiece. Grandma Qiao exclaimed, enchanted by the dense verdant forest stretching beyond the window. Once she dreamed of such a home, far from the city, where nature greeted her each morning through open windows, where she might grow vegetables, tend flowers, and keep a small pet. Now every image she'd once held only in wistful imagination stood before her, rendered vividly real by Kiki. Kiki, thank you. Today has been truly joyful. For the first time in decades, I feel that simply being alive is profoundly beautiful. So do I, Grandma Qiao. From now on, neither of us will ever be alone again. Hand in hand, they stood side by side at the window, gazing silently into the deep green embrace of the forest, thoughts drifting far tender and unspoken. Changhong Residential Complex. As floodwaters rose steadily on the ground floor, many residents began evacuating upward. They had no choice. The exits were sealed and water had already risen to waist level inside their homes. A delay risked drowning. Watching ground floor neighbors ascend, second and third floor residents hurried home to pack belongings, determined to secure favorable spots in higher floors. Given the relentless downpour, their own apartments might soon flood. Awaiting would leave them with only undesirable spaces. Mask Lady, have you noticed? Ground and second floor residents are all moving upstairs. Where exactly are they going? There isn't enough room in the upper floors. Hopeful filled the corridors. I live on the 10th floor. Already ground floor residents have occupied my hallway, pitching 2 or 3 tents. Blazing red, I live on the 4th floor. Should I move up too? Logically, floodwater shouldn't reach that high. Kiki and Grandma Qiao both saw these messages in the neighborhood group chat. Grandma Qiao, it seems we must step out of the space for now. Floodwaters are rising downstairs. In my past life, some tried to bypass all floors and settle directly on our 20th. Auntie Lu and you, with your kind hearts, let them camp in the corridor and even shared supplies. But the very next day, those 2 families broke into apartment 2004, accusing you both of heartlessness for withholding an empty unit. What? That apartment isn't even ours. How utterly unreasonable. Grandma Qiao bristled with indignation, as if witnessing the injustice unfold before her eyes. That was only the beginning. After seizing apartment 2004, those 2 households turned their attention to everyone's supplies, and we were their first target. We appeared the most vulnerable, so they broke into our apartment at midnight, intending to steal everything. When you confronted them, one kicked you. What? They dared kick me while stealing. Grandma Qiao seethed, outrage blazing, as though the assault were happening anew. Then what happened? Surely we didn't just let them take everything. Grandma Qiao pressed urgently. Our cries roused Uncle Qin and Auntie Lu's family, and Meng Yi and Sister Shi Huan rushed over too. Seeing the intruders plundering our supplies, Uncle Qin and Auntie Lu dashed home, without hesitation returning brandishing kitchen knives, while Qin Li retrieved a military entrenching tool. Then what happened? Surely we didn't just let them take everything. Grandma Qiao pressed urgently. Our cries roused Uncle Qin and Auntie Lu's, yet even that makeshift assembly was awe-inspiring enough to send the thieves fleeing downstairs that very night, rolling up their bedding in panic. What should we do now? Su Kiki had just emerged from the space with Grandma Qiao. After lunch, we'll go to Aunt Lu's and call Sister Shi Huan and the others to discuss installing a security door on the staircase. That's a great idea. Grandma Qiao gave Su Kiki a thumbs up. Oh, I need to go cook. I haven't finished the chicken wings yet. Grandma Qiao placed the dumplings she was holding on the sofa and hurried to the kitchen. Hey, where's my kitchen knife? Kiki, it seems I left my knife in your space. It's fine. I'll get it for you right now. Su Kiki laughed and reached out, and a kitchen knife appeared in her hand. Wow! If you had that skill on the street, it would probably scare people to death. While joking with Su Kiki, Grandma Qiao cut the chicken wings, adding scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and Orleans marinade, mixing everything together with her hands before setting it aside to marinate. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous, featuring not only pan-fried chicken wings, but also steamed yellow croaker stir-fried mushrooms and green spicy and sour shredded potatoes, along with a tomato beef brisket soup. Even if it weren't the end times, the spread would be quite impressive for just Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao. Kiki, the yellow croaker you brought from your space is especially fresh, so eat more. Grandma Qiao picked a particularly fatty piece of fish for Su Kiki and filled their glasses with orange juice. Welcome, Kiki and Dumpling. Grandma Qiao raised her glass and clinked it with Su Kiki. Thank you, Grandma Qiao. Dumpling, and I finally have a home. Su Kiki's eyes sparkled with joy as she raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Meow. Meow. Dumpling, focused on its meal, heard the clinking glasses and meowed twice, signaling that it wanted to join in the toast. Dumpling's cleverness will definitely lead to great success in the future. Grandma Qiao, pleased, immediately gave Dumpling a piece of chicken wing. Meow. Meow meow. Rewarded, Dumpling ran over to snuggle with Grandma Qiao. When did these two become so close? Oh dear. Oh, is it really okay for you two to be like this? Su Kiki felt like she was being forced dog food. No, wait, it should be cat food. But that doesn't seem right either, haha. At 2 in the afternoon, the friends on the 20th floor gathered in room 2003. I think Kiki's concerns are valid. We should install a security door on the staircase. Lu Mei said. We agree. Chinda and his son Qinli quickly put down the fruit knives and expressed their agreement. They had been assigned a task by Lu Mei to peel pears for everyone. To save water, they peeled the pears without washing them. Here. Everyone eat pears. Qinli held up a plate of peeled white pears and first handed one to Su Kiki before distributing them to others. Thank you. Su Kiki took it, biting into a big piece, which was sweet and juicy. Will the property management complain if we install the security door without permission? What if the residents downstairs find out and complain about us? Shi Huan, being the most timid among them, was still worried about complaints at this time. The property management hasn't been working for a long time. Not to mention the property management, there are many cases of looting and robbery outside and no one is managing it. It's not that no one is managing it, but the lynching government simply cannot handle it all. Su Kiki briefly explained the current situation outside to give them a heads up. Then what do we do, eh? If this typhoon continues and the government doesn't provide rescue, will we get trapped at home and starve to death? Just thinking about it is terrifying. Shi Huan's anxiety grew as she imagined being stuck without food. Don't be afraid. I'm here for everything. Besides, with so many of us, we will definitely find a way. Meng Yi held Shi Huan's hand, continuously comforting her. Sister Shi Huan, don't be afraid. As long as our 20th floor unites, we will get through this together. Su Kiki added while comforting her. Now the residents on the lower floors have already started moving upstairs, and those in the resident group from higher floors are constantly complaining. As food becomes scarcer, it is inevitable that some will come to rob. For everyone's safety, I propose we install the security door today. I happen to have security doors. Can everyone help me bring them out to see if they fit? After Su Kiki finished speaking, Grandma Qiao immediately responded, showing great teamwork. Great. Great. Let's go see right now. After Su Kiki's analysis, everyone realized that the heavy rain wouldn't stop anytime soon, and they couldn't just sit at home waiting for government rescue. When everyone carried Grandma Qiao's security door to the safe passage, they found that the door's dimensions were just right. Isn't this a sign that the heavens are helping us? Lu Mei covered her mouth in delight, afraid that her laughter would attract people from downstairs. I suspect Grandma Chiao that you had been planning to install a security door here all along, which is why this door fits so well. Meng Yi joked casually. Grandma Chiao smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that Kiki had secretly compared several security doors from her space when no one was paying attention, and this was the only one that fit, which is why it was kept at home. Old Chin, go get our toolbox. You should be fine installing the security door, right? Lu Mei said. Before they opened a clothing store, Chinda had worked at a home installation company, and installing security doors was part of their business. This door is a piece of cake. Chinda finished eating the large white pear in his hand and went to get the tools. The three men were installing the security door in the corridor while Sukiki and Grandma Chiao were also busy. Now that Sukiki and Grandma Chiao were living together, room 2004 was vacant and Grandma Chiao planned to grow vegetables there. Although Sukiki had a space, she couldn't expose it. To ensure that the other residents on the 20th floor could eat fresh vegetables, Grandma Chiao devised this method. She picked out several shade-tolerant vegetables from the seeds Sukiki provided, such as spinach, bok choy, bean sprouts, and mushrooms, which could all be grown indoors without sunlight. Especially bean sprouts, which generally only require water cultivation. Grandma Chiao had been growing vegetables on her balcony for years, and she had a lot of nutrient soil stored at home. If it wasn't enough, she could ask Sukiki to get some soil from her space. As for the 10 chicks in Sukiki's space, they finally came in handy. She told Lu Mei and Shirhuan that these were the chicks hatched by Grandma Chiao's old hen, giving each of them 5 to raise at home. If all went well, they could have fresh, free-range eggs in 34 months. By planting our own vegetables and raising chickens, even if we get trapped at home for several months, we shouldn't starve. Shirhuan, overwhelmed with joy, hugged Grandma Chiao and started to wipe her tears. Good child. With Grandma Chiao around, how could I let you go hungry? This afternoon, everyone was busy with their own tasks. Installing security doors, planting vegetables, raising chickens, Sukiki successfully ignited the crisis awareness of the entire 20th floor. In the evening, Sukiki instructed everyone to hang dark bed sheets on the windows and to use warm-colored lights as much as possible, avoiding unnecessary lights. They must not let the people in the opposite building discover that they still had electricity. In the apocalypse, one must never challenge human nature. Even if one possesses something that others do not, it must not be revealed before others, or the next victim will be you. Kiki, you're so amazing. You know so much. Chinli praised in the group chat. Haha. Actually, not really. I just read a lot of novels on this topic. Sukiki felt embarrassed and quickly found a reason to explain. She had just inadvertently mentioned the apocalypse and wondered if everyone would have any doubts. Kiki, the term apocalypse you used is very apt to the current situation. Really is like an apocalypse. Natural disasters are frequent and people are starting to loot and plunder. At this rate, who knows what it will become? Chen sighed. Uncle Chin, it will be fine. Everyone must hold on. The country will not abandon us. Sukiki noticed that no one doubted her words about the apocalypse, and they were all subtly influenced by her. As long as they united, surviving on the 20th floor before the earthquake would be absolutely fine. For dinner, Sukiki had Grandma Chiao prepare it directly in the space. There was already no water or electricity outside. Cooking was inconvenient, and she was afraid that the smell of cooking would attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Grandma Chiao, I need to go out tonight. The flooding is about to start, and I'm going out to stock up on some speedboats and life rafts. Sukiki said while eating. But Kiki, it's pouring outside and cars can't even drive. Even if you have the space, how can you go out? Grandma Chiao immediately became anxious upon hearing that Sukiki planned to go out at night. Grandma Chiao, did you forget? I possess a secret weapon. The capsule house in the space can take me out safely. You and Tangwan can stay home and watch cartoons. I'll be back soon. Sukiki then explained the technology of how the capsule house can shrink and fly anywhere to Grandma Chiao. It can come out. It can even be a spaceship. Grandma Chiao found herself astonished throughout the day. Then you must be careful when you go out. Even with the capsule house, do not be careless. Grandma Chiao knew Sukiki's character and did not try to persuade her further, just reminding her to be cautious. I know. Sukiki quickly finished the rice in her bowl and reached out to pet Tangyuan. You stay home and play with Grandma. I'll be back soon. Meow. Tangyuan obediently wagged its tail. During the day, Sukiki had checked online and found a boat company called Lincoln Technology in the eastern suburbs of Lingqing, which mainly produced speedboats, inflatable boats, air-cushioned boats, life rafts, and small yachts. Everything Sukiki wanted for travel during the flooding was available there. However, the eastern part of Lingqing was a heavy disaster area where most residences had been submerged to the second floor. Most residents had been evacuated and the gym was already overcrowded. 10 primary and secondary schools in Lingqing had been requisitioned by the municipal office and disaster victims were gradually moving in. Chen Guodong was thankful for making the right choice. After reading that anonymous letter, he immediately ordered the relocation of the 2 grain storage facilities set up in the eastern suburbs. Otherwise, the disaster victims in the gym and schools would have no food to eat. If the 8 points cannot provide basic food and shelter, riots will occur. Chen Guodong also prepared for 2 scenarios. One was to report the severe disaster situation in Linqing to higher authorities, hoping the country could provide some assistance. On the other hand, he actively carried out self-rescue. Now more and more areas were being submerged by rain, and the soldiers participating in the rescue had suffered casualties. To some extent, the 2 relocated grain depots could only last for 10 days to half a month. Before the national aid arrived, Chen Guodong had to hold Linqing together. In recent days, the rivers around Linqing had started to breach due to the heavy rain, and the disaster situation had become increasingly severe, causing chaos in many places. Looting and violent incidents were occurring one after another. The police department had all personnel working non-stop, rushing to the scenes in the wind and rain. Chen Guodong was worried that if this continued, the situation would become uncontrollable. The disaster relief application above had yet to be approved. It was said that disasters were occurring globally and many areas in Huaxia were affected. The higher authorities could only choose rescues based on the severity of the disasters, since the country's manpower and relief supplies were limited. In situations like Linqing, self-rescue was essentially the only option. Chen Guodong needed to quickly form a salvage team to recover the various materials submerged in Linqing. Su Kiki, through the Capsule house, had discreetly arrived at the suburban boat company. This boat company was of medium size in Linqing, and the first floor hall and warehouse had already been flooded. Utilizing the spatial difference, Su Kiki parked the Capsule house by the second floor window, allowing her to easily enter. Taking out a strong flashlight and wearing a black mask, Su Kiki began to search for the supplies she needed. Almost all the houses, factories, and shops here had their water levels reaching the second floor, and as far as the eye could see, it was all a vast sea. The second floor seemed to be the employee office. After a brief look around with little to gain, Su Kiki directly went up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was spacious, with 2 rooms resembling offices while the rest were warehouses. Shelves were stocked with inflatable boats and life rafts, and there were many electric and manual air pumps, all of which Su Kiki collected into the space. The fiberglass speedboats and small yachts were all stored in the 1st floor warehouse for convenience. Su Kiki specifically went down to check and found that they had mostly been submerged. Not knowing if they could still operate after drying, Su Kiki symbolically collected 2 submerged speedboats and 1 small yacht, placing them outside the Capsule house to sunbathe. Having finished collecting these, it was still early, so Su Kiki went to a nearby auto dealership. The situation at the dealership was similar to that of the boat company. The display cars in the 1st floor showroom were submerged in a full car of water, and cars submerged in water were basically a total loss. However, this dealership was quite large, representing multiple car brands. It was only when Su Kiki went up to the 2nd floor that she realized it was also a showroom. Many luxury cars were here, such as a certain Tiger, a certain Swift, a certain Prophet, etc. Su Kiki collected a fully equipped business vehicle, a sturdy and collision-resistant Mercedes G-Class with a high chassis, the same vehicle used by the guy who came out at midnight to siphon gas last time. She also collected a certain brand of RV and a Jeep Wrangler, which was said to perform well in the desert. Su Kiki decisively included them in her space. These were all new cars, and the keys were all displayed in the glass cabinet of the showroom. Su Kiki took a hammer from her space and smashed the glass, easily retrieving the keys for the 4 cars. As for whether there were license plates, Su Kiki didn't care at all. In the apocalypse, who still worried about whether they were driving without a license? Su Kiki couldn't help but wonder if she had become addicted to the 0 yuan shopping. Seeing that the flood had already submerged half of the outskirts, she felt reluctant to let the supplies inside get soaked. This area had many large and small clothing processing factories. Su Kiki chose a few nearby to take a look and collect some clothing materials. Typically, clothing factories start producing winter garments during the summer, and the factory Su Kiki entered specialized in processing down jackets. Although the workshop on the 1st floor was completely flooded, the workshops on the 2nd and 3rd floors were still intact. Su Kiki went to the finished product area and collected all the processed down jackets into her space. With 6 workshops combined on the 2nd and 3rd floors, Su Kiki managed to collect several thousand down jackets in one go. The 2 neighboring factories produce thermal underwear and hats and scarves of various colors and sizes, catering to men, women, and children alike. Su Kiki was dazzled by the various hats, including duck-billed caps, fisherman hats, beanie hats, and Russian-style hats. The workshop was filled with scarves made of knitted fabric, wool, and faux fox fur. She collected all of them into her space, knowing that these thermal underwear, hats, and scarves would be highly sought after during extreme cold. Now her capsule space had amassed nearly 20,000 pieces of clothing. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao could wear a different outfit every day for over 20 years. Next, Sukiki didn't plan to specifically stockpile clothing unless it was incidental like this time. She checked the basement of her space and found she had stockpiled plenty of clothes and food. The more scarce items were weapons followed by medicines. Additionally, she needed to stockpile some building materials for post-disaster reconstruction, as they might come in handy in the future. Speaking of weapons, Sukiki remembered the Minglu shooting range, the only shooting range in Ling City with a qualification for live fire training, where various firearms and ammunition were regularly available for instructors and students. If there's something good, I can't wait for even a moment, Sukiki exclaimed excitedly. She activated the flying mode of her capsule house, and it took only a few minutes to travel from the outskirts to the city center. Such speed was remarkable. Sukiki was very familiar with the Minglu shooting range. After all, she had practiced shooting there for 20 days. She was well aware of where the firearms and ammunition room was. However, only the owner and the instructors had the keys. Sukiki could easily choose to appear inside the ammunition room through her space. There were a total of 20 firearms, including commonly used small-caliber handguns, automatic rifles, shotguns, and AWM sniper rifles. The bullets were packed by the box, and there were quite a few. Sukiki took out a strong outdoor flashlight from her space to illuminate the room. Goodness, how wealthy and powerful must the owner of this shooting range be. There were a full 15 boxes of bullets, and Sukiki unapologetically took them all. If these items were to fall into the hands of bad people, many lives would be lost. She also rummaged through another arrow storage room. Suddenly, she had an idea to teach everyone on the 20th floor how to shoot arrows, so at the very least they would have a life-saving skill in the apocalypse. Although Sukiki only attended 2 archery classes, she had already mastered the basic posture and how to aim and apply force. As for accuracy, that would depend on future practice. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Sukiki reluctantly left. The Chahong community was already engulfed in darkness. Since dinner time, the internet had been disconnected. Without a mobile signal, Grandma Qiao couldn't get in touch with Sukiki. Alone at home, she became increasingly anxious. Thoughts of midnight robberies and capsule spaces crashing into buildings flooded her mind as she was terrified that something might happen to Sukiki. In the living room, only a small night light was on, and Tangwan was already soundly asleep in its nest. Grandma Qiao, I'm back. Sukiki suddenly appeared in the living room and shouted, startling Grandma Qiao, who nearly jumped off the sofa. Kiki, you finally returned. Is this what you call coming back quickly? Look at what time it is. Tang Yuan has even fallen asleep waiting for you. Grandma Qiao's eyes were red as if she were about to cry. I'm sorry, Grandma Qiao, for making you worry. I promise to come back earlier next time. Sukiki took Grandma Qiao's hand and told her about all the things she had collected today, especially the handguns and bows. To her surprise, Grandma Qiao's focus was not even on the guns and bows. You want there to be a next time? Grandma Qiao frowned, immediately glaring at Sukiki with displeasure. Next time I will definitely bring you and Tangwan with me, I promise. Sukiki raised her right hand, earnestly promising Grandma Qiao. That's more like it. Grandma Qiao relaxed her frown and pressed down Sukiki's raised hand. The next day, Sukiki slept until after 9 o'clock before getting up. Kiki, we are having meat buns for breakfast today. Grandma Qiao brought the freshly steamed meat buns to the dining table. Accompanying the meat buns were 2 bowls of pumpkin puree made with a blender. After entering the apocalypse, Sukiki had turned off her alarm clock for 7 a.m. If there was nothing urgent, she would sleep until naturally waking up. Grandma Qiao, next time don't wait for me for breakfast. If you're hungry, just eat first. Sukiki sat across from her and said as she took the pumpkin puree handed over by Grandma Qiao. I have to practice yoga for an hour in the morning before I start making breakfast. By the time you wake up, I would have just finished making it. The timing is just right. A breakfast is best enjoyed together. Grandma Qiao smiled, gently watching Sukiki eat happily, and she quickly took a sip of pumpkin puree herself. Kiki, do you want some sugar added? Grandma Qiao usually controlled her sugar intake, so she hardly added any sugar to her own bowl of pumpkin puree. No need. I think it tastes better with less sugar as the natural fragrance of the pumpkin comes through. Sukiki had already eaten 3 small meat buns and had consumed more than half of the pumpkin puree. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was banging loudly on the security door near the staircase. Who are you? Lume and Chinda had already come out, and they saw 5 or 6 people outside through the peephole of the security door. There were both men and women among them carrying suitcases and other large and small bags looking as if they intended to stay long-term. You guys on the 20th floor actually dared to install a security door in the safety staircase. We are going to report you to the property management. A woman's voice was sharp and loud. Open the door quickly. Let us in and talk. Another man continued banging on the door and shouting. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao put down their bowls and quickly came out of their rooms. This is a private area, why should we open the door for you? Lu Mei retorted angrily. She was someone who responded better to softness than hardness. If these people weren't so unreasonable, she might have already opened the door. Puh. This is a safety staircase. We want to go up to the 20th floor to take a look. You don't have the right to stop us. Exactly. You on the 20th floor are being unreasonable. Once the rain stops, I will definitely complain about you. The people outside began to chatter and make noise. If the 20th floor had a security door, then they would definitely want to move in. Even living in the corridor would be safer than staying below. Aunt Lu, ignore them. The floodwater has only reached the first floor. Homes above the third floor are essentially safe. These people have countless places to stay, yet they insist on coming all the way up to the 20th floor. Who knows what they're really after? In times like these, one must always guard against others. We'll all return to our rooms and let them knock to their heart's content. Who exactly do you mean by those with ill intent? Came that shrill female voice once more. Sukiki had no patience for arguing with such people, so they loved banging on doors. Fine, let them continue. If they dared smash down the security door, she'd deal with them herself. Silently scoffing at them, Sukiki took Lu Mei's arm and led her back inside. Kiki, are we really just going to leave it like this? Could the security door get damaged from all that pounding? Lu Mei followed Sukiki toward the apartment, then paused uneasily to glance back. Don't worry, Aunt Lu. The door is extremely sturdy. They'll tire themselves out shouting and eventually leave. They're not truly without shelter after all. Sukiki spoke with unwavering confidence. Bang, 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 bang. Open up. Open the door. Hardly had silence settled when their frantic knocking and shouting erupted again. Meng Yi and Shi Huan burst out of their apartment like startled deer. They'd woken even later than Sukiki. Just finishing their morning routines, they'd suddenly heard a clamor outside, terrifying them into thinking someone was raiding their supplies. What's going on? Meng Yi rushed over flustered. Just a group trying to take advantage. Best to ignore them entirely, Sukiki replied. Take advantage of what? Shi Huan asked, puzzled, then followed Sukiki and the others to Grandma Qiao's apartment. Have you had breakfast yet? Grandma Qiao gestured toward the steamed meat buns on her dining table. We've already eaten. Lu Mei and Chenda answered in unison. Only their son Qinli remained fast asleep in bed, utterly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. We just got up. Meng Yi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. The moment Shi Huan stepped inside, she was instantly captivated by Tang Wan bouncing playfully on the sofa. Breakfast was now the last thing on her mind. You two join us, I've got plenty more buns in the kitchen. Today's breakfast had been prepared by Grandma Qiao in her own kitchen. They still had many frozen meat buns salvaged from their supermarket run, simply thawed and steamed in a multi-cooker. They were quick and convenient. Though they'd agreed to cook exclusively within the spatial realm, Grandma Qiao couldn't do so unless Sukiki was present there. Thus, unless preparing strongly scented dishes, she preferred cooking in her familiar kitchen. She motioned for Meng Yi to sit, then hurried off to fetch the remaining buns from the kitchen. Tang Yuan, come here. Auntie wants to hold you. Shi Huan opened her arms wide toward the cat on the sofa. Meow, meow. Tang Yuan mewed softly twice before leaping straight into Shi Huan's arms, delighting her beyond measure. Grandma Qiao emerged from the kitchen carrying a large pot of steamed buns. Seeing her, Lu Mei immediately prepared to depart with Chenda. Won't you stay a while? Grandma Qiao called out warmly. Aunt Qiao will pass this time. We'll come back later to help you water the vegetables. Lu Mei turned to leave. Let me pack a few buns in disposable containers for Qinli to eat at home. Grandma Qiao dashed back into the kitchen for takeout boxes. Grandma Qiao is truly wonderful. Shi Huan sat beside Meng Yi, cradling Tang Yuan while nibbling a bun and stroking the cat. Indeed she is. Sukiki declared, beaming with pride. She'd already eaten 3 buns and was nearly full. Finishing off half her bowl of pumpkin puree in one swift gulp, Sukiki decided it was time to curl up on the sofa. Sure enough, as Sukiki had predicted, those noisy outsiders, finding no response, grew hoarse from shouting, cursed under their breath, and finally stomped downstairs. Sister Shi Huan, are you interested in archery? Sukiki suddenly asked during their post-breakfast chat in the... Absolutely. Meng Yi gazed at Sukiki, eyes alight with excitement. Do you have bows and arrows? He joined an archery club in college, but hadn't touched a bow since graduating and entering the workforce. Meng Yi worked in automobile sales, earning a mere 800 yuan base salary per month. The rest depended entirely on commissions. His bonuses rose sharply whenever he met or exceeded his monthly KPI targets. To ensure clients could reach him anytime, he kept his phone on 24 hours a day. Even if a prospective buyer called at midnight, he'd cheerfully leap from bed to deliver a quote. No wonder he'd managed to save enough for a down payment on this apartment. Brother Meng Yi, you're actually an archery expert. Sukiki grinned, stars sparkling in her eyes. With such a skilled instructor, she wouldn't need to awkwardly teach it herself. Haha. Calling me an expert would be stretching it. I can reliably hit the bullseye within 10 meters. Meng Yi modestly replied. That's already incredibly impressive. Grandma Qiao added, warmly smiling. Here's the thing, I bought several bows and arrows some time ago but never found the chance to learn. With everything so unstable outside Sukiki, and I wish to acquire practical self-defense skills. So Brother Meng Yi, would you teach us all archery? Returning to her room, Sukiki retrieved 7 bows and sets of arrows from her spatial realm and brought them out. Of course I will. Meng Yi accepted the recurve bow and arrows from Sukiki, assumed proper stance, and instinctively aimed toward the window, his long dormant archery reflexes instantly reawakening. Among everyone, only Meng Yi seemed more eager about learning archery than Qinli. After the internet went down the previous night, Qinli had grown visibly restless, as though something vital had vanished from his life. Even meals held little appeal. No sooner had Lu Mei returned home and mentioned the group archery plan than Qinli shot upright from bed. Mom, where's the training? Where's the rush? Eat your breakfast first. Lu Mei shook her head helplessly. Why did this boy always leap into action at the faintest whisper, so impulsive and jumpy? When would he mature into someone steady and composed like Sukiki? After devouring the buns, Grandma Qiao had packed, Qinli bolted off to find Sukiki. With so many people learning, they'd clearly need a spacious room for practice. Sukiki's Unit 2004 was fully dedicated to vegetable cultivation and chicken rearing. Qinli's family was large, no spare rooms remained. Then use my place. We still have one empty room. Meng Yi volunteered his apartment as the group's archery training ground. Shi Huan voiced no objection. Sukiki had willingly sacrificed her apartment for food production, surely offering a single room for collective skill building was only fair. After all, every effort served their shared survival through the calamity. Then let's go home now and clear out the room, remove all clutter first. Meng Yi stood and gently tugged Shi Huan toward the door. Actually, there's no need to rush. We could begin tomorrow instead. Sukiki exchanged a knowing glance with Grandma Qiao, mildly amused that Brother Meng Yi seemed even more eager than she was. I'm not rushing at all. Kiki, do you happen to have cardboard boxes? Meng Yi called back. Yes. Grandma Qiao answered for Sukiki. Could you please gather some cardboard and draw target circles on them with a marker? We'll use them as makeshift archery targets. Absolutely, we'll handle that right away. Sukiki smiled warmly. The storm lasted for a month, and now the water in Ling City had risen to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, the heavy rain had nearly ceased in recent days. In the past few days, Sukiki and a few people from the 20th floor spent their time either gardening or practicing archery. Sukiki made rapid progress. After 3 or 4 days of practice, she was able to hit the target consistently within 10 meters, just like Meng Yi. Kiki, you are truly a prodigy in archery. I took a whole year of intermittent practice to reach this level, and you only needed 4 days. He was both surprised and impressed by Sukiki's remarkable improvement in archery. The others learned in a more conventional manner, with Qinli and Qinda occasionally hitting the target within 10 meters. Grandma Qiao, Lu Mei, and Shi Huan were at the same level. They had rich theoretical knowledge and held their bows beautifully, yet they couldn't hit the target. You guys, why not practice a bit more? Meng Yi was puzzled. How could there be such a disparity between them and Sukiki, all being women? In fact, Sukiki had practiced firearms shooting before and was quite good at it. She had also taken a couple of formal archery classes, so she naturally progressed much faster than someone starting from scratch. Attention all residents. The municipal office will distribute relief supplies today from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the 5th floor of the nearby Dingshang Hotel. Please bring your ID to collect it. At 11 a.m., 2 staff members from the municipal office and a soldier were navigating through each community in a speedboat, shouting through a loudspeaker. Many people cheered with joy upon hearing the announcement. Some opened their windows shouting to confirm, while others complained about the government coming to rescue them only now. As the municipal office's speedboat moved further away, everyone began discussing when to collect the relief supplies, only to realize a daunting problem. The flood had already reached the 3rd floor, making it difficult for them to get to Dingshang Hotel for the supplies. Sigh. The government didn't even leave us a boat. Are we supposed to fly over? Exactly. How do we get there without a boat? Isn't this risking lives? We only have a single bowl of noodles left at home. What are we going to do? The residents from the 20th floor naturally heard this too. Did you hear? The government is distributing supplies. Lu Mei, who had just picked up an arrow from the ground, exclaimed joyfully. In the past few days, their refrigerator was nearly empty of meat and vegetables. All that remained were some instant foods like instant noodles and handheld pancakes. There was also the rice and flour they had painstakingly carried back that day. Together, these supplies should last their family about 10 more days. The country really hasn't abandoned us, Kiki, you were right. Shi Huan pounced on Su Kiki, almost lifting her off the ground in excitement. The few men were also discussing how to collect the relief supplies. Although Dingsheng Hotel was not far from Changhong Community, it normally took only half an hour to walk there. Now with the flood reaching the 3rd floor, they couldn't get out without a boat. Grandma Xiao, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, quietly pulled Su Kiki aside and asked, was the relief distribution also at this time in your last life? No. In my last life, we received relief supplies only when we were close to the extreme cold. Moreover, those supplies were mostly waterlogged, Su Kiki replied in a low voice. Could it be that the anonymous email she sent had an effect? This time the government had clearly advanced the timing of the relief distribution. She would have to see what they were distributing to find out. So should we go collect it? Grandma Xiao asked. Su Kiki smiled, yes. Of course we should go. With so many supplies stored up, they certainly weren't in need of this little bit of relief. However, if they did not go to collect it over time, people would naturally suspect them. Not to mention, even Lu Mei and Shi Huan from the 20th floor would think there was something off with her and Grandma Xiao. Su Kiki did not distrust Lu Mei and the others, but it was best that as few people as possible knew about her spatial abilities. After all, no one would trust her like Grandma Xiao did. Aunt Xiao, Kiki, come here quickly. We need to think of a way to get out. Lu Mei waved to Su Kiki, inviting them to join the discussion. Okay. Su Kiki exchanged a glance with Grandma Xiao, signaling that they would talk about it when they got home. Soon it was 1 p.m., and those who had kayaks at home had already set off to collect the supplies. Many people were leaning against the windows of nearby buildings, watching others with boats leave while they remained stuck, anxiously stomping their feet at home. Su Kiki also saw a few people specifically waiting at the exit for those with kayaks ready to rob them as they returned. It wasn't long before she noticed that several residents with kayaks were completely robbed. How dare they rob in broad daylight? Chinda exclaimed angrily. Uncle Chin, the police force is severely lacking now, and places where people have died are everywhere. These robbers are basically unmonitored. What should we do? You finally found a kayak left by a landlord. We can't let these people take... Lu Mei looked at Su Kiki with deep concern. That kayak was their lifeline from the 20th floor, essential for future resource collections. We'll bring weapons. Anyone who dares to rob our kayak will meet a bloody end, Su Kiki declared, pointing at the bow, an arrow in her hand with a fierce expression. All right. Okay. Lu Mei had never seen such a side of Su Kiki before. She seemed like a completely different person. The few people from the 20th floor were fully armed, wearing long clothes and marten boots, each carrying their own bows and arrows ready to head out. As they opened the security door, Chinda, Meng Yi, and Chinli carried a small kayak in front. Su Kiki held Grandma Xiao's hand while Lu Mei held Shi Huan's as the four made their way out. It was the first time the 20th floor had such a large contingent leaving. I told you they had good stuff. The couple who had tried to take advantage of the 20th floor was now setting up a tent on the 19th floor. Seeing Su Kiki and her group carrying the kayak, they were glued to the sight. So, what if they have good stuff? Once they get to the 3rd floor, won't they just be robbed? Another man scoffed, pointing outside, urging everyone to go watch the show. They had been peering out the window for quite some time, noticing that 2 families in this building had kayaks seeming to be from the 5th and 7th floors. Originally, they had planned to wait for those 2 families to return with the relief supplies before borrowing from them. As for whether they would actually return it, that would depend on their mood. Unexpectedly, just as they were plotting, those 2 households were robbed right in front of their building. The robbers were all tall and strong, armed with machetes, clearly members of a gang. These people were not someone they could provoke. As Su Kiki descended, she also spotted those who had previously visited the 20th floor, watching them from the 19th floor stairway. Each one bore a greedy expression, prompting Su Kiki to roll her eyes at them. As she descended the stairs, she noticed many others looking at them with similar greedy gazes. However, there were also some who genuinely wanted to borrow the kayak. Su Kiki and the others ignored them. In such situations, as soon as you agree to one person, you cannot refuse the others. In the end, this would leave them with nothing, a scenario Su Kiki had witnessed far too many times in her past life. Aren't your legs shaking after climbing so many stairs? Shi Huan asked, holding onto the railing and looking at the few people in front who were walking quickly. I'm fine. If your legs are shaking, take a break. Well, wait for you down here. Sukiki replied, I'm just catching my breath while holding the railing. It seems I really need to start exercising, and my legs trembled like Parkinson's after just a few flights, and even the young and old are faster than me. Shirhuan squatted down, patting her trembling calves, secretly resolving herself. Sukiki and the others had already reached the 3rd floor. She raised her hand to give Shirhuan a fist bump and said, hang in there. Well, wait for you. To be honest, Sukiki had improved a lot through her hard training during this time. She was no longer the exercise-deprived person from her previous life who would gasp for breath after a run. Now walking down from the 20th floor like this, she felt quite relaxed. Grandma Qiao was also in good shape. Although she was sweating profusely, her steps were light and her breathing steady. She went down several flights without a hint of exhaustion. Indeed, exercising is the hard truth. Oh, here comes another one. The people guarding the 3rd floor exit teased as they saw Sukiki and her group carrying a rubber raft down. Sukiki and her group ignored them, instead focusing on putting down the rubber raft to prepare for a small team to set out first. The raft they brought down was a small one that could only hold up to 4 people. Sukiki instructed Lu Meichinda, Shirhuan, and Meng Yi to go get the relief supplies first while the others waited. Where are you guys going? Don't you know our Tiange is here collecting rubber rafts? A burly man with dark skin, standing about 185 meters tall and holding a machete, rushed up to stop Chinda from putting the raft in the water. What do you want? Lu Mei's temper flared immediately when she saw someone pointing a knife at her husband. What do you mean, Are you blind? So inconsiderate. We said our Tiange wanted the rubber raft. Is your Tiange begging for food? Does he want everything? Sukiki retorted from behind the group. Oh, this little girl is quite pretty. Come here and call me big brother, maybe I'll let you pass. The burly man pushed Chinda aside and walked towards Sukiki with his knife. Hey! Chinda stumbled and almost fell into the flood. What's wrong with you? Lu Mei quickly pulled Chinda to her side, cursing under her breath. Kiki, be careful. Grandma Qiao pulled Sukiki behind her, fearing a larger conflict. At such close range, even if they had bows, it would be difficult to use them. Fighting up close with those big guys, her group would definitely be at a disadvantage. It's okay, Grandma Qiao. Sukiki focused on the approaching burly man and patted Grandma Qiao's shoulder. Brothers, take the rubber raft away. I'll deal with this little girl. It seemed this burly man was a small leader. Sukiki also realized that at such close range their prepared bows were likely useless. If there was real danger, she would use her gun to see who was tougher. What are you doing? Don't touch our rubber raft. Chinda, along with Chenli and Meng Yi, had already started fighting with the burly man's 3 lackeys over the raft. Lu Mei and Shirhuan took their bows down from their backs to use as clubs. For a moment the scene below became Aren't you afraid? We'll report you when we go to get supplies. Chinda, who was short and somewhat chubby, was pinned to the ground by the opponent in a few moves. You want to report us? You have some guts. Ha ha. The burly man and the 3 behind him laughed heartily. Did they think there were still people here who didn't know their Tiange's name? Their Tiangu was notoriously ruthless. He never let a grudge go overnight and would retaliate the same day. Anyone who dared to report them unless they wanted to die. Just as the burly man confidently reached for Sukiki's face, a loud bang suddenly erupted. A sharp pain caused the burly man's face to turn pale. My hand. Others were shocked to see that Sukiki was actually someone tough. If you don't want your head to be blown apart, scram. Sukiki kicked the burly man, who was clutching his hand and wailing, aside. Minga, are you okay? His 3 lackeys hurried over to help him up. Oh, my hand is probably going to be useless. Hurry, blow the whistle, we need to retreat. Damn it. I'll definitely settle the score later. Seeing Sukiki fire her gun, everyone else froze in place, and only Chinli excitedly ran over. Kiki, you actually have a gun. Tell me, where did you get it? We'll talk about it when we finish the formalities. Uncle Chin, you all go get the supplies first. Oh, well, wait for you here. Sukiki said. All right. We're going over now. You all be careful. Chinda, Lu Mei, and the 4 also knew this was not a good place to linger. It would be troublesome if those thugs returned with more people. Sukiki, Grandma Qiao, and Chinli waited for more than an hour at the community's side before Lu Mei. Each of them received a bag of 5 kilograms of rice and 5 bottles of 520 milliliters of mineral water. The municipal office was distributing supplies for the first time, and many people had come to collect, with about 20 soldiers maintaining order on site. Those without boats were also showing their skills in different ways. Some dismantled their door panels to make wooden boats, while others swam over with life jackets and waterproof bags. There were even those who took down their bathroom ceilings to use as bamboo rafts to float over. In short, there's nothing you can't think of, and everyone can manage it. Shirhuan joked. For a morsel of food, they really have gone through a lot of effort. When Su Kuku and the others arrived at the Dingxiang Hotel on their rubber boat, many people were coming and going to collect relief supplies. Chinli leaned the rubber boat against the third-floor window, allowing Su Kuku and Grandma Qiao to climb inside first. The flood had already reached the third floor, so to access the fifth floor for supplies they needed to crawl through the window. Su Kuku grasped the window frame and slowly swung her leg inside. Once she crawled through, it would be much easier to pull Grandma Qiao up. They told Chinli to be careful as they entered the hotel. At the corner of the stairs leading from the third floor to the fourth, there was an A4 paper stating, "Please go to room 505 on the fifth floor to collect relief supplies." As soon as Su Kuku and Grandma Qiao reached the fifth floor, they saw two long lines in the corridor. People of all ages were present, likely everyone who could still move in their households had come. The disaster relief supplies from the municipal office were limited, and to prevent fraudulent claims, it was stipulated that one must bring their ID to collect emergency supplies. "Grandma Qiao, let's line up here." Su Kuku glanced at the queue situation of both lines, which were mostly about 50 meters long. She chose the line by the window, so she and Grandma Qiao could see Chinli in the rubber boat while they waited. "Who found this shabby place? Crawling through a window has snagged my dress. This dress costs 10,000. Who's going to pay for it?" Su Kuku frowned, thinking her luck was really bad today, encountering such nonsense even in this apocalypse. "What's wrong?" Grandma Qiao looked at Su Kuku with concern. "Oh, it's nothing, Grandma Qiao. I might run into someone annoying." As Su Kuku said this, she glanced towards the entrance of the corridor. That voice could only belong to Su Lingwei. "Hurry up. Latecomers won't get anything good." Su Lingwei turned into the fifth-floor corridor and shouted back at Su Jianming and Yiya, who followed behind her. "Su Kuku." With keen eyes, Su Lingwei quickly spotted Su Kuku in the neighboring line. "You better pay me back." Ever since Su Kuku borrowed 500,000 from Su Jianming, every time Su Lingwei saw her, it felt like a meteor colliding with Earth. She was practically steaming with rage. Ignoring the crowd around her, she lunged straight at Su Kuku, wanting nothing more than to tear her apart. If it weren't for the recent typhoon and heavy rain, she would have found someone to beat up Su Kuku long ago. Unexpectedly, fate brought them together today. "Do you have rabies? You bite at the sight of people." Su Kuku grabbed Su Lingwei's hand as she tried to claw at her, forcefully pulling her to the side, causing Su Lingwei to tumble down awkwardly. Dad. Mom. Come quick. Su Kuku is hitting people." Su Lingwei shouted angrily at Su Jianming and Yiya, who had just arrived on the fifth floor. "Kuku." The couple turned to see that it was indeed Su Kuku. They hadn't expected her to be living so well during this month of continuous heavy rain. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and hold her down. Did you know Su Kuku pushed me just now?" Su Lingwei patted her Tentu Sandiyuan dress, her expression twisted with rage. Why did she have to be stuck at home only eating bread and drinking mineral water while Su Kuku was out enjoying herself with the 500,000 from their family? She didn't believe a single word of Su Kuku's excuses about using the money to buy a house. How could Su Kuku be living so lavishly without money? So she wasn't going to pay back the money, then let's just take all the supplies. "What are you doing?" Grandma Qiao pushed against Su Jianming and Yiya, who had just surrounded them. Then she shouted to the soldier at the front of the line, "Comrade, there's someone causing trouble here." Seeing two armed soldiers approaching, Su Jianming quickly pulled the crazed Su Lingwei behind him. If a fight broke out, they would probably be locked up. "No, it's not. We are family, we were just joking around," Su Jianming explained with a smile to the approaching soldiers. "I don't know them well. Comrade, that girl just now wanted to hit me." Su Kuku interjected, pointing at Su Lingwei behind Su Jianming. Yes. We all saw it. That girl was particularly fierce, coming right at her. It's lucky this girl managed to dodge." Grandma Qiao spoke up for Su Kuku along with the elderly people in the queue. "She owes me money, what's wrong with me hitting her?" Su Lingwei broke free from Su Jianming, indignantly pointing at Su Kuku. "Please take your personal grievances home to argue. Don't disturb others from collecting supplies here," one of the soldiers warned Su Lingwei with a glare. "Lingwei, let's queue first, we can discuss everything after we get food. Our bread is almost gone, do you want to starve?" Yiya whispered in Su Lingwei's ear. "All right, then we will queue first. Su Kuku, just wait and see how I deal with you later." Su Lingwei threatened as the two soldiers walked away. "Crazy," Su Kuku muttered, not even bothering to give Su Lingwei a glance. After a few minutes, Grandma Qiao, who was ahead of Su Kuku, had already collected 5 pounds of rice and 5 bottles of mineral water. As Su Kuku and Su Lingwei were about to take their turns, the staff responsible for distributing food said to Su Lingwei, "Hello. You need to wait a bit, we are out of rice here." Ha. Su Kuku secretly laughed in her heart, maintaining a poker face as she took out her ID to register for the food. How come she has it and I don't? You at the municipal office must have colluded with Su Kuku. Su Lingwei pointed angrily at Su Kuku's forehead shaking with rage. It hurts. It hurts. Su Kuku had already tolerated Su Lingwei poking her once and now she was doing it again. Did she think Su Kuku was a pushover? This time as soon as Su Lingyu's finger reached her, Su Kuku grabbed it tightly, and with a bit more force she heard a crack as Su Lingwei cried out in pain. Kuku. Let go of Lingwei. Are you trying to break her finger? Yi exclaimed, her face pale with fear, worried that her daughter would get hurt. She picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and smashed it onto Su Kuku's arm. Bang! Su Kuku's arm suddenly throbbed with pain, yet she did not let go of Su Lingyu's finger. Kuku. Grandma Qiao quickly put down the food she was holding and pulled Yi back. Why are you still hitting people? Truly a deep mother-daughter bond. Su Kuku said coldly to Yi, a glimmer of tears flashing in her eyes. She pressed down harder with her right hand, causing Su Lingwei to scream again. Didn't your mother teach you that poking others with your fingers is impolite? Su Kuku said this and turned to leave with Grandma Qiao carrying the food. Kuku. Is your arm okay? Grandma Qiao looked at Su Kuku, her eyes full of concern. This mother was too biased to use such force. It's fine, Grandma Qiao. I fought back hard too. Su Kuku said as she pulled Grandma Qiao downstairs while Qinli was likely waiting anxiously alone. Where's our boat? Su Lingwei exclaimed, her eyes wide as she leaned against the windowsill. Where did the rubber dinghy that she was tied to go? Which scoundrel dared to steal her dinghy? What's wrong, Lingwei? Su Jianming and Yi Ye, carrying supplies for 3 people, slowly caught up behind her and asked. Who stole my rubber dinghy? Come out now. Su Lingwei shouted angrily by the window, drawing the attention of those in the neighboring windows who were either preparing to come up or leave. Is this girl really not smart? With everything so chaotic outside, she doesn't watch her things and is shouting like this. Who can she blame? Clearly just a young brat used to throwing her weight around at home. Let's go, don't mind her. Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao waited at another window for Qinli. Naturally, they heard Su Lingyu shouting. With someone so foolish and arrogant, who would steal from you if not from someone like her? The hotel has this advantage: with many rooms there are naturally many windows. No matter how loud Su Kiki laughed over here, Su Lingwei couldn't hear anything from her side. At this moment, Qinli came down the stairs with his supplies and bottled water. Su Lingwei quickly set her sights on him. Hey, young man. Do you have a boat? Why? Qinli hid the supplies he had just received behind him, looking cautious. Woo-woo. Young man, our rubber dinghy was just stolen. Can you take me home? As Su Lingwei sobbed, she wrapped her hand around Qinli's arm, her dark eyes seemingly veiled in a thin mist, appearing pitifully vulnerable. Qinli looked at her momentarily stunned. In his life, it was the first time a girl had so intimately linked arms with him, and he felt a sweet sensation in his heart. Yes, young man. Please help us. Otherwise, we won't be able to go home. Su Jianming and Yi saw that Qinli seemed a bit foolish and felt that there was a chance for success. But our rubber dinghy can't hold so many people. Qinli, without the consent of Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao, truly dared not agree directly. One can fit, that's enough, young man. Can you take us to see your boat? Yi said as she glanced around the windows, wanting to confirm where Qinli's boat was docked. Then I'll take you over first, but whether it works or not depends on my friend's decision. Qinli felt he had no choice. These people were too enthusiastic and he couldn't push them away. He could only take them over first to let Grandma Qiao and Su Kiki decide. In fact, taking a boat was something Qinli would have agreed to without hesitation under normal circumstances. However, with the chaos outside, he did not want to meddle and cause trouble for everyone. Grandma Qiao, Kiki, I'm back. Qinli walked ahead with the supplies while Su Lingyu's family closely followed behind him, afraid that they would lose sight of him. Kiki. Su Jianming vaguely heard the young man call out Kiki. Could it be the same person he was thinking of? This can't be. Su Jianming and Yiya felt a sense of worry for themselves, especially Yiya, who had just thrown bottled water at Su Kiki. If it was indeed the same person, how could she find a way to back out of this? What are you afraid of? Maybe it was Su Kiki who stole our boat. Su Lingwei didn't care about any of this. Her foolish and self-righteous personality was truly inherited from somewhere. Be careful coming down. Grandma Qiao and I will support you from below. Hearing Qinli call them, Su Kiki immediately stood up in the rubber dinghy to respond. Why did you bring them here? Su Kiki's eyes instantly turned cold as she looked at Su Lingwei behind Qinli. They wanted to hitch a ride on our boat. Qinli said, nervously, feeling like he had done something wrong as Kiki seemed to dislike these people. No hitching. Come down quickly, we need to leave. Su Kiki directly rejected their request to board the dinghy. Su Kiki, what are you being so arrogant for? What if your rubber dinghy is the one that stole ours? Su Lingwei pulled Qinli back and rushed to the windowsill to shout loudly. Qinli, come down quickly. Don't mind these people. Grandma Qiao received the supplies and water from Qinli, signaling him to hurry down. Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Qinli finally witnessed Su Lingyu's unreasonable behavior. It turned out her previous gentle tone was all an act. This woman was truly terrifying. Suddenly Qinli shuddered in place and jumped out of the window, landing with a thud, causing the entire rubber dinghy to shake. Fortunately, Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao quickly crouched down to hold on, preventing them from being thrown into the flood. I'm sorry. I jumped down impulsively. Are you both okay? Qinli hurriedly helped Grandma Qiao and then pulled Su Kiki aside. Could you at least say something before? I'm fine, but if Grandma Qiao had gotten hurt, let's see how you would deal with it. Su Kiki said irritably. I'm fine, Kiki. Let's hurry and leave. Grandma Qiao said as she settled in the rubber dinghy, signaling Qinli to start the boat. Hey! I haven't gotten on yet. Su Kiki, come back here. Su Lingwei hoisted her skirt and just climbed onto the window frame when Su Kiki's rubber dinghy unexpectedly started to leave. It's all your fault. Why did you adopt this ungrateful wretch? Su Lingyue, unable to outdo Su Kiki, began to vent her anger at Su Jianming and Yiya. I wonder if they regret bringing this ancestor back now. When Su Kiki and the others returned to Changhong community, it was almost dark. Chinda and Meng Yi had been waiting downstairs for their return. It was said that many people in the community later took boats from Brother Tian's men to receive their relief supplies. Of course, these boats were not free. Everyone had to give half of their relief supplies to them. Upon hearing this, Su Kiki finally understood what Shi Huan had said before. Those who took rubber dinghies to get food seemed a bit strange, and they didn't seem happy at all after getting their supplies. Originally, the supplies received were only enough for basic sustenance, and those people had to give up half. Who would be happy about that? Although these residents expressed varying degrees of resentment about such blatant robbery, who would dare to speak out? With the chaos outside, the government relief personnel were overwhelmed. If the thugs from the streets got serious, they could easily end someone. Ordinary people simply dared not resist. After returning home, Grandma Qiao took out medicinal wine to rub Su Kiki's arm, which still had a large bruise from being hit by Yiya with a bottle. It hurts. Su Kiki gently exclaimed as Grandma Qiao pressed on the painful spot. Now you know it hurts, huh? You didn't even dodge when you saw the bottle coming down. Why did you confront them? None of your family members are easy to deal with. Grandma Qiao looked at Su Kiki in pain, feeling both distressed and helpless. Who would have thought that as two children were arguing, their mother would directly swing a bottle of water at them? If it had been a metal rod, Kiki's hand would have been ruined. Grandma Qiao thought about it and felt scared, regretting standing too far away at that time. Got it. Grandma Qiao. If they dare to annoy me again, I'll just pull out my gun. Su Kiki mimicked the action of firing a gun with her hand, causing Grandma Qiao to burst into laughter. After a busy day out, both Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao felt a bit tired. In the evening, Su Kiki didn't let Grandma Qiao cook. She planned to find something ready to eat from her space. The staple foods available in the space were fast food and noodles. Grandma Qiao had beef noodles while Su Kiki had pig liver noodles. They placed a large bowl of cat food and water for Tong Yuan, and the three of them sat in the living room watching Conan while eating. Every night, Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao would cover the windows with several layers of bed sheets, ensuring that even if they had the lights on in the living room while watching dramas, no light leaked outside. Currently, only Grandma Qiao's apartment on the 20th floor had electricity. Lu Mai's family had a generator, but there was not much diesel left. Later, Su Kiki found an excuse to give them a 20-liter bucket of diesel. This afternoon, the bucket of diesel ran out. Now the refrigerators in both their homes were basically empty. After the typhoon and heavy rain, the weather had also cooled down. There was no problem with not using the air conditioning fan. The rice flour, cooking oil, biscuits, instant noodles, and sausages didn't need to be kept in the refrigerator. No electricity. It seemed to be not so hard to accept anymore. After all, most people had lost power long ago. Though their lives weren't as comfortable as Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao's, they were doing much better than the other residents in the neighborhood. They could cook using a portable stove, grow their own vegetables, and if they wanted to eat, they could pick fresh ones from 2004. The 10 little chickens were also growing fat, and perhaps in 2 months they would start laying eggs. The only troublesome issue was water. Although they had stockpiled a lot of drinking water, there was no water for daily use. They could fetch buckets of water from the flood downstairs for flushing the toilet, which was just climbing a flight of stairs. However, the water for bathing was a source of worry. One person needed at least 2 large buckets of water for a shower, and the floodwater downstairs was too dirty to use, while they were reluctant to use their drinking water for bathing. Therefore, for the past few days, they had been using a wash basin to scoop a bit of drinking water, just wiping their bodies to make do as a shower. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao could only watch and sigh after all the matter of the space couldn't be leaked. Around 11 p.m., 2 rubber boats suddenly approached Changhong Community. After some checking, the 2 boats stopped at the 3rd floor of Building 12 in District D. 7 or 8 people emerged from inside, each wearing a headlamp and holding gleaming machetes. Brother Ming. I inquired this afternoon. The girl who shot at you lives on the 20th floor, one of the burly subordinates said, carrying a chainsaw on his shoulder as he walked beside Brother Ming. Damn it. All of you go. I want everyone on the 20th floor to go to hell tonight. Anyway, Brother Tian said, anyone who looks down on him doesn't need to breathe anymore. Search all the supplies inside. Brother Ming, with a fist like a steamed bun raised in anger, stomped up the stairs. Sukiki at this point was still awakened for the past few days. Apart from practicing archery for a while, she had been lying at home. With Grandma Qiao's excellent cooking, Sukiki felt that in these few days her figure was almost as plump as Tanjiwan's. It had been several days since she last went out for 0 yuan shopping. She wondered if all the supplies outside had been completely scavenged. People really shouldn't be lazy at home, because once you'll realize that lying at home can actually feel pretty good. Crackle. Crackle. A sound of metal scraping reached Sukiki's ears. At the security door. Sukiki quickly put on her clothes and ran next door to knock on Grandma Qiao's door. What's wrong, Kiki? Grandma Qiao came out in her pajamas to open the door. There's someone outside. I'm going to check. You and Tangwan stay inside. After Sukiki finished speaking, she took her bow and arrow and went out. The corridor was pitch dark and Sukiki heard people talking outside the security door. Are you out of your mind? What's the use of bringing a chainsaw when there's no electricity? With so many brothers, can't we find one who knows how to open a security door? Brother Ming slapped his hand against the security door in anger. Ouch. The pain from his palm made him grimace. Then he looked at these 2 useless teammates who were still sawing at the security door of the 20th floor with a chainsaw. If this could be sawed open, even an iron tree could blossom. Brother Ming, how about we set a fire at the door and smoke them out? Another subordinate suggested. What? If we squat here before the fire even reaches inside, we will have already burned ourselves to a crisp. Besides, they have supplies inside. According to the residents downstairs, there are plenty of supplies on the 20th floor. If we burn everything, what will we take back to explain to Brother Tian? You all have pig brains. Brother Ming was nearly jumping up and down with anger. With so many people, not one could come up with a good idea. A bunch of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sukiki couldn't help but scoff from inside the security door. At this moment, she was already contemplating how to quickly eliminate the people at the door. Using a gun was undoubtedly the fastest method. Sukiki entered the space to equip the pistol she had brought back from the United States with a silencer. When she came out of the space, Grandma Qiao was holding a flashlight and coming out of 2001 looking for her. Kiki, who are those people outside? Grandma Qiao asked in a low voice. They're the ones who wanted to rob our rubber boat during the day. Those people coming up in the middle of the night, aren't they here to take revenge on us? Grandma Qiao immediately became anxious. Don't worry, Grandma Qiao, I have a gun. If they dare to break in, I'll take their lives. In her previous life, Sukiki wasn't so fierce. It was mostly Grandma Qiao protecting her at that time. She had the bows and arrows were still not as reliable as guns. In the apocalypse, only a gun could give Sukiki a sense of security. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. A sound of metal banging against the door came from the security door. The people outside are getting impatient. They must be trying to break the door down. Sukiki glanced at the direction of the security door and said to Grandma Qiao. Aunt Qiao. Kiki. Who's banging on the door? Hearing the noise, Lu Mei and Chenda, both in their pajamas, rushed out holding flashlights. Those who wanted to rob our rubber boat this afternoon. Sukiki replied. Are they coming to retaliate against us in the middle of the night? Lu Mei was so frightened that she almost dropped her flashlight. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, a subordinate was carrying an axe, and upon seeing this, Brother Ming was overjoyed. He directly ordered people to use the axe to violently smash the door. Let them wake up then. That little girl has a gun, right? I have one too. Brother Ming took a small pistol out of his pants pocket with his left hand, his face beaming with joy. He had begged Brother Tian for this all afternoon, both by playing the victim and claiming how arrogant Sukiki and her group were before Brother Tian finally agreed to give him this treasure. Smash it hard. Brother Ming shouted loudly. Inside the security door, even Meng Yi and Shi Huan were awakened by the banging from outside. Only Chenli on the entire 20th floor was still sleeping soundly in his room. He was completely unaffected by the noise outside, and Sukiki truly envied this guy's quality of sleep. But in the apocalypse, such sleep quality could cost someone their life. What should we do? Is this security door sturdy? Shirhuan asked Sukiki. This security door is made of regular material. It's anti-theft, but not break-proof. Using a fire axe for a while will definitely break it, Sukiki said to everyone. Lu pulled her husband and rushed back to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. Meng Yi and Shirhuan quickly followed, returning to fetch handy tools. Although the people on the 20th floor were generally not very strong, they would not back down against intruders. With a dull clang, the security door was struck by the axe, creating a hole the size of a fist. The door is broken. Shirhuan aimed the kitchen knife at the security door, her voice trembling. Don't be afraid, wife. I'll protect you. If they dare to move against us, I'll shoot them with an arrow. Sukiki returned to the room and brought out a powerful flashlight, illuminating the corridor on the 20th floor. At the broken part of the security door, a chubby hand suddenly reached in, trying to unlock it from the inside. Meng Yi, shoot down that pig's trotter. Sukiki shouted while shining the flashlight at the breach. All right. Meng Yi lifted his bow, an arrow took aim, and whoosh. An arrow flew from his hand, striking that chubby hand. It hurts. Minga, something pierced my hand. Outside the security door, the lackey of Minga broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. He tried to retract his hand, but the arrow lodged in his hand got stuck at the opening. Before long, due to his own repeated pulling, blood spurted out of the wound. Minga, my hand is going to fall off. His shout was like a pig being slaughtered, almost waking everyone living on the 19th floor. Several bold individuals holding flashlights stealthily approached the staircase to see what was going on. Don't meddle in others' business. The people coming up were scared back by Minga's fierce words. Just then, the security door surprisingly opened from the inside. That unfortunate lackey, along with his hand, was forcefully slammed against the wall by Sukiki. Sukiki knocked one out in an instant. What are you doing here at this hour? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Sukiki directly pointed her gun at Minga's head. Put down the gun, you bastard. A lackey pointed his axe at Sukiki in a threatening manner. The other 5 also raised their knives and confronted Sukiki and the others. You just got your hand pierced by me this afternoon. Do you still want to see what it's like to have your head pierced? Hurry up and tell your subordinates to put down their knives, cover their heads with both hands, and squat outside the door. Sukiki kicked out Minga, holding his right hand bound like a zongzi, cried out and knelt down. The pistol in his left hand fell to the ground. Minga could barely shoot with his right hand. Where did he get the courage to try shooting Sukiki with his left hand? This was either overconfidence or drunken stupor. Quick, put down the knife. Minga now regretted coming to cause trouble in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a single pushover on the 20th floor. However, none of the lackeys listened to him, raising their knives and axes, glaring at Sukiki and the others. Are you rebelling? Didn't you hear me tell you to put down the knives? Minga felt he had humiliated himself today, originally coming with a group of underlings for revenge. In the end, even his underlings rebelled. Minga, don't blame us. Before we came out, Tianga said that supplies are the most important. One lackey named Shazi picked up the gun that Minga had just thrown away and aimed it at Sukiki. That's impossible. I'm someone who has blocked a knife for Tianga. How could Tianga give me up for some supplies? Minga shook his head incessantly under the muzzle of Sukiki's gun, unwilling to believe anything Shazi said. Then it seems that keeping your life is of no use to me, Sukiki said with a smile. Please, don't kill me. I can help you. Seeing that his side was hopeless, Minga decided to join Sukiki's camp. Now that your hand is useless, what use do I have for you? Sukiki deliberately provoked. I know Tianga has a very large warehouse with countless supplies inside. I can take you there. Minga, afraid that Sukiki might accidentally kill him, directly revealed information that everyone was interested in. In the apocalypse, the most attractive thing is, of course, a lot of supplies. You are seeking death. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out and 2 people fell. Sukiki didn't expect that Shazi was actually a tough character. He had just shot Mingo in the head. When Sukiki saw Shazi trying to shoot her with a second shot, she decisively shot him first. For the first time killing someone, Sukiki's hand trembled while holding the gun. Seeing the gunshots, the other thugs rushed towards Grandma Chiao armed with knives. Get down! Mengi shouted, and the 3 holding kitchen knives, Grandma Chiao, Lu Mei, and Chinda, squatted down together. Shirhuan stood behind, holding the powerful flashlight to illuminate for Meng Yi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meng Yi quickly shot 2 arrows. Although neither hit the heart, they were not far from it. The 2 thugs groaned and fell to the ground, twitching incessantly. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. As the other 3 thugs, humiliated and furious, raised their knives to strike at Meng Yi's head. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out as Sukiki quickly fired at the 3. The three thugs collapsed in front of Meng Yi, both person and knife falling down. That scared me to death. If they had struck me a few times, I would surely have been chopped into pieces. Meng Yi slumped to the ground, and the other four were also quite frightened. Lu Mei and Qin De felt relieved that their son was sleeping well. If he had come out too, witnessing such a bloody scene would likely leave a psychological scar. Especially Shirhuan. We killed someone. Shirhuan threw the flashlight and kitchen knife down, hugging the trembling Meng Yi, who sat on the ground. Grandma Qiao quickly regained her composure. She picked up the powerful flashlight from the ground and placed it on the nearby fire hydrant. Kiki, how should we deal with these people? Lu Mei asked nervously. From tonight's events, Lu Mei was certain that this girl Su Kiki was not simple. Don't be fooled by her young age. She is calmer than anyone in a crisis. When she returned during the day, Su Kiki said that the reason she had a gun was that she secretly bought it from the shooting range for self-defense. However, this explanation was a bit far-fetched, but Lu Mei and the others did not inquire further. Today's incident was greatly thanks to Su Kiki having a gun, otherwise they would have been robbed. Now regarding what lay before them, they had to thank Su Kiki for having a gun, and her shooting skills were quite good, otherwise they would have all been wiped out on the 20th floor. Su Kiki put away her gun and walked in front of everyone, saying, "We must deal with these people immediately. The flood outside is so high, and the fastest and safest way to handle it is to throw them out of the window." Will that work? Won't we be discovered? Lu Mei looked at Su Kiki worried. It's all right, Aunt Lu. Please believe in me. Su Kiki urged everyone to act quickly, otherwise if they waited until dawn to dispose of the bodies, they would definitely be discovered. Under Su Kiki's lead, the group swiftly dealt with the situation. In the end, Grandma Qiao brought several buckets of water from her home, and together they washed away the bloodstains in the corridor and outside the security door. By the time they finished these tasks, dawn was breaking. Everyone go home. Those who need to sleep should sleep, and those who want breakfast should have breakfast. Don't carry too much psychological burden. We will definitely encounter many situations like this in the future. Su Kiki spoke with a serious expression on her face. She was not joking with everyone, nor was she being alarmist. In her previous life it was the same. She saw the people from the 20th floor going out to search for supplies, and those who wanted to gain without effort often targeted them. Conflicts of various sizes had occurred many times, but none had been as bloody as this one. After everyone returned home, Grandma Qiao gave Su Kiki a big hug, knowing well what Su Kiki had experienced in her past life. Tang Yuan also ran over to nuzzle against Su Kiki's ankle. Meng Yi and Shirhuan, once back in their room, lay directly on the living room carpet, recalling the events of the night, still feeling uneasy. Kiki, you're really amazing. If it weren't for you today, I can't imagine the consequences. Everyone might have just vanished. Shirhuan said slowly while hugging Meng Yi's arm. Yes. Don't let her young age fool you. She can handle situations better than any of us. Wife, I really feel that the world has changed. It might get worse in the future. We really need to become stronger, just like Kiki. Meng Yi recalled the super typhoon at the beginning, followed by the floods. This year's disasters seemed to come one after another, without any sign of stopping. I know. Let's rest first. This afternoon, I'll go find Kiki to learn how to shoot. I think the shooting posture is quite cool. Shirhuan, who had just looked dejected, suddenly lit up when talking about learning to shoot from Su Kiki. No, wife. Let's practice archery first, alright? Seeing his wife switch to a new goal, Meng Yi silently complained in his heart. You can't even hit the target with archery. Don't go asking Kiki to teach you how to shoot. We really lack that talent. Mom, I'm hungry. What are we having for lunch today? Hey, you two actually. Jinli woke up around noon, feeling a bit unaccustomed to not being called to get up and fetch water early in the morning. Normally at this time their family should be having lunch. Today his parents were surprisingly still asleep. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Oh, no wait. There's no sun now. Even if it's not raining heavily, there's no sun in the sky. Who has experienced 2 months without sunlight? If the internet were still up, it would likely be buzzing with activity. Jinli sighed and went to find a bucket of instant noodles to cook. Oh my god. Did you see that? There's a big hole in the security door. Do you think the people on the 20th floor are still around? They couldn't all have died, right? Then, let's find something to pry open the security door. I know they hoarded a lot of supplies before. The supplies must be long gone. Those people from yesterday must have their eyes on their supplies. Jinli held a bowl of instant noodles, seemingly hearing many voices whispering outside. What are you doing out there? Are you planning to target the 20th floor again? Jinli opened the door while eating noodles, and through the hole in the security door, he saw several people outside pointing and whispering. He had heard his parents say before that the people downstairs wanted to crash at the 20th floor. Could it be these guys again? I can't believe you all broke the security door. Chinli finally realized that there was a big hole in their security door. No, it wasn't us who broke this door. The people outside thought that the residents of the 20th floor must have perished last night. They clearly heard the sounds of smashing and crashing downstairs, and there seemed to be gunfire later. How come they were still fine? The people outside thought that the residents of the 20th floor must have perished last night. They clearly heard the sounds of smashing and crashing downstairs, and there seemed to be gunfire later. How come they were still fine? No wonder people came to rob them. Wait. They're fine. Could it be those thugs who are in trouble? The people outside imagined many scenarios from last night, picturing the residents of the 20th floor as murderous maniacs. There's a murder. Someone shouted, scaring everyone away. Crazy. Chinli muttered as he continued to hold his instant noodles and went back inside. The broken hole in the security door would have to wait until his dad woke up to fix. Sigh. Chinli glanced at his parents' room and said, "You all have such a big heart. The outer door is almost being dismantled and you can still sleep." Sukiki and Grandma Qiao also slept through the morning, and when Sukiki got up at noon, she felt her arms were a bit sore. "Grandma Qiao, what delicious food are we having for lunch? Let me help you." She rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen to assist. "The rice is cooked. I'll fry a couple of dishes and we can eat." "What do you want to eat?" Grandma Qiao opened the fridge to ask. "I want to eat crab," Sukiki said with a smile, having not eaten crab in a long time. "Then you'll need to take some out from the space. The fridge only has some vegetables and meat." "Okay, I'll go right now." Sukiki went into her space and brought out 4 hairy crabs, a bag of 1,000 grams of chicken feet, 10 large prawns, and 3 potatoes. "Grandma Qiao, let's make crab meat casserole for lunch. I've been craving this so much." Sukiki swallowed, a scene of enjoying crab meat casserole flashing through her mind. "All right. Whatever Kiki wants to eat, Grandma will make for you." The hairy crabs and large prawns Sukiki brought out were all lively. Grandma Qiao put on gloves to handle the crabs first. Sukiki simply prepared some easy tasks like peeling potatoes. Half an hour later, a large pot of fragrant and flavorful crab meat casserole was ready. The two of them each served a large bowl of white rice. Crab meat casserole paired with rice was simply exquisite. "Grandma Qiao, your crab meat casserole is even better than the one in the restaurant." Sukiki happily ate 2 crabs and 4 chicken feet. "If it's delicious, eat more." Grandma Qiao added another hairy crab to Sukiki's bowl. "You eat quickly too. Otherwise, I'll finish it all." Sukiki also picked up a hairy crab for Grandma Qiao, returning the favor. Let's eat together." "Meow." Tong Yuan, the little guy, raised its food bowl and called out to Sukiki and Grandma Qiao, implying, "Don't forget about me. Let's eat together." After the robbery incident last night, everyone on the 20th floor except for Chin Li realized the danger. "Old Chin, do you think the apocalypse is really coming?" Lu Mei, assisting Chindo with tools, appeared worried. "I don't know if it's the apocalypse, but the flood downstairs has risen so high it won't recede anytime soon. Many people have started killing for food." Sigh. "Life in the future will definitely be harder." Chin decided, asking Lu Mei for a large hammer to start hammering at the hole in the door. "You a grown man, what else can you do besides sigh?" "I'm going to find Kiki. If men can be relied on, pigs can climb trees." Lu Mei, in a fit of anger, tossed the toolbox on the ground and walked away. Chinda could only smile helplessly. After living together for decades, wasn't Lu Mei the one making all the decisions in their household? Now how could she blame him for being indecisive? Sigh. A woman's heart is as changeable as the weather in June. When Lu Mei arrived at Sukiki's place, she found Shi Huan and Meng Yi there, and Grandma Qiao invited her to sit down and eat some fruit. "Aunt Lu, there's actually fruit here at Grandma Qiao's. Look at this strawberry in my hand, it's huge and not sour at all." Shi Huan was as joyful as a child, as if the fear of last night had long dissipated. She directly stuffed a large strawberry into Lu Mei's mouth. Lu Mei had no time to react and took a big bite. "This strawberry is indeed sweet." Sukiki had just promised to teach Shi Huan how to shoot and let her learn with Grandma Qiao tomorrow. Shi Huan was so happy she could almost spin in circles. "Kiki, to be honest, ever since last night I've been restless. You said things like this will happen often in the future, but I can't figure out what that means." After eating a few strawberries, Lu Mei remembered that she had something to ask Sukiki. "Did I say that?" Sukiki tried to recall, and it seemed she had mentioned it. "Aunt Lu, what I mean is that as the flood rises higher, production is paralyzed and many food supplies are submerged. In places with many people and no food, chaos will erupt." "That's what I meant." Sukiki tried to explain using the current situation. These were visible to everyone, and it wasn't a wild fabrication. "Aunt Lu, I believe as long as we on the 20th floor unite, those who want to rob us will have to think twice about the consequences." Sukiki comforted while holding Tang Yuan and grasping Lu Mei's hand. Sigh. The power and water have been out for so long with no signs of recovery, and the little supplies I have at home are running low. If it weren't for you and Xiaoming last night, we might have been done for. Excluding Sukiki, who came back from rebirth, Lu Mei had the strongest sense of crisis on the 20th. Sukiki thought for a moment and said, the two biggest problems everyone is facing now are a shortage of supplies and personal safety. In fact, both of these problems can be solved one by one. For the first issue of supplies, aside from the relief food distributed by the government, we can also team up to search for supplies. The second issue of safety is even easier to solve. We can train at home. Archery, fighting, shooting, these can all be practiced at home. Only by making ourselves stronger can we not fear any danger in the future. Sukiki's words stirred her blood and Lu Mei felt enlightened. Kiki, you're absolutely right. In the face of natural disasters and man-made calamities, we must stock up on supplies and train our bodies. Lu Mei suddenly turned around and gave Sukiki a big hug. I want a hug too. Shirhuan, seeing them hug, came over to join in. Meow. Meow. Tang Yuan, caught between the three women, felt quite squeezed. Don't squish my Tang Yuan, Grandma Qiao said with a smile. After they released their embrace, Tang Yuan jumped down from Sukiki's arms and Grandma Qiao picked it up, pressing it to her forehead. There's a cockroach. Shirhuan suddenly screamed, quickly jumped onto the sofa after a couple of quick hops on the living room floor. In the living room, many cockroaches visibly crawled out. Grandma Qiao hurried into the kitchen to find a broom, only to discover several large cockroaches escaping in there too. Tang Yuan ran into the kitchen with Grandma Qiao and bit down hard. Wow! Tang Yuan is fierce. Meng Yi gave Tang Yuan a thumbs up. Mom, why are there mice in our house? 1, 2, 3. Wow, so many. Dad, don't fix the door anymore. Come quickly to catch the mice. Our rice is going to be eaten up. Qinli shouted like he was slaughtering pigs. Lu Mei quickly told Grandma Qiao and hurried back. Mom, why are there mice in our house? 1, 2, 3. Wow, so many. Dad, don't fix the door anymore. Come quickly to catch them. Sukiki almost forgot that the accumulated flood could cause backflow, and not to mention these snakes, insects, and mice. It was likely that even the toilets would become unusable. Meng Yi, armed with a broom, was in the living room clanging away at the cockroaches, while Sukiki took the opportunity to pull out 2 bottles of insecticide from her space. She handed one to Shirhuan, and the two sprayed at the cockroaches on the ground with a flurry. In a short while, the living room, kitchen, and even the bedroom floor were littered with cockroach corpses. Sukiki didn't expect the insecticide she casually grabbed from the supermarket to be quite effective. After Sukiki and Grandma Qiao cleaned up the cockroach corpses, Meng Yi and Shirhuan suddenly remembered their own homes, and both felt a chill down their spines. Just imagine when they opened their door, a swarm of cockroaches and mice rushing to greet them would be an explosive. I'll give you both these 2 bottles of insecticide. Don't worry, this insecticide works great. Sukiki patted Shirhuan's shoulder to comfort her. You've given us all the insecticide, what will you and Grandma Qiao use? What if there are still cockroaches? Shirhuan returned one of the bottles of insecticide to Sukiki. I have more in my room, you guys hurry back to check. I'll bring 2 bottles to Aunt Lu later. Alright then. After hearing that Sukiki had more at home, Shirhuan and Meng Yi didn't hold back, each taking a bottle and charging back home with fierce expressions. After they left, Sukiki pulled out 2 more bottles of insecticide from her space and sprayed every corner of her home with Grandma Qiao. All right, Kiki, let's not dwell on this anymore. That life is behind us. From now on, everything will be fine. Grandma Qiao quickly urged Sukiki to stop ruminating on those sorrowful memories. In this life, we'll reclaim every ounce of joy denied to us in the last. Sukiki gazed at Grandma Qiao with unwavering resolve. The two swiftly cleaned the entire apartment, spraying insecticide repeatedly beneath beds and kitchen cabinets, those overlooked blind spots, and even sent Tang Yuan to patrol every corner of the house. Meow. Meow meow. At once Tang Yuan scampered off eagerly to hunt cockroaches throughout the home. Only after confirming the absence of cockroaches, ants, and other pests did Sukiki and Grandma Qiao finally relax and sit down to rest. Meanwhile, Sukiki briefly visited the Lu Mei household to deliver 2 bottles of insecticide, though their infestation consisted mostly of rats with only a few cockroaches. Sukiki's insecticide proved largely ineffective against rats. Fortunately, most of the rodents had already perished from rat poison. Astonishingly, Lu Mei had stockpiled it alongside her food supplies. That day, government grain warehouses were overrun by swarms of rats and cockroaches, a direct consequence of the sudden pest surge. The temporary relief centers descended into chaos. As more and more displaced residents arrived, space grew critically scarce, compounded further by the sudden appearance of cockroaches and rats, sending women and children fleeing in terror. Even the patrolling security teams joined the frantic effort, crushing cockroaches and trapping rats. With the disaster worsening and national aid delayed, Lingqing's municipal reserves dwindled rapidly. Compounded by severe manpower shortages, much of the salvageable relief material was swept away by floodwaters before retrieval. Mayor Chen Guodong issued an urgent citywide appeal for self-rescue. Citizens able to venture out were encouraged to scavenge for supplies. By late afternoon, amplified announcements from the municipal office had stirred eager anticipation among residents who owned boats. Residents of the 20th floor convened an emergency meeting. Since the inflatable raft accommodated no more than 4 people, they ultimately decided that Su Kiki, Chen Li, and Meng Yi would undertake the supply mission. The others remained at home to safeguard existing provisions and maintain physical fitness. The next morning dawned dim and pale. Su Kiki and her companions quietly carried the inflatable raft downstairs. Assuming they were the first to depart, they were surprised to spot several similar rafts drifting across the floodwaters in all directions shortly after leaving their residential compound. "Are we heading to the supermarket?" asked Chinli, steering the raft. Su Kiki paused and thought. The large supermarkets nearby would certainly have been looted long ago, while smaller convenience stores, mostly ground-floor establishments, were now entirely submerged. With floodwaters rising to the 3rd floor, those ground-level shops were utterly inaccessible. So where then might yield viable supplies today? Su Kiki hesitated momentarily, at a loss. "The supermarket near our compound is likely stripped bare. Shall we simply navigate outward and survey the area?" Chinda proposed. "Agreed." The others voiced no objections. Following the lead raft along the city's main thoroughfares, they circled several major supermarkets, each found nearly emptied of goods. Truly, supplies are proving scarce. "No wonder the municipal office hasn't ventured out themselves," Meng Yi muttered, staring blankly at the vast expanse of water beneath the raft. "What if we head to the suburbs? Large-scale livestock farms are typically situated there." Su Kiki resolved to explore unconventional avenues, places others might overlook. "Aren't most such facilities low-rise? Could they already be submerged?" Chenda asked. "I can't say for certain. Shall we vote?" Su Kiki raised her hand first. After exchanging glances, the other 3 followed suit. "Excellent. For votes unanimous, we divert to the suburbs," Su Kiki declared cheerfully. Their motorized raft surged forward with impressive speed. "What is that?" Meng Yi cried, spotting a floating object hurtling toward their raft. "Chinli, slow," Su Kiki shouted urgently. Thud. Though decelerating inertia carried the raft forward slightly, yet the impact was negligible, jolting them only half a body length forward. This isn't a person, is it?" Chenda, seated at the front, hastily fished a branch from the floodwater and flipped the floating object over. Indeed, it was a corpse, long since lifeless. Gah. Must it be this unsettling? The sight startled all 4. Meng Yi, seated beside Chinda, reacted most strongly, his breath catching as he beheld the corpse's pallid, water-bloated face. Though each had anticipated encountering grim sights within the floodwaters, confronting death so abruptly still triggered primal fear. "Let's steer around it, no one look back." Su Kiki instructed Chinli to reverse slightly, then veer. After this unsettling incident, all 4 scanned the floodwaters with heightened vigilance, significantly reducing the raft's speed. "Uncle Chin, look. A signboard floats on the surface. Does it read Huatian Livestock Farm?" Meng Yi pointed toward a weathered advertisement plaque. "Then it's hopeless. If even the sign has been swept away, the facility must be utterly stripped." Chinli sighed in disappointment, their arduous journey seemingly in vain. Suburban drainage outperforms the urban core. Here the flood depth appears barely 1 story high, while the farm buildings stand 2 stories tall. "Perhaps today we'll return laden with bounty." Su Kiki rose from the raft and smiled. Is that true or mere wishful thinking? Chinli couldn't help but doubt her optimism. "Only inspection will tell," Su Kiki replied. They entered a poultry and livestock farm, progressing sequentially through pigsties, cattle sheds, sheep pens, and enclosures for chickens, ducks, and geese. The ground floor lay completely submerged. Chinli remained aboard the raft on standby while Su Kiki, Chinda, and Meng Yi ascended to the 2nd floor. Room by room they found nothing. Had all livestock been evacuated? Just as despair set in, Su Kiki spotted a pig drifting toward them through the floodwaters. "Whoa! A pig has literally crossed oceans to find us," Su Kiki exclaimed, elated. "Don't scare me like that, Kiki. I skipped breakfast this morning or I'd be vomiting right now." "Brother Meng Yi, look. It's truly a live pig," Su Kiki shouted, pointing toward the animal still thrashing vigorously in the flood. The others hastily pulled her back onto the raft and pursued the pig's trajectory. They discovered 10 pigs struggling in the floodwaters, drifted here from unknown origins. "Wow! Are we about to achieve pork sovereignty?" "Pork hawks, I'm coming for you." Meng Yi and Chinli waved frantically at the animals. "Don't celebrate yet. The raft's full capacity won't allow even a single pig aboard. Tsukiki doused their enthusiasm. Then what do we do, eh? Must we depart a treasure trove empty-handed? Chinli groaned. To descend while the other two ferry 2 pigs back, then return for us, Tsukiki proposed. Sigh, how we wish for a larger vessel now to haul them all home. Chinli gazed at Tsukiki. Enough daydreaming. Tsukiki declared she'd remain behind, returning to the second floor they'd just— I'll stay with you, Uncle Chin, and Chinli can take the pigs back first, Mangi added. In order to prevent the pigs from being swept away by the flood, the 4 of them began to divide their tasks and cooperate. As Chinli approached the pig group in the rubber boat, Tsukiki raised her bow, an arrow shooting an arrow that struck the nearest pig. Unfortunately, instead of collapsing, the pig became even more agitated. Chinda was splashed with water as he got a little closer. With another whoosh of an arrow, Mang-e followed up with a shot, finally stopping the struggling pig. Chinda and Chinli hurriedly grabbed the pig's legs and effortlessly dragged it onto the rubber boat. Following the previous process, the 4 of them quickly caught another pig. To avoid being overweight, Chinda and Chinli had to reluctantly take the 2 pigs back to the community. Tsukiki and Mang-e remained on the rooftop watching the group of pigs. The floodwater was currently stable and the remaining 8 pigs were still within their sight. Mang-e, let's eat something since we have nothing to do right now. Tsukiki took out 2 sandwiches from her backpack. Wow, you have something tasty. Mang-e's eyes lit up as Tsukiki handed him a still warm sandwich, and he eagerly took a big bite. The soft bread was wrapped around eggs, lettuce, and ham, offering a fresh taste, as if just baked warm. Though the sandwich wasn't a delicacy, it was a significant improvement compared to the biscuits and instant noodles Mang-e had been eating for the past few days. Grandma Qiao made this fresh this morning, isn't it delicious? Tsukiki could only say that Grandma Qiao made it that morning because it was still warm from the space. She had specifically brought a bag with her this morning for the convenience of taking things from her space. Delicious. Grandma Qiao's sandwiches are truly authentic. Mang-e kept praising while eating. Tsukiki thought to herself, this is a sandwich I stockpiled from the beautiful country, how could it not be authentic? While the 2 of them were enjoying their sandwiches and joking around, a speedboat was approaching from a distance. Qin Xiu was dressed in a black baseball uniform with an orange life jacket over it, wearing a mask, and was searching for useful supplies alone in the outskirts of Lingqing. His thoughts were similar to Tsukiki's. There were too many people and too few supplies in the city, and driving a speedboat made him stand out. Thus Qin Xiu set his search radius to the outskirts of Lingqing, but he had left home a bit late, allowing Tsukiki and the others to get a head start. Qin Xiu lived in the high-altitude Lanshan Villa area of Lingqing. It was the only area in Lingqing that had not been flooded. There were only 12 villas in the entire area, and each villa was spaced far apart, providing a serene environment and ample privacy. The only downside was the high cost, making it unaffordable for the average person. Qin Xiu was a suspense novelist, and by the age of 28, he had already published 2 best-selling suspense novels and serialized 3 highly popular mystery novels online. Since the beginning of this year, he had repeatedly dreamed of various natural disasters. In his dreams there were typhoons, floods, extreme cold and heat, acid rain, and earthquakes. At first Qin Xiu dismissed them with a smile upon waking, but after having the same dream repeatedly, he began to feel that it might be some kind of omen. In his dream, these natural disasters happened one after another, and people struggled in extreme conditions. Strangely, his dream would suddenly end after an earthquake. What impressed Qin Xiu the most was that during this unprecedented earthquake, only the Lanshan Villa area remained intact. Whether it was due to a love for life or something else, Qin Xiu surprisingly bought a villa in the Lanshan area. After all, he wasn't short on money. His parents had left him with a lot of properties when they passed away. Since he had no interest in business, he sold 2 companies and kept only a few shops to rent out. Perhaps influenced by the earthquakes in his dreams, Qin Xiu sold off all his other properties, leaving only the villa in the Lanshan area. During renovations, he made various disaster prevention measures using the most advanced bulletproof and shatterproof glass. The walls of the front and backyards of the villa were also raised and reinforced, topped with electrified barbed wire for security. He built an enormous cold storage in the basement to store fresh supplies. Regardless of whether the disasters he dreamed of would happen, it was always wise to be prepared. Until August 13th, Qin Xiu received a text message from the meteorological station about a super typhoon warning. It was then that he completely believed that the disasters he saw in his dreams were not mere fantasies. With the typhoon approaching, Qin Xiu suddenly felt a sense of panic. At present, he had only completed basic protection for the villa, and he had not stockpiled any supplies yet. With only 3 days left, Qin Xiu had to force himself to make a quick decision to purchase supplies from various stores and supermarkets. During these days his novel had not been updated at all, causing readers online to become restless, some even wondered if Qin Xiu had encountered an accident. Using the short 3 days, Qin Xiu drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class around Lingqing, buying supplies, meat, seafood, fruits, vegetables, rice, and cooking oil. Medicines, clothing, waterproof, and warm clothing, gasoline, and diesel. He bought everything he could. Especially diesel. If there was a power outage later, the cold storage in the basement would rely on the diesel generator. The day before the typhoon made landfall, Qin Xiu hurriedly went to pick up his sister and niece to stay with him. They were his only family left in the world. As for that brother-in-law, Qin Xiu really did not want to mention him. He was nothing but a scumbag. He used his sister's money to keep a mistress outside, often disappearing for months, and when he returned it was only to demand more money. Unfortunately, his sister was still in love. As long as that scumbag said a few sweet words, she would forgive him again. Because of these issues, Qin Xiu had quarreled with his sister many times, and eventually chose not to contact her. If it weren't for this super typhoon resembling the one he saw in his dreams, he would probably still be in a cold war with his sister. When picking up his sister, Qin Xiu even thought of an excuse, saying he had bought a villa and wanted her and her daughter to stay for a few days to familiarize themselves with the area. Otherwise, with his sister being so love-struck, she would wait there for that scumbag brother-in-law even if the sky were. Later, after 2 months of consecutive typhoons and floods, his sister could no longer return, yet she still longed for that scumbag brother-in-law. Whenever Qin Xiu went out to look for supplies, his sister would repeatedly urge him to search for her brother-in-law, saying that maybe he would be found if he was lucky. Every time Qin Xiu went out, he would just nod in response, thinking to himself, "Am I crazy? Why would I bring that scumbag back to continue harming my sister?" At this moment, Qin Xiu's speedboat had already entered the flower farm breeding base, and he saw the sign floating in the flood. "Kiki, a speedboat is coming towards us." "Oh no. It seems we won't be able to keep our pigs," Meng Yi nervously said as he patted Kiki on the shoulder. "I see it too. Don't panic yet, let's observe. It might not turn in here," Kiki said, pulling Meng Yi down to continue watching. Before long, the speedboat was getting closer, and Kiki thought the man on it looked somewhat familiar. With that height and wearing a black mask, had she seen him somewhere? It looks like there's only one person, but that speedboat is really nice. If we had one like that, we would have taken these pigs long ago, and this guy wouldn't have a chance to pick up the scraps. Meng Yi felt increasingly dissatisfied, as they were the ones who had discovered the pigs first. Kiki didn't respond, feeling frustrated as well. She was afraid of exposing her space and didn't dare to gather supplies in front of Meng Yi, but now she had to watch helplessly as so many pigs were taken by others. It was really infuriating. As Qin Xiu made his way here, he hadn't found anything useful. Seeing these 8 pigs, he was overjoyed. If he could bring back so many pigs, his sister and Ying could eat for a long time, especially since he had a cold storage to prevent spoilage. What worried Qin Xiu now was how to get all these pigs onto the speedboat. Facing so many pigs alone, he felt an inexplicable panic. There must be a way. Qin Xiu searched his speedboat and finally found some fishing nets. He suddenly thought if he spread these fishing nets, could he catch the pigs floating in the flood like catching fish? In theory, it should work. Qin Xiu muttered to himself, revealing a delighted expression, and swiftly threw the net into the swirling flood where the pigs were. "Kiki, that guy is about to make his move. Should we stop him?" Meng Yi said, feeling anxious, as he watched his precious pigs about to be snatched away. "Wait a bit longer," Kiki said, calmly observing with no sign of panic. If we wait too long, that guy will take away our pigs with a big net," Meng Yi said anxiously. "Do you think he can drag all those pigs by himself?" Kiki smirked, thinking her opportunity was about to arrive. In the flood, the pigs that had been floating for a long time occasionally made some noises as their hooves splashed in the water. When Qin Xiu cast his net, he caught 3 pigs that were very close together. "Oh no. I caught 3 pigs." Qin Xiu frowned. He had originally planned to catch them one by one. Who would have thought he would catch 3 at once? With that weight, Qin Xiu really couldn't move them. As he strained to drag the 3 pigs towards the speedboat, the sudden increase in weight almost capsized the boat. With no choice, Qin Xiu had to let go, and the 3 pigs along with the fishing net slowly splashed back into the flood. "Need any help?" At this moment, Kiki, who was crouching on the roof, felt the opportunity had come. Qin Xiu was taken aback. There were actually other people here, and it was a girl. How long had they been watching? Kiki and Meng Yi stood up from the rooftop and waved at Qin Xiu on the speedboat. "We'll help you drag these pigs onto the speedboat if you give us 2 pigs," Kiki said. 2 pigs? Meng Yi whispered to Kiki. "There are still 8 pigs left here. I think we should at least get half." "Why should I give you 2 pigs?" Qin Xiu asked with a smile. Looking at the boy and girl on the roof, both carrying bows and arrows, they were probably also out looking for supplies. It seemed like they had been watching for a long time. Were they waiting for a companion? You can't drag so many pigs by yourself. And our companions will be coming by boat soon, so when they arrive you won't have anything to do with these pigs. Sukiki's two statements struck right at Qin Xiu's dilemma. She believed the other party would make a decision that would favor her. All right. I agree, Qin Xiu said. Sukiki thought he would need some time to consider, but unexpectedly he agreed so readily. Look, we are still short. He didn't even think about it and agreed so quickly. Meng Yi sighed. Meng Yi, we can take 2 pigs, and with the 2 pigs from Uncle Chen before 4 pigs will last us for many days. Besides, without electricity at home the pork will spoil easily. Hearing Sukiki say this, Meng Yi also felt it made sense. Without electricity. How could he forget? Just these 4 pigs would likely spoil. After discussing, Qin Xiu first drove the speedboat to the rooftop where Sukiki and Meng Yi were. After picking them up, he returned to where he had cast the net. The 3 pigs that had been caught in the net were now struggling together in the flood. After half an hour of relentless effort from the 3, all 8 pigs were finally caught onto Qin Xiu's speedboat. Sukiki and Qin Xiu quickly tied the front and back hooves of the pigs with ropes. Having been submerged for too long, the pigs didn't struggle much after being caught and lay on the speedboat grunting in resignation. Where are your companions? Were you just trying to fool me? Qin Xiu looked at Sukiki with suspicion. Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Meng Yi suddenly became anxious. They had just met this person and didn't know if he was trustworthy. They had helped him get the pigs onto the speedboat. If this guy didn't keep his word and didn't give them their 2 pigs, would they have no recourse? How could that be? It's just 2 pigs. I can afford it. Qin Xiu laughed, dispelling Meng Yi's worries. Then it's settled. Meng Yi quickly chimed in, and this matter was finalized. Sukiki felt a bit worried and didn't pay attention to Qin Xiu's previous question. Where were Uncle Qin and the others? Had something happened on the way? Qin Xiu. What about you two? Qin Xiu noticed Sukiki frowning and not speaking, so he took off his mask and introduced himself. Oh, Meng Yi. Meng Yi said, extending his right hand to shake hands with Qin Xiu. Sukiki. Sukiki said absent-mindedly. After the 3 got to know each other, Qin Xiu drove the speedboat into the breeding base and found a secluded corner to hide the boat. Uncle Qin and the others are too slow. It's been several hours, why haven't they come back? Meng Yi also looked worried. Don't worry. Maybe the flood is too swift and the rubber boat is hard to maneuver, Qin Xiu said. Qinli's skills with the rubber boat are decent, but I'm worried they might run into trouble. Sukiki glanced at her watch. It was almost noon. Under normal circumstances, it would have been enough for 2 round trips. How about I take you back first? Qin Xiu suggested. No way. Your speedboat is too conspicuous, and with so many pigs on it, it would be easy to be robbed when entering the city. Sukiki directly refused. Just as Sukaku and the others were in a heated discussion about how to return, Chinda and Qinli appeared in Sukake's line of sight driving a rubber boat. They're here. Meng Yi and Qin Xiu turned their gaze towards Sukake's voice, indeed spotting a rubber boat speeding toward them. Qin Xiu confirmed with Sukaku once more, and after realizing that the 2 were their awaited companions, he drove the speedboat out of the breeding base. Uncle Qin. We're over here. Meng Yi waved vigorously from the speedboat towards the rubber boat. Sukaku and Qin Xiu also moved to the front of the speedboat, watching as Chinda and the others' rubber boat drew closer. What happened to your faces, Uncle Qin? Did you encounter some robbers? Are they from Tiangu's group? Sukaku and Meng Yi rushed to ask upon seeing Chinda and his son's bruised faces and the scratches on their hands and necks. I'm sorry. We didn't keep an eye on everyone's supplies. Chinda said self-reproachfully. Uncle Qin, please don't blame yourself, just tell us what happened. Sukaku urged Chinda and Qinli to board Qin Xiu's speedboat before anxiously asking, Dad, you take a break, I'll explain. As soon as Qinli settled down, he started recounting with a face full of resentment. On our way back to the community, everything was going smoothly, and we didn't encounter anyone, not even a government patrol boat. At that moment, my dad and I were still happy, thinking we finally made it home safely. Little did we know, as soon as we entered the community, we were spotted by those watching from the windows. Qinli gritted his teeth in anger, his fist slamming onto the speedboat. Hurry up and tell us. You're driving me crazy. Meng Yi urged from the side. After glancing at his silent father, Qinli continued, we tied the rubber boat to the windowsill, and it took us quite a bit of effort to lift 2 pigs up to the 3rd floor. Just then I heard many footsteps rapidly descending the stairs. I wondered, could all these people be coming down to help lift the pigs? When did our luck become so good? My dad said I was thinking too optimistically. Little did we know, once they reached the bottom, they immediately came up to snatch our pigs. Of course, my dad and I were unwilling to give them up, each holding tightly onto a pig. You see my face. It's all scratched up by those women, especially the one who knocked on our door on the 20th floor. Her nails were long enough to draw blood from my face. They numbered around 20, with the men grabbing pigs and the women clawing at our faces. Despite our best efforts, we couldn't keep hold of those 2 pigs. After they took the pigs, they rushed upstairs to divide the meat. My dad and I felt embarrassed to go up to the 20th floor looking like this. You all know how my mom's temper is. Thinking you were still waiting here, we rushed back. After Chinli finished recounting the incident, Sukuku and the others were particularly furious. Chinda kept sighing, unable to comprehend how those neighbors who would greet them when they saw each other downstairs had turned into greedy robbers who only cared about their supplies. These people have gone too far. Meng Yi was outraged. Why should the pigs they struggled to bring back be taken by these people who did no work? Calm down. Let's think of a way to deal with them when we get back. Our supplies on the 20th floor are not so easily taken, Sukuku said coldly. Seeing Sukuku's pigs had been stolen, Qinxiu insisted on giving them 2 more pigs. Though Sukuku initially refused, with Meng Yi and Chinli looking at her eagerly, and because Qinxiu was adamant about giving them, she reluctantly agreed, not wanting to waste time pushing back. Now the issue was how to return with 4 pigs and 4 people. Sukuku's small rubber boat could not accomplish. Sukuku regretted taking out such a small rubber boat earlier, as it was utterly impractical. However, in front of so many people, bringing out a large ship from her space was not realistic. I'll take you back first. Your boat is too small, it can hold the people but not the pigs. Moreover, with the chaos in your community, if I go with you, it will be more helpful to have another person around, Qinxiu said. I think that's a good idea. You kid turned out to be quite decent. I'm definitely making you my friend today. Meng Yi happily shook hands with Qinxiu, almost kneeling to become sworn brothers on the spot. Aren't you afraid that the pigs on this speedboat will also be stolen? Well, how should I put it? If it comes to fighting, I'm not afraid. But I do feel a bit heartbroken that the pigs we just worked hard to catch were taken from us. But now that we are considered friends, when friends are in trouble, I must lend a helping hand. Seeing the sincerity in Qinxiu's words, Sukuku no longer refused. Given the circumstances, Qinxiu's speedboat was indeed the most suitable for taking them back. As for whether Qinxiu's speedboat would attract attention after they returned, they would just have to see how things developed. Then I thank you in advance, Sukuku said with a smile. Around 1 in the afternoon, Sukuku and her group returned triumphantly with 8 pigs. Throughout the journey, they had become quite the spectacle in Lingqing. Many people trapped in their homes by the flood leaned out from their high-rise windows, revealing envious gazes. When they returned to Changhong community, those who had robbed Chinda and Qinli were already at home enjoying with 2 pigs to be divided among 20 people. Each person ended up with very little. After Chinda and Qinli left the community, the argument over who got more and who got less lasted for half the day. However, this fresh pork was truly delicious. Even just throwing in some seasoning and frying it was delightful. Now that these people saw Chinda and the others returning with so many pigs, their greedy eyes were impossible to hide. Old Qin and his crew are impressive. They managed to find so many pigs again in no time. Should we go get some more pork ourselves? 2 men from the 18th floor leaned out of their windows, practically pressing their eyes against the speedboat below. Sun Feng, did you see? The 20th floor is back again, and this time they brought even more pigs. Should we discuss it with the others and go snatch some more? That little bit of meat earlier was not enough to fill my teeth. We must go. That meat was delicious. You hurry downstairs to find someone. But this time we should get a bigger share. We came up with the idea and they just helped out, so why should we split it evenly? This woman named Sun Feng was the one who had clawed at Qinli the hardest just now. She was usually petty and loved to take advantage. This robbery against Chinda and the others was Sun Feng's idea. Her family had long finished the relief rations from the municipal office, and now they were relying on borrowing food from neighbors upstairs and downstairs to get by. Others might still lend them some food, but the households on the 20th floor didn't even open the door for her. They even installed security doors in the safe stairwell. Finally today, she found the opportunity to teach the people on the 20th floor a lesson. Qinxiu helped Sukuku and the others lift the 4 pigs tied by their hooves to the ground on the 3rd floor. Thank you so much today, Sukuku said. There were still 4 pigs on Qinxiu's speedboat, and Sukuku and the others didn't call him to come up to the 20th floor. At this time it was best to return early. No need to be so polite. I'll take my leave now. Having delivered the person, Qinxiu planned to leave first as he had supplies on his speedboat. If he was unlucky and got targeted, his effort of coming out early in the morning would be in vain. Be careful on your way. Sukuku and the others waved at Qinxiu, watching him leave Changhong community. After Qinxiu left, Qinli and Meng Yi dragged the inflatable boat inside. Sukuku planned to have Chinda and Qinli carry the pigs while Meng Yi stood by with a bow and arrow to protect them as they went upstairs. She herself would stay on the 3rd floor to watch over the other pigs and the inflatable boat. It's too dangerous for you to watch alone here. What will you do if those people upstairs come down to steal? Chinda disagreed, insisting that if someone had to stay behind, it should be the adult, while the 3 children should carry the pigs upstairs first. Sukuku pulled a handgun from her backpack and said, "Uncle Chin, you all just go up. I'll see who dares to come and steal." "Wow, Kuku, you actually carry a gun with you?" Chinli exclaimed with wide eyes, envious. "Hurry up. I'll wait for you here," Sukuku urged again. Chinda and Meng Yi had witnessed Sukuku kill those intruders that night. She was decisive in her actions and would never hesitate when it was time to strike. "All right. Let's go quickly and return." Chinda and Chinli hurriedly lifted one of the pigs lying on the ground while Meng Yi, holding his bow and arrow, led the way, the arrow already nocked. If anyone dared to come out to steal the pigs, he would shoot them like a hedgehog. Since Sukuku obtained her space, she had never felt so frustrated while hoarding supplies. This incident made her realize how difficult it was for ordinary people to stock up on resources during the apocalypse. Not long after Meng Yi and the others went up, people started coming down from the 5th and 6th floors, peeking curiously towards Sukuku. When they saw that there was only a young girl on the 3rd floor, their courage grew. Earlier that morning, they had seen residents from the 17th, 18th, and 19th floors come down together to steal from 2 people on the 20th floor. At that time, they had not dared to come down, but later seeing others dividing the pork made them extremely envious. Now another opportunity had come, and they wondered what luck the people on the 20th floor had. Not only did they have an inflatable boat, but they could also bring back so many pigs with just a casual search. Meanwhile, these people could only eat a bit of relief food daily and didn't even have a cabbage to go with their meals. "Hey, this pig is so fat yet no one wants it. Wife, come help me. Let's carry it home. It's blocking the way here." Suddenly a man and a woman rushed down the stairs, heading straight for the pig lying on the ground. Sukuku, a living person, pretended not to see them. Sukuku coldly smiled. "Are you too blind? Try touching my pig with your filthy hands again. Who can prove that these pigs are yours? Everyone gets a share, right?" The woman shouted like a shrew. "That's right. We all saw it. Everyone should get a share." Others in the hallway who were still watching hurriedly came down to support the man and woman. Sukuku couldn't be bothered to engage with them. There was no point in talking to these people. It was more effective to take action than to argue. Seeing that Sukuku wasn't responding, those people thought she had acquiesced to the notion that everyone had a share. In an instant, 7 or 8 people rushed down the stairs. There were both men and women, and each of them wore delighted expressions on their faces. "I told you to hurry. If you delay any longer, you won't just miss out on meat, but even soup." A sharp female voice chattered as she went down the stairs. "What the hell? Why are there so many people?" Several men following behind were also startled, wondering why more and more people were targeting the 20th floor. "What are you doing? These pigs are what we saw first." Sun Fong hurriedly squeezed forward, bringing her husband and brother along. "Aren't you being unreasonable? Where did you see it first?" "We came down long ago." The 2 groups began to argue, each trying to defend their claim. "Aren't you being unreasonable? Where did you see it first?" "We came down long ago." The 2 groups began to argue, each trying to defend their claim. Little did she know that the woman named Sun Fong was quite clever. While she stirred up trouble in the crowd, she signaled her husband and brother to quickly take advantage of the chaos to carry the pigs away. A sudden tragic scream rang out. Sukuku stepped down hard, and the hand that had reached out to steal a pig was crushed, breaking the fingers. "Ha ha, ha ha." The other group, seeing the woman's husband being stepped on, surprisingly laughed with delight. "Everyone hurry and grab the pigs. Otherwise, when those men come down, it'll be a hassle. I saw one of them has a bow and arrow." Someone in the crowd shouted this, waking the others from their stupor. The 2 groups stopped arguing and pounced directly onto the pigs. Bang, bang, bang. Sukuku fired 3 shots, and the hands reaching for the pigs' hooves were shot, leaving behind holes. They're killing people. Help. The scene erupted into chaos as those trying to steal the pigs retreated in fear upon seeing the gun in Sukuku's hands. The 3 people who were shot in the hands turned pale, watching their wounds bleed profusely, and before they knew it, everything went black. Seeing this, the others quickly dispersed, thinking this young girl was not to be trifled with. Those with guns were ruthless. Just like that, more than half of the people surrounding Sukuku on the 3rd floor ran away. There was gunfire. Kuku must be in trouble. "We need to hurry." Grandma Qiao, following Meng Yi and the others downstairs, moved quickly upon hearing the gunshots. "Grandma Qiao, be careful going down the stairs. Kuku should be fine with a gun." Chinli hurriedly followed. When Grandma Qiao reached the 3rd floor, there were still about 10 unwilling to leave, confronting Sukuku. "Kuku, are you alright?" Grandma Qiao rushed over to stand beside Sukuku. "Grandma Qiao, why did you come down?" "It's exhausting to come down such high stairs." "I'm fine over here, so don't worry. Sukako held a gun in one hand and looped her other arm through Grandma Chiao's, speaking in a gentle tone. You ungrateful wolves still trying to steal our things. Just watch me shoot you dead. After Ming-Yi came down, he was so furious, he just wanted to hit someone. He directly shot an arrow into the crowd. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past Sun Fang's face, a stream of bright red blood slowly flowing down her cheek. My face. My face is going to be disfigured. Sun Fang covered her cheek with one hand, shouting in the crowd. What are you shouting about? If you don't scram, I'll cut the other side of your face. Sukako stepped closer to the crowd, glaring fiercely at, You heartless bastards, may you not die well. Puh. Sun Fang was so frightened by Tsukiki that she staggered back several steps, yet her mouth continued to curse. Tsukiki raised the gun in her hand, causing Sun Fang to pull her husband and flee upstairs in a hurry. Ignoring even her brother, who had fainted on the ground, seeing the tough ones run away, the others dared not set their sights on Tsukiki and her group. This time when they came downstairs, Chinda and Qin Lixue were clever. They found the large cart that Lu Mei had used to purchase goods at the wholesale market. The few of them lifted all 3 pigs together and carried them upstairs, taking turns to lift them, quickly getting the 3 pigs to the 20th floor. At the moment the security door was closed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The heavy duty of slaughtering the pigs was entrusted to the 3 big men, Chinda, Meng-Yi and Qinli. Lu Mei spoke up, saying they could handle the process however they liked as long as she got the results. At noon, Lu Mei wanted to make a large pot of potatoes stewed with ribs, stir-fried bean sprouts that they had grown hydroponically, and some greens and mushrooms could also be picked. Everyone was going to have a good meal at noon. After leaving Chahong Community, Qin Xiu accelerated the speed of the speedboat. There were too many people in the downtown area. When he and Tsukiki had returned, many had been watching them from their windows with hostile intent. Although Qin Xiu considered himself quite capable and had no problem dealing with several punks alone. However, as the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it, especially with those thugs who generally have a boss behind them. If you provoke 1 or 2, countless troubles will come knocking at your door. But today Qin Xiu's luck seemed to be good. From the downtown area to the outskirts, the entire way was smooth and unimpeded. In half an hour, he would reach the place where he parked early in the morning, at which point he could hide the speedboat and load the 4 pigs onto the off-road vehicle to return to the villa. I wonder if my sister and Ying are waiting for him to come home for lunch. Just then Qin Xiu saw a speedboat of similar size approaching. There seemed to be 3 or 4 men on board, and they didn't look like good people. On the other speedboat, 2 men wearing black sunglasses were speaking at the bow. There were 2 others, one driving the speedboat and the other holding binoculars, looking around as if they were smuggling goods. Brother, hi. Who exactly is Miss Su to the boss? Ever since we met at the Dingsheng Hotel that day, the boss has been making us deliver supplies to her family. I've been with the boss for almost a year, and I've never seen him care so much about any girl. One of the chubby men said, puzzled. I heard she's an old flame. Brother Hai said, disdainfully, taking off his sunglasses and looking at the flood ahead. Is this girl made of gold? Now the supplies for our own people are tight, yet the boss insists on sending them to her family every day. Many people have voiced their opinions against the boss. The fresh beef, fish, and all that milk and durian on the boat, none of it is from our men who risked their lives to bring it back. The boss is just giving it away to a woman so easily. I'm just not convinced. The chubby man complained while Brother Hai remained calm. The more discontent the people in the gang feel towards the boss, the more beneficial it is for him. It seems that his opportunity to rise is coming soon. Isn't it so? The boss cares about that woman more than us brothers. Brother Hai deliberately intensified the conflict so he could pull people to his side later. Brother Hai, there's a speedboat ahead. There are supplies on it. The man in the back put down the binoculars and came over to say, Are you sure there are supplies? How many people are on the boat? Brother Hai said, particularly interested when he heard about the supplies. Whoever brings back more supplies has more say. I saw several big fat pigs. The subordinate replied. And there's only 1 man on the boat. Ha ha. Brother Hai, it seems our luck is good today. The chubby man confidently took off his sunglasses and said, Get closer and intercept that speedboat. No. The other party has sped up. It looks like they plan to bypass us. The man driving the... Damn it. Chase them. Our shark gang has never suffered losses on the water. Brother Hai said, fiercely raising the binoculars. How could he let the fat meat that was right in front of him fly away? Qin Xiu truly did not want to stir up trouble, but the speedboat on the other side was relentless, so he simply stopped his own speedboat. Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave the boat and the supplies behind. After the opposing speedboat drew closer, a man threw a life ring at Qin Xiu, saying, Our shark gang is quite humane. As long as you don't resist, we will spare your life. Shouldn't I thank you for that? Qin Xiu said with a smile as he looked at the life ring thrown at him. No need for thanks, just jump down and it will be over. Brother Hai waved his hand to the subordinates behind him, and the two jumped onto Qin Xiu's speedboat. Qin Xiu raised his foot and kicked one into the flood. Damn it. Just wait and see how I kill you when I get up. The subordinate in the water swam toward the speedboat while threatening Qin Xiu. The other, seeing the situation, panicked and quickly pulled out a folding fruit knife, stabbing it toward Qin Xiu's waist. Qin Xiu, unafraid, spun around, raising his leg, swiftly kicking the man in the stomach. With a loud bang, the man was kicked away, crashing into the railing of the speedboat, now lying there holding his stomach. Ouch! Brother Hai, I didn't expect this kid to have some skills. What should we do? Do we want to jump over and teach him a lesson? The man on the other side looks like a fighter. He kicked one away easily. Tiger, bring over the machete. Let's go over and deal with him. Brother Hai raised his hand, waiting for Tiger to get the machete. Brother Hai, I only have a fruit knife on me. The boss instructed us not to bring machetes when we go to Mississippi Sue's place to avoid scaring her parents. Take care, no need to see me off. Qin Xiu smiled and waved goodbye to Brother Hai in the flood, exuding the demeanor of a victor. Enraged, Brother Hai dove into the water, swimming swiftly, clearly skilled. Qin Xiu tidied up the speedboat that had been disturbed during the earlier fight. Today they were fortunate to escape, otherwise they would have ended up in the hospital for at least a month. He was a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, more than capable of dealing with a few punks. Seeing that Brother Hai's speedboat seemed to have supplies, Qin Xiu jumped over without hesitation, loading all 4 large boxes of beef, fresh sea fish, pure milk, and durians onto his own speedboat. Just as Qin Xiu finished moving the last box, the first of the shark gang members he had kicked into the water was climbing back onto the speedboat, drenched. Upon seeing Qin Xiu, he quickly shrank back, fearing he would be kicked back into the water again. I'll return this to your boss, he seems to need it more now. Qin Xiu chuckled and threw the lifebuoy back onto Brother Hai's speedboat, humming a tune as he departed. Damn it. I hope I never run into that kid again, otherwise I'll break his legs. After climbing back onto their speedboat, Brother Hai and his crew were seething with anger, but they had no means to retaliate against Qin Xiu. In a narrow confrontation, they had no idea where this kid lived, making it impossible to seek revenge. Brother Hai, are we still going to Mississippi Sue's place? The fat man took off his wet clothes and wrung them out, vigorously splashing water on the deck. With no supplies left, what's the point? Brother Hai glared at the fat man and tossed his clothes back at him. Get it dry. Got it, Brother Hai. Sukiki and the others had their lunch at 3 in the afternoon, gathering at Lu Mei's house. Chinda took out canned beer he had snagged from the supermarket, saying men drink beer, ladies can have whatever. We'll have cola. Lu Mei happily fetched colas for everyone. In the center of the table was a large pot of potato stew with ribs, the aroma wafting through the room. Beside it were stir-fried bean sprouts with shredded meat and mushrooms with sliced meat. Even the vegetables were mixed with minced meat. This meal was all about not skimping on the meat. Grandma Chiao served everyone a generous bowl of white rice. Having lunch at this hour left everyone feeling ravenous, especially the 3 big men, Chin De Chin Li and Meng Yi. After a long morning of searching for supplies, lifting pigs, and fighting, they finally returned home to slaughter pigs. Now they could finally sit down and enjoy a delightful meal. It was quite a feat for them to indulge in such a feast today. Come. Everyone fill your glasses, let's toast to those drinking beer and those having cola. Lu Mei announced. Cheers. May we prosper more and more. Let's have meat every day. After lunch, the men, having drunk quite a bit, returned to their respective rooms for a nap. Grandma Chiao and Lu Mei, along with Sukiki and Shi Huan, took out the pig trotters, pig hocks, pig head meat, and pigtails, preparing to make braised meat. Everyone brought their portable stoves and pots to Lu Mei's house, as making braised meat was time-consuming and required precise heat control. Only Grandma Chiao knew how to do it, so it was better to do it together. Knowing that the other 2 families lacked water, Sukiki made an excuse to go back and bring several buckets of drinking water and various spices for the braised meat. After Lu Mei and Shi Huan followed Grandma Chiao's steps to braise the pig trotters and pig hocks, the group hurriedly began to prepare the cured meat. It was now the 9th month of the lunar calendar, and the weather was gradually turning cooler. Meat that isn't stored in a refrigerator can generally be eaten for 3 to 4 days. However, they had slaughtered 4 pigs, and even if Sukiki and her friends ate meat for every meal, they wouldn't finish it all within 4 days. Thus they made the excess meat into cured meat, which can be preserved for a longer time. The main issue was the lack of sunlight. If there was sun, they could dry the soy sauce meat, which would taste even better. After a busy day, Sukiki felt exhausted like a salted fish. After returning home at night, she took a shower in the space and went back to her room to sleep. In the following days, the flood outside receded slightly and more people began to venture out to salvage supplies. Sukiki and her friends set out on their inflatable boat every day. The food supplies that could be found in Lingqing were dwindling, while the remaining steel and building materials were unwanted. Sukiki began to wait until nighttime, taking Grandma Chiao out with the capsule house to collect. Reinforced steel, bricks, glass, engineering, plastics, solid wood boards, painted boards, tiles, insulation materials, composite materials, marble, metal, veneer, paint, water pipes, electrical wires, and more. Tsukiki managed to collect from several building material companies in one go. All these items would automatically be stored outside the capsule house when collected. As the capsule house made more trips to the space, the mist in the forest expanded outward by several hundred meters. Small items for daily use would still be automatically stored in the basement of the capsule house. Now that the world had entered the apocalypse, the natural disasters each country faced were merely different. Since discovering that the capsule house could access the space, Tsukiki had been itching to use it to exploit resources, especially those countries that had bullied or schemed against our Huaxia nation. If not now, when would be the right time to exploit them during their disasters? When Tsukiki shared this plan with Grandma Qiao, she enthusiastically agreed. The neighboring Sakura country was close, and Tsukiki planned to deal with it first. In the past few days, she had been analyzing the flying speed of the capsule house when it exited the space. If only it could make round trips in one night, because after the capsule house exits, the space-time remains frozen only in the basement where supplies are stored. All other places follow the local time. If Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao flew to other countries to exploit resources and didn't return for 3 to 5 days, the others on the 20th floor would surely notice something was wrong. It seems that living with so many people isn't always convenient. Tsukiki thought about wanting to move out early, as they had planned to leave Chahong community before the earthquake. However, Tsukiki had perished in the earthquake in her previous life, and she had no idea where to hide from that disaster. Would merely leaving Lingcheng suffice? Or were there earthquakes in other parts of Huaxia at that time too? Did she and Grandma Qiao need to move abroad? Tsukiki vigorously shook her head, as she did not want to leave Huaxia. She would discuss moving with Grandma Qiao when they had some free time. For now, the priority was to go out and exploit resources. After studying, Tsukiki discovered that the speed she had been flying at in Lingcheng recently was actually the lowest setting. Setting the capsule house's flying mode to the highest level, the transparent panel in the living room displayed that the flight duration from Lingcheng to Sakura country was only 1 hour. My goodness. Tsukiki was astonished, her mouth agape. This speed was astonishingly fast. It was 4 times quicker than flying on a plane. Ha ha. Tsukiki lay on the sofa in the capsule house laughing like a child. I need to go out and prepare with Grandma Qiao. There's no time to lose, we'll set off tonight. Sakura country, just wait and see how I exploit it dry. Tsukiki, Grandma Qiao, and Tong Yuan, the 2 women, and the cat sat in the living room of the capsule house, watching the outside situation on the large LCD TV. Now they were already high above Lingcheng. Before long, the houses in cities below became smaller and smaller as the capsule house took them to an altitude of over 10,000 meters. The TV screen filled with twinkling stars, dazzling to behold. This starry sky is too beautiful. I've taken many night flights before, but I've never seen such a gorgeous starry sky. Grandma Qiao held Tang Yuan in her arms, gazing at the pink stars on the living room TV. This is also my first time seeing such a beautiful sky. It feels as if I have truly stepped into the enchanting realm of ancient poetry, where one could pluck the stars from the sky. Tsukiki sat on the carpet in front of the living room TV screen, closer than Grandma Qiao. She felt as if she were surrounded by a dazzling sea of stars, more beautiful than any 3D effect. After about 50 minutes, the capsule house had crossed the dark night sky and arrived above the Sakura country, where the night sky was surprisingly all white. Why is it snowing so heavily in the Sakura country right now? Grandma Qiao said, puzzled, as she leaned closer to the TV screen. Natural disasters are occurring globally now. It seems this area is experiencing a snow disaster. Tsukiki displayed a calm demeanor, showing no signs of nervousness as she looked at the snowy sky. We have reached the airspace above the Sakura country. Please set the landing location. A mechanical voice from the transparent panel appropriately rang in Tsukiki's ear. Please mark all the large supermarkets in the capital of the Sakura country. As soon as Tsukiki finished speaking, the 120-inch LCD TV in the living room displayed a clear map of the capital of the Sakura country. The screen was filled with dense red dots, enough to trigger Tsukiki's fear of clusters. Fortunately, the bottom right of the map indicated a total of 2086 supermarkets. Tsukiki felt embarrassed. Who would have thought that this shabby capital had so many large supermarkets? It seemed she had been overly optimistic today, but with time on her side, she was confident she could exhaust the Sakura country's resources. Tsukiki chose the large shopping center in the city center as her first stop. It was snowing heavily, and the accumulated snow was already a meter high. The entire city's traffic was paralyzed, and all the shopping centers had closed. The time difference between the Sakura country and Huaxia country was only 1 hour, so it was essentially negligible. It was currently 8 p.m. here, and most residential buildings still had their lights on. Through the LCD TV, Tsukiki observed that several places in the city had soldiers from the Sakura country shoveling snow. However, these locations were far from the large shopping center Tsukiki intended to visit, so she didn't need to worry about running into them. Grandma Qiao, let's go to the basement to find some down jackets. It's freezing outside, and we can't afford to catch a cold here. Tsukiki pulled Grandma Qiao into the underground storage room where they searched for various warm clothing. They put on thermal underwear first, then layered high-neck sweaters, warm jackets, fleece-lined jeans, long-down jackets, hats, scarves, goggles, masks, gloves, thick socks, and snow boots. They couldn't miss any items, and after a long time they had bundled themselves up like dumplings. Ha ha, ha ha. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Kiki, let me tell you, I've never worn so many clothes even at minus 20 degrees in the northeast. I feel like I can hardly breathe now. Grandma Qiao tugged at her scarf and said with a smile, I feel pretty much the same, but once we step out of the capsule house it won't feel so stuffy. I just saw the transparent panel display the outdoor temperature as minus 30 degrees. It's so cold outside in the Sakura country. Grandma Qiao found it hard to believe it was only the lunar September. Even in extreme cold the temperature is about this level where we are from. Grandma Qiao. Today I'm going to let you adapt in advance. Tsukiki said with a mischievous smile as she pulled Grandma Qiao out of the basement. Here, take this. Tsukiki handed Grandma Qiao a small handgun. Do we really need a gun? With the heavy snow blocking the roads, there are basically no people outside. We shouldn't be in any danger, right? Just take it for now. I have the space to retrieve the gun at any time, and you should carry it just in case. Tsukiki insisted that Grandma Qiao take the gun, reminding her not to stray too far from her after leaving the capsule house. This way, if they encountered any unknown dangers, Tsukiki could quickly pull Grandma Qiao into the space. In recent days, Tsukiki had been teaching the residents on the 20th floor shooting for 2 hours each day in the temporary shooting range at Shi Huan's home, and Grandma Qiao had become completely proficient with the gun. On the surface, Tsukiki had a handgun of her own, and Minge's group had left behind another one after their demise. Tsukiki equipped both handguns with silencers, allowing a few people who needed to learn to take turns using them. Chinda and Lu Mei had little interest in learning to shoot, primarily out of fear of firing a gun. Thus those 2 hours were mostly spent with Grandma Qiao, Shi Huan, Meng Yi, and Qin Li taking turns practicing. Meng Yi had learned archery before, so transitioning to shooting was not difficult for him, while Shi Huan apparently lacked any talent in this area. After several days of instruction, Meng Yi had already reached proficiency. Grandma Qiao and Qin Li could hit 7 or 8 rings out of 10 shots, while Shi Huan had consistently missed the target. Over this issue, Shi Huan had privately cried to Meng Yi several times. Now one of the 2 handguns was with Tsukiki and the other was kept by Meng Yi. Tang Yuan bounced happily onto Tsukiki as she came out. Tang Yuan, wait patiently at home for our return. Before leaving, Tsukiki patted Tang Yuan's head. Grandma Qiao picked Tang Yuan up and pressed her forehead against Tang Yuan's, as the two of them always enjoyed this affectionate interaction. In Tsukiki's space, any animal that she brought in could remain in the space, even if she was not present aside from humans. Meow. Meow meow. Tang Yuan nodded understandingly and responded a few times. Grandma Qiao were ready to go out. Tsukiki put on her goggles and said, all right. I'm all set. Grandma Qiao was both excited and nervous. Tsukiki held Grandma Qiao's hand, and they stepped out of the capsule house into the department store. Wow! I put on so many clothes yet I still feel cold. I was sweating in the space. Tsukiki shivered from the cold, her breath forming a mist as she spoke. Of cold air upon step. Wow! I put on so many clothes yet I still feel cold. I was sweating in the space. Tsukiki shivered from the cold, her breath forming a mist as she spoke. It is indeed quite cold. Grandma Qiao stomped her feet on the ground, feeling that her snow boots were hardly any warmer than regular shoes. Despite wearing them, she still felt chilly all over. Tsukiki found the emergency lights in the mall, and after casually turning on a few, she and Grandma Qiao could finally see that the first floor was filled with top-tier skincare and cosmetics counters. Grandma Qiao rushed over to one of the brand counters, excitedly exclaiming, wow! The skincare products from this brand are truly of the highest luxury level. I once spent over 10,000 on one of their anti-aging wrinkle creams. The effect was decent, but it was just too expensive. I couldn't bear to use it. As she spoke, Grandma Qiao stuffed all the skincare products from the counter into her pockets, while Tsukiki happily watched from behind. It was her first experience of zero-cost shopping, and Grandma Qiao was quite adept at it. Unlike some people who, despite the situation, still liked to stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. Suddenly Grandma Qiao thought, doesn't Kiki have a space? I only have 2 pockets, what can I fit in them? Kiki, hurry over and collect all these into your space so Grandma Qiao can also enjoy the pleasure of being a top-tier lady. At this moment Grandma Chiao was like a child unable to move when she spotted something she liked. Alright, I'll be right there. Sukiki walked over with a smile and with a thought all the luxurious creams, lotions, and eye creams that Grandma Chiao liked vanished from the entire counter. Having a space is fantastic. I put these two in two. Grandma Chiao pulled out the 2 bottles of cream she had just stuffed into her pockets. Sukiki and Grandma Chiao took a tour of the first floor, which was full of high-end cosmetics and skincare products. There was a lipstick counter with walls lined with lipsticks of all styles and colors numbering in the thousands. Sukiki didn't even blink as she collected them. Although she barely used a single lipstick in a year. Grandma Chiao liked them quite a bit. She said that at her age wearing a bright lipstick when going out would make her look vibrant. All kinds of foundations, cushion creams, concealers, bronzers, eyeshadows, brow pencils, blushes, everything Sukiki could see was collected into the space. Neither Sukiki nor Grandma Chiao usually wore makeup, and she wasn't sure why she was collecting so many cosmetics. But the capsule house's basement had infinite space, so why not collect them? Hydrating masks, whitening masks, acne masks, cleansing masks, anti-aging masks. Sukiki was dazzled by the array of masks and decided to collect them all without even a glance. Masks were a staple for Sukiki and Grandma Chiao in their daily lives. Even though it was the apocalypse who cared about skincare, just being able to have enough to eat was good enough. But since they had the means, they might as well use them. Applying several masks a day wasn't excessive. Then they collected various sets of lotions and creams, facial cleansers, and some beauty tools. Basically anything they saw was gathered into the space with the goal of finishing quickly and heading home for a good sleep. When they had almost finished collecting on the first floor, Sukiki and Grandma Chiao proceeded to the second floor, which was dedicated to clothing and accessories. The autumn collections from big brands had just hit the shelves, and Grandma Chiao particularly adored those loose-fitting blazer coats and some niche brand suits. Upon seeing them, Sukiki directly collected them into the space. As for autumn wear, Sukiki loved various knitted tops the most. When the weather turned cooler in autumn, wearing a shirt underneath and a loose knitted top on the outside was incredibly comfortable. Kiki, come over and take a look. Grandma Chiao excitedly pulled Sukiki over to a diamond store. People in the Sakura country seldom wore gold. Diamonds were quite popular here. After entering, Sukiki turned on the store's spotlight, and the two eagerly leaned over the counter to admire the diamonds. So sparkly it's almost blinding, Sukiki exaggeratedly exclaimed. Watching Grandma Chiao fit all 10 fingers with various rings, Sukiki also tried to put different diamond rings on her own fingers. At this moment neither of them felt cold even after removing their thick gloves. Women are truly remarkable. In the middle of winter, they can wear heavy down jackets on top while flaunting bare legs in skirts below. Grandma Chiao, with this diamond ring on, am I instantly worth over 100 million? Ha ha. Sukiki waved her slender fingers in front of Grandma Chiao, looking utterly enamored. Diamonds. Naturally, everyone loves them. However, these diamonds seemed useless in the apocalypse. In her previous life, Sukiki remembered someone pulling out a 10-carat diamond ring that couldn't even be traded for a pack of instant noodles. But women love these shiny things, as Sukiki and Grandma Chiao were no exception. Regardless of their usefulness, they decided to collect them first. In less than an hour, they had collected all the clothes, pants, and various accessories from the second floor. Following that, they eagerly headed to the third floor, which had shoes and various daily necessities. Various Martin boots, knee-high boots, white shoes, sneakers, casual shoes. Sukiki collected them all, planning to later trade away those that didn't suit her or Grandma Chiao. The daily necessities were quite assorted, including all kinds of storage boxes, containers for seasonings, mops, small bathroom rugs, various cleaning mousses, liquid band-aids, kitchen cleaning wipes, cotton swabs, and so on. There were many types of products, and some Sukiki couldn't even name. She collected them in large batches into the space, thinking they would surely come in handy later. The fourth floor was where Sukiki and Grandma Chiao were most interested, the living supermarket stocked with all kinds of food. Despite the cold weather, there was no power outage. The vegetables, meats, and seafood here were particularly fresh. Sukiki felt she had chosen the perfect time to reap benefits. Perhaps the Sakura country had just started experiencing snow disasters, and many people were stuck at home completely unaware that the apocalypse had already begun. Grandma Chiao rushed to the sushi section where various boxed sushi were displayed. Salmon, shrimp, eel, vegetable salad, and meat floss seaweed sushi sets made both Sukiki and Grandma Chiao unconsciously swallow their saliva. Kiki, collect. Quickly put them into your space. Grandma Chiao instructed, with Sukiki following closely behind. Their cooperation was quite harmonious. The snack and beverage section that Tsukiki loved even more was dazzling, filled with all sorts of ice creams, fruit wines, drinks, coffee, candies, chocolates, puffed snacks, and instant foods. There was too much to even look at, and Tsukiki collected everything with her eyes closed. She thought with so many snacks and drinks Grandma Qiao, and she could feast endlessly. They were a bit hesitant about the seafood section, uncertain if the seafood in Sakura country was safe to eat. As for the sushi they had just collected that contained seafood, she figured a little bit wouldn't be a problem. They decided against taking any more seafood. In any case, they valued their lives more, so they would keep these for themselves. Udon noodles, whole wheat noodles, various instant noodles. Tsukiki cleared all the shelves. There were 10 kilogram, 20 kilogram, and 50 kilogram bags of rice, with an estimated ton or so on the 3 large shelves. Tsukiki's eyes shone brightly due to insufficient funds. Previously, she hadn't stocked much rice, but now she was finally making up for it. She cleared out the fruit section, vegetables section, and the cooked bread section as well. In summary, they collected everything from the living supermarket except for a bit of seafood, leaving nothing for the Sakura people who were petty and lacked a sense of righteousness. The 5th floor is a home furnishing store with every shop decorated like the dream home of each person. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao spotted a large, incredibly comfortable bed from afar. The two rushed over like the wind, throwing themselves onto the warm, cozy bed. Tsukiki rolled around on it, confirming its comfort, thinking she could store it in her space later. Wow! Tsukiki with her keen eyes noticed that the mattress in the neighboring shop was priced at over 40 million cherry blossom coins. Are you kidding me? Wasn't this the legendary mattress worth over 2 million huaxia coins? Tsukiki quickly climbed off the soft bed and ran to the neighboring shop. Is this mattress made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Would anyone actually buy it? Grandma Qiao followed Tsukiki over, and the two of them curiously felt around the mattress, as if they had never seen the world. Grandma Qiao, there are indeed wealthy fools out there. Tsukiki answered Grandma Qiao's 3 questions, responding to the last one she knew. Ha ha. Kiki, hurry up and store it when we get back. Let's also try lying on a 2 million mattress, and see if we can sleep like a flower blooms. Alright. Tsukiki said, and then she stored all the mattresses from the shop into her space. As they strolled through the home furnishing store, Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao collected various sofas, coffee tables, beds, dining tables, bookshelves, wardrobes, and other large furniture items into her space. When they reached the last shop, they surprisingly found massage chairs for sale. Grandma Qiao, this massage chair is great. Perfect for us to lie back and binge-watch shows. Tsukiki said happily. Grandma Qiao, hearing that the massage chair was good, immediately lay down to try it out. Why isn't it working? Grandma Qiao tapped the armrest of the massage chair, puzzled. Tsukiki laughed from the side. You haven't plugged it in yet. Oh dear. Look at my brain. Grandma Qiao joined in the laughter. After Tsukiki stored the 10 massage chairs, they had basically finished collecting the furniture. The last floor of the mall, the 6th floor, is a place for customers to relax and eat. Unless the shop owner has stocked up, otherwise there would be very few supplies here. Tsukiki thought that since they were already there, they might as well go up and take a look. They weren't in a hurry. The two opened the emergency lights and strolled hand in hand like they usually did in a mall. There were ramen shops, seafood, rice bowl restaurants, sushi, conveyor belt places, seafood buffets, pubs, coffee shops, French restaurants, cherry blossom cuisine restaurants, steakhouses, self-service, vegetable salad bars, and more. There were a total of 200 to 300 shops of all sizes on this floor. As they browsed, Tsukiki took the opportunity to gather supplies such as all the unopened spirits and drinks from the pub, coffee beans and machines from the coffee shop, various flour from the ramen shop, fresh beef from the steakhouse, and various salad dressings and ketchup, managing to collect several boxes. When she had gathered enough, Tsukiki glanced at her watch. It was already 11:30 p.m., and they needed an hour to get back, so they decided not to visit other supermarkets today. Going up to the 7th floor of this building is a residential area where there's not much to collect. Tsukiki informed Grandma Qiao, and the two prepared to head back, when suddenly there was a loud bang. The glass of a window on the 6th floor shattered completely. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao quickly found a place to hide. A rather thin man with a buzz cut and a mask was climbing down a mountain rope from above onto the 6th floor. Following right after was a slightly chubby man. The two chattered away, but Tsukiki couldn't understand. The two didn't linger on the 6th floor for long, and Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao wondered what these two intruders were up. They secretly followed behind them, and the two stopped at a supermarket on the 4th floor. Upon arriving, the two were stunned for quite a while before they began chattering again. It seemed they were quite excited, perhaps because they found the supermarket empty. After chatting for about 2 to 3 minutes, they finally calmed down and began searching for items in the supermarket. After a round of searching, the two finally spotted the seafood that Tsukiki hadn't stored. Instantly, they were overjoyed, almost bursting into tears. Tsukiki found the scene before her quite amusing. Could it be that these two big men were so sentimental? Once their excitement settled, the two cautiously looked around. Confirming that no one was around, they took out black bags from their pockets and began collecting various seafood in front of them. So they are also here for the supermarket's free goodies. I thought these two were members of some secret organization. Tsukiki mumbled to herself as she pulled Grandma Qiao into the space. Then they found a secluded spot to let the capsule house take off into space. By the time Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao returned to Changhong community, it was already 1 a.m., the outside was pitch black and the flood had receded to the first floor. The two washed up in the space before emerging to return to their rooms to sleep. The next day, Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao slept in until the afternoon. When she pulled back the curtains, she found it a bit dazzling as Tsukiki was surprised to see the long-lost sun. The flood had receded significantly these past few days, and with the sun out today, many people trapped at home felt that their hard days were coming to an end. However, that was not the case. In her past life, it had been the same. Tsukiki remembered that it had continuously been sunny for a month. She, Grandma Qiao, and the residents on the 20th floor had celebrated together. At that time, everyone still had a bit of stored food at home, and Grandma Qiao had some small rapeseed planted. The 7 of them gathered at Lu Mai's house with a small stove on which a pot was placed. Shirhuan and Meng Yi took out 2 packs of instant noodles while Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao brought out their homegrown small rapeseed and bean sprouts. Lu Mei rummaged through her cupboards to find a pack of expired hot pot base and a pack of dried black fungus. They ate ravenously, then burst into tears. Little did they know that just a few days into normal life, the temperature began to drop sharply and extreme cold rushed in. Kiki, what are you thinking about? Is the pork rib not to your liking? Grandma Qiao asked. Tsukiki had just picked up a piece of pork rib and her thoughts drifted back to her past life, so she had been lost in thought. Suddenly pulled back to reality by Grandma Qiao's question, Tsukiki exclaimed, "It's delicious. Grandma Qiao's cooking is the best. You sweet talker, hurry up and eat. You didn't eat breakfast this morning." Grandma Qiao laughed, adding more vegetables to Tsukiki's bowl. In the afternoon, the sun was bright and Lu Mei and Shirhuan took out clothes and quilts to dry. Since there was sun in her space every day to avoid looking out of place, Tsukiki also took out some new quilts to. From a distance, it seemed that everyone in the opposite and adjacent buildings was drying their quilts. Days with sunshine slipped by in a blink, during which Tsukiki spent her days with the people from the 20th floor venturing out in an inflatable boat to gather supplies, and in the evenings, she accompanied Grandma Qiao to explore the neighboring Pickle Nation and Cheese Nation. The flood in Pickle Nation appeared to be even more severe than in Huaxia Nation, with the food in major supermarkets almost completely looted. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao traveled to several places before managing to collect some skincare products, trendy clothing, heat packs, health supplements, and pickles that had not yet been submerged. Cheese Nation was experiencing a heavy hailstorm with hailstones the size of eggs. When Tsukiki arrived, the storm had been ongoing for a week, and the air was filled with the sounds of crashing and smashing, enough to scare the timid into staying indoors. Fields, factories, and shopping malls, as well as residential buildings, had suffered extensive damage from the hail, and hospitals were overcrowded. Even the ambulances sent out for emergency aid had their roofs dented by the hail. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao entered a factory that produced military rations. The rooftop had also been pockmarked with several holes from the hail, indicating that the building would not hold up for long. Tsukiki found a warehouse storing finished military rations filled with neatly packaged rations of various sizes. They did not have time to inspect closely as the sound of hail pounding outside grew increasingly loud, fearing the warehouse might collapse. They decided to directly store the military rations in their space, planning to examine the contents at home. Tsukiki had never tasted military rations, so she was quite curious. Fortunately, the capsule house was unaffected by the hail during its flight, and she and Grandma Qiao quickly returned home safely. As soon as they arrived, Tsukiki eagerly rushed to the space to check the military rations they had collected. The quantity from a large warehouse was truly immense. Tsukiki glanced over and noted that the military rations mainly came in 2 sizes. One was a 5-pound package, and the other was a 2-pound package. Tsukiki took out 1 box from each size. The 5-pound package was said to be enough for one person's 3 meals for a day. Upon opening the package, she found 3 plastic spoons and 3 packs of wet wipes inside. There were also 6 packs of wheat biscuits, a bar of chocolate, a small box of beef sauce, a small box of applesauce, a box of potato beef rice, a box of curry chicken rice, and a box of beef and vegetable rice. All these items were vacuum packed in aluminum foil boxes. Besides these food items, there was surprisingly also a pack of instant coffee, a pack of black tea, a pack of white sugar, a pack of pepper, and 2 vitamin tablets for energy supplementation. Lastly, they thoughtfully included a simple heating tool. Seeing all these items left both Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao dumbfounded, thinking how considerate these military rations were. Sukiki opened the simple heating tool, which contained a box of matches, a piece of metal that could be twisted into a tripod, and a small candle. Grandma Chiao, why don't we try the military rations from Cheese Nation for our supper tonight? Sukiki waved one box of potato beef rice in front of Grandma Chiao. I can certainly go for that. I've never eaten military rations before. Grandma Chiao picked the beef and vegetable rice from the selection. Sukiki lit the candle with a match, placed it on the tripod, and first heated Grandma Chiao's beef and While waiting for it to heat up, Sukiki opened the 2-pound military ration, which seemed to be enough for one person's meal. Upon opening it, it was basically a scaled-down version of the 5-pound package. Inside were a plastic spoon, a pack of wet wipes, a box of chocolate sauce, a bowl of vegetable soup, a serving of tomato beef rice, a pack of biscuits, a can of luncheon meat, a pack of coffee, a pack of white sugar, a pack of pepper, a vitamin tablet, and a heating tool. After looking over these items, Grandma Chiao's beef and vegetable rice was already heated, and Sukiki proceeded to heat her potato beef rice. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Sukiki and Grandma Chiao began to eat. This actually tastes pretty good. Grandma Chiao was a bit surprised as the appearance didn't look very appealing. Yeah, the potato is soft and the beef is quite fragrant, Sukiki replied after taking a few bites. These military rations were indeed impressive. Her trip to Cheese Nation was not in vain. On the 20th day of sunshine, the floodwaters in Changhong community finally receded completely, and other areas of Lingqing also sequentially freed themselves from the flood troubles. The loudspeaker from the municipal office was back in operation. Sukiki opened the window and the announcements from outside became clearer. Dear citizens of Lingqing, the flood that has troubled us for nearly 3 months has finally receded. After some deliberation, the municipal office has mandated that all households in each community must send 2 laborers to participate in the cleanup work of the community streets. This afternoon, the municipal office will send personnel to register the names of those participating in the labor. For those who join the cleanup efforts, we will provide 3 meals. We ask everyone to cooperate actively and ensure proper registration. The citywide cleanup of silt and garbage will officially commence early tomorrow morning. The same message was repeated again and again over the loudspeaker. It was said that each community had 2 people responsible for walking through the streets to shout the announcements in turns. Many residents rushed out of their homes, gathering in the hallways to discuss whether to participate. If they're providing meals, we should go. My face has turned the color of pig liver from eating biscuits every day at home. What if they still make you eat biscuits? The municipal office can't be that unreasonable. Please don't scare me. I'm about to throw up from eating biscuits. The submerged areas outside have a terrible smell. It's really unpleasant. I definitely can't stand it. Didn't they say that each household must send 2 people? If you don't want to go, let your 70-year-old parents go. You've been leeching off them for so many years anyway. What are you talking about? Who's leeching off whom? My parents have pensions. What's wrong with them spending it on me? As they spoke, they surprisingly started arguing. The people from the 20th floor were quite supportive of the municipal office's request to participate in the cleanup. The flood had lasted over 2 months, and those trapped in the building had basically thrown all their household waste into the floodwaters. There were even bodies of people and animals among the debris. If these items were not cleared away in time, plagues could arise. In the last life, perhaps due to insufficient government supplies and lack of food provisions, many people were unwilling to come out and clean. Even sending people to invite them was futile, as they wouldn't even open their doors, hiding at home pretending to be dead. The delay in cleanup led to small-scale outbreaks of disease. Many people suffered from high fevers for days without relief, with hospitals lacking medication, relying solely on their own endurance. Those with strong immune systems could recover after resting at home for a few days, while many elderly and children with weaker immunity did not survive. Thinking of all this made Sukiki feel quite downcast, but in this life things should improve. Didn't that loudspeaker just say that the municipal office would provide 3 meals a day? Many families were now out of food supplies, relying on government relief food to get by. If they participated in street and silt cleanup with meals provided, Sukiki believed many would be willing to join. As long as the silt and various household garbage in every area could be cleared away in a timely manner, the outbreak of disease could potentially be prevented. This is the butterfly effect. At 8 in the morning, the personnel participating in the cleanup of garbage and sludge at Changhong community had mostly gathered at the entrance. The municipal office dispatched a male and a female staff member claiming to lead everyone in cleaning the sludge. Those who had the means wore masks and gloves, while others stuffed tissues into their nostrils. The community was filled with various household garbage that had been submerged for 2 months now, baked under the sun, emitting an unbearable stench. Sukiki and Grandma Chiao were dressed in long clothes and pants with duckbilled hats, masks, gloves, and marten boots, covering themselves up thoroughly. When clearing the sludge, it's best to wear rain boots. No matter how dirty they get, a simple rinse at home will make them clean again. Unfortunately, Tsukiki had forgotten to stock up on rain boots, and since she hadn't gone out to find any, she had to settle for wearing black marten boots. The others from the 20th floor were also geared up with their masks and gloves secured, standing in the middle of the line at Building 12 of Area D. As soon as Tsukiki received the news about going out to clean the garbage yesterday, she sent 50 disposable medical masks to both Lu Mei's and Shirhuan's families. Lu Mei was all smiles, saying she was worried about not having masks. The municipal office required 2 people from each household to participate in the cleanup, so Lu Mei thought about letting her son Qinli rest at home. Unexpectedly, the boy refused, insisting that everyone else was going out to work, so why should he be left home alone? What is this kid thinking? What kind of logic is that? Lu Mei shook her head in frustration, and her foolish son didn't even know how to enjoy the benefits. Some families with better conditions, well stocked with food supplies, were truly unwilling to step out for just 3 meals. Cleaning this filthy and smelly garbage could lead to getting infected with diseases. No matter how you looked at it, it was not worth it. These people were trying every possible way to find excuses to shirk the regulations. Some pretended to be ill, some claimed it was that time of the month, while others simply acted like they weren't home, but most people were quite cooperative. At this moment, the staff responsible for Changhong community had already begun introducing themselves. The man introduced himself as Hong Zhonghua, a clerk from the municipal office, speaking in a steady and resonant voice. Tsukiki looked up to catch a glimpse of him in the crowd. He wore a light blue shirt with gray suit pants, had a crew cut, and appeared to be around 40 years old, looking somewhat weary, as if he had been running around a lot these days. The woman was named Fang Yalu, claiming to be an administrative clerk, her voice sounding delicate and soft. Tsukiki glanced at the 2 people standing in front. Indeed, she was a rich young lady wearing a sun protection jacket, sun hat, tight jeans, and high heels with an N95 mask. Tsukiki could only think, was she here to make a joke by wearing high heels to clean sludge? It was likely that this woman was connected to some leader, merely here to put on a show and collect supplies. It was said that these municipal staff not only provided 3 meals, but also distributed rice flour and cooking oil every month. The corners of Tsukiki's mouth twitched, as such situations were rampant before the apocalypse, and she never expected that even in the apocalypse there were still these shady operations. For ordinary people, surviving had become even more difficult. After these 2 finished their introductions, several men and women in chef uniforms came over carrying several phone boxes. Did they bring breakfast? Wow! I'm so excited all of a sudden. I haven't had anything warm in ages. Look at your pathetic excitement. What do you think the government will give us for breakfast? Just look at the relief food we received, and you'll know it's nothing good. As long as it fills our stomachs, I don't care what nutrition or taste it has anymore. It's better than starving at home. Many people in various lines were whispering and discussing what breakfast the government would provide. Kiki, what do you think breakfast will be? Shirhuan, standing behind Tsukiki, leaned over and asked. I bet it's definitely not rice or porridge. Tsukiki casually replied. She had already had breakfast at home with Grandma Chiao, so she wasn't interested in what the government would provide. Why not? I think porridge is quite reasonable. It doesn't waste rice and warms the stomach. Shirhuan said, puzzled. If they were serving porridge, they would have had us bring bowls down ourselves. Where would the government find so many disposable bowls and spoons? The sides were surrounded by garbage and sludge. This environment isn't suitable for eating porridge. I guess it's either compressed biscuits or bread. Thinking optimistically, maybe it's steamed buns. Wow! Kiki, your guess is spot on. I see the people in front are already receiving their breakfast. A big vegetable bun and a box of milk. Qinli, standing in front of Tsukiki and Grandma Chiao, said excitedly. Kiki, you're amazing. Shirhuan gave Tsukiki a thumb up. Well, it was just a coincidence. Vegetable buns are great. I like them. Tsukiki modestly replied and quickly changed the subject. Once everyone finished their breakfast, Hong Zhonghua and Fang Yalu came over with a blueprint to assign cleaning areas. Every building with floors below 3 had been flooded, so the areas that needed cleaning included the first and second floors of each building, as well as the community's green areas and public facilities. Today's task for everyone is to clean their respective communities. The streets and storefronts will be cleaned the day after tomorrow, which will be arranged later. Unfortunately for Tsukiki and her group of 7, they were assigned to clean the community's green areas and public facilities. It was obvious that these areas were large and filled with filth. There were swarms of ants and mosquitoes among the trees and flowers that had drowned in the flood. Not to mention the various household garbage thrown down by residents above, along with the sand and sludge left after the water receded. Those assigned to clean the first and second floors of the buildings were all smiles. Each one eagerly grabbed shovels and brooms and rushed up to their respective floors. While the staffing for cleaning the public areas on the ground floor was double that of the upper floors. If Tsukiki and her friends could choose, they would definitely have opted to clean the floors. However, the group from the 20th floor said nothing more. Since they had already been assigned, they quickly got to work, hoping to finish soon and return home to rest. Grandma Chiao grabbed the shovel issued by the municipal office, while Tsukiki carried a bucket, and the 7 of them spread out in an area to start working diligently. Hey Clerk Hong, why do we have to clean downstairs? What criteria did you use for the assignment? I think this distribution is completely unreasonable. Right. Just because we stood at the back of the line doesn't mean we should be assigned the dirtiest and most exhausting area. We demand a reassignment. This arrangement is unfair. Tsukiki and her group remained silent, but that didn't mean others didn't have opinions. Many people who usually would take a pack of tissues when dining out or grab extra plastic bags when grocery shopping had always taken advantage of others. Why should they work harder than others for the same 3 meals? Everyone please don't get agitated. The areas are different and it really is hard to be fair to everyone. I hope you can understand our difficulties. Hong Jungwo wiped the sweat from his face and explained. What benefits do you think we could gain? Can you provide us with more supplies? What are you arguing about? Didn't we allocate an extra half of the manpower to your side? Everyone else is quietly working, yet you are here nitpicking. Fong Yalu stood beside Hong Jungwa, unable to listen any longer. What was wrong with these people? Did they think this was a market where they could haggle? Hong's assistant is helping us clean. You're not even working, so stop complaining. With someone like you, we're fortunate. We haven't said more yet, you're acting all high and mighty. 2 middle-aged women raised their voices loud enough to drown out the loudspeakers, leaving Fong Yalu blushing. Wow. It's getting noisy. Let's go, we should check out the commotion. Lu Mei and Shi Huan followed along. Tsukiki wasn't interested in the argument, but since everyone had stopped to watch, she and Grandma Chow found a somewhat clean spot to drink some water. In her frustration, Fong Yalu accidentally slapped one of the women. I'm done. The middle-aged woman took the opportunity to fall to the ground, not caring about the muddy conditions, tears, and snot flowing freely. She stared blankly at her hand that had just struck someone. How could she not hold back? This was it. Her father would definitely scold her when she got home. I'm not getting up. Your government people hit me, and unless I get an explanation, I will cause a scene at your municipal office. The woman's cries grew louder, as though afraid no one could hear her. Now the entire community, including those cleaning the floors, had stopped to look downstairs. Later, the municipal staff had no choice but to call Fong Yalu back and compensated the woman with 2 bags of 20 jean rice, granting her special permission not to clean the mud today and to go home to rest. This compensation result made those who had argued earlier envious. Had they known, they would have also let Fong Yalu slap them. Truly a miscalculation. After Fong Yalu was called back, a staff member named Huang Gang arrived. He gave Tsukiki the impression of being decisive and efficient, unlike Hong Jungwa, who was more timid. Upon understanding the cause of the argument, he immediately made adjustments, reallocating half of the people responsible for cleaning the floors. Now those responsible for cleaning the downstairs public areas had nothing to say. Everyone quietly dispersed and returned to their posts to start cleaning. Many trees had started to rot and decay from being submerged for 2 months. With a gentle push, Tsukiki and the others knocked down a large area of greenery that had previously been vibrant but was now as submerged as the moss in the water. Most of the men went to move the trees that had drowned in the flood. They needed to move these trees to the entrance of the community, where government trucks were arranged to take them away once the truck was full. Tsukiki and Grandma Chiao started dealing with the slippery and slimy weeds that had been flooded. These weeds felt sticky to the touch and would disintegrate when squeezed hard. Tsukiki was glad that she and the others from the 20th floor had put on a pair of medical silicone gloves over their work gloves, so they didn't have to worry about direct contact with the dirty things. What are you doing? Shi Huan suddenly screamed. Didn't my foot just slip? It wasn't intentional. Sun Fong, acting as if nothing happened, picked up her muddy bucket from the ground and said. In fact, she was unhappy. Originally, she and her husband had been assigned to the group cleaning the floors, but after the commotion from those downstairs, now they had been reassigned. Sun Fong didn't dare to provoke someone as fierce as Tsukiki. She thought she could bully someone who seemed soft and weak like Shi Huan. The man who had shot an arrow and injured her face last time was Shi Huan's husband, right? She still had a scar on her face. Today, she intentionally dumped garbage onto Shi Huan, so what? Who saw it? There are no cameras outside, and everything can still be manipulated by her own narrative. You did that on purpose. Shirhuan was so angry that tears were about to fall. This woman walked right next to her and intentionally made a noise before splashing mud from the bucket onto her. How can you speak like that? I didn't do it on purpose. Don't slander me. Sun Fong was the one and Su Kiki had wanted to hit her for a long time. The last time she had to settle the matter of the pig they stole from them, and now this woman had jumped out again to cause trouble. She was just like a grasshopper after autumn, hopping in front of Su Kiki repeatedly. Others watched for a while and felt this likely wasn't intentional. After all, the ground was muddy and slipping was bound to happen. One could only say that this girl had terrible luck, and after watching for a while, everyone went back to work. Su Kiki observed everything and quietly approached Sun Fang from behind while she was tying her shoelaces. Ouch! Why did my foot suddenly cramp? Su Kiki suddenly shouted and intentionally knocked the iron bucket onto Sun Fang's head. Sun Fang yelled even louder, and the green slimy weeds from Su Kiki's bucket began to spill into her mouth. Phew. Phew phew. Who the hell poured dirty water on my head? Sun Fang shouted angrily as she removed the bucket from her head. Ha ha. Ha ha. The people around who were cleaning the mud with Sun Fang couldn't help but burst into. Sun Fang was in a much worse state than Shirhuan. At worst, Shirhuan's clothes were just covered in smelly mud. But Sun Fang not only had her clothes and pants soaked in dirty water, but her head and face were also covered in those incredibly sticky weeds. The stench was one thing, she also had several slippery weeds in her mouth, wondering if she would get sick from this. How can you speak so rudely? The ground is so slippery and my foot suddenly cramped. What were you doing squatting in front of me? You have half the responsibility for this mess. Su Kiki had her own way of being argumentative. Perhaps it was due to her rebirth and having a golden finger. She felt that her character had changed in this life. In her previous life, Su Kiki's personality was similar to Shirhuan's. They were the two with the least fighting spirit on the 20th floor. Fortunately, Grandma Qiao had always stood by her side. Isn't this just sophistry? Sun Fang's face turned pale with anger as she saw Su Kiki's rogue expression. Yet, she didn't dare to confront Su Kiki directly, for her unfortunate brother's hand was still not healed. What? Are you the only one allowed to unjustly slander others? Do you think we are blind? Su Kiki pulled out a fruit knife from her pocket and pressed it against Sun Fang's cheek. If I were to make another cut here, wouldn't your face be symmetrical? I want, please don't cut my face. Sun Fang was so frightened at the thought of having her face slashed that she immediately knelt down before Su Kiki, and the others dared not say a word upon witnessing this. Su Kiki was someone who would easily brandish a knife. They dared not provoke her. If I see you looking for trouble without reason again, you can forget about that face of yours. Su Kiki traced the knife lightly on Sun Fang's face, her voice cold and fierce. No, I won't do it again. I promise. After Su Kiki walked away, Sun Fang felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the muddy ground. Meanwhile, Lu Mei had already helped Shirhuan apply to go home and change clothes. After this incident, no one dared to cause trouble on the 20th floor anymore. Everyone began to work diligently, and the cleanup of garbage and mud in the community progressed much faster. Time flew by, and soon it was past 5 in the afternoon with a remnant of sunset glow lingering on the horizon. The first and second floors of the building had been completely cleaned, and after a few days of airing out, the residents who had moved upstairs would be able to return to their homes. The large public area downstairs in the community was also cleaned up. Everyone was in a good mood, queuing up to receive dinner for the day. For lunch, the city government's kitchen had distributed buns and milk, but today's buns came in pairs and were filled with meat. Now everyone was guessing what they would have for dinner. It won't be buns again, will it? Is the city government's kitchen really going to switch to making buns? Yay! Finally, dinner is not buns, haha. This rice ball tastes really good. It even has deep-fried dough sticks, pickled vegetables, and cured meat inside. As long as it's not buns, I'm happy. Hey! You people at the front, hurry up and move forward. You're not being enthusiastic about dinner, which indicates a problem with your mindset. This rice ball is delicious. Tomorrow I'll have my wife sign up to help clean the streets too. Seeing the fragrant rice balls, everyone in line became enthused, and they didn't mind being dirty anymore. They had probably gotten used to the smell after smelling it all day. Su Kiki and the others were at the back of the crowd. Who would have thought that their slightly slower movements in packing up tools would cause the food line to become so long? Sigh. I'm so hungry. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to return the shovel first. Many people got their food before returning their tools. Chinli said, patting his stomach with frustration. I wonder if one rice ball will be filling enough. I carried wood all day today, and my shoulders are blistered. Meng Yi showed Shirhuan his red shoulders that had been pressed by the wood, making her feel extremely sorry for him. When we get back, I'll give you a massage. You worked hard today, dear. Come on. You two are feeding me such a big mouthful of dog food, is that appropriate? Who doesn't have someone to care for them? Mom. My shoulders hurt too. Jinli made faces at Meng Yi and Shi then turned to find his mother Lu Mei to complain. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao watched and laughed from the side. The atmosphere on the 20th floor was undoubtedly upheld by Jinli. As a few people chatted and laughed, it quickly became Sukiki's turn, and each person received a rice ball and a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water from the logistics personnel. Once they returned home, Sukiki hurried to her space to take a hot shower. It had been a long time since she had engaged in such a demanding day of labor, and after her bath, she felt completely refreshed. After showering, Grandma Qiao immediately went to the kitchen to make a tomato and egg soup, stating that rice balls must be accompanied by soup to avoid feeling too dry. Time passed unknowingly, and several days later the cleanup work in the entire Lingqing urban area was roughly completed. Chen Guodong was in his office at the municipal building assigning new tasks to his subordinates. Section Chief Lu, starting tomorrow, you and your team will be responsible for searching for various cold-resistant supplies, such as cotton quilt factories, down jacket factories, charcoal factories, and so on. The more the better. No matter if they have been flooded or not, bring them to the municipal office's supply storage warehouse. Supplies that have not been flooded should be stored directly, while those that have been flooded need to be taken out to dry over the next few days, letting the women in the office do the drying, so they don't come every day to do nothing. Shall Lu have Director Zhang organize more people to gather firewood on the mountains in the suburbs. The sun has been out for over 20 days now, and no matter how wet the firewood is, it should be dry by now. Let them gather as much as they can. Also, that logistics section chief at the back of the line, you are responsible for finding people to build several vegetable greenhouses in the next few days, letting the people from the Plant Research Institute go to the warehouse to pick vegetable seeds and choose some cold-resistant crops to plant. Chen Guodong conveyed the entire week's work plan he had written down in one breath. According to the contents of the anonymous letter, a severe cold is expected to arrive in about 10 days. If preparations are not made soon, they wouldn't know how many lives would be lost when the time comes. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill down his spine. They had only just finished cleaning the entire urban area, and most of the people at the temporary relief points had already returned home. However, there were still some people whose houses had completely collapsed due to the typhoon and flooding, and they were still waiting for resettlement at the temporary relief points. Chen Guodong had already arranged for people from the Public Security Bureau to conduct a household census every day. They would first clear out the vacant houses that had no residents so that people from the temporary relief points could move in. This natural disaster had caused immense losses to Lingqing and even the entire Huaxia country. Agriculture, industry, commerce, and all aspects of productivity had been destroyed, and countless lives had been lost in the disaster. Yes, Mayor Chen will take care of it right away. The few people who received the tasks walked out of the mayor's office together. What's wrong with the mayor? Now that the disaster situation has passed, shouldn't they be focusing on restoring production? Why is he sending an office director to lead people to the mountains to gather firewood? Right. I'm puzzled too. Is the municipal logistics office really going to start growing greenhouse vegetables? Are they trying to compete with the farmers for work? What I find even more absurd is looking for cotton quilts and down jackets. It's only autumn now. What are they looking for these for? Xiaolu stood at the door of Chen Guodong's office, and the discussions of the several section chiefs who had just left were clearly audible to him. Mayor, do you really believe in the extreme cold mentioned in that anonymous letter? I just feel like that person is writing a novel. Xiaolu still found it hard to believe that there would be flooding after the typhoon. Anyone could guess that. However, the length of the disaster period has indeed been unprecedented, so that person got one thing right. Xiaolu, it's always good to be prepared for everything. Have you forgotten that we moved the granaries in advance? This long-lasting typhoon and flooding, if it weren't for the supplies in those granaries, many people would probably have starved to death. Chen Guodong said solemnly. Understood, Mayor. Grandma Qiao, the extreme cold will arrive in a few days. I want to find a reason to take the people from the 20th floor out to stock up on some firewood. Sukiki said while petting the round head of Tangyuan as she sat on the sofa. Is the extreme cold coming so soon? Grandma Qiao was taken aback and said nervously. Yes. It comes without warning. In my previous life, many people were unprepared and froze to death suddenly in the middle of the night. We were lucky to wake up from the cold. Later, two of us huddled together under 4 blankets to recover. Sukiki hugged Tangyuan tightly, feeling as if she had suddenly been doused with cold water, trembling uncontrollably. Not knowing if this could be considered a post-traumatic symptom, Sukiki would involuntarily shiver at the mere thought of the hardships she and Grandma Qiao endured in their previous life. Seeing this, Grandma Qiao hurried over, sat beside Sukiki and comforted her softly. I believe that in this life we will be just fine. Sukiki held Grandma Qiao's warm hand and she instantly relaxed. In this life they had space and resources, so they would surely fare better than in their previous life. But what about the others? Sukiki thought of the Lu Mei family from the 20th floor along with Shi and Meng Yi. Those who had given her warmth in her previous life, she must do her best to help them without exposing their space. And there were Uncle Lei, Uncle Lin, and Aunt Chen who had also helped her in this life. Although they lent her money because of her father Su Jianming's reputation. This kindness Sukiki had always remembered. Now she had stocked up many resources in her space. After the super typhoon and flooding, Uncle Lei and the other supplies were probably running low. Sukiki needed to think of a way to secretly send them some supplies. Dear citizens, please be aware that there may be a significant drop in temperature in the near future. Please take precautions to keep warm, especially at night. Make sure to close your doors and windows tightly and use more blankets. Do not be careless. The loudspeaker from the municipal office sounded throughout the streets. Sukiki thought to herself, it's as if someone is handing out pillows as soon as the sleepiness comes of the government this time is really commendable, and it's worth the 5 emails I sent. Is the municipal office out of their minds? How can it drop in temperature in our southern autumn? I wore just a shirt today and felt hot at noon. Who cares? In this situation we won't go out. Worst case, we just wear an extra layer of... Many people did not pay attention to the municipal office's loudspeaker reminder. Even the others on the 20th floor felt the government was being overly cautious this time. Sukiki told everyone it's better to be cautious than to be sorry. It's never a bad thing to be prepared for everything. So how are you going to prepare? Lu Mei asked in confusion. Grandma Qiao and I plan to go out for a bit to see if we can stock up on some warm items and bring some back for you. Sukiki said with a smile. All right then. We went to the store yesterday, and all the clothes were ruined by the flood, so today our family plans to go clean up. Meng Yi and Shi said they didn't plan to go out today. They thought the weather was already normal, and that power and internet might soon be restored, and the company would notify them to return to work. The people on the 20th floor had actively responded to the government's call, participating in street cleaning for several days. Now that they could finally rest for a day or two, they just wanted to stay home and not go anywhere. Actually, it was better for them not to go. This way Sukiki could take things out from the space and say that she and Grandma Qiao had stocked them up outside. Actually, it was better for them not to go. This way Sukiki could take things out from the space and say that she and Grandma Qiao had stocked them. Where are we going? Grandma Qiao asked from the passenger seat. We're going to the mountains to chop firewood. Using firewood at home during the extreme cold is a pretty good way to keep warm. Sukiki said while driving. The entire Ling city had been cleaned up, and although many living facilities could not be restored, at least the roads were no longer congested. The vehicles that had been submerged by the flood and parked by the roadside had all been towed away. Then let's go to Moi Mountain. The terrain there is not steep and the vegetation is lush. Oh, we can definitely gather a lot of firewood. Grandma Qiao pointed in the direction and suggested. After about 40 minutes of driving, they arrived at Moi Mountain, as Grandma Qiao had mentioned. As soon as they got out of the off-road vehicle, they noticed 5 large trucks parked at the foot of the mountain. Sukiki went to check. There was no one in the trucks, and there was no one around at the foot of the mountain, so she stored her off-road vehicle in her space. These trucks look like they just arrived. The bodies are free of mud and debris, and they definitely weren't parked here during the floods, Sukiki said, frowning as she circled the trucks. Could they also be here to chop firewood? It seems the municipal office's loudspeaker had some effect after all, Grandma Qiao said happily. Such a large operation surely isn't from ordinary people. It's either the municipal office or those top-notch wealthy individuals, Sukiki calculated in her mind. Should we still go up? Grandma Qiao looked around and asked. Of course. They're stocking up on their supplies and we're stocking up on ours. They won't interfere with us. After Sukiki finished speaking, she pulled Grandma Qiao up the mountain. Moi Mountain had not been developed and the path up was made by the local villagers. From a distance, Sukiki saw a group of people busy in the mountainous area. Some were picking up dry branches from the ground, some were sawing wood with electric saws, and others were bundling the wood and branches. There were generators and professional binding ropes indicating a teamwork mode. They were definitely people from the municipal office. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao specifically found a position far from them to start collecting firewood. The typhoon had blown for 2 months straight, leaving many dry branches and leaves on the mountains. Grandma Qiao squatted down to pick up the branches from the ground and place them in a clear area. Once she gathered a certain quantity, she would use a woven rope to bind them together. Sukiki took out the diesel generator and electric saw from her space, imitating the actions of those people to saw wood. Like them, she did not cut down entire trees, but only sawed off some thick branches. With so many trees here, even sawing off 1 or 2 branches from each tree would yield a lot of firewood. It's worth noting that before the apocalypse, cutting down trees without permission was illegal. Tsukiki thought that it was better to leave a little for nature if possible. Unknowingly, the two had been there for a long time. Grandma Qiao had already tied up 20 bundles of branches she had collected while Tsukiki had sawn off about 10 bundles of thick wood. During a break to drink water, Tsukiki stored the bundled firewood in her space. On the other side, the people from the municipal office had continued working until after 4 in the afternoon before heading down. While Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao were sawing wood and resting, they finally waited until those people had gone down the mountain. They hurriedly bundled 10 more bundles of wood and rushed down themselves. If they lingered any longer, it would be dark soon. As the two drove back to Ling City, the sky had already darkened. Tsukiki parked the SUV under Building 12 of the community, retrieving a down quilt, a down jacket, heat packs, snow boots, and a hat and gloves from her spatial storage, followed by some firewood she and Grandma Qiao had chopped. In order to make these items appear as if she had found them today, Tsukiki put in considerable effort. She asked Grandma Qiao to go upstairs first and called down the others on the 20th floor to help carry the items as witnesses. The hallway of the community was pitch black and many families had started lighting candles. People were complaining, wondering why the electricity hadn't been restored even after the flood receded. Some had already gone to bed early. The residents on the 20th floor had also lit candles, and Lu Mai's family had just finished dinner. She felt a bit worried seeing that Grandma Qiao and Tsukiki hadn't returned yet. "I'll check in the hallway, you two clean up the dishes," Lu Mei said as she took a flashlight and stepped outside. "Did you hear that? Your mother wants you to clean up the dishes." "Dad, what are you talking about? Isn't Mom asking you to clean up?" The father and son were still arguing over who should wash the dishes, primarily because there was no water and Lu Mei had strict regulations on water usage for washing dishes. It couldn't exceed 1,500 milliliters, and they had to wash the dishes until they sparkled. Huan and Meng Yi had been sleeping at home all afternoon and were now planning to cook instant noodles. "Honey, where are the 2 eggs Aunt Lu gave us? Let's put them in the noodles, it's been a while since we had eggs." Meng Yi reminded Huan as he watched her put 2 packs of braised beef noodles in the pot. All right. You're just greedy. I'll fry 2 eggs once the noodles are cooked. Instant noodles are best with fried eggs." Huan smiled at Meng Yi and added a handful of greens to the pot. Grandma Qiao had brought them a lot of vegetables early in the morning, saying that she had grown them herself. However, the vegetables grown in 2004 looked yellow and small. One could not tell where Grandma Qiao had planted these well-growing greens. After more than 2 months without electricity, Huan and the others had gradually adapted from their initial discomfort to a semblance of normalcy, as life didn't seem so difficult anymore. However, this was also thanks to Tsukiki, who had provided them with a portable stove. Tsukiki had originally planned to go camping with classmates and had bought a lot of materials and equipment, but then the typhoon hit. Otherwise, she and Meng Yi would have been like many others, unable to eat hot meals. "Aunt Qiao, you've finally returned." As Lu Mei opened the security door on the 20th floor, she saw Grandma Qiao coming up with a flashlight, seemingly carrying a bag of down quilts on her back. "Why are you out here? It's chaotic outside. Don't open the security door." Grandma Qiao expressed her concern. "Yes. I know, I just thought to check since you hadn't returned by dark." Lu Mei helped to take the quilt off Grandma Qiao's shoulder, feeling that something was off. "Where's Tsukiki? Why didn't she come back with you?" Just as she was about to ask, Grandma Qiao spoke first. "Kiki is still downstairs, keeping an eye on the supplies. We were lucky today and found a lot of warm supplies. Hurry and call them out, let's go down together." "Aunt Qiao, where did you get this down quilt?" Huan walked out of the house with a bowl of noodles, surprised. After 2 months of flooding, most factory shops and residential buildings had been submerged. They were curious about where Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao had gotten the down quilts from. Grandma Qiao smiled without saying anything, urging them to hurry down and help as she was worried about Kiki being alone down there. "We must hurry, there are too many ungrateful people in this building." Lu Mei quickly ran back home, calling the father and son who were about to wash dishes to come down with her. Huan also returned to get Meng Yi to help. Tsukiki waited in the car for a while when suddenly 2 people walked by and spotted the brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class, their eyes gleaming. After all the flood had lasted so long, whose car wasn't submerged? Now a car that was still operational and so new was almost unheard of. Tsukiki knew that driving this luxury SUV back to the community at this time was inappropriate. It would attract too much attention. However, she had no choice. How could she explain the large amount of supplies she had carried back without a car? "Who is this stopping a car here without hazard lights? What if someone gets hit?" a man said as he pressed his face against the driver's window, the flashlight's beam glaring into Tsukiki's eyes. Without saying a word, Tsukiki pushed the car door outward. "Ouch!" The man outside was knocked back several steps, his face stinging with pain. What's wrong with you? Is this how you open a door? You just caused my brother's face to swell. I want you to pay. No, I want supplies. Another person seeing this didn't check on his brother's injury, but approached Tsukiki directly to demand supplies. He thought that someone who could still drive a luxury car at this time must have a lot of supplies stocked at home. He and his brother had been out looking for food all day, without finding a single bite to eat. The little government relief food they had received was long gone. He approached my car door on his own. How can you blame me? Tsukiki frowned, watching the two men whispering in the dark. Damn it. Don't force me to punish you for your refusal. Either way, my brother was just bumped into by you. If you don't compensate, you can't leave. Right. My face is already swollen. Eating will be a problem from now on. You must compensate. The two men, seeing that Tsukiki was alone, decided to target her and the supplies in the car. They planned to subdue Tsukiki first and then drive off in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. They had seen the car was packed full of supplies. They would never be able to afford such a luxury vehicle in their lifetime. With the chaos outside, robberies and killings happening everywhere, they thought that if they stole a car, no one would care. Just as one of them was about to cover Tsukiki's mouth and drag her away, Tsukiki kicked him first. Ouch! The unfortunate brother held his stomach, grimacing. Seeing this, the younger brother threw a punch at Tsukiki's face, but she quickly stepped back, taking out a gun from her spatial storage and pointing it at the younger brother's forehead, saying, "Are you still going to hit me? Don't think you can scare me with a toy gun. It's not that easy to get a real gun in Huaxia. Then go ahead and try. After all, in this darkness, if I kill someone, no one will know." Tsukiki said, Don't. We were just joking with the girl." The younger brother, terrified, pulled his brother and ran away. Even from a distance, Tsukiki could still hear a groan, not knowing what the two clumsy ones had bumped into. At that moment, Chinli was the first to rush down the stairs and saw Tsukiki standing next to an SUV. "Where did you get such a nice car?" The Mercedes-Benz G-Class was his dream car. Chinli had always dreamed of owning one, and now Tsukiki had brought it back. Tsukiki had already thought of a story about the car's origin. She was just going to say she found it by the roadside, although she had no idea why this car hadn't been swept away by the flood. Anyway, she felt like she was in luck today. Unexpectedly, Meng Yi, who came down afterward, directly said, "Kiki, this car must be a display model from the 4S shop. It doesn't have a license plate, and the insurance and inspection stickers are missing from the windshield." Tsukiki was stunned, and Meng Yi's keen eyes were impressive, and he could tell at a glance that this was a showroom car. He truly lived up to his profession in car sales. With his words, Tsukiki genuinely didn't know how to continue her story. "What are you all standing around for? Are you waiting for those people upstairs to come down and snatch it? Kiki, hurry and open the car door so everyone can help carry the things inside upstairs." Fortunately, Grandma Qiao came to her rescue, and Tsukiki quickly opened the back door. Chinli and Meng Yi carried firewood, while Grandma Qiao, Lu Mei, and Shi Huan were responsible for carrying the lighter cold-resistant supplies. Tsukiki let them go upstairs first, as she wanted to find a safe place to hide the car. If it was parked here, it would probably be broken into by dawn. "Be careful," Grandma Qiao said. "Got it. I'll be back soon." After everyone went upstairs, Tsukiki pulled the car a little further ahead. Once she confirmed no one was watching, she directly stored it in her space. After all, there was no place safer than her own space. When Tsukiki returned to the 20th floor, she saw everyone waiting for her in Lu Mei's living room. A half-burned candle was placed in the middle of the coffee table, while Shi Huan and Meng Yi continued to eat the instant noodles they hadn't finished earlier. Grandma Qiao and Lu Mei sat together, hand in hand, chatting about something. In the candlelight, everyone's faces looked hazy. Tsukiki stood at the door of 2003, feeling a sense of surrealism at the scene. "I'm back," she called softly. "Kiki, hurry and come in." Lu Mei stood up and waved at Tsukiki at the door. "Kiki, you've given us more than half of the hard-won cold-resistance supplies. We don't know how to thank you, and we also feel embarrassed to accept it since neither Meng Yi nor I helped." Shi Huan and Lu Mei looked at the cold-resistance supplies and firewood that everyone had carried in. "How did you not help? Didn't you carry all of this up from downstairs? I still have several down comforters at my and Grandma Qiao's place. We can't use up all of this stuff anyway." Tsukiki said. "Don't be polite with me and Kiki, just treat us to a big meal once this disaster is over." Grandma Qiao looked at Tsukiki meaningfully. "Alright then, it's a deal. We'll treat you to a feast later." "I want a treat too." Lu Mei and Shi Huan both rushed to offer to host the feast, thinking that the terrifying disaster had already passed and that the days ahead would only get better. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Mei who thought this. Ever since the sun came out, most people believed the disaster was over. 3 days later, the extreme cold arrived silently. Around 11 o'clock at night, the temperature in Lingqing suddenly dropped from 22 degrees to -30. A thick layer of ice formed on every household's windows. Why is it suddenly so cold? I feel like this bed is about to freeze. Dammy. Is this going to freeze us to death? Did the temperature really drop suddenly? The government's predictions are surprisingly accurate. Many people who were frozen awake cursed as they shivered and searched for thicker blankets. Some people didn't wake up at all and were directly frozen to death. It seemed that the extreme cold had arrived early. Tsukiki remembered that in her previous life the extreme cold came at the end of September, but it was only mid-September now. Oh no. Tsukiki realized she hadn't delivered the cold-resistant supplies to Uncle Lei and the other. Kiki, are you cold? Grandma Qiao shouted from outside the room. To prevent herself and Grandma Qiao from freezing to death in their sleep, Tsukiki had kept the air conditioning at a constant 20 degrees these days. I'm fine. Grandma Qiao, the extreme cold has arrived early. We need to hurry and warn Aunt Lu and the others. Tsukiki put on her thick down jacket and took a flashlight as she left room 2001. Her exposed nose, eyes, and hands were freezing painfully. Before long, Grandma Qiao also came out wearing her down jacket and snow boots. The two of them hurriedly knocked on the doors of 2002 and 2003. Shi Huan and Meng Yi, wrapped in thick down comforters, came out to open the door. They had just been awakened by the cold, and fortunately, they had the thick down comforters that Tsukiki had sent. Lu Mei's family also woke up because of the cold. When Grandma Qiao knocked on the door, Lu Mei and Chinda were putting on their down jackets, planning to remind Tsukiki and Shi Huan's families. If you're still cold, find an iron basin to burn firewood to raise the indoor temperature, but remember to crack the window a bit to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. Everyone should take turns sleeping tonight, leaving one person to watch over the firewood. After reminding everyone, Tsukiki hurried back. She planned to go out at midnight to deliver cold-resistant supplies to Lei Mu and the others. She wondered how they were doing now. Lei Mu lived next to the Tingda community in Danshan, Huayuan. He had a very good relationship with Su Jianming. Both enjoyed fishing and often researched the best fishing rods and the least crowded spots with plenty of fish. Tsukiki quickly arrived at Lei Mu's home, standing at the entrance. It was a two-family building and Lei Mu lived on the 10th floor. When she got there, she knocked hard on the door. Bang, bang, bang. After several knocks, there was no response from inside. Worried something had happened to them, Tsukiki thought about entering the house, directly using her space to check. Who is it? Lei Mu peered through the peephole of his door. The outside was chaotic. He truly dared not open the door directly in the middle of the night. What? So many supplies. Through the peephole, he could see an abundance of goods. There were both food and necessities. How could this be possible? Lei Mu shook his head vigorously. Was he hallucinating from the cold? After the flood receded, he had only participated in the municipal cleanup tasks or gone out with his son to search for supplies. Where could one find supplies outside now? The major supermarkets were either ransacked or submerged by the flood. Their family had been relying on relief rations to get by these days. His wife Mu Jia had a weak stomach, and eating those dry compressed biscuits every day was truly unbearable. Lei, what are you staring at? Who is outside? Mu Jia wrapped her blanket tighter around herself, rubbing her hands together and breathing into them. Suburban drainage outperforms the urban core. Here the flood depth appears barely 1 story high, while the farm buildings... He nodded and shook his head repeatedly, making Mu Jia think he was having a fit. Wife, come and take a look. If Mu Jia saw it too, then the supplies at the door must be real. It couldn't be that both of them were hallucinating. Oh my, where did all these supplies come from? Mu Jia was startled as well, but she was much sharper than Lei Mu. Regardless of where these supplies came from, they needed to open the door and bring them in. If the neighbors from the Shi family saw this, they would surely come over to steal. As the door opened, a colder gust of wind rushed in. Seeing the supplies piled up at their doorstep, Lei Mu and Mu Jia suddenly didn't feel cold anymore. They quickly threw down the goose-down comforters they had on and made several trips back and forth to move all the supplies into the living room. Tsukiki slipped into the space the moment they opened the door. Uncle Lei had opened the door. She was also in a hurry to deliver supplies to the other two families. Wife, look. There's a gas stove and a gas canister here. I can finally cook you some porridge. Lei Mu showed Mu Jia the canister in his hand, unable to contain his joy. There's even a down jacket and down quilt. Now we don't have to worry about freezing. Old Lei, old Lei. There are fresh vegetables and beef too. Where on earth did these come from? Who still has such fresh supplies? The government might not even have any. Mu Jia tore open the plastic wrapping of the down jacket and was already putting it on. How should I know? Lei Mu replied, casually, smiling broadly while holding the military rations that Tsukiki had brought from Cheese Country. We haven't done any good deeds, so why is it our turn to receive a windfall? Lei Mu muttered to himself, still a bit dazed by what was happening. After their initial excitement, the two quickly calmed down. They couldn't let anyone else see these supplies. There were many envious eyes around. They heard that a family downstairs had been posting about their food in the community group before the internet went down. Not long after, they were targeted and ended up getting beaten up while collecting government relief rations. Not only were their supplies stolen, but they were also left with bruises. The ancient saying that wealth should not be revealed is truly wise. Especially now when everyone was short on food. They had suddenly obtained so many supplies that they needed to hide them quickly. If the weather was good tomorrow, they could send some to their son. Leimu hid all the rice and drinking water in the wardrobe of another bedroom. The down jackets and thermal underwear were placed in the storage cabinet under their bed. The gas stove and canisters would be taken to the kitchen when needed and usually stored in the toolbox. The rest of the vegetables, meat, and military rations were all put away in the upper kitchen cabinet. At such a height, no one would bother to stand on a stool to check. All the firewood was hidden in the shoe cabinet. After hiding these supplies, Leimu and Mu Jia finally felt their hands burning painfully. Not looking was one thing, but seeing was shocking. Their hands had turned bright red from the cold and were slowly becoming numb. Gloves. We have gloves. Mu Jia hurried to the bedroom and took out the warm gloves she had just hidden from the storage cabinet under the bed. After all this fuss, neither of them felt like sleeping anymore. They took out some firewood from the shoe cabinet and found an old iron pot to heat up in the living room. To avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, Leimu opened the top ventilating window in the living room. "Wife, I'll cook you some lean meat porridge to make up for all the suffering you've endured with me these days. Everyone is having a hard time. Why are you blaming yourself?" Mu Jia said with a smile. "Natural disasters cannot be predicted by anyone. We can only take it one step at a time. Staying strong at home is victory." "You're right, wife." Leimu carefully took the gas stove out of the toolbox again. He planned to slice some lean meat and soak some rice to cook porridge for Mu Jia. He himself was eyeing the boxes of military rations. When he was young, Leimu had dreamt of joining the army, but for various reasons he never got the chance. Now he really wanted to try the feeling of eating military rations. He wondered what they contained and whether they tasted as good as the meals everyone usually ate. While cooking porridge for Mu Jia, Leimu couldn't wait to open a 5-kilogram box of military rations. While the contents were incredibly abundant, there were both food and drink and even vitamin supplements. Inside there was also a heating tool. Leimu's lips curled up as he took out a box of tomato beef stew to heat up with the tool. Mu Jia moved a small stool and was adding firewood to the iron pot. She watched her husband holding a bag of military rations, smiling like a child. "Wife, here. There's even chocolate inside that you like." Leimu proudly placed a piece of chocolate in Mu Jia's palm. It had been a long time since she had eaten chocolate. It seemed she had stopped eating it since turning 40, not because she didn't like it, but to control her sugar intake. Women tend to pay special attention to their appearance as they age, and to seem younger than their peers they put in a lot of effort. Now looking at the piece of chocolate in her hand, Mu Jia bit into it without hesitation. It was sweet with a hint of bitterness, exactly the taste she loved. At that moment, the couple nearing their 50s found traces of their youthful selves in their favorite foods. They were simple and pure back then, with smiles that were clean and confident. After leaving Danshan Huayuan, Su Kiki hurriedly went to Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen's home. She placed the supplies at their door and knocked vigorously before finding a hidden spot to hide. Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen looked much thinner, possibly due to the extreme cold. Su Kiki noticed they were shivering as they walked. Relying on government relief rations could barely keep them fed, and both families had a child younger than Su Kiki, likely prioritizing feeding the children first. Su Kiki blamed herself for being too careless, spending those days focused on the overseas zero-cost shopping. If she had delivered some supplies to them earlier, Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen wouldn't have to suffer so much. When they opened the door and saw so many supplies, they were overwhelmed with joy. Aunt Chen even knelt down and bowed towards the east, chanting, "Bodhisattva bless us. Bodhisattva bless us." Seeing this scene, Su Kiki felt a pang in her heart. She couldn't be too careless in the future. She needed to deliver some supplies to them whenever she had the chance. The extreme cold had begun for several days. The weather outside dropped from an initial temperature to heavy snowfall in just 2 days. Everyone was trapped at home, and those who had hoped for better days were suddenly caught off guard by this harsh cold. In the south, winter used to reach only about 4 or 5 degrees at its coldest, yet now it plummeted overnight to -30 degrees. Many people did not react in time. Those who were luckier pinched their thighs after waking up from the cold. Once they confirmed it was not a dream, they screamed loudly. They rummaged through their homes for thick clothes and quilts, grabbing anything warm they could find. In her previous life, Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao were like this, layering down jackets and quilts. The little vegetables they had planted on the balcony were also frozen, leaving only government-issued biscuits and bottled water at home. In those days on the 20th floor, there was no comfort like now with warm food and firewood for heating. Back then they relied solely on wrapping themselves in blankets, trembling at home. In this life, Tsukiki with her own efforts helped those who had once treated her well to live better than most. However, her personal abilities were limited and many things continued to develop in a negative direction. Overnight, many people in Ling City where Tsukiki lived froze to death. Among them, many were elderly, some were alone, and others had children living far away. Mayor Chen Guodong had tried to send city officials to deliver warm blankets and clothing to these elderly individuals, reminding them to keep warm, especially at night. However, the extreme cold came too suddenly. One could say that the first half of the night felt like summer temperatures, yet by the latter half it plummeted below zero, leaving many unprepared and freezing to death in their sleep. 3 people in Changhong community also fell victim. 2 were elderly, and 1 was only 28 years old, a vibrant life. Just like that, he left. It was said that this young man was typically very heat-averse, even taking cold showers in winter, and he had always been in good health, rarely catching a cold or cough. That day the young man found a bottle of white liquor from somewhere. Alone at home, he paired biscuits with alcohol and ended up drinking himself into a stupor. Feeling warm from the alcohol, he somehow took off his clothes. By the early hours of the morning, when the temperature dropped drastically, he never woke up again. When the city officials came to carry him away, several well-meaning bystanders, bundled up like bears, were gossiping in the hallway. Even in such cold weather, nothing could stop their curiosity. Due to the heavy snowfall blocking the roads, Tsukiki and Grandma Chiao had been holed up at home for several days. The spinach, bok choy, and mushrooms they had planted in 2004 were picked early by Grandma Chiao, fearing that the sudden extreme cold would ruin them. Tsukiki also took out many fresh large vegetables from her space and mixed them with the ones Grandma Chiao had picked to give to Lu Mei and Shirhuan. Kiki, why do I feel like there are suddenly more vegetables after picking them? And this Napa cabbage, did we plant? I don't know either. Usually it's Grandma Chiao who takes care of it. Maybe she planted it. Well, having more is better than having less, right? After delivering the vegetables, Tsukiki quickly rushed back. That was close. Almost got exposed. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Grandma Chiao, preparing the broth for a small hot pot in the living room, asked curiously as Tsukiki rushed in like the wind. Indeed, they were getting ready to eat hot pot. Tsukiki had stocked up on so many hot pot ingredients. What better time to eat than during the extreme cold? However, they felt a bit guilty for not being able to share with the others on the 20th floor. I just mixed some vegetables from the space to give to Aunt Lu and Sister Shirhuan, adding in some that we hadn't planted. I almost got caught. As Tsukiki spoke, she took off her down jacket. Their room was 26 degrees. Wearing a down jacket here would be unbearably hot. In the capsule house space, there was a mobile air conditioner about the size of a 20-inch suitcase, and it could actually be used outside of the space. This mobile air conditioner was built into the capsule house and was not something Tsukiki had brought in from outside, so at first she was just trying it out. She didn't dare to use the outdoor air conditioner since the outdoor unit was outside. If someone discovered that their air conditioner was running, it would expose that Grandma Chiao's house had electricity. It would be troublesome to explain, and the other residents on the 20th floor would harbor resentment towards Tsukiki and Grandma Chiao if they found out. It was a surprise to discover how effective it was. The mobile air conditioner in the capsule house surprisingly didn't need to be plugged in, providing cooling and heating with excellent performance. Now all the curtains were tightly drawn, making it impossible to see any light inside the house from outside. From a distance, it looked like merely the glow of fireflies, similar to the candles everyone had. What will we do in the future? If we send too much, they will suspect us. What excuse should we use for the meat and seafood? Let me think again. This matter is indeed a bit tricky. If it doesn't work, I could deliver supplies to Uncle Lei and the others like before, leaving them at the gate in the middle of the night. As Tsukiki spoke, she suddenly had a realization. This was also a good idea anyway. She would also leave some supplies in front of Grandma Chiao's door. That way it would be unclear where the items came from. Since I figured it out, let's eat first. Your favorite seafood hot pot base is already boiling. Now they could add the vegetables in. Grandma Chiao placed tripe, fatty beef, and large shrimp into the small hot pot in front of Tsukiki. Great. I'm starting to eat now. Grandma Chiao, you eat quickly too. Tsukiki added the lamb that Grandma Chiao loved into the pot opposite her. Grandma Chiao was having a spicy hot pot base, saying that in extreme cold weather it had to be spicy to be enjoyable. The coffee table in the living room was already filled with various ingredients that both of them liked. Flower crabs, snow frogs, shrimp, squid, large shrimp, beef rolls, lamb rolls, various meatballs, chicken gizzards, duck blood crab, stick spinach, enoki mushrooms, tofu, skin bok choy, and so on. In just a short while, Tsukiki had already filled her small pot to the brim. Who Sukiki picked up several pieces of fatty beef clumped together from the boiling pot, gently blowing on them before dipping them into the soy sauce and vinegar. The taste was incredibly delicious. Sukiki's essential dipping sauce for hot pot was a small dish of soy sauce and vinegar with a bit of hot pot broth poured on top. This simple yet exceptionally tasty preparation. After snowing for 10 consecutive days, the snow finally stopped. Sukiki got up early in the morning and pulled aside the thick curtains, revealing a vast expanse of white resembling goose feathers. It was Sukiki's first time witnessing such heavy snow in the south. In past winters, even a few tiny snowflakes falling from the sky would have set social media ablaze. If it weren't for the extreme cold, Sukiki estimated that the community and the streets would be filled with people building snowmen and having snowball fights, along with those creating short videos for social media. Now everyone is struggling with clothing and food, and since basic needs aren't met, no one is out showing off. Sigh. Sukiki sighed. This heavy snow has come at such an inopportune time. Kiki, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time for breakfast. Grandma Qiao was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. She was only wearing a thin cashmere base layer, surprisingly feeling warm. No wonder it said that products from this space are top-notch. The portable air conditioner Sukiki took from the capsule house, when placed in the living room with the doors of other rooms open, could warm every corner of the house. All right. Sukiki responded from the living room and went to wash her face and brush her teeth. The 10 chickens that Lu Mei and Shi Huan had raised previously were now all laying eggs. They collected 6 eggs a couple of days ago, with the 3 families on the 20th floor each receiving 2. Grandma Qiao said that the eggs from their own hens are much more nutritious than those sold outside. So today she made egg pancakes using flour, eggs, and scallions. The blender churned out 2 bowls of pumpkin puree, which both Sukiki and Grandma Qiao enjoyed drinking in the morning, accompanied by kiwis, blueberries, and winter jujubes. The winter jujubes now taste incredibly sweet. A one bite gives a crisp and sweet sensation. Sukiki quickly retrieved 2 boxes of yogurt from the space, one for herself and one for Grandma Qiao. Meow. Meow meow. In the large bowl, Tangyuan had cat food and various freeze-dried treats. It was focused on its meal while meowing at Sukiki and Grandma Qiao. Sukiki thought she needed to stock up on cat food for Tangyuan next time she went out. There was still plenty in the space, but with disasters coming one after another, it was uncertain when they would be able to produce more. Tangyuan had fully integrated into the lives of Sukiki and Grandma Qiao. Especially Grandma Qiao, who was very protective of Tangyuan, fearing it would get cold. For the past few days it had been sleeping with them. After the 3 of them finished breakfast, Grandma Qiao began cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. Sukiki went to the space to grab some warm stickers and found 2 vintage-colored down jackets. Before Sukiki even got out of bed today, the loudspeaker from the municipal office had already started its announcements. They were calling everyone to go out and shovel snow, and anyone who participated could claim a portion of cold-resistant supplies from the municipal logistics department. Due to limited supplies, it was first come first served. Upon hearing the loudspeaker, Lu Mei immediately woke up Chinda and Chinli from their beds. They couldn't let this free supply be claimed by someone else first. As they left, they even knocked on Sukiki's and Shi Huan's doors. Hurry up and get up to shovel snow, or else all the supplies will be taken. Lu Mei rushed them. Grandma Qiao quickly responded from inside, telling them to go ahead, while she woke up Kiki to join them. Sukiki thought that since she didn't need any cold-resistant supplies, she wouldn't join the crowd to compete for them. So she leisurely had breakfast at home with Grandma Qiao. Even though she didn't go for supplies, it was still necessary to go out for a stroll so others wouldn't see that she lacked supplies. The 2 down jackets were dark gray, which Sukiki had bought during an off-season sale at the wholesale market. The jackets looked like they had been worn for several years. Sukiki asked Grandma Qiao to come over and try it on, and they both turned around in front of the mirror. Not bad. This worn-out look is exactly what she wanted. In this in-doffed world scenario, a woman dressing up glamorously would be very dangerous. Thus she and Grandma Qiao left the house as low-key as possible, and sometimes Sukiki would intentionally smear some dirt on her face. The snow outside the building had reached Sukiki's knees. She held Grandma Qiao's hand, and they stepped on the snow, making a crisp crunching sound. As they walked to the community gate, the road was filled with all sorts of footprints. From a distance, Sukiki saw many people shoveling snow dressed in military green coats, white down jackets, and bright blue cotton jackets. The older women had brought out their bed sheets, wrapping them around their heads first, and any extra fabric was wrapped around their necks. This was to block some of the wind. The weather was really cold. Even after the snow stopped, a chilling wind blew. When a gust of wind came, it felt as if their faces were being cut deeply by knives. Aunt Xiao, Kiki, why are you 2 so late? Hurry over there to sign in. Lu Mei's family was energetically shoveling snow when they saw Grandma Qiao and Sukiki slowly walking over from the community. She was so anxious, fearing that Tsukiki and the others would be too late to claim their supplies. Her family arrived very early, and each of the 3 people received a pound of charcoal and 2 pounds of potatoes. As more people gradually arrived, the supplies ready for distribution visibly decreased. By the time Shirhuan and Meng Yi arrived, there were no quilts left. Both of them only received a pound of charcoal and 2 pounds of potatoes. All right, Aunt Lu. We're on our way. Tsukiki waved at Lu Mei and continued walking with Grandma Qiao. Those 2 just arrived. It's a miracle if they get anything. True, if it were me, I wouldn't come. What if they only get a few potatoes and have to work all day with everyone? That would be a huge loss. Ha ha. Ha ha. I have to say, seeing their miserable looks makes me quite happy. You bunch of joyless folks can't stand to see others have a bit of good fortune. Hey, why don't you give up the supplies? Who are you talking to with that sarcasm? As Tsukiki walked past, she overheard gossip about them, and surprisingly Grandma Qiao seemed unfazed, striding ahead. This was not like Grandma Qiao's character. Normally, she would speak up against injustice, so how could she remain calm while they gossiped about her right under her nose? Grandma Qiao, didn't you hear anything? Tsukiki asked lightly from behind. No, what did you hear? The wind. The wind. It's so loud it's giving me a headache. Tsukiki quickly shifted the topic. After her rebirth, her hearing had become very sharp. She could hear conversations from far away. It seemed that having too good hearing could be a problem, easily causing annoyance. Is the wind giving you a headache? Then let's not go for any supplies, let's hurry back. It wouldn't be worth it if you catch a cold from the wind. Grandma Qiao immediately became anxious upon hearing Tsukiki mention her discomfort. Even if there were doctors in the hospital now, there were no medications, and minor illnesses were endured at home, while severe conditions usually meant waiting for death in the hospital. I'm fine. Just pulling the hood of my down jacket up makes it much better. Really? If you're not feeling well, you can't tough it out, you know. Grandma Qiao asked again with concern. I'm really fine, let's go quickly. Tsukiki laughed as she pushed Grandma Qiao forward. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao went to sign in with the staff, and there were indeed not many supplies left. The 2 of them only received a pound of potatoes. After taking shovels, the 2 joined the snow shoveling team by the roadside. The area in the middle of the road where the snow had just been cleared revealed. After taking shovels, the 2 joined the snow shoveling team by the roadside. The area in the middle of the road where the snow had just been cleared revealed a patch of dark brown. Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao cleared the heavy snow on either side of the road, following the main group. With each shovel full taken, a crisp sound echoed from the ground. 1, 2, 3 times Tsukiki repeated the snow shoveling motion like a machine. At first, she felt a bit cold, but as her exertion increased, the heat pack on her back started to work, making her feel so warm that she wanted to take off her down jacket. At noon, everyone received a bucket of instant noodles soaked in hot water. Eating something warm in the dead of winter made everyone extremely happy. A few people from the 20th floor found a nearby shop on the street, which once seemed to be a training center, complete with desks, chairs, and a blackboard. Here they could bask in the sun, sheltered from the wind by glass. Eating instant noodles was truly delightful. Lu Mei was still indignant on behalf of Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao, questioning why they were only given a pound of potatoes, which was far too little. Aunt Lu. But there are hot instant noodles. You can't eat this at home. Tsukiki smiled sweetly at Lu Mei while holding the steaming bowl of noodles. You child, you're enjoying your misfortune quite a bit. Lu Mei gave Tsukiki a look of exasperation, then raised her own bowl of noodles and took a sip of the soup, feeling warmth spread through her stomach. They could rest for an hour at noon. After finishing their noodles, Tsukiki and the others sat inside, soaking up the sun. Outside, the wind was still blowing fiercely, and the ground in the middle of the road, which had just been cleared, was now covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. In the afternoon, Tsukiki and her group were assigned to shovel snow on another road. There were no tall buildings around, and the cold wind blew even more fiercely. Many people were already frozen and began to curse, but they had no other choice. To receive supplies, they had to put in the effort. The government now had a new regulation: relief grain would only be distributed once a month, and during the rest of the time people would be organized to work. Only those who participated in labor would be able to receive some extra supplies. So with this new regulation, if you didn't work, you could only starve at home. Mayor Chen Guodong had no other choice in the face of natural disasters. Since they couldn't increase resources, they could only cut back. The food stored by the government was dwindling, and now it was essential to mobilize the citizens. Only by working together could they hope to survive this disaster. In such difficult conditions, the darker aspects of human nature became even more rampant. Unbeknownst to Chen Guodong, 2 gangs were already planning a big score. Unlike ordinary citizens, these people would resort to robbery when they were hungry. The shark gang, which relied on robbing fishermen, lost their source of income after the disaster. During this time, the 200 members of the gang had been holed up together eating and drinking, and the supplies they had previously stolen quickly ran out. As the leader of the shark gang, Qinlian was quite distressed these days. Several of his subordinates had already suggested that they go into the city for a big score. Natural disasters kept coming one after another, and the fishermen in the nearby waters couldn't go out to sea. The supplies at home had already been robbed by the shark gang. To prevent his brothers from starving, going into the city to get supplies was indeed the best option for now. However, the city was not easy to conquer. Not only were there government patrols there, but there was also Brother Tian. Brother Tian was the head of the forces in the Lingqing urban area, known for being radical and fierce. Brother Tian was the type of person who held grudges and demanded immediate retribution. Anyone who offended him would likely not see the light of the next day. Moreover, he had many subordinates. With only 200 men, Qinlian's gang would be vastly outnumbered. Thus, Qinlian had been contemplating the idea of making a big score in the city. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to clash with Brother Tian recklessly. For the 10 years when the old gang leader was in power, he and Brother Tian had carved out their own territories, keeping to themselves. If he actively went into Brother Tian's territory to steal food now, if successful, he would become the sole boss of Lingqing. If he failed, it would cost the lives of his 200 gang members. Moreover, the chance of failure was quite high, leaving Qinlian in a state of indecision. At this time, Haigu had secretly gathered a group of those dissatisfied with Qinlian. The heavy snow had finally stopped, making it the perfect time to go out and seize supplies. Brother Tian, often mentioned by everyone, resided in the Golden Coast of the urban area. Before the disaster, this place was a KTV, ostensibly a leisure venue for dining and singing, but in reality it harbored prostitutes and provided clients with ecstasy. Brother Tian occupied an entire floor of the KTV for himself, which included a sauna, mahjong room, billiard room, bar, and a northeastern cuisine restaurant. It is said that Brother Tian particularly loved northeastern cuisine, so he specially set up such a restaurant at his residence. In short, before the disaster, Brother Tian lived extravagantly like a local emperor. After the disaster, many of his businesses were flooded. At that time, no amount of money was useful. There was simply nowhere to buy food or supplies. Brother Tian had never suffered a loss. When he couldn't buy food, he would just go out and rob. How could he let himself starve to death? This led to previous incidents of stealing rubber boats and looting relief supplies meant for citizens. They frequently went out to loot. Whether they could enjoy a good life during the disaster depended on how much supplies the residents had hoarded. Previously, they specifically targeted the wealthy living in villas, but after months of disasters, the supplies hoarded by those wealthy individuals were gradually depleted by Brother Tian and his gang. So now Brother Tian had set his sights on ordinary citizens. Today, with the snow having stopped, the municipal office organized snow shoveling and distributed supplies, making it the perfect opportunity for them to seize resources. Coincidentally, both groups set their sights on the ordinary citizens of Lingqing on the very first day after the snow stopped. Unbeknownst to those innocent citizens, they were happily heading home with the cold-resistant supplies and dinner distributed by the municipal office. For dinner today, each person received 2 large vegetable buns. Qinli and Meng Yi couldn't wait to start eating them on the way. I never thought I would find vegetable buns so delicious one day. Aren't you guys hungry? Eat a little to fill your stomach. If the buns get cold, they won't taste as good. The two talked while eating, their breath mixing the cold air with the warmth of the buns, making their faces appear blurred. Sukiki carried the small bag of potatoes and vegetable buns, chatting and laughing with the people from the 20th floor, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the community entrance. At that moment, no one would expect that a storm of blood would await them that night. Sukiki hurried to take a shower in the space as soon as she returned. After shoveling snow today, she had worked up quite a sweat, and a hot shower would make her sleep comfortably tonight. Grandma Chiao planned to go cook first. How about I take some ready-made food from the space? We've been laboring all day and are quite tired. I can quickly make 2 or 3 dishes. Let's save the ingredients from the space for later in case we don't have the conditions to cook again in the future. We can eat them then. Cooking is an enjoyment for me. How could I find it tiring? You just take your shower and wait to eat. After saying this, Grandma Chiao changed her clothes and rushed to the kitchen. Understood. I'll take my leave then. Sukiki made a bowing retreat and nimbly went into the space. Tang Yuan had played at home all day. Before Sukiki left, she had prepared enough cat food and water for it to eat for a day. In the evening, when Sukiki and Grandma Chiao came in, Tang Yuan jumped up excitedly like a left-behind child, directly bouncing towards them. After Sukiki finished her shower, she waved some cat treats and freeze-dried snacks in front of Tang Yuan. Meow. Meow meow. Tang Yuan joyfully circled at Sukiki's feet, its round eyes fixated on its treats, not blinking at all. Stop teasing it. Look how urgent Tang Yuan is. Hurry and give it a bite. Grandma Qiao brought the freshly cooked sweet and sour ribs and oil-braised shrimp to the dining table. Seeing Su Kiki tease Tang Yuan with the treats, she couldn't help but say, all right, I'll give it to him right now. Su Kiki spread her hands, gently tore open a corner of the plastic packaging of the cat treats, and a thick jelly squeezed out. Ow! Tang Yuan made delighted chewing noises while eating. This tuna-flavored jelly was Tang Yuan's favorite. Every time it finished several pieces, it still wanted more. In order to have another bite of delicious food, it would meow and follow Su Kiki in circles. Tang Yuan, look how good Grandma Qiao is to you. I'm a bit envious. Su Kiki patted Tang Yuan's chubby head, muttering to herself, you're actually jealous of Tang Yuan. Grandma Qiao came out of the kitchen with a plate of minced meat steamed egg and said to Su Kiko, quickly wash your hands, it's time to eat. All right. Su Kiki quickly replied, and she could already smell the aroma of the sweet and sour ribs in the living room. The main course for them tonight was the 4 dumpling bags they received earlier, which Grandma Qiao had just heated up. Su Kiki took a big bite of the bun filled with spinach. It tasted really good. The kitchen skills of the municipal office are not bad. I can't believe the dumpling bags can be made this delicious. Saying this, Su Kiki picked up another piece of rib, sweet and sour. It was perfect with rice. No, it should be perfect with the buns. Hurry and eat. If they get cold, they won't taste good. Grandma Qiao reminded. Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao took half an hour to finish their dinner. After tidying up, they arrived in the living room around 8 in the evening. The massage chair they had gotten from Sakura Country last time was now set up in the living room. Each of them had a massage chair. Su Kiki was working on her shoulders while Grandma Qiao focused on her foot acupressure. She then opened the tablet and placed it in Tang Yuan's cat ear nest, letting it watch its favorite cat and mouse show. Soon it was 2 in the morning. Heavy snow began to fall quietly in the world. Su Kiki was sleeping soundly in her warm bed when she was suddenly awakened by the sound of a woman and a child crying. The sound seemed to be coming from the first floor. Su Kiki was particularly sensitive to sounds, that generally people on the 20th floor would never hear such noises. At this hour, even if a couple were arguing, they shouldn't be hitting a child, right? Su Kiki was a bit puzzled, but she didn't plan to meddle. She lay down again, preparing to continue sleeping. However, not long after, the noise downstairs grew louder, and it seemed there were more than 1 or 2 families involved. Su Kiki suddenly felt something was wrong. Who are you? Why are you prying open my door? Crack. Crunch. Someone is killing. Su Kiki suddenly sat up from her bed. Was there a robbery downstairs? In her mind, a flash of lightning struck. She remembered that in her past life this didn't happen at this time. Could it be that after her rebirth all timelines would move forward? Then would the earthquake also come earlier? Oh no. Su Kiki felt cold sweat bead on her forehead. She could never shake off the shadow of the earthquake. It seemed she really had to start looking for a new place to live. But now the most important thing was to deal with the immediate situation. Su Kiki quickly got up from her bed, found a short down jacket from the space, put it on, and then went next door to wake Grandma Qiao. As expected, the other people on the 20th floor hadn't heard the banging sounds from below. After being awakened by Su Kiki's violent knocking, they were all still in a daze. Kiki, what's going on that you woke us up in the middle of the night? Lu Mei pulled the zipper of her down jacket up to her neck, looking around nervously. Qinli stood behind his parents, yawning with dull eyes. Shi and Meng Yi, wrapped in their blankets, opened the door to reveal 2 questioning faces. Kiki, what are you doing up at this hour? I heard banging sounds downstairs, and I'm afraid there are unscrupulous people visiting in the middle of the night. No. Really? Meng Yi and Shi were startled, instantly becoming alert. Chenda ran to the peephole of the security door with a flashlight peering outside, but all he could see was darkness. Su Kiki took a handgun from her jacket pocket and handed it to Qinli. Protect your parents. Got it. Qinli treasured the gun Su Kiki gave him, chambering around with a click. Since the last time Su Kiki taught them to shoot, Qinli hadn't touched a gun again. Is someone really here to rob us? It seems quiet outside. Chinda asked in confusion. They're still downstairs around the 3rd or 4th floor. There are a lot of people coming and the footsteps sound very mixed up. They will probably come up to our 20th floor soon. They trusted what Su Kiki said. Meng Yi first thought of his own gun, which Su Kiki had asked him to keep after the last shooting practice. Then I'll go get my gun too. Meng Yi put down the blanket wrapped around him and hurried to his bedroom, where his gun was hidden in the bedside table. Su Kiki hung the bright flashlight on the corridor ceiling for convenient lighting. Achinda had installed several hooks up there some time ago. Shi, can you shoot? Su Kiki asked. I. Shi stammered, unsure whether it was from the cold or fear. Old Chin, let's go get a kitchen knife too. If they want to rob our 20th floor, they'll find no door to enter. Lu Mei rushed back to grab a kitchen knife like the wind. Suki. Old Chin, let's go get a kitchen knife too. If they want to rob our 20th floor, they'll find no door to enter. Lu Mei rushed back to grab a kitchen knife like the wind. Grandma Qiao had hurried back to her room and temporarily made several bottles of spicy chili water with super hot peppers. Aunt Qiao, you really have ideas. As Lu Mei came out of room 2003 holding a kitchen knife, she saw several bottles of chili water in Grandma Qiao's hands and gave her a thumbs up in admiration. As the footsteps from downstairs grew closer, Su Kiki heard 4 or 5 individuals sneaking into the 19th floor. Who are you? Damn it, be honest. Bring out everything you have to eat or use. Choose between supplies or your life. Hearing the familiar phrase, choose between supplies or your life, sent a chill down Su Kiki's spine. In her previous life, they had put up a fight on the 20th floor initially, but they were no match for the intruders. When they had pressed a knife against Su Kiki's neck, it was the same question they had asked. Terrified, she had squatted on the ground trembling. Grandma Qiao, fearing for Su Kiki's safety, had no choice but to hand over all the relief supplies she had hidden. Others were the same, they had no choice but to surrender as those who had resisted had been killed by this group. Due to a shortage of personnel, there were no patrols from government officials during the early hours. It wasn't until the next morning that the police came to inquire about the situation. About 10 people had died downstairs in Changhong community. Although Su Kiki and the others on the 20th floor had escaped a calamity, all the hard-earned food supplies at home had been snatched away. Come on. We will seek revenge for our grievances and pay back our enemies. Su Kiki's gaze was icy as she continued to watch outside through the peephole of the security door. Now others had also heard the commotion on the 19th floor. What had initially been a cacophony gradually fell to silence. It was unclear whether they had all been silenced or whether they had obediently surrendered the supplies. In any case, there seemed to be an abrupt stillness downstairs. Only Su Kiki could tell that the situation below was dire. Bang! 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 Another rapid sound of footsteps echoed. They're coming up. Su Kiki waved her hand at the people behind her, signaling them to retreat. Kiki, you should also retreat to the back, Grandma Qiao softly called out. Shh. You all retreat first. Su Kiki insisted. Damn it, how dare the 20th floor install a security door in the hallway. It seems they have hoarded quite a lot of goods here. A rough male voice came from outside the security door. Then the sound of a hammer banging on the door echoed. Su Kiki ran to Grandma Qiao to grab 2 bottles of chili spray and swiftly dashed to the security door. Kiki, what are you doing? Come back. Grandma Qiao hissed. Su Kiki thought that if the security door continued to be hammered like this, it would definitely be destroyed. It would be better to open the door herself than to have to repair it later. I'm going to open the door, everyone get ready. Su Kiki said, turning back before starting to unlock the door. Oh no. Just as the intruder responsible for breaking the door swung his hammer, the door suddenly opened from the inside. He lost his balance and fell onto the hallway floor along with the hammer. The beam from a strong flashlight hanging from the ceiling was intense. As the security door opened, the individuals outside suddenly found themselves blinded by a burst of light. Dammy. It's so bright. It seems the 20th floor really has something going on. That woman downstairs was right. There must be a lot of supplies here. Get lost with your tricks. Su Kiki jumped out from behind the security door, her 2 bottles of chili spray already opened. Swish. 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 She disregarded everything else and sprayed the chili water directly at the eyes of those outside. A cacophony of screams erupted at the entrance. Everyone covered their eyes and began to shout in panic. Dammy. What's all this noise? You guys are the loudest on the 20th floor. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were being robbed. Brother Hai, along with a few younger brothers from downstairs, rushed up with flashlights thudding heavily. Dammy. Who did this? Seeing his subordinates covering their eyes and shouting, 2 of them even rolling on the ground, Brother Hai's anger flared, his neck veins bulging, and the large machete in his hand glinted ominously in the night. Brother Hai, it's chili spray. These people are playing tricks on us, one of the subordinates covering his eyes said through gritted teeth as he approached Brother Hai. Everyone pick up the knives on the ground. When have we, the Shark Gang, ever been humiliated like this? Brother Hai commanded, leading 3 subordinates into the hallway wielding their shining machetes. You guys have some nerve daring to play tricks on us. Brother Hai, confident in his authority, approached Su Kiki. After they finished this big heist, the leader of the Shark Gang would be replaced. Seeing the delicate Su Kiki, an idea to take her back as the leader's wife suddenly formed in his mind. Brothers, take off one of her arms first, then we'll talk about this girl. Ha ha. Brother Hai was in high spirits, not noticing that Su Kiki had suddenly acquired a handgun in her hand. Ming Yisher, Huan Chinli, and Grandma Qiao all raised their guns upon seeing the subordinates rushing over with knives. Lu Mei and Chinda were protected behind the 4. Don't block us. We're not afraid of those with knives. Lume exclaimed with confidence, believing they had a 50-50 chance as long as the others didn't have guns. Usually she was adept with a kitchen knife, effortlessly chopping chicken and duck. Her main strategy was one of steadiness. "Be brother. They actually have guns, they're even more ruthless than us." Seeing Meng Yi and the others armed, the three subordinates retreated back towards Brother Hai. "Dammy, why are you retreating? Are you scared of a few toy guns? We can't even get our hands on guns, so how could these people have them? It's obvious they are just toy guns meant to intimidate us." Brother Hai dismissed the threat of Sukiki's gun, turning back to throw his machete directly at Meng Yi. "Watch out," Sukiki shouted, and then the gun in her hand went off with a sharp crack. "It can't be real." Brother Hai, filled with disbelief, collapsed after being shot in the heart. Brother Hai." Several of the subordinates panicked. They had only encountered robbers with kitchen knives in this building, and this was the first time they had encountered someone who shot directly. Now that Brother Hai was dead, should they advance or retreat? Just then a sharp whistle echoed from downstairs in the community. "Damn it. The patrol team is here. Everyone retreat," shouted other members of the shark gang from downstairs. Hearing this, these few wanted to flee but were too afraid to move, with guns pointed at them by Sukiki and the others. "Do you think the 20th floor is just any place where you can come and go as you please?" Sukiki suddenly revealed a devilish smile, making the people shudder. This woman was terrifying. "Throw down your knives and put your hands on your heads against the wall." Meng Yi and Qinli threatened, aiming their guns at the few individuals. Good. Well, throw them. But be careful not to set off your guns." The few shark gang members trembled as they tossed their machetes to the ground. Grandma Qiao and Lu Mei rushed back inside, rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find a lot of woven. These individuals were forcefully tied up by Sukiki and the others, including those with embarrassing eyes on the ground and the one who had initially charged in with a hammer. When the government patrol team arrived, they were taken aback to see 7 or 8 members of the shark gang bound on the 20th floor. The person who claimed to be the captain of the patrol team asked curiously, "How did you do this?" "Chili spray sprayed in their eyes." Sukiki shook several bottles of chili spray that she had mostly emptied in front of the captain. "What about this one who got shot? Don't tell me it was taken down by chili spray too." The captain squatted down and turned over the already lifeless Haigo to check. "This person came in threatening us with a gun. We sprayed him with chili spray, and in the chaos, everyone rushed to grab the gun from his hand, and then we heard a bang. We were all scared to death at that moment. Captain, you must stand up for us. He shot himself. You can't blame us." Sukiki theatrically emphasized the situation. After finishing her speech, she threw a threatening glance at the few shark gang members squatting in the corner, implying this is how it happened to anyone who dares to speak out. Watch your head. Is that how it went? The captain still felt that Sukiki's statement was a bit far-fetched, so he turned to the few members of the shark gang squatting on the ground. Seeing that they were all nodding repeatedly, he reluctantly ordered the body to be taken away, and those shark gang members were taken with them. "Is there anything missing from here?" the captain asked symbolically. No. The people on the 20th floor collectively waved their hands. "Then there's nothing else, so we'll withdraw for now. Tomorrow morning our people will come back to take detailed notes, so please cooperate." Okay. The people on the 20th floor wore smiles, eager to send the captain away. "I almost forgot, what about the handgun left by the deceased?" The patrol captain suddenly turned back to ask as he reached the anti-theft door. "Gun? Where's the gun?" The scene was too chaotic, and with a death, we didn't really pay attention to where the gun went. Sukiki continued to feign ignorance. "Then you don't mind if we take a look inside the room?" The patrol captain suspected that the people on the 20th floor had hidden the handgun. He could understand, after all the world was so chaotic now, having a handgun could provide some sense of security. However, for someone who didn't know how to use it, holding a loaded gun was very dangerous. Isn't there a saying, accidental discharge? No problem. Sukiki and the others tried to keep smiling and made way for the patrol captain. Before the patrol team arrived, Sukiki had already put the gun into her space and had returned to 2001 to turn off the mobile air conditioner. To avoid freezing the Tong Yuan, she directly put it into the space as well. The patrol captain had several team members check each room with flashlights, but they did not find the handgun. Since they couldn't find the gun on the spot, the patrol captain had no other choice but to leave with his team. "Finally, we got rid of this Buddha." Lumi let out a long sigh and swiftly closed the anti-theft door. This anti-theft door had really been through a lot recently, either being chopped at with an axe or pounded with a hammer. Seeing many uneven places on the door, Chen decided, thinking that he would need to take a hammer tomorrow to make the door surface a bit more even. The others began to clean the bloodstains in the corridor. Seeing this, Sukiki ran back to her room and brought over a large bucket of water. "It'll be more convenient to wash with water." You all stand back, I'm going to pour the water. Wait. Kiki, your water is clean, it's too wasteful to use it to wash the floor. We have dirty foot washing water at home originally meant for flushing the toilet, but now it's perfect for washing the blood on the ground. Lu Mei felt pained seeing Su Kiki waste water and quickly stopped her. Well, I really didn't think of that. Then Aunt Li, you can take this bucket of water a Grandma Chiao, and I don't use much water anyway. I didn't mean that. You take the water back yourself, we still have drinking water stockpiled at home. Lu Mei hurriedly stopped Su Kiki as she walked towards her house with the water bucket. Su Kiki didn't care, she was just trying to find an excuse to deliver some water to Lu Mei's house, and later she would find another reason to send some to Shi Huan's house. By the time they finished cleaning the corridor, the sky had begun to brighten and the heavy snow that had started falling at midnight had stopped. A few people were burning firewood in Lu Mei's house, gathered together to roast potatoes and sweet potatoes, chatting and laughing, looking not tired at all. Qinli was wiping the handgun Su Kiki had just given him with a piece of cloth, doing it again and again. This was a real gun. He actually possessed a real gun. Such a thing had only existed in games before. Su Kiki not only gave him the handgun, but also provided him and Meng Yi with plenty of bullets, saying it was for their self-defense in the future. Su Kiki thought that if she and Grandma Chiao moved away, there was a chance that she would never meet the other people on the 20th floor again in this apocalyptic world. A shrewd person like Lu Mei had already realized that Su Kiki was definitely not a recent graduate who, however, her cleverness lay in the fact that she saw through everything but did not expose it. At 8 a.m., someone specifically responsible for this violent robbery incident came to inquire about the details. Lu Mei repeated what Su Kiki had previously said to the visitors, and the other people on the 20th floor had gone back to catch up on sleep. Later, Su Kiki heard that not only had the Chahong community been robbed in the early hours, but several nearby communities had also been robbed. The number of civilian casualties exceeded 100. From the captured suspects, it was learned that they belonged to both the Shark Gang and the Tiango. For the safety of citizens' lives and property, the municipal office planned to recruit more patrollers. They required male applicants aged between 20 and 45, with a preference for those who had practiced Sanda. The benefits included 3 meals a day with 30 pounds of rice and 20 liters of drinking water provided each month. Qinli and Meng Yi both planned to sign up. However, Lu Mei and Shi Huan were not very agreeable. They had witnessed the ruthlessness of those robbers in the early hours, and what if they encountered them while patrolling? Mom, there aren't that many bandits. If I go for a day, I can manage my 3 meals. I'll also earn food and water for a month. How great is that? Our family's living conditions will improve. Meng Yi also told Shi Huan the same thing for similar reasons. In the afternoon, Qinli and Meng Yi excitedly went to the municipal office to register. The hall on the first floor of the municipal office was already packed with people, and a long line had formed at the entrance of the interview room. Excuse me, sister, are you here for the interview too? Aren't they not hiring women? Meng Yi asked the woman in a floral coat who stood in front of him and Qinli. Why shouldn't they hire women? What makes me less than you men? The woman in the floral coat pulled up the sleeves of her cotton jacket, revealing her muscular arms. Wow! You've got this, sister. Meng Yi and Qinli both expressed envy. Of course. I can fight. If I pass today, you two can stick with me in the future. The woman in the floral coat became increasingly proud, as if she were the boss here. Meng Yi and Qinli chose to remain silent, not wanting to engage further. They felt that this woman spoke as if she had a background in the underworld. It was better to avoid people like her. Qinli glanced around at the people in line and was surprised to see not only the woman in the floral coat, but also elderly people and children. It seems like everyone is here, Qinli whispered to Meng Yi. Your wording is off. What do you mean by everyone? Those from the 20th floor haven't come, so are they not people too? Meng Yi corrected him. You think a bit more flexibly? Qinli shook his head, showing a look of disinterest as he continued to wait in line. Soon the few people who had gone in ahead emerged with gloomy faces, having learned they were not selected. Is it really that difficult? Probably too many applicants, they have to cut some. Both Meng Yi and Qinli suddenly felt uncertain. Some time later, it was finally the turn of the woman in the floral coat who stood in front of Meng Yi. I'll go first. She turned back and smiled at the two of them before walking directly into the interview room. This sister seems quite confident. Several men before her were cut, and yet she, a middle-aged woman, still has a chance. I wonder where her confidence comes from. I hope she doesn't come out crying. Ha ha. Ha ha. The people in line began to discuss the woman in the floral coat again. Meng Yi and Qinli were not interested in joining the conversation and had no mood to discuss. Next, it would soon be Meng Yi's turn, and he felt inexplicably nervous, his eyes fixed on the door of the interview room without moving. Qinli felt similarly. As his turn approached, his heart raced. If this were before the disaster, would this count as a civil servant interview? Time passed slowly as the two indulged in their thoughts. With a creak, the door to the interview room opened and the woman in the floral coat walked out with a beaming smile. "You two little brothers. Good luck. I'll be waiting for you in the patrol team." With that, the woman in the floral coat swaggered away amidst the envy and jealousy of the men. Next, Meng-yi stepped into the large door with a nervous heart. Chin-li silently cheered for him in his... Inside the interview room, Meng-yi faced 4 examiners, 2 of whom he recognized. One was Mayor Chen Guodong and the other was the patrol team leader who had come to the 20th floor that night. His title displayed on the desk read as the captain of the criminal police team Fang Yong. The other 2 examiners whom he didn't know were Li Zheng, the head of the Municipal Human Resources Department, and Chen Cheng, a psychological counselor. "Take a seat," Chen Guodong said, indicating for Meng-yi to sit on the chair opposite them. "Please tell us your name, age, and any special skills," Li Zheng from the Human Resources Department asked. "My name is Meng-yi, I'm 28 years old, and my special skill is..." As he mentioned special skills, he recalled what Sukiki had advised. However, with Captain Fang Yong present, Meng-yi dared not say his special skill was shooting, fearing that Fang Yong would suspect him of being involved in the murder committed by the Shark Gang on the 20th floor. Thinking about these interests and relationships, beads of sweat streamed down Meng-yi's face. "Do you have no special skills?" A young man responsible for taking notes looked up and asked. I do," Meng-yi hurriedly replied. "I can sell cars." Ha ha, ha ha. All 4 of them burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Do you have any other skills?" the psychological counselor Chen Cheng asked with a smile. Her voice was soft and pleasant to hear. I can also do archery." Meng-yi quickly changed his mention of shooting to archery. "Oh, that's a nice skill. Can you demonstrate it here?" Chen Guodong asked with interest. I can." They had the staff bring in a bow and arrows from outside, and they affixed a target on the wall. Meng-yi stood 10 meters away and began to aim and shoot. Now he was no longer nervous, and with a swish, 2 arrows hit the bullseye. Chen Guodong led the... After Meng-yi answered a few questions about his family and why he wanted to be a patrol officer, Mayor Chen Guodong informed him that he was accepted and should report to the municipal office tomorrow morning. Chen Li's interview process was basically the same as Meng-yi's. Since Fang Yong was present, he didn't mention his shooting skills either, but like Meng-yi claimed his specialty was archery. However, he had not practiced archery for long, and due to nerves one of his arrows missed the target. Fortunately, in the end, he was also accepted. At home waiting for news, Lu Mei and Shi Huan seemed more anxious than the 2 of them. Sukiki brought many bags of chicken feet with flavors like spicy pickled pepper and honey glaze. These were her favorite snacks while binge-watching. Grandma Qiao brought peanuts, sunflower seeds, and potato chips. These snacks were not easily spoiled, so it wasn't awkward to bring them out now. The group gathered again in Lu Mei's living room. With the fire burning, sitting around it eating snacks and chatting felt perfectly warm. "I wonder if my Chin-li will get selected." Lu Mei circled back to the topic. As expected of a mother, no matter how old her son was, he was still a child in her eyes, worrying about him at every little thing. "I think it will be fine," Sukiki said with her mouth full of chicken feet, her words muffled. "Then I believe it. What Kiki says is reliable." Lu Mei laughed, her eyes suddenly crinkling with several crow's feet. Thinking of the many premium skincare products she had hoarded in her space, Sukiki hurried off to room 2001. "This child is so energetic. I wonder what she's up to now," Grandma Qiao explained to everyone, noticing their puzzled expressions. Before long, Sukiki came back swaying a large bag. "What good stuff is in this bag?" Lu Mei asked curiously. "Good stuff. I believe all women will love it," Sukiki said, mysteriously stirring the curiosity of the other women. Chinda sat on the side watching and smiling without saying anything, occasionally peeling a few peanuts to eat. He couldn't join in on the women's conversation. After eating, he tossed the peanut shells into the fire pit, creating a series of crisp sounds as the flames flared. "Wow, wow," Shi Huan gasped as Sukiki pulled out skincare products from the bag. "Isn't this the skincare used by high-end ladies? Any single item would cost over 10,000. She had often seen posts on a certain platform mentioning that such prices deterred most people, and Shi Huan was among that majority. Sukiki surprisingly pulled out several sets with ease, and Shi Huan was incredibly envious. "Kiki, does your family have a mine? How could you stock up on such expensive skincare?" "No mine, but there are a few hardware stores, haha." Sukiki laughed, not wanting to elaborate on having a mine. "Are these facial creams expensive?" "They look no different from those selling for $29.9 with free shipping online," Lu Mei said, inspecting a bottle of lotion from the set box. "Aunt Lu, the bottle you're holding is priced at $16,999. Shi Huan reminded her. "Oh my, just this tiny bottle costs over 10,000. Lu Mei was taken aback and quickly returned the lotion to the set box in front of Tsukiki. She couldn't risk taking it, what if it broke, and she couldn't afford to pay for it. Aunt Lu's sister Sherwan, you can take a few sets to use. I have more at home, and it would be a pity if they expire. What? These are all for us. Sherwan felt this happiness came too suddenly. Being friends with a rich girl was indeed delightful. Kiki, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Besides, I usually just use some cheap stuff. I wouldn't even dare to use something as pricey as this. Lu Mei waved her hands, repeatedly unwilling to accept such expensive skincare products. You all keep it. Kiki, these were also given to me by others. I've used them for several days, and they really work well. Grandma Chiao chimed in to support Tsukiki. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. Sherwan eagerly took 2 sets from inside, leaving 4 more. Lu Mei followed suit and only took 2 sets, insisting that the rest must be taken back by Tsukiki for her own use. With no other choice, Tsukiki could only agree. Around 5 in the evening, Meng Yi and Qin Li returned weary from their journey. Son, Xiaoming, how did it go? Lu Mei rushed forward first, followed closely by Sherwan. Tsukiki and Grandma Chiao sat nearby, smiling silently. Just by looking at the 2 young men's demeanor, they already knew the outcome. Such is the chaos of anxious affection, Lu Mei, usually so perceptive, failed to read the signs. We. Qin Li deliberately drew out his words, teasing his mother with a playful delay. What we? Spit it out already. This suspense is killing me. With her impetuous nature, Lu Mei nearly lunged to pinch his ear at his maddening hesitation. And Mom, don't get mad. I'll tell you, I promise. Seeing his mother's fierce stance, Qin Li instantly surrendered, raising both hands high. We passed the assessment. This time Qin Li and Meng Yi spoke in unison. Really? Lu Mei and Sherwan exchanged triumphant high fives as if sealing a shared vow. Son, you're amazing. Qinda stepped forward, clapping Qin Li heartily on the shoulder. Sherwan was even more exuberant. She leapt into the air and wrapped Meng Yi in a jubilant embrace. Congratulations. Come on, have some chicken feet to celebrate. These are my personal reserve. I never bring them out for just anyone. They're guaranteed to make you scream with delight. Tsukiki proudly thrust 2 packets of chicken feet into Qin Li's and Meng Yi's hands. Meng Yi gently set Sherwan down, then accepted the chicken feet with skeptical curiosity. Aren't these just the same ones sold at our neighborhood supermarket? And, personal reserve. Qin Li, by contrast, needed no preamble. He tore open the packaging with his teeth and bit down greedily, like a ravenous child, instantly devouring half the claw in one bite. Tender, succulent. The texture is perfectly chewy. Muffled through a mouthful, he hastily shoved the remaining half into his mouth, crunching vigorously, even swallowing the brittle bones whole. Grandma Chiao watched, chuckling softly. Watching these spirited youths frolic stirred within her the sweet echo of her own youth. Here, try some peanuts. Creamy, fragrant, absolutely divine. Only then did she remember she'd spent ages shelling a whole bowl of peanuts for them. Grandma Chiao, you truly know me inside out. No sooner had Qin Li finished his chicken foot than he snatched another handful of peanuts, cheeks puffed like a contented son. Leave some for the others. Grandma Chiao spent half the morning shelling those. Lu Mei tugged her guileless son aside. If you want peanuts, shell them yourself. Seeing their delight, Tsukiki slipped away quietly and returned with Qin Li's favorite spicy strips, Meng Yi's beloved beef jerky, and Sherwan's cherished salted egg cookies. Kiki, do you and Grandma Chiao never eat snacks? Under such harsh conditions, you still have snacks stocked away. I'm utterly awestruck. Sherwan asked while busily unwrapping her cookies. I'm fine, but Grandma Chiao eats very little. As Tsukiki spoke, she opened yet another packet of honey-glazed chicken feet and began eating. She held an unshakable devotion to chicken feet. Once started, she couldn't stop. Kiki, you're the undisputed hoarder. My place doesn't even have a single sunflower seed shell left. Qin Li cradled the spicy strips Tsukiki had given him, holding them beneath his nose, savoring their aroma, so much so that he almost hesitated to eat them. By the way, when do you start your posts? Lu Mei suddenly interjected. Ada. Tomorrow, to report in. Qin Li replied offhandedly. Then get to bed early tonight. Qin Li tore open a packet of spicy strips, staples of the homebound. You incorrigible child, can't you tell when someone's being kind? Lu Mei chided fondly. Spicy strips and cola, the quintessential staples of the homebound. You incorrigible child, can't you tell when someone's being kind? Lu Mei chided fondly, then scooped up a handful of spicy strips and cola, the quintessential staples of the homebound. You incorrigible child, can't you tell when someone's being kind? Lu Mei chided fondly, then scooped up a handful of sunflower seeds from the coffee table and ambled over to chat with Grandma Chiao. The next morning, Meng Yi and Qin Li rose unusually early. Neither excitement nor nervousness had granted them rest through the night. They hastily ate a slice of bread before heading out together. Changhong Residential Complex lay roughly 40 minutes walk from the municipal office, and today a rare stretch of clear weather graced the city, cold yes, but windless. Snow had been cleared from the main urban thoroughfares. Wrapped in down jackets and armed with masks and gloves, Qinli and Meng Yi felt no chill. The streets at dawn stood nearly deserted. Lingqing, scoured by typhoon, flood, and blizzard, now lay hollow and silent, its avenues echoing with emptiness. Who would wander outdoors in such biting cold? Meng Yi and Qinli arrived precisely at 7:50 am. At the municipal office's grand entrance, a mechanical wristwatch proved invaluable in this post-apocalyptic world. "You passed too, I knew you two had it in you." A cheerful voice rang out behind them. "Floral jacket auntie." Meng Yi and Qinli turned in unison. "Floral jacket auntie. My name is Qianru, I'm 38, definitely older than you two. Just call me Sister Qian. Please, skip the duh in the middle. Add it and I become Auntie Qian, instantly aging me decades." Qianru still wore her flamboyant northeastern floral jacket. Her nose was flushed crimson, her skin parched and flaking. She wore neither mask nor gloves, and frosty breath misted from her lips as she spoke. "Sister Qian, don't you wear a mask or gloves outdoors?" Qinli asked, puzzled. He assumed everyone lived as they did on the 20th floor, well stocked with food and winter gear. It hadn't occurred to him how seldom they ventured outside. Most people outside now struggled not only to stay warm, but even to fill their stomachs. In his past life, after the shark gang looted the 20th floor clean, they plunged straight back into destitution, forced to forage wild vegetables even amid the deep freeze. On the outskirts of Lingqing, a patch of land teemed with edible greens. From the onset of the freeze, crowds descended to dig until the soil itself grew bare, stripped raw by desperate hands. Back then, the 20th floor possessed neither thermal gloves nor face masks, not even decent down jackets, all seized by the shark gang. Wearing tattered cotton-padded coats was considered fortunate. Where would we even find such things now? Having food is blessing enough. Didn't you hear about the robbery that night? Even if anyone had gear, it's all been stolen. Only then did Qianru notice how thoroughly bundled up these two young men were, down jackets, gloves, masks, impeccably insulated. Unlike most others who wore ragged, grimy clothes. Surely these must be signs of privilege. Who else in this shattered world could maintain such comfort? Sister Qian's absolutely right. We only own this one set of cold weather gear for going out. At home, we just wrap ourselves in quilts and call it done. Meng Yi subtly tugged Qinli's sleeve, signaling him to speak less and reveal less. Let's head in, standing around at the gate is freezing. 8 o'clock's nearly here, they'll likely assemble any moment. With her easygoing, unbothered temperament, Qianru probably wouldn't scrutinize whether their words held truth or artifice. In the main hall on the first floor of the municipal office, about 60 people had gathered to check in. Meng Yi and Qinli walked in behind Qianru. "Why is there a woman here? Please don't put me on the same team as her, I don't want to be dragged down if something goes wrong." Seeing a woman enter, the other men in the hall cast strange looks at Qianru. Meng Yi and Qinli found a corner, avoiding standing with those who were whispering to each other. "What are you two doing huddled in this corner?" Qianru's loud voice drew attention back to Meng Yi and Qinli. "Could it be these two men are with her?" "It seems so, I saw them talking on the day of the assessment." "Then let's keep our distance from them to avoid getting stuck with this odd bunch later on." "Who are you calling an odd bunch?" Qianru placed her hands on her hips, deliberately showing off her muscular arms as she glared at the men who had just been discussing them. "What's wrong with me saying that? A woman coming here to stir up trouble, she can't eat just anything." "Say that again." With a swift motion, Qianru dislocated the man's arm. Why are you hit? A group of men surrounded Qianru, Meng Yi, and Qinli, seemingly trying to gang up on them. Qinli gripped Meng Yi's leg tightly, trembling with anxiety. Why was he caught in this situation when he hadn't done anything wrong? "We haven't caused any trouble. Don't be afraid." Meng Yi patted Qinli's arm, speaking softly. "All candidates who have passed the assessment, please line up in the center of the hall, 10 people per group, and line up in order." Just as Meng Yi and Qinli were in a tense situation, someone in the central hall began shouting through a loudspeaker. "Damn it. Consider yourselves lucky today, just wait and see how I'll deal with you in the future." The man grimaced as he held his arm, seemingly part of a small group with those who had surrounded Qianru. Qinli looked toward the loudspeaker and was surprised to see Captain Fang Yong of the criminal police standing nearby. Did that mean they would all be under Fang's command from now on? What kind of luck is this? Both Qinli and Meng Yi felt intimidated by Captain Fang, especially since the person from the shark gang had died on the 20th floor and they couldn't entirely escape responsibility. Every time they encountered Fang Yong, they felt nervous, fearing he might uncover something and come after them for old grievances from the 20th floor. Why do we only have 3 people in our team? Ming Yi and Qinli just realized they had been so focused on whether Fang Yong would bring up past issues that they had mindlessly lined up in a vacant spot. I think 3 people is just fine, Qian Ru, who stood in front of them, said with a smile. She looked down on those who held her in disdain. Wasn't it agreed that there would be 10 people per group? What's with the 2 teams on the far left? Can't you understand? The extra 7 should automatically join the 3-person group over there. The loudspeaker blared again toward Meng Yi and Qinli. Fang Yong also glanced toward the innermost group of 3, recognizing the 2 boys from the 20th floor of Changhong community. On the day of the assessment, the mayor had personally approved them. Fang Yong thought Meng Yi was barely acceptable, but he couldn't understand what the mayor saw in Qinli, who had performed so average. Why are we so unlucky? Yeah. Why should we have to group with them? The 7 extra people from another team muttered as they reluctantly lined up behind Qinli. What are you making noise about? Those who don't follow orders get out of here right now. Fang Yong snatched the loudspeaker from the person beside him and shouted. The scene instantly fell silent, as everyone had come here for their daily meals, receiving 30 pounds of rice and 20 liters of water a month. In this post-apocalyptic world with such a harsh survival environment, only by clinging to the government could they live a little better. If there are no complaints about going home, then listen quietly as I talk. Today is your first day reporting to the municipal office. I believe many of you have never worked as patrollers before, and next we will assign a group leader to each group. After finishing, Fang Yong signaled 6 patrollers in patrol uniforms to walk toward the new 6 groups. Once the 6 group leaders were in place, Fang Yong picked up the loudspeaker again and said, "This morning you will follow your group leaders to get your patrol uniforms and self-defense weapons. In the afternoon, your group leaders will take you to the assigned routes for trial patrols." Wow! Weapons. Do you think it could be guns just like in movies with SWAT teams? Bang, bang, bang. They could take down a whole row of people. If there are guns, can you even use one? I think it's probably just batons or something. Hearing the mention of weapons, the crowd began to discuss again, shaking their heads at Fang Yong. Before the disasters, he would have looked down on every single one of them. Now, with bandits rampant outside and the municipal office and police force severely understaffed, they had no choice but to select a few ordinary citizens from among the lawless to expand the patrol team. You can now go to the cafeteria for breakfast, but you only have 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, everyone should follow their group leaders directly to the armory to collect equipment. The loudspeaker was back in the hands of the previous person, and Fang Yong took a glance at Meng Yi and Qinli's group before leaving. Where is the cafeteria? Everyone rushed to ask their group leaders, with Qian Ru being the first to speak up as she stood behind her group leader. Just follow me. I'm going to get breakfast too, the group leader said as he walked out of the hall. The others quickly followed. 60 people marched in a line behind their group leaders through the front hall corridor, winding around 2 office buildings before finally arriving at the cafeteria in the municipal office's backyard. It was breakfast time, and the cafeteria was already full of various staff from the municipal office. No one would have been this eager to arrive on time for breakfast before the disasters. Now being able to enjoy a meal at the municipal office was a stroke of good fortune. To save diesel fuel, the kitchen had stopped using electricity to cook. After the flood receded, everyone had helped build a few wood-burning stoves in the back kitchen. Now Chef Lao Zhang was leading 2 assistants, displaying a large pot of vegetable buns. Today, each person's breakfast consisted of 1 vegetable bun and a bowl of soybean milk. Why do I feel like the municipal office eats buns every day? I remember we were also given buns when we cleared mud and shoveled snow. What are you talking about? This isn't before the disasters. Just having buns to eat is already great at home. I can only eat compressed biscuits. If you don't want yours, bring them back for Sir Huan tonight. No way. If I don't eat breakfast, how will I have the energy to patrol? Meng Yi and Qinli bickered while grabbing buns and searching for a place to sit. The others also found their spots and started eating buns heartily. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the other residents on the 20th floor gathered at Lu Mai's home, waiting for Meng Yi and Qinli to return from work. They were eager to hear about their first day of patrolling and whether anything special had happened along the way. Lu Mei and Grandma Qiao were already busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. A strong flashlight brought by Su Kiki hung from the kitchen ceiling. The curtains here were blind, so when closed they blocked out most of the light from outside. To facilitate Su Kiki hanging the flashlight, Chinda had specifically installed hooks in many places on the 20th floor. Su Kiki's flashlight was solar-powered, but during the flooding there was no sunlight at all, and Chinda couldn't understand why it remained so bright every day. Could it be that this flashlight is a treasure? Just 1 exposure to sunlight allows for unlimited power. In any case, he found Su Kiki's flashlight quite magical, and during the day when it wasn't in use, Chinda borrowed it to study. However, no matter how he studied it, it was just an ordinary solar flashlight. Yet his own solar lamp at home only emitted a faint light during the flooding, sometimes not even turning on. In fact, Tsukiki's lamp wasn't truly unlimited in power, as she simply placed the flashlight in her space to soak up sunlight every day, something everyone was unaware of. In the past few days, they had collected a total of 30 eggs on the 20th floor, and today Grandma Qiao announced she would make tea eggs for everyone. The children, including Tsukiki, all loved tea eggs, and Lu Mei mentioned that her husband Old Chin also enjoyed having a few when he had the chance. Eating tea eggs used to be commonplace at home, but in the apocalypse, when everyone struggled to have enough to eat, being able to have tea eggs at home was something many would envy. Now Lu Mei had already cleaned and boiled the 30 eggs, and Tsukiki carried a large basin of eggs. She and Shi Huan cracked the eggs against the corner of the coffee table while warming themselves by the fire, making a rhythmic sound: thump thump. Thump thump thump. Only when the eggshells were shattered could the tea eggs absorb enough flavor. Grandma Qiao was preparing the seasoning in the pot, and Tsukiki had previously stocked a lot of spices in her space, which could finally be put to use. Peppercorn, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, all were added along with a bit of Grandma Qiao's rare tea leaves, salt, cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, rock sugar, and drinking water. The portable stove was turned on, and the mixture was boiled on high heat for 15 minutes. Once the seasoning had fully blended and released a rich aroma, Tsukiki and the others had also finished cracking the eggs. Grandma Qiao poured all the cracked eggs into a large pot, and the thick broth instantly enveloped the 30 eggs completely. Then she adjusted the heat to medium-low and let it simmer for about 20 minutes before turning off the heat. After 1 or 2 hours, they would be ready to eat. Those who could hold out without being too greedy could leave them overnight for even better flavor the next day. In any case, the people on the 20th floor couldn't wait until the next day to eat. They guessed that as soon as Qinli and Meng Yi returned, they wouldn't even wait an hour before digging in. The rice was already cooking on another portable stove using a pressure cooker. Since the power outage, Lu Mei's long-stored pressure cooker had finally been put to good use. Before, when there was electricity, families usually cooked rice using rice cookers, which were simple and convenient, so hardly anyone used pressure cookers. Lu Mei had only bought hers for the occasional chicken stew. In fact, compared to other methods, rice cooked in a pressure cooker was even more fragrant. Once the tea eggs were ready, Lu Mei began preparing smoked meat stir-fried with mushrooms. The smoked meat was made from the pork that Tsukiki and the others had worked hard to bring back. During the flooding with no sunlight, they could only marinate the leftover pork in soy sauce and then smoke it. They continued to smoke the pork until it became quite hard, which helped it last longer. The mushrooms were dried shiitake mushrooms that Tsukiki took from her space. When used, they would swell up after soaking in warm water. These packaged dried shiitake mushrooms could be stored for a long time. Tsukiki had given several bags to both Lu Mei and Shi Huan, reasoning that Grandma Qiao had stocked up on them, and they would spoil if not eaten. Shi Huan was easier to convince. As long as Tsukiki provided a good reason, she would generally believe it. Lu Mei, being a businesswoman, was quite astute in various aspects. She had some doubts about Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao occasionally providing them with supplies, but she would never directly confront them about it. In the face of natural disasters, when everyone lacked clothing and food, how could one harbor ill intentions toward those who helped without asking for anything in return? As for why they had so many supplies, that was their business. Sometimes not digging too deep was beneficial for both oneself and others. We're back. As soon as Meng Yi unlocked the door and stepped inside, Qinli shouted from the hallway, my Qinli is back. Lu Mei asked Grandma Qiao to keep an eye on the food in the pot and dashed out to welcome her son, who was having his first taste of government rations. Sure enough, Tsukiki's emotional intelligence was only somewhat useful with Grandma Qiao. Wow! Tea eggs. Mom, do I smell the aroma of tea eggs? Who was already at the door. Sure enough, Tsukiki's emotional intelligence was only somewhat useful with Grandma Qiao. Wow! Tea eggs. Mom, do I smell the aroma of tea eggs? Qinli had only taken a few steps when he caught a whiff of the rich tea egg aroma wafting from his kitchen. Indeed, a foodie's nose was sharp. With everyone gathered, it was almost time to eat. Grandma Qiao brought a large plate of stir-fried mushrooms and smoked meat to the table. Qinli couldn't wait to run over and stuffed a piece of smoked meat into his mouth. You child, your hands haven't been washed for days. How dirty. Lu Mei gave Qinli's arm a playful smack from behind, chiding him. Mom, don't you know that eating something dirty doesn't make you sick? In this apocalypse, who has the luxury of washing their hands with clean water? Qinli made a face at his mother and held up the self-heating rice he was carrying. Mom, look. The dinner we got today is quite a feast, right? Lu Mei quickly added government rations. Seeing the mother-son duo so engaged in conversation, Tsukiki entered the kitchen to help Grandma Qiao take out half of the just marinated tea eggs, leaving the other half to absorb flavors in the broth. Everyone hurry over for dinner. Chinda shouted to the living room while holding bowls and chopsticks. Seizing the moment before everyone arrived, he opened the pressure cooker and began serving fragrant rice. Aunt Lu. Today's meal is so lavish. Meng Yi and Shi Huan had just shared some whispers at the door and stepped into Lu Mai's living room, where they were greeted by the sight of tea, eggs, and stir-fried, smoked meat on the table. His mouth watered as he swallowed several times. He had only eaten steamed buns with pickles at the municipal office for lunch, and he was already starving. Each person only got 2 small steamed buns, and in the afternoon we walked while patrolling with the group leader. Although nothing dangerous happened, it really wore out our feet. Little Ming, quickly come and sit down. Everyone is happy today, so let's eat something good. Chinda smiled broadly, inviting everyone to sit down for dinner. In his heart, he felt that the current patrollers were truly no less than civil servants before the disasters. This smoked meat is really fragrant. Chinli was the first to pick up his chopsticks, devouring the smoked meat with delight. Sukiki peeled a tea egg for Grandma Qiao and then took one for herself. The few of them gathered together, enjoying the warm dinner while listening to Meng Yi and Chinli recount their experiences during the patrol. Sukiki peeled a tea egg for Grandma Qiao and then took one for herself. The few of them gathered together, enjoying the warm dinner while listening to Meng. Understood. Understood. They replied as they used their chopsticks to roll the tea eggs in their bowls. Taking a bite, they were filled with the refreshing aroma of the tea eggs. Sukiki hadn't stepped outside for several days except for dinner with Grandma Qiao at Lu Mai's place. During the day, while feeding the fish in the space pond with Grandma Qiao, she noticed that the mist outside the capsule house had dissipated a bit. This time she and Grandma Qiao, along with Tang Yuan, walked far into the forest where the midday sun shone through the tree shadows, emitting golden reflections. The two of them and the cat moved slowly through a grove of snow pines, the branches and leaves dense and the tree trunks clearly textured. As they passed a small path, Tang Yuan spotted a little squirrel running while holding a pine nut. With its big shiny eyes, gray and white fur, and 2 small perky ears standing on its fluffy head, it looked incredibly adorable. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Tang Yuan mistakenly thought it was one of its kind and rushed over in excitement. Tang Yuan, don't run around. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao were startled. They had never explored this primitive forest in the space before. What if a ferocious beast suddenly appeared? It would be very dangerous for Tang Yuan. Thinking of this, Grandma Qiao became even more flustered. She chased after Tang Yuan, not even noticing when the underbrush scratched her feet. Along the way, Sukiki noticed many plants and trees she didn't recognize, ancient and mysterious, as if they had been standing for thousands of years. Fortunately, Tang Yuan stopped after running for a while. It followed the squirrel to the edge of a small stream, and both Sukiki and Grandma Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. The stream babbled crystal clear to the bottom. Sukiki moved a large stone with her hands, splashing water and startling a small fish that had been resting below. Looking upstream along the direction of the stream, not far away in the mountains, there was surprisingly a long waterfall cascade. Several little squirrels were bouncing around on a big tree, playfully turning the pine nuts they held in their paws. Tang Yuan approached the base of the tree, meowing and wanting to get close to them. Seeing that the little squirrels ignored it, Tang Yuan stood upright, paws scratching at the base of the big tree, determined to climb up. Sigh. Grandma Qiao sighed upon seeing this, saying, cats grow up and no longer listen to their grandmas. Sukiki looked at Grandma Qiao's disappointed expression, resembling a mother who has raised her child only to see them suddenly find a girlfriend. She felt both amused and exasperated. Tang Yuan, let's go. We'll come back to play with them next time. Sukiki picked up Tang Yuan, intending to return to the capsule house with Grandma Qiao. This primitive forest felt both mysterious and dangerous to Sukiki. She didn't dare to proceed recklessly into the unknown. Meow. Meow meow. Tang Yuan, held in Sukiki's arms, turned its big head back to look still reluctant as the little squirrels moved further away. After returning to the capsule house, Sukiki went to the basement to fetch the medical kit. Grandma Qiao had 2 scratches on her ankle caused by the underbrush while chasing after Tang Yuan. These scratches are nothing to worry about. No need to treat them, they'll probably heal on their own, Grandma Qiao joked, completely unconcerned about the scratches on her foot. She picked up Tang Yuan, who was sitting by her feet, and patted its big head, saying, Tang Yuan, don't run around like that again. There are big tigers in the forest, and they specifically come to eat adorable little cats like you. Tang Yuan seemed to understand it had misbehaved and caused Grandma Qiao to get hurt, staying low with its head down by Grandma Qiao's feet. Grandma Qiao even used the big tiger to scare Tang Yuan, and Sukiki couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding her stomach. What are you laughing at, girl? Did I say something wrong? Aren't there big tigers in the forest? Grandma Qiao said deliberately in a huffy manner. She shifted her injured foot to the other side, saying it was a minor injury and didn't want to waste any ointment. Sukiki mimicked Grandma Qiao's grumpy tone and retorted, it's not like we can't afford it. What's the big deal about a little scratch? What if it gets infected? You might not want that foot anymore. Sukiki exaggerated the consequences, making Grandma Qiao question if she had sustained a serious injury. In the space, they cleaned Grandma Qiao's wound, disinfected it, and finally applied ointment and bandaged it. Once everything was taken care of the two of them, and the cat finally came out from the space. In the afternoon, Sukiki and Grandma Qiao went to 2004 to start planting vegetables again. The temperature had risen slightly over the past few days, but it was still very cold outside. It should be fine to plant some cold-resistant potatoes and radishes indoors. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao took some seeds and water and began a new round of planting in the 2 rooms of 2004. Lu Mei and Shi Huan were responsible for hydroponic bean sprouts and taking care of the 10 chickens. These chickens had grown plump under their care and laid eggs every day, which were essential for improving their diet on the 20th floor. These chickens only needed to be fed twice a day, with their diet consisting of homegrown vegetable leaves and poor-quality rice that had been soaked in water. Although the feed wasn't great, these 10 chickens were quite impressive, continuously laying big, smooth farm eggs. Shi Huan treated them like treasures, fearing that someone might have the audacity to have ideas about these chickens. Sukiki remembered that once Meng Yi and Qinli were eyeing these chickens, thinking about whether they would be better braised or stewed, and were chased out of 2004 by Shi Huan wielding a mop. Since then, the entrance of 2004 had a sign that read "No entry for men." During dinner that evening, Meng Yi and Qinli brought good news, saying that if it didn't snow in the next few days, the municipal office planned to hold a market in Fangwan Pedestrian Street. Those who had surplus supplies or other idle items at home could bring them to the market to exchange with others, similar to the barter system of ancient times. The officials would also have stalls, and anyone with items could trade with them. As expected by Sukiki, the market and the exchange of goods or credits were emergency measures initiated by the officials in response to the frequent natural disasters occurring earlier than in her past life. In her past life, the market seemed to have taken place at the end of the extreme cold period, when the temperature appeared to be gradually returning to normal just before the extreme heat hit. Neither she nor Grandma Qiao had anything of value to exchange with others. The wild vegetables they dug up could only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice at the government, and that rice was of the soaked variety. Even for this poor quality rice, many people queued to exchange for it. If you hesitated for even a moment, the opportunity would be snatched away by others. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the other residents on the 20th floor gathered at Lu Mei's home, waiting for Meng Yi and Qinli to return from work. This was different from the brief insect plague that had occurred due to the flood. Cockroaches had multiplied excessively throughout the city. People without food resorted to frying them for their meals. Fortunately, the weather has been quite pleasant these days. Although it is a bit cold, it hasn't snowed. The municipal office chose a sunny day to hold a market at Fangwan Pedestrian Street. Recently, the frequently used loudspeaker has been passed around by several people, promoting the market throughout the streets and alleys of Lingqing. Naturally, regarding the government's organization of the market, there are those who are happy and those who are worried. Those who are happy certainly have items to exchange, while those who are worried have nothing at all. Originally, everyone relied on receiving relief food to survive, but now suddenly some people are living better by exchanging items than others. This might sow some negative hidden dangers, but all things considered, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Meng Yi and Qinli's group was assigned to the market for duty. Sukiki and Grandma Qiao got up early today. They also planned to visit the market. In their past life, they only had some wild vegetables to exchange, and aside from the official stalls, nobody wanted anything else. Sukiki also wondered why this root vegetable, which looks like a radish, has such good cold resistance. Everyone had never seen it before. It seemed like this wild vegetable only appeared due to this natural disaster. It was precisely these wild vegetables which could not be killed by the cold that saved many people like Sukiki and Grandma Qiao, who had little resources. However, in this life, Sukiki just wanted to take a good stroll with Grandma Qiao, hoping to pick up something good along. Originally, Sukiki didn't plan to go out so early. After all, she had everything in her space and could sleep until she naturally woke up before going out. However, Lu Mei was urging them, and they were almost about to leave with Meng Yi and Qinli. Lu Mei carried a bamboo basket lined with 2 old clothes and filled with 20 eggs laid by her chickens, planning to exchange them for some other food at the market. Shi Huan had been rummaging through the house since last night to find things. Sukiki noticed she was carrying a leather backpack bulging with unknown contents. To avoid looking out of place, Sukiki found a few pairs of marten boots that she had stocked up on earlier, which were not in her or Grandma Qiao's size. Marten boots should be in high demand in the extreme cold. To avoid looking out of place, Sukiki found a few pairs of marten boots that she had stocked up on earlier, which were not in her or Grandma Qiao's. Among the few women, Chinda, who was usually quiet, seemed even more inconspicuous. Hearing Lu Mei say that the wooden box contained a tea set, Chinda, who enjoyed drinking tea, had hoarded several sets of various tea utensils. They had some at home and also at the clothing store. Familiar customers would stop by to drink tea together during festive seasons. Lu Mei reminisced about their previous life, which was still quite pleasant. She and Chinda managed a small shop, earning enough for their basic needs with some leftover, not much, but sufficient for their family of 3. After running the shop for a long time, they had become friends with many customers who came to buy clothes, and they would call each other during holidays to check in. Chinda had also rummaged through the house for a long time last night, and after much deliberation, he finally chose this tea set, planning to see if he could exchange it for some supplies at the market. Survive. Chinda had also rummaged through the house for a long time last night, and after much deliberation, he finally chose this tea set, planning to see if he could exchange it for some supplies at the market. Actually, these things were worth some money before the apocalypse, but now hardly anyone is willing to take them. In the apocalypse, exchanging for food is the priority. Tsukiki was certain that among the items they brought, only Lu Mei's eggs would be the most sought after. Fongguan Pedestrian Street is not far from Changhong Community, and it only took Tsukiki and the others half an hour to walk there slowly. Along the way, they encountered several people hurrying to the market with large and small bundles. Everyone seemed to have an unspoken agreement to glance at each other's bundles. Before the natural disaster, Fongguan Pedestrian Street was considered one of the more bustling commercial streets in Lingqing, with various shops lining both sides covering all needs. Food festivals, anniversaries, cultural festivals, large commercial live broadcasts, etc. were basically held here before. After the natural disaster, all the shops along the street were flooded and all merchants suffered heavy losses. The main street here was just cleared for the market, and there was still a lot of snow that hadn't melted on both sides of the road, making it look dirty from being trampled on. The official stalls were particularly eye-catching, offering supplies such as rice, instant noodles, quilts, cotton padded jackets, flour, potatoes, radishes, spinach, and bok choy. From a distance, Tsukiki saw a long line forming in front of the official stalls. Some people came with just a few steel bars, while others were carrying a large bundle of wood, looking around. In the queue, there was also a particularly eye-catching girl wearing a pink puff sleeve-down jacket, looking a bit dirty, holding a giant teddy bear in each hand. Several others were also bringing the wild vegetables they had dug up to exchange, just like Tsukiki did in her past life. In short, there was a variety of items, but generally these things couldn't be exchanged for much at private stalls. The official stalls were more inclusive and usually allowed exchanges for some food, albeit at low prices. Next, people at the back, don't push forward, everyone will get their turn. This delicate voice sounded somewhat familiar to Tsukiki. That's right. It's Feng Yalu, the girl who slapped a troublemaking citizen during the cleanup of garbage and sludge in Changhong Community. Tsukiki intentionally pulled Grandma Qiao a few steps forward just in time to see Feng Yalu estimating the price of 2 plastic heat-insulating boards held by someone. Dressed in a dark blue down jacket with her hair tied in a ponytail, aside from her skin being a bit rougher than before, she hadn't changed much. They agreed to meet at the official stalls an hour later, and if they hadn't exchanged their items, they would come to the official stalls to exchange. Tsukiki had no objections, and after leaving the official stalls, she and Grandma Qiao began to wander into the market. As for these private stalls, it must be said that the variety of items was truly diverse, making it feel like everyone had brought out their cherished possessions from home. At the first stall, on a small folding wooden table, lay some necklaces and jewelry, gold, silver, and a few jade bracelets. The stall owners were a middle-aged couple looking to be in their 40s. The man appeared worn and his cotton coat was a bit dirty. The woman wore a long black down jacket and long winter boots, exuding a good demeanor. It seemed like it was her first time setting up a stall, as she appeared somewhat shy. In the apocalypse, being able to dress so well was rare, aside from people like Tsukiki, who had the advantage of space, and those wealthy tycoons who had stockpiled enough supplies. Clearly these two were neither of those. Tsukiki guessed that they must have had some money before the apocalypse. However, the sudden disaster meant they hadn't stockpiled much. But judging by their clothing and condition, the man clearly cared for his wife. He probably usually wouldn't allow her to participate in official labor, and this time setting up a stall was likely at her strong insistence. Excuse me, are you looking to exchange? All of these are real gold and silver, well preserved, and are all 90 new. The man noticed Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao looking at their stall and immediately approached them. Although they set up their stall early in the morning, they have yet to exchange for any useful supplies. Many people simply bypass the gold and silver jewelry at their stall, some even complaining in this apocalypse who still wears jewelry. Those who stopped to take a closer look were even fewer. Thus the man needed to seize this opportunity. Perhaps if he said a few more kind words, he could exchange for some supplies, as there was little food left at home. These pieces of jewelry could indeed be exchanged for some supplies at the official stalls, but the official prices were low and the couple was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Let's take a look first, Sukuku said lightly. Sure, feel free to look around. The man revealed a sincere smile, stepping back to stand with his wife. Sukuku casually picked up a jade bracelet, which glimmered with a green hue under the gentle sunlight. She wasn't well versed in jade, but her first impression of the bracelet was that it was beautiful and would suit Grandma Qiao well. So she showed the bracelet to Grandma Qiao beside her, saying, "Shall we try it on?" "Me? Try it on?" Grandma Qiao pointed at herself and asked, "Aren't you showing it for yourself?" "I thought it suited you at first glance," Sukuku replied with a smile as she looked at Grandma Qiao. The stall owners exchanged a glance, feeling quite pleased. It felt fulfilling to have something they had cherished for so long be appreciated by someone who liked it. "Then, let's give it a try." Grandma Qiao removed her left-hand glove and Sukuku eagerly placed the jade bracelet onto Grandma Qiao's wrist. Setting aside the quality of the bracelet, it was clear that its style and size fit Grandma Qiao perfectly. No matter how one looked at it, Sukuku felt it was suitable and Grandma Qiao seemed to like it too. Grandma Qiao may not have understood jade, but she figured this vibrant green color must be quite valuable. "What do you plan to exchange for this bracelet? Do you want food or other supplies?" Sukuku asked. We would like to exchange for 10 packs of instant noodles," the man replied, looking at Sukuku. 10 packs of instant noodles. Sukuku confirmed again. The man thought he might have set the price too high, considering that instant noodles were in high demand. Typically, those who had instant noodles would also want to exchange for other foods, such as vegetables and meats. No one would willingly trade food for jewelry. "If you think that's too much, we can settle for just 2 packs. We have 2 children at home who have been craving instant noodles for a long time." The man's wife seemed to muster her courage to explain to Sukuku. For the sake of the children, both Sukuku and Grandma Qiao felt a bit moved. "How about this? If you give me that silver bracelet as well, I'll give you a box of instant noodles." Sukuku pointed at the small silver bracelet lying in the corner of the table. "Really?" The eyes of both the woman and the man brightened simultaneously, afraid they had misheard. In this apocalypse, a box of instant noodles was worth far more than all the jewelry on their table. They didn't expect this girl to only ask for 2 bracelets, one of which was silver and not worth much. "Of course it's true." Sukuku glanced at the large black bag she had set on the ground. Luckily, the Martin boots inside were all in boxes, so she cleverly exchanged them for a box of instant noodles without anyone noticing. "Here is a box of instant noodles. Make sure to keep it safe. You should head back early and not draw attention from others." Sukuku handed the black bag to the man and the woman leaned in to see that it was indeed a full box of instant noodles. "Thank you so much." The couple excitedly thanked Sukuku and Grandma Qiao, repeatedly thinking they had encountered good people today. "No need to be polite, we've taken your things as well." Sukuku waved the silver bracelet she had put on her wrist in front of the couple. After Sukuku left, the couple hurriedly packed up their stall and headed home. Carrying a large box of instant noodles, they didn't dare linger too long outside. Taking advantage of the fact that their neighbors were busy at the market, they quietly returned home to avoid being seen with something so desirable. "Isn't it beautiful? We each have a bracelet today." Was indeed a great find. Sukuku cheerfully pulled Grandma Qiao along, continuing their leisurely stroll in the apocalypse. Ahead were stalls selling antiques and scrolls, summer clothing, and even supplements like cordyceps. Some people were trading their kitchenware. "Do you think this cat food is edible for humans? Who would trade white grains for cat food? This woman must be out of her mind for food." True. In this world, people can barely feed themselves. Who would keep pets? A man and woman walking ahead of Sukuku pointed at a small stall, speaking loudly as if they didn't need a loudspeaker. Upon hearing the words cat food, Grandma Qiao became even more interested than Sukuku. She grabbed Sukuku and rushed toward the spot where the man and woman had just been. "Oh, is that you?" Both Sukuku and Qian Xiaoluo exclaimed simultaneously. Qian Xiaoluo truly did not expect to encounter Sukuku here. The beautiful girl who had come to her shop to buy cat food during a typhoon had left a deep impression on her. She regretted not adding Sukuku on WeChat back then, and now fate had brought them together. "How can you exchange for this cat food?" Grandma Qiao asked. "You can trade it for rice or water. Just give what you can." Qian Xiaoluo could tell that this elderly lady was with Sukuku. She had come to set up her stall today with the mindset of just trying her luck, unsure if anyone would want cat food. Since setting up her stall, passersby and other vendors had looked at her as if she were a fool. In a world where everyone was starving, who would keep pets? "Is this all the cat food you have? Do you have any stocked at home? If so, I want it all." Sukuku whispered in Qian Xiaoluo's ear. "There's more at the pet store, but I can't carry it all on my own over such a long distance." Qian Xiaoluo replied honestly. During the flooding, when the water level rose to the second floor, she had to find a way to move the cat food to a higher place. Fortunately, the landlord had a large stainless steel storage barrel on the third floor, which was about 1.6 meters tall, and Qian Xiao Luo managed to move all her stock into it. She herself had returned home with the rescue team's rubber boat. Her mother Shinsan Mei had not given her a good face since she hadn't brought back many supplies. If it weren't for the flood that had submerged the second floor where she lived, Qian Xiao Luo wouldn't have chosen to. Recently, the flood had finally receded, and Qian Xiao Luo cleaned the mud and debris from her shop, letting the affected house dry in the sun for a few days before eagerly moving back in. Fortunately, the flood hadn't reached the third floor, and everything she had stored in the stainless steel barrel was just fine. Inside were cat food and Qian Xiao Luo's blankets and clothes. Su Keke told Qian Xiao Luo that she could bring supplies to trade at her shop, as it was not beneficial for either of them to be here with so many people around. Great. I'll wait for you in the shop tomorrow. Qian Xiao Luo agreed readily. As Su Keke left to continue her stroll, Qian Xiao Luo also packed up her stall, as the wind here was quite strong and made her neck feel chilly. Su Keke and Grandma Qiao wandered through most of the market, but only exchanged for 2 bracelets, showing little interest in anything else. Unknowingly, the hour set to meet with Lu Mei and the others had arrived. Since there wasn't much she wanted to exchange, Su Keke planned to wait with Grandma Qiao at the official stall for Lu Mei and the others to return to the 20th floor. Can you even assess the value? This gold ring is so new, I've only worn it for a few days. It costs 5,000 at the jewelry store, and you only offer me 10 pounds of rice. You're treating me like a beggar. Qian Xiu's face flushed as she didn't know if it was from the wind or excitement, and she began to loudly question the neatly dressed staff member in front of her. We are all disaster victims, why should we struggle to survive while others can live so comfortably? Comrade, this is a natural disaster. Food is scarce, and gold has no value. We truly offered the highest price for this ring. If you think it's not worth it, you can take it back first. Feng Yalu returned the gold ring to Qian Xiu, her face cold, as she directly called for the next person. There were many people exchanging goods today, and she had no time to argue with this woman. I'm sorry, my girlfriend spoke a bit too loudly earlier. Is there any way you can give us a little more? Even just some extra vegetables would be fine. Didn't the staff member just say that if you don't want to exchange, the people behind you should come first? Hurry up and move aside. Are you not aware of the long line behind you? Many people in the queue began to push forward. Why are you pushing me? Is it unreasonable to negotiate the price? Why are you all shoving? Impregnant, if I get hurt, can you afford it? Qian Xiu turned around and yelled at the people behind her. What was wrong with the pregnant woman wanting a bit more supplies? If she had known this would happen, she should have let him pursue Su Keke wholeheartedly instead of trying to snatch her away. This time she really lost big, gaining nothing and being pregnant too. Many people in the queue were carrying things. In this cold weather, their hands and feet were frozen stiff, yet some people at the front occupied spots without exchanging anything and wouldn't leave. As Su Keke and Grandma Qiao approached the official stall, they heard the noisy argument from a few people in front. It seemed a woman was claiming her pregnancy and that no one dared to push her. After hearing this, Su Keke's lips curled slightly as she thought, who was so reckless. Being pregnant in the apocalypse is no joke. Not only is there a lack of medicine and nutrition, but even the most basic needs can sometimes be a problem. Everyone, please stop arguing. To the 2 in front, our assessment standard is like this. If you want to exchange, come over to sign. If not, please step aside. Another official staff member stood up and spoke loudly. Isn't this just profiteering in a disaster? I don't care if I don't get satisfactory supplies today, I won't leave. Qian Xiu pulled on Xin Luofei, and they stood motionless in front of the official stall. Xiu. This isn't good. Xin Luofei lowered his head, feeling quite embarrassed. But with parents and a younger brother at home, everyone was waiting for them to exchange some food to take back. Patrollers, there's someone causing trouble here. Please take these 2 away. Feng Yalu directly called for 2 patrollers to pull Qian Xiu and Xin Luofei away. The official stall couldn't allow such behavior. What are you doing? Don't pull me. If I lose my child, you will be murderers. Su Keke widened her eyes in surprise, as she really hadn't recognized the woman shouting in front of so many people was Qian Xiu. In her last life, after the disaster began, Qian Xiu had blocked Su Keke on WeChat, and they never saw each other again. In this life, not only did they meet, but it was in such a chaotic scene. Wasn't Qian Xiu supposed to be the delicate type who needed Su Keke to open even a bottle cap of mineral? Su Keke was furious at this plastic sister from her last life who didn't help her when she was kicked out by her adoptive parents and even blocked her. So after being reborn, she had never contacted Qian Xiu. At that time Qian Xiu was busy pursuing Xin Luofei, naturally having no intention of contacting Su Kiki. However, none of that mattered now. Su Kiki remained silent, standing in the crowd with Grandma Qiao acting as an uninvolved onlooker. Xiu, how about we just exchange at the price they mentioned earlier? 10 pounds of rice is better than nothing. Xin Luofei and Qian Xiu were pulled to the edge of the official stall by 2 patrollers, and then they were ignored. I will complain to the municipal office about you. Why am I so unlucky? Qian Xiu sat on the ground crying and shouting. Su Kiki could see that she seemed to be about 5 months. Moreover, the man who had just been pulled away with Qian Xiu was actually Su Kiki's senior Xin Luofei, the one who had pursued her throughout college. Suddenly Su Kiki felt as if she had figured something out. These two must have been together for a long time, right? Although she had no feelings for the senior in her last life, perhaps she cared more for Qian Xiu. If Qian Xiu liked Xin Luofei, she could have openly said so in front of Su Kiki. Su Kiki had also told Qian Xiu more than once that she had no interest in Xin Luofei. Why did Qian Xiu have to act so hard to matchmake herself and the senior while secretly pursuing Su Kiki? It's really you. Xin Luofei exclaimed as he pulled Qian Xiu up, glancing toward the crowd and catching sight of Su Kiki, who was deep in thought with her brows furrowed. In the apocalypse, Xin Luofei saw Su Kiki still looking as beautiful and aloof as she did in school, dressed in a light gray down jacket that looked clean and refreshing. This stirred up a wave of admiration for Su Kiki within Xin Luofei's heart. Qian Xiu could never have imagined that her next encounter with Su Kiki would be in such an awkward situation. Long time no see. Su Kiki's voice was icy, as if she were speaking to a stranger. Qian Xiu tugged at her clothing nervously, looking at Su Kiki standing in the crowd, still as glamorous as before. It seemed as if this damned disaster was only something these unfortunate people would experience. Why did Su Kiki get to live so comfortably? Qian Xiu looked at Su Kiki with eyes full of jealousy. Wasn't it rumored some time ago that Su Kiki wasn't her biological father's child? And then she was kicked out by that sister of hers. Could it be that she had quickly found a new support? In the apocalypse, being able to eat well and stay warm and to be clean all over indicated that this new support had significant power. Because in the apocalypse, money doesn't guarantee you can buy things, but power is different. Why could Su Kiki live a good life effortlessly while Qian Xiu could not find satisfaction in anything? Facing Qian Xiu, Su Kiki found herself at a loss for words. Many events had transpired, leaving a lingering resentment in her heart. Looking back at Qian Xiu, her eyes were wide open, biting her lip in anger as she shot a venomous glance at Su Kiki. Kiki, are you here to exchange for supplies as well? Suddenly Xin Luofei approached Su Kiki from Qian Xiu's side, wearing a concerned expression. Where are you living now? Are you doing well? At this point, this gentleman still wanted to present a warm persona in front of Su Kiki. Even Grandma Qiao felt embarrassed. Wasn't the pregnant woman his wife? What was he doing suddenly trying to curry favor with Kiki? Su Kiki furrowed her brows, a wave of sudden disgust making her want to lash out. Kiki Aunt Qiao, have you been waiting here for long? Just as Su Kiki was contemplating how to retort, Lu Mei and Shi Huan returned. The two of them were all smiles, walking hand in hand while Chinda followed behind carrying 2 black bags. From their expressions, it seemed they had successfully exchanged for satisfactory supplies. With Lu Mei's shout, Su Kiki completely ignored Xin Luofei in front of her and pulled Grandma Qiao to head outside. Ha ha. Ha ha. Su Kiki doesn't care about you at all. And you're trying to get close to her. Have some self-respect. Qian Xiu placed a hand on her waist, laughing maniacally. She truly despised how Xin Luofei always acted like a sycophant whenever he saw Su Kiki. What are you laughing at? If I weren't with you, would Su Kiki even acknowledge me? I was blind back then, believing your words that Su Kiki wasn't her father's biological daughter and had been kicked out of her home. If I had persisted in pursuing her back then, I would be living a lavish life with Su Kiki by now rather than worrying about whether 10 pounds of rice is too little. Xin Luofei was furious, pointing at Qian Xiu, wishing he could slap her. Now he regretted believing her nonsense. Initially, Xin Luofei invested effort into pursuing Su Kiki because of her family background and the fact that she was an only child. Her father Su Jianming owned numerous hardware stores in Lingqing along with a tea house and club. If he had married Su Kiki, he would have had it all. It was all Qian Xiu's fault, like a stubborn adhesive that wouldn't come off. Stop being so vain. Even without me, Su Kiki wouldn't look at you. Do you think Su Kiki is some virtuous woman? Ha ha. She's doing so well now, who knows which wealthy and powerful person she's gotten involved with. Qian Xiu's face twisted in anger as she watched Su Kiki gradually walk away. Quit spreading rumors. In the past you were all about Su Kiki, now you're so malicious. Qin Luofei couldn't be bothered to waste words with Qian Xiu, snatching the gold ring from her hand and going back to the line. Regardless, he needed to use the ring to exchange for some food today. 10 pounds of rice was better than nothing. There were still some wild vegetables at home. Once he returned, they could have a meal of steamed rice with wild vegetables, enough to feed the whole family for several meals. Qin Luofei, you scumbag, acting meek in front of others, but trying to play tough with me, huh? Qian Xiu ran up beside Qin Luofei, pinching and scolding him, creating quite a scene. The onlookers were too weary to intervene in the apocalypse, whose household wasn't a mess. Qin Luofei ignored Qian Xiu's ruckus, tightly clutching the gold ring. In his heart, he was already devising a plan for how to see Su Kiki again. He would establish a clear boundary with Qian Xiu and wholeheartedly pursue Su Kiki for a few days. Who knows, he might succeed. Isn't there a saying that even the most persistent woman fears a lingering man? Right. That's the plan. As Qin Luofei stood in line, he envisioned grand prospects in his mind, not caring if he ended up overindulging. In the end, Qin Luofei exchanged the gold ring with the officials for 10 pounds of rice. Infuriating. It's worth noting that this gold ring was purchased for Qian Xiu after she became pregnant by Qin Luofei's mother at a jewelry store. It was the only item their family had bought for them after they got together. Back then, before the typhoon had even begun, Qin Luofei's mother urged them to get their marriage certificate. Qin Luofei was not at all enthusiastic about getting the certificate, as Qian Xiu was not a local of Lingqing and her family was in the countryside and not well off. In fact, Qian Xiu was also hesitant about getting the certificate. She pursued Qin Luofei under the impression that he was a rich second generation. She saw him showering Su Kiki with gifts, from luxury handbags to branded perfumes, but Su Kiki, being proud, refused to accept anything. Little did she know that after putting in so much effort to win over Qin Luofei, she would discover that his family was just an ordinary one, if not a bit poor. However, she unexpectedly became pregnant with his child. During those days when Qian Xiu was pondering whether to keep the baby, a super typhoon struck. Stuck at home for several months, she had no choice but to give birth. With this natural disaster, she wasn't even sure if she could safely deliver the baby. It was all Su Kiki's fault. If it weren't for her, how could she have fallen for a scumbag like Qin Luofei? Without this scumbag, she wouldn't have to struggle to give birth in the apocalypse. On the way back, Qin Luofei and Qian Xiu each had their own thoughts and ignored one another. Su Kiki and Lu Mei had already arrived home. As soon as they entered the anti-theft door on the 20th floor, Lu Mei couldn't wait to show Su Kiki the supplies they had exchanged. The 2 black bags contained 4 cauliflower, 2 pounds of potatoes, 10 sausages, and 5 packets of pickled vegetables. Not bad. You exchanged so much. Both Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao were pleasantly surprised. After all, among the 3 of them, only Lu Mei's eggs had a market for exchange. Chen Da's tea set and Shi Huan's Bubble Mart blind boxes were basically unwanted. Today, we were quite lucky to encounter a benefactor looking for fresh eggs at the market. I told him that the 3 of us were together. If he wanted to collect eggs, he had to take the tea set and blind boxes along as well. Guess what? He agreed without a second thought. Moreover, he drove here with plenty of supplies. He clearly came from a wealthy family and wasn't lacking in goods. What did you 2 exchange for your Martin boots? I was so happy all the way that I forgot to ask. Lu Mei then realized that Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao seemed to have returned empty-handed. We did. Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao both displayed their left wrists, revealing a green jade bracelet and a silver bracelet before the 3. Chen Da, uninterested in these women's jewelry, decided to carry the bags back to 2003 first. He still needed to allocate a portion of the supplies to Shi Huan. What the heck? Why didn't you bring back some food? These bracelets won't do much in a critical moment. At this moment, Lu Mei regretted not bringing Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao along, otherwise they might have exchanged their shoes with that wealthy person as well. Exchanging for some food would be better than these 2 bracelets. However, Aunt Qiao, this jade bracelet of yours is still worth something. If there were no natural disasters, this color of jade bracelet would definitely fetch that price on the market. 5,000. Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao asked simultaneously. Yes, it's worth at least 5,000. But right now that bracelet could only be exchanged for 2 packets of instant noodles, and it had to be exchanged with the officials. No private exchanges would be accepted. Lu Mei lamented over Su Kiki's shoes. Su Kiki and Grandma Qiao could do nothing about it. After all, Lu Mei was a shrewd businesswoman who couldn't allow those around her to suffer losses. The next morning, Su Kiki had a hearty breakfast at home, wrapped herself up snugly, and planned to head out to find Qian Shaoluo. They had agreed yesterday to visit the pet store today to exchange cat food. Looking through the window, she saw that small snowflakes were drifting down outside. The temperature was quite low today, so Su Kiki asked Grandma Qiao to keep Tangwan company at home while she would be back soon. Sukiki had been to Qian Xiaoluo's pet store before. Driving there was convenient, and it wouldn't pose any danger to trade there. Just be careful while driving on the road, Grandma Qiao said, holding Tangyuan as she saw Sukiki to the security door. Got it, you two head back inside, it's cold out here. Sukiki waved goodbye to Grandma Qiao and Tangyuan, urging them to return indoors to warm up. After leaving Chahong Community, Sukiki found a secluded spot to take out her SUV from her space. Today, she chose to drive the previously rented SUV, which was less conspicuous than a Mercedes G-Class. Once inside the car, Sukiki immediately turned on the air conditioning. It was really cold outside. Unsure of how much cat food Qian Xiaoluo had, Sukiki first took out a 20-liter barrel of cooking oil, 2 bags of 20 kilograms of rice, 2 pounds of hard-to-spoil vegetables like potatoes and lotus roots, and a barrel of 19 liters of drinking water along with a women's down jacket. At 8 a.m., the street was completely deserted. The falling snow quickly covered Sukiki's car windows. She hurriedly turned on the windshield wipers, preparing to start the car. The road was slick with moisture, and when the pristine white snow touched the ground, it turned into a mist soaking into the cold pavement. The trees on both sides had slowly accumulated a thick layer of white snow. Such a scene had once been the dreamy snow landscape Sukiki yearned for. Having seen it too often now, she had grown numb to it, and even felt a bit of disdain for such extreme cold weather. Unless one was snuggled up at home by the fire or with a portable air conditioner, it was truly torturous outside. Before heading out, Sukiki had stuck several heat packs inside her thermal wear, so she felt a bit warmer now. If there were people without so many warm clothes, they would truly suffer from frostbite in this weather. It would take about half an hour to drive to Qian Xiaoluo's pet store. Given the slippery roads in the snow, Sukiki drove more carefully, estimating she would arrive in about 40 minutes. Just as she exited the street of Chonghong Community, Sukiki spotted a patrol team from the municipal office marching in formation ahead. They were all uniformly dressed in thick cotton jackets, with patrol printed on them, wearing caps that could cover their ears, yet their noses were still red from the cold. Sukiki thought of Meng Yi and Qinli. Ever since they joined the patrol team, they had seen each other less. Presumably, they were also diligently patrolling some quiet street at this moment. Recollecting her thoughts, Sukiki continued to drive carefully. When she reached the entrance of Qian Xiaoluo's pet store, she glanced at her watch. It was 8:35 a.m., and it seemed she was a bit early. She wondered if Qian Xiaoluo had woken up yet. This area used to be filled with shops, but after the flood hardly anyone lived here anymore. Sukiki parked her car and saw a row of storefronts nearby. Some had no doors or windows, some had shattered glass everywhere, and some had doorways piled high with garbage and muck. This dilapidated feeling was completely different from when Sukiki had brought Tangyuan here. Even though it was pouring rain back then and most nearby shops were closed, everything had still seemed vibrant, unlike the desolation of the present. Could it be that Qian Xiaoluo woke up early and knew I was coming today, so she left the door ajar? That can't be possible. Isn't it dangerous to leave the door open like this? Sukiki hurriedly pushed the door open, thinking she would have to tell Qian Xiaoluo about the dangers of today's world, that even in broad daylight doors should be locked. Qian Xiaoluo, are you here? I came to exchange cat food. Sukiki wandered around the first floor of the store, calling out several times, but there was no response. Could it be that Qian Xiaoluo didn't live in the pet store? Oh no. Sukiki then realized she hadn't agreed on a specific time with Qian Xiaoluo yesterday. How long would she have to wait here? Sigh. Sukiki suddenly felt careless. It was cold everywhere here, and the sofa had long been ruined by the flood. Awaiting here would surely freeze her to death. She remembered that last time she came, Qian Xiaoluo had come down from the second floor. Should she go up to the second floor to wait? Sukiki tiptoed at the staircase, glancing up to see that the second floor would likely be better sealed and would block some of the wind. Then I'll go up to the second floor to wait. A Qian Xiaoluo shouldn't mind, right? Sukiki muttered to herself, lifting her right foot to head up the stairs. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. The sound of Martin boots on the wooden stairs echoed. Thankfully, it wasn't the middle of the night, otherwise the noise could be a bit frightening. As Sukiki thought about this, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Qian Xiaoluo, she exclaimed, almost losing her footing as she lifted her left foot. She saw Qian Xiaoluo wrapped in a quilt, her hair disheveled, her expression dazed, and the most terrifying part was that she was holding a blood-stained fruit knife in her hands. What happened? Sukiki was startled by Qian Xiaoluo's appearance. The room was dim with heavy curtains drawn, so she quickly ran over and pulled back a corner of the curtain. A beam of soft light streamed in, but the sight before Sukiki made her spine chill. On the floor in front of Qian Xiaoluo's bed lay a disheveled man in a pool of dark, dried blood. The ground was littered with shattered ceramic pieces and a chair with a broken leg. Sukiki could tell that there had been a fierce struggle here. I killed someone. I killed someone. Qian Xiaolua, who had been silent, saw Sukiki suddenly stand up from the bed, and the quilt that wrapped her silently slipped to the floor. She was only wearing a thin undershirt, one sleeve violently torn off, revealing multiple bruises on her arms. It's okay. It's okay. Sukiki hurriedly took off her down jacket, wrapped it around Qian Xiaolua, and took away the fruit knife that she was gripping tightly. As for the man lying on the ground, he was long dead. Sukiki tightly wrapped Qian Xiaolua in her down jacket, guiding her to follow her downstairs. The two slowly made their way to the store's first floor. Sukiki, who wasn't wearing a down jacket, was shivering with cold. Oh no, I forgot to put shoes on her. Looking at Qian Xiaolua's feet, which were frozen and turning purple, Sukiki quickly ran to her SUV parked at the store entrance and took out a pair of ultra-warm snow boots for her. Let's go. We'll talk in the car. Sukiki whispered in Qian Xiaolua's ear, pulling her toward the SUV at the store entrance. Qian Xiaolua fell silent again, her eyes blankly fixed on her toes as she followed Sukiki. Sukiki opened the car door, allowing Qian Xiaolua to sit in the passenger seat. She immediately turned on the air conditioning. Earlier, she had given her down jacket to Qian Xiaolua, leaving her in just a turtleneck sweater in the -20-degree weather. With Qian Xiaolua present, she felt uneasy about retrieving clothes from her storage space. Fortunately, there was a brand new down jacket, still wrapped in packaging, in the back seat. She had taken it out earlier to see if Qian Xiaolua needed to exchange it. Now it was just right for her to wear. Sukiki quickly reached over, removed the outer packaging, and eagerly slipped it on. Since getting into the car, Qian Xiaolua had remained silent, her head bowed, but her complexion was noticeably better than before, perhaps due to the warmth of the air conditioning. After putting on the down jacket, Sukiki took a bottle of mineral water from the back seat, placed it in front of the air conditioning vent for a moment, and when it was slightly less cold, handed it to Qian Xiaolua beside her. Drink some water. Everything will be fine, Sukiki said. Thank you. Qian Xiaolua responded, her second time speaking. You're welcome. After saying these 3 words, Sukiki found herself at a loss for what else to say. She felt incapable of offering comfort and didn't know what words would be appropriate at that moment, so she could only sit quietly beside her. Qian Xiaolua opened the bottle of mineral water, tilted her head back, and drank nearly half the bottle. At 4 in the morning, I was still fast asleep when that person broke in from downstairs. I had no choice. That person forced me. If I didn't kill him, I would have been. Qian Xiaolua suddenly began recounting the incident, her excitement causing her to cough and struggle for breath as if she had asthma. Stop. Please stop. Sukiki hurriedly patted Qian Xiaolua's back, gently attempting to halt her painful recollection. I understand everything, and don't dwell on this anymore. We can't stay at the shop any longer. Where is your home? I'll drive you back, Sukiki said anxiously. When it came to her home, Qian Xiaolua's first thought was that she didn't want to go back. But in the current situation, where else could she go without returning home? In an old residential building on Pinghua Street, Qian Xiaolua replied with difficulty. Great. I'll take you back right away. Do you need to grab anything from upstairs? I'll go with you. I just need to take a few clothes and a blanket. The cat food I owe you is still up there. Could you help me bring it down? Sukiki didn't expect Qian Xiaolua to adjust her emotions so quickly, indicating that she need not worry about her being unable to overcome the shadow of her act of self-defense. All right, let's hurry up. Once we finish here, you should go home and get some proper rest, Sukiki urged. Okay. Qian Xiaolua replied, her tone slightly dazed. Would she really be able to sleep well when she returned home? Qian Xiaolua internally mocked herself. That home had no room for her. Staying in the empty living room in such cold weather made her shiver at the thought. As the two returned to the second floor of the pet shop, Qian Xiaolua's body stiffened noticeably. Sukiki urged her not to look at the person on the floor and to quickly gather her things and leave. I understand. Qian Xiaolua gathered her courage and hurriedly packed her clothes. She originally intended to take the blanket too, but when she saw bloodstains on it while folding, she got frightened. She was so startled that she tossed the blanket far away. Are you okay? Sukiki asked nervously. I'm fine. Qian Xiaolua stuffed her clothes into a canvas bag and took Sukiki upstairs to get the cat food. There were 8 bags of 10-kilogram cat food and 4 bags of 5-kilogram chicken freeze-dried food. The two made several trips back and forth to the car. Sukiki's trunk was spacious enough to hold almost all the cat food. She intended to give the rest of the supplies to Qian Xiaolua. By the way, Qian Xiaolua, do you think these supplies can be exchanged for cat food? When they returned to the off-road vehicle, Sukiki pointed to the pile of supplies in the back seat. This is way too much. My cat food isn't worth that many supplies. Just give me half of what you have. In fact, Qian Xiaolua felt that even half was too much. Given how Tsukiki had helped her today, she thought it would be better just to give her the cat food. However, she truly had no choice. Her mother and younger brother were still relying on government rations to survive. If she returned without bringing some supplies, her mother would certainly not treat her kindly. My cat Tong Yuan really likes your cat food, so you can keep these supplies without worry. We both have our needs, so please don't feel any burden about it, Tsukiki said earnestly. Then I'll accept it. Thank you. Since Tsukiki had said so, Qian Xiaoluo no longer insisted. After all, those who could still afford to keep pets in the apocalypse certainly weren't short on supplies. Qian Xiaoluo silently noted Tsukiki's kindness and thought she would repay it someday. For now, the most important thing was not to starve. Don't be so polite, we're friends now, Tsukiki said as she took a towel from the car, quickly opened the door, and wiped the snow off the windshield. This wind is really cold, she muttered as she quickly finished wiping the snow and returned to the car. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll take you home first. Oh, okay, sure. Qian Xiaoluo was momentarily lost in thought at that moment. She surprisingly wished she could stay in this car indefinitely. Tsukiki didn't notice Qian Xiaoluo's days. As the snow fell heavier than before, she had to drive more cautiously. During the drive, Qian Xiaoluo only directed her and didn't say anything else. Tsukiki drove directly to the old neighborhood Qian Xiaoluo had mentioned, stopping at the staircase of her. Whose car is this? It seems that anyone who can still drive must be someone of wealth and influence, someone commented. Wealth and influence. Who would live in our rundown neighborhood? A resident on the second floor, despite the cold, had opened the window to see Tsukiki's car. Qian Xiaoluo opened the car door, one hand carrying cooking oil and the other hand lifting a 20-kilogram bag of rice as she prepared to head upstairs. Let me help you carry that, Tsukiki offered. It's cold outside, you just wait in the car. I'll go upstairs and call my mom and brother down to help carry it. Qian Xiaoluo smiled at Tsukiki, her hair blowing in the cold wind and covering half her face. All right then, hurry up, Tsukiki replied. Since Qian Xiaoluo said she didn't need help, she stayed in the car as she wasn't good at those polite exchanges. Before long, Tsukiki saw Qian Xiaoluo coming down with her mother and brother. Shinsame wore a large floral coat with a bright red square scarf wrapped around her head, and her cheeks bore a rough, cracked skin. She dragged the rice and vegetables from the back seat of the car to hand to her son Qianjin, asking him to take them upstairs first while she leaned her head towards the driver's seat. You must be Miss Sue, right? Thank you so much for bringing my little Luo back today. Hello, Auntie. Don't mention it. You can just call me Kiki. Tsukiki's reply was a bit stiff. She was never particularly fond of people who were overly familiar. Mom, you take this bucket of water upstairs first. I'll talk to Kiki for a moment and then come up. Qian Xiaoluo was afraid her mother would try to ingratiate herself with Tsukiki, so she hurriedly urged her to take the water upstairs first. All right, I'll go up first. Kiki, come and play at my house when you have time. After Shinsame finished speaking, she happily carried the large bucket of water upstairs. My goodness, isn't that the daughter of Shinsame from the 4th floor? I just saw them carrying several bags of rice upstairs. TSK, TSK, TSK. To be able to get so much rice now is truly extraordinary. That girl Same must have latched onto some big shot. The two people on the 2nd floor pointed at those moving things downstairs, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Let's go. Up to borrow some rice. We saw it with our own eyes. They can't possibly say no. Exactly. That bucket of oil should last a year and a half. Where else can we get oil now? Let's go, let's go. There will be a lot of people going to borrow soon. Tsukiki suddenly heard a loud bang as the upstairs window was slammed shut. I'm sorry I made you laugh. Qian Xiaoluo also glanced up at the 2nd floor, where those people usually looked down on her family, but now they were thinking of borrowing rice. Bah. Thinking too highly of themselves. It's fine. I'll head out first. It'll be harder to drive once the snow gets heavy. Tsukiki found an excuse to leave as she and Qian Xiaoluo weren't particularly close. Even counting today, they had only met 3 times. Then I won't invite you upstairs to sit. Oh, by the way, I haven't returned your clothes yet. Saying this, Qian Xiaoluo intended to take off her down jacket to return it to Tsukiki. You should wear it on such a cold day. I have more clothes at home. I'll leave now, you should hurry upstairs too. Tsukiki quickly stopped her. Qian Xiaoluo was only wearing a thin undershirt underneath. Was she trying to freeze herself? Thank you, Tsukiki. You are the first person to help me without asking for anything in return. Watching Tsukiki's car slowly leave the community, Qian Xiaoluo murmured to herself. Tsukiki returned to Changhong community just in time for lunch. Why did you take so long? I thought Qian Xiaoluo would keep you for lunch. Grandma Qiao asked with a smile as she put down the tangwan in her arms. Oh, something happened that delayed me. Tsukiki sighed as she took off her down jacket and hung it on the rack. The mobile air conditioner in the space was truly amazing. As soon as Tsukiki entered, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Now even if she had ice cream at home, she wouldn't feel cold. Why did you change your coat? Did something happen? Grandma Qiao asked anxiously. Tsukiki pulled Grandma Qiao to sit on the sofa and recounted everything that had happened at Qian Xiaolua's place that morning. The world is really chaotic, especially for young and beautiful girls like you. I'll have to apply more ash to your face when you go out in the future. Grandma Qiao sighed a few times and said she was going to cook, waiting for Tsukiki to return to prepare the meal. Kiki, the fish you are raising in the pond in your space is looking quite fat. Go get a fishing net and catch one, or we can have crucian carp soup for lunch. Alright. Tsukiki loved crucian carp soup. Drinking fish soup in extreme cold was both heartwarming and comforting. Tsukiki thought for a moment, and then she disappeared. Tong Yuan the cat looked at the suddenly vanished Tsukiki in the living room without any sign of panic. When she came out, Tsukiki held a fishing net in her hand, and the crucian carp in the net occasionally jumped as it dehydrated. Tong Yuan, a cat, had been happily playing with a yarn ball just a moment ago. Seeing Tsukiki bring a fish from the space, it felt that the yarn ball in its paws suddenly lost its charm. Meow. Meow. Tangyuan drooled as it followed Tsukiki into the kitchen. Does Tangyuan also want to eat fish? Grandma Qiao smiled and squatted down to pet Tangyuan's round head affectionately. After handing the fish to Grandma Qiao, Tsukiki took out a pack of freeze-dried food that Tangyuan loved. Meow. Meow meow. Tangyuan was quickly attracted to the freeze-dried food in Tsukiki's hand as they entered the living room. Tsukiki took a large spoon and scooped 2 big spoonfuls from the 5-pound bag of chicken freeze-dried food into Tangyuan's large bowl. Tangyuan eagerly buried its head in it, happily munching away. The crucian carp soup Grandma Qiao was making today didn't include tofu, but added fried eggs and white radish instead. Eggs and radishes are nutritious and paired with crucian carp soup, creating a delicious flavor. When it was ready, Grandma Qiao sprinkled some chopped green onions and cilantro on top, making Tsukiki's mouth water at the sight. As soon as it was served on the table, Grandma Qiao first placed 3 pieces of tender fish meat into Tangyuan's large bowl. Meow meow. Tangyuan happily circled around Grandma Qiao. Every time Tsukiki saw the scene of one person and one cat being so cozy, she always felt like the extra one. So she cleverly ran to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks, then entered the space to wash a bunch of grapes and cut a plate of salt and pepper fried chicken. Come Tangyuan, have a delicious fried chicken leg. Tsukiki proudly placed the special chicken leg that she had set aside into Tangyuan's large bowl, which was already filled with food. Mew. Meow meow. As Tangyuan ate, it looked up with its big round eyes sparkling with pink stars. At noon, the 3 of them enjoyed a happy meal at home. In the afternoon, Tsukiki took Grandma Qiao and Tangyuan into the space. Outside the capsule house, the land was very fertile. Grandma Qiao had already planned to grow many vegetables so that they could enjoy free vegetables in the future. Tangyuan played by the pond, occasionally stretching out a paw to tease the fish in the pond. Tsukiki reminded it to befriend the little fish in the pond. Grandma Qiao and Tsukiki separated to each side of the land, each carrying a small hoe to loosen the soil. Thinking about the endless fresh vegetables she and Grandma Qiao would have in the future, Tsukiki swung the hoe with renewed vigor. On the other side, Fongguan walking street. On the second day of the market, it began to snow. Today there were half as many vendors as yesterday. Although the official had set up tents for everyone, they still had to provide firewood and heat, which many people found unworthy. It was better to rest at home for a day and wait for the snow to stop. Early in the morning, Shin Luofei secretly left the house and went to the market alone. He thought Tsukiki would definitely come to the market to exchange supplies, so he might encounter her. At the official stall there was a firewood basin, and not many people came to exchange supplies on a snowy day. 2 staff members and a few patrolling guards gathered around the firewood basin to warm up and chat. Shin Luofei joined them to chat. It was warmer there than at home. His family couldn't afford to burn the firewood all day to save costs. The staff here didn't chase him away either. Upon hearing that Shin Luofei was waiting for a lost friend, they expressed sympathy. They even invited him to lunch and shared 2 large buns with him. Thus Shin Luofei didn't want to leave anymore. It was warm at the official stall with free food and drink, and he might even wait for Tsukiki, which was much better than arguing with Qian Siyu at home. Hell, never catch Jerry. Tangyuan, if it were you, could you catch him? Tsukiki asked with great interest, stroking Tangyuan's soft head. Meow. Tangyuan broke free from Tsukiki's embrace, stretching out its chubby little paw, striking a pose as if it could catch mice. Wow. It turns out our Tangyuan is a little master at catching mice. Tsukiki laughed as she lifted Tangyuan up for a tight hug. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Both Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao were taken aback. Usually no one from the 20th floor would come visiting at this hour. What was going on today? Grandma Qiao hurriedly turned off the stove and quickly closed the kitchen door, fearing that the fragrant smell of the stewing chicken would waft out, making it hard to explain. Tsukiki also quickly paused her tablet, swiftly stuffing it into the gap of the sofa. She switched the mobile air conditioner to cooling mode and took out a bright flashlight, hanging it from the ceiling. Once the indoor temperature dropped, Tsukiki, afraid that Tangyuan would get cold, brought it into the space as well. Just as she was about to open the door after everything was ready, Meng Yi's voice rang out again. Kiki, are you home? Your friend is here to see you. What? Tsukiki was instantly taken aback. Her hand on the doorknob froze. Her friend? Who would know she lived here? Tsukiki hadn't even told Su Jianming and Yiya about her living situation in Changhong community. Grandma Qiao hurriedly rushed to the peephole to look outside. Meng Yi and Qinli were holding flashlights, scanning around, and there was a man next to them. Why does this man look a bit familiar? Grandma Qiao pondered for quite a while in her mind. How could it be him? The senior from yesterday who was looking for Kiki. What did he want with her? Grandma Qiao quickly called Tsukiki over to the peephole. Xin Luofei. Tsukiki's mind buzzed. How could it be him? With a bang, Tsukiki opened the door, staring expressionlessly at the three in front of her. Xin Luofei, what are you doing here? And how did you know I lived here? Tsukiki asked coldly. Meng Yi and Qinli felt that they might have done a good deed that turned into a bad one. Before Xin Luofei could speak, Meng Yi said first. Kiki, I'm sorry. We thought he was your friend, so we brought him along after work. I'm not close with him, however you brought him here, just let him go back that way. Kiki, I just wanted to see you. It was too rushed yesterday, and I still have a lot to say. How about we go in and talk? Xin Luofei was holding a small bag of potatoes. His eyes kept glancing into the room behind Tsukiki. We have nothing to talk about. It's too late, and it's not convenient for you to be here. After Tsukiki finished speaking, she turned and went inside, slamming the door shut. Kiki, I know you're still upset about me being with Qian Siyu. Listen to me, I was deceived by Qian Siyu before. I've already cut ties with her. Can you forgive me? Xin Luofei was like a heartbroken lover speaking while knocking on the door. Meng Yi and Qinli stared blankly at the side. How could this guy be so persistent? It seemed they had been too careless today bringing him along. Meng Yi and Qinli had encountered Xin Luofei while patrolling and changing shifts at the official stall in the market that afternoon. He was looking for someone with a photo, which seemed to be a group photo from a debate competition at school. Tsukiki was only separated from Xin Luofei by one person. This person was actually Qian Siyu, but Meng Yi and Qinli did not recognize her. Meng Yi didn't know why, but he blurted out, is there something urgent you need to see Tsukiki for? It was this question from Meng Yi that gave Xin Luofei an opportunity. He was overjoyed, thinking he had indeed encountered someone who knew Tsukiki. Today he had asked many people who came to exchange supplies with the photo, but most people replied that they didn't know her and ignored him. Some people expressed sympathy, as it was indeed very difficult to find someone during a disaster when all communication had been cut off. However, this person, after looking at the photo, asked, what do you need Tsukiki for? The tone of his voice indicated that he definitely knew Tsukiki, and possibly very well. So Xin Luofei fabricated a story about a long-lost friend due to the disaster in front of Meng Yi and Qinli. The staff at the official stall were moved by his story. At that moment, Meng Yi and Qinli were slowly led into a pit by Xin Luofei, completely forgetting the malicious nature of people during apocalyptic times. They decided to take him home after work, thinking he might genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with Kiki. The two staff members even specially gave Xin Luofei a small bag of potatoes. Then the current situation unfolded, and Meng Yi and Qinli truly felt that their heads must have been slammed by the door at that moment. Otherwise, why would they come back to ask Tsukiki before bringing him over directly? Xin Luofei continued knocking on the door of 2001, rambling on, making Tsukiki boil with rage. Some people who were already shameless would only create trouble when given face. Tsukiki's face darkened as she casually pulled out a kitchen knife from the space, opening the door and shouting, Xin Luofei, if you keep making up stories here, I will chop you up. Get lost. But Xin Luofei was about to say something when his throat suddenly choked up. He hadn't expected Tsukiki to come out with a kitchen knife. This version of her was indeed a bit scary. Meng Yi and Qinli also saw Tsukiki this angry for the first time. Even when those thugs had come to the 20th floor to rob supplies, she hadn't been this furious. Kiki has already said she's not familiar with you. Hurry up and leave. Seeing the situation was not good, they quickly pulled Xin Luofei towards the security door. No. Xin Luofei still wanted to explain, but then he softened and found an excuse for himself, saying, Kiki, Don't be angry. I'll go back for now and come to see you again in a few days. At this time Lu Meichinda and Shi Huan also heard the commotion outside, and all opened their doors to come. Sukiki was fuming. She didn't bother to explain this absurd drama to everyone and directly went inside, closing the door. Why bother getting angry with such a rogue? If you get yourself worked up, it's not worth it. Quickly put down the knife. Your gaze earlier was quite frightening, and I was really afraid you would chop him up. Grandma Qiao gently patted Sukiki's back and said, Grandma Qiao, I think it's time for us to... Sukiki had never felt such an urgent desire to leave this place as she did now. The people on the 20th floor had actually gotten along quite well with her in both her past and this life. However, given the current situation, Sukiki felt it was time to move. There is no banquet that does not end. Since we're going to leave sooner or later, we might as well do it early. I'll listen to you. With you and Tangwan accompanying this old lady, I can go anywhere. Grandma Qiao looked at Sukiki with a determined gaze. Sukiki stored the kitchen knife in her space and took out Tangwan and the portable air conditioner. Meow meow. Tangwan kept calling around Sukiki. Sukiki took some cat food to feed it, which finally made Tangwan quiet down for a moment. Then I'll continue to stew the chicken. You plan where we should move. Your suggestion has me somewhat looking forward to. Grandma Qiao had lived in Chahong community for nearly 10 years, and the sudden move did make her feel a bit reluctant. To avoid burdening Sukiki with her feelings, she tried to show that she was excited about their future new home. Alright. Then I will seriously look for a place. There must be a suitable one out there. Sukiki thought about where they could go if they left Lingqing. But the more she thought, the more uncertain she felt. Where could they move to that would be safe during an earthquake? Sukiki frowned. After all, neither she nor Grandma Qiao had escaped from an earthquake in their past life. After thinking for a long time, Sukiki decided to enter her space to see if the capsule house could give her some hints. Capsule, can you help me find a place in Lingqing that won't be affected by earthquakes in the next few years? Sukiki sat on the sofa of the capsule house looking up at the transparent panel. Sure. Please check the LCD TV screen. The long-awaited mechanical voice sounded. Wow. You really know. Sukiki initially had little hope of living in Lingqing, but unexpectedly the capsule house immediately showed her the big screen. In less than a minute, the living room's LCD TV had switched to the Lingqing map. Sukiki saw a mix of red and blue blocks on the screen, some dense and others scattered, marked with various place names. Having grown up in Lingqing, Sukiki was surprised to find many places on the map that she did not know. After careful observation, she discovered that only one location on the entire Lingqing map was circled with blue lines. The Lianshan Villa District. Sukiki mumbled to herself. She knew this place. It was the kind of location in Lingqing that even the wealthy might not necessarily be able to buy. It covered a vast area encompassing most of the Lianshan. Despite its size, only 12 villas were built, each spaced far apart with a serene environment and strong privacy. It was said that the entire villa district was equipped with a dedicated security team with a security level higher than that of a bank vault. The developer of this villa district was Du Huiran, a real estate tycoon in Lingqing and the entire Huaihai province. After the Lianshan Villa District was completed, Du Huiran kept 5 units for himself. He lived in one unit with his wife, while each of his 2 sons who had their own families received 1 unit each. The remaining 2 units Du Huiran planned to leave empty for now to figure out what to do with them later. A wealthy people often favored living in 1 unit and leaving 2 empty. The other 7 villas were sold to various prominent figures, including Mu Huashan, the president of Lingqing Chuangfei Club, Xiao Jing, the 12th generation heir of the Fenglei Palm, a Jin Aigua, the minister of Lingqing's finance department, Sun Yuqing, the heir of Chongfeng Group, dancer Hua Yihan, a film star Mu Zhizhi, and the last villa owner, who seemed very mysterious, was only known to be a novelist with no further information available. At that time, Su Jianming had tried desperately to buy a villa in the Lianshan Villa District, but the last unit was ultimately chosen by Du Huiran over him and that mysterious novelist. Sukiki remembered that Su Jianming had been furious and had scolded Du Huiran behind his back for many days. Don't ask why he scolded behind his back. The reason was simply that he didn't dare to scold him to his face. As time passed, Su Jianming gradually came to terms with it. Capsule, the place you pointed out, is filled with elites from all walks of life in Lingqing. How could a small person like me possibly live there? That's your problem. I only find suitable places. The mechanical voice surprisingly responded. Alright. You're amazing. Sukiki gave a thumbs up to the transparent display and then thought that the capsule house wasn't wrong. The place had been found. If she lacked the ability to move in, who could she blame? Who says I can't move in? Sukiki stubbornly talked to herself. I'll go out first for a bowl of chicken soup and think about it later. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sukiki, Grandma Qiao, and Tangwan finally enjoyed a delicious stew of chicken. Come on, Tangwan. Hey, raise a steaming chicken leg as a reward for you. Meow. Tangyuan bit down on the tender chicken leg stewed by Grandma Chiao and placed it into its own. Here. Kiki. Today's chicken soup is just right. Grandma Chiao served Sukiki a bowl of fragrant chicken soup filled with chicken mushrooms, goji berries, and red dates, looking very nutritious. Sukiki told Grandma Chiao about the capsule house finding the location in the Lianshan Villa district. It would be harder than climbing to the sky to buy or rent from Du Huiran. There will always be a way. Since we have a destination, we can just work towards it from now on. It would be harder than climbing to the sky to buy or rent from Du Huiran. There will always be a way. Since we have a destination, we can just work towards it from now on. Sukiki smiled and raised her bowl of chicken soup, saying, Grandma Chiao, let's toast to this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. Poisonous chicken soup. Ha ha. Ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed, downing the chicken soup in their bowls as if they were. That night Sukiki kept waking and sleeping, unsure if it was because of the Lianshan Villa district or the trouble caused by Shinluafe today. Or perhaps it was because of the plan to leave the 20th floor. In any case, Sukiki suddenly felt a bit restless and had an uneasy night's sleep. The next day, she got up early planning to have breakfast before heading to the Lianshan Villa district to scout the area. To see if the legendary big boss would be willing to rent a villa to her. Kiki. You're up so early today. Grandma Chiao, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out to ask. If there was nothing urgent, Sukiki would usually still be sleeping at this time. Grandma Chiao, however, got up every day at 6 a.m. without fail, did an hour of indoor yoga, and then prepared breakfast for herself and Sukiki. I couldn't sleep. I just thought about getting up early to check out the Lianshan Villa district. Sukiki said as she came out after washing up in her space. You child. Why are you so impatient? Just because you want to go, you don't even know Du Huiran, and even if you go, you might not see him. I'll give it a try. What if I'm successful? That would be the safest place in Lingqing. Sukiki playfully hugged Tong Yuan, pressing her forehead against it. Tangyuan. Do you want to live in a big villa? Sukiki teased Tangyuan. Meow meow. Meow meow. Tangyuan raised its little paw, indicating that it really wanted to go. Then let's find a way to go. After breakfast, Sukiki originally planned to go to the Lianshan Villa area alone. However, Grandma Chiao was worried about her and insisted on going together. The outdoor temperature was very low and Sukiki couldn't resist Grandma Chiao, so she had to let her wear more. Sukiki put the Tangyuan into her space and fully armed walked out of 2001 with Grandma Chiao. Aunt Lu. Kiki. Where are you two going so early? Lu Mei had just come out after feeding the chickens from the opposite 2004 and saw Sukiki and Grandma Chiao all dressed up and ready to go out. Good morning, Aunt Lu. Sukiki smiled and greeted her. Just feeding the chickens. Kiki and I plan to stroll around the market. Grandma Chiao casually made up a reason since there was no sign of moving to the Lianshan Villa area. She didn't want to disclose too much about it. Oh, I see. Going to the market. Lu Mei mumbled something and suddenly seemed to remember something, saying, Kiki, the incident yesterday was all my son Chinli being too reckless. I already scolded him, he shouldn't bring just anyone to our 20th floor. Lu Mei, after hearing her big son's account yesterday, was so angry she wanted to hit him. What kind of world is this where a person who has only met once believes everything they say? How could she have such a foolish son? It's all right, Aunt Lu. This matter can't be blamed on Chinli. I forgot all about yesterday's incident, so don't take it to heart. We're heading out now. After Sukiki finished speaking, she waved goodbye to Lu Mei and exited the security door with Grandma Chiao. Watching their silhouettes, Lu Mei suddenly felt a sense of loneliness, always feeling that Sukiki had become somewhat distant from them. Sukiki found a deserted spot and took out the most inconspicuous off-road vehicle from her space. She opened the navigation and planned the driving route. Just as Sukiki was about to drive, Grandma Chiao suddenly asked her to wait. Sukiki was puzzled, but Grandma Chiao pulled out a dark foundation from her pocket. After Grandma Chiao's application, Sukiki's originally fair face had now turned dark. If she were to go out in the middle of the night, others probably wouldn't even recognize her. Sukiki looked in the car mirror and was almost startled, saying, Grandma Chiao, why did you make me look like coal? A little darker is fine, it's safer for you to go out like this. Remember, don't take off your gloves or you'll be exposed. Then you should also apply some, it can't just be me looking like a dark girl. Sukiki quickly took off her gloves and directly helped Grandma Chiao apply the dark foundation. You silly child, I'm just an old lady, it's perfectly safe for me to go out without this stuff. As Grandma Chiao spoke, she tried to grab the foundation from Sukiki's hand. All right. Sukiki laughed, putting some on her hand, saying that if she was going to act, she had to do it thoroughly. How could she let one hand betray her? The morning temperature was only -25 degrees, although it hadn't snowed, there was also no sun. The entire sky was overcast, giving a very oppressive feeling. Sukiki drove for 40 minutes before reaching the foot of Lianshan. The villa area was built halfway up the mountain, and Tsukiki heard that during the last floods this place was the only one not submerged. It was indeed a good spot. The two did not stop at the foot of the mountain, but drove the off-road vehicle directly up the mountain. The road to the mountain was very wide, allowing 3 off-road vehicles to drive side by side with ease. On both sides of the road were layers of trees, and Tsukiki felt as if she were driving towards a castle out of a fairy tale. After winding around the mountain road for 15 minutes, she finally saw the main gate of the Lanshan Villa area. She suspected that the mountain road was intentionally designed to be so winding to prevent outsiders from easily ascending. Who are you? Only residents are allowed to enter here. Just as Tsukiki's car approached the security gate of the villa area, 2 security personnel holding electric batons dashed over to block them. Hello. We would like to find the person in charge of your villa area. Tsukiki rolled down the car window and smiled at the approaching personnel. Oh my. How could this woman be so dark? However, her features were quite delicate. She shouldn't be from the neighboring country, right? The 2 security personnel exchanged glances, and one of them asked, "What do you need from Mr. Xiaodu?" Mr. Xiaodu. Both Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao thought that it might be Duware and Son. Then could you please convey to him that we are here to buy a villa? Tsukiki tried to speak as politely as possible. You should hurry and leave. There haven't been any villas for sale here for a long time. If there were, would it be your turn? One of the security personnel said disdainfully. These people who didn't even verify their information came over to look for someone. With natural disasters occurring so frequently, take the last flood as an example, only this place was not flooded. Not to mention the owners living here, even the security personnel were objects of envy for others. If there are no villas for sale, we can also rent. Tsukiki continued. What do you think this place is? The wealthy and powerful of Lingqing live here. Do you think they would lack this little rent? At this moment, both security personnel looked at Tsukiki and Grandma Qiao as if they were fools. You should hurry and leave. Mr. Xiaodu doesn't like having any idle individuals hanging around at the entrance. The 2 security personnel waved their hands at Tsukiki and her companion, signaling them to leave quickly. I told you right. We can't even get through the gate of the villa area today. Grandma Qiao sighed helplessly. This place is indeed good, not to mention anything else. Just this sense of security is unmatched by other places. There's a saying, it's easy to meet the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little ghosts. Let's go back for today, it'll come again tomorrow. I don't believe I can't see that, Mr. Xiaodu. After Tsukiki finished speaking, she turned the car around and prepared to drive down the mountain. You say these wealthy people aren't short of money. Perhaps during disasters they don't lack resources either. What advantage do we have to make them rent a house to us? Grandma Qiao looked out the window at the rows of trees gradually moving back. I believe that wealthy people don't have everything, such as firearms. The security team here is quite advanced, but look at the weapons they usually carry. It's just electric batons. However, this may be related to the laws of Huaxia. Ordinary citizens are not allowed to buy or sell firearms. They may not have them on the surface, but I think they must also be equipped with firearms in secret. Nowadays the world is chaotic and the wealthier people are more concerned about their safety. Otherwise, with so many home invasion robberies happening in Lingqing, why hasn't anyone come to rob here? Are you suggesting we could exchange firearms for a house? Grandma Qiao caught on to Tsukiki's implication. Exactly. I guess they surely need more firearms to strengthen the security here. If I can get some heavy weapons, then we will have more bargaining chips in negotiations. Tsukiki raised the corner of her mouth thinking, beautiful country, here I come again.